In a world teeming with elves, where humans and these mystical beings coexist, surrounded by countless secret realms and derivative worlds, the primary realm is referred to as the present world. Within this present world, elves are born of extraordinary power, traversing the land with their unique abilities such as the ethereal smoke spirit, the rice ball assassin, formidable mech warriors, the sleepless oxen, the celestial phoenix, the searing ghost flower, and the ancient Tyrannosaurus rex, each possessing distinct traits that collectively weave a magnificent and vibrant tapestry of existence. Humans, initially relegated to a struggle for survival in this realm, found their fortunes altered when prodigious individuals devised the Elven contract. This innovation enabled people to awaken their latent talents and forge partnerships with elves, where humans aid in the evolution and growth of their elven companions, while elves, in turn, fight on behalf of humanity. Xiao Jing, having been reborn and traversed into this realm, found himself confronted with an immense luminous screen before him. Is this a reincarnation? He wondered aloud. The screen displayed the following. Name, Xiao Jing. Please select one of the following regarding your talent. Celestial Favor, Homeward Path, Deep Blue Purification. Xiao Jing called out several times into the vast, white void surrounding him, yet received no reply. In this timeless space, after what felt like an eternity, he reluctantly turned his gaze back to the luminous screen. To him, it seemed that this was a selection of initial configurations before his reincarnation, akin to the many games he had played on Steam in his previous life. It appears this is a selection of abilities before I embark on my journey into the new world. He mused softly. Given that my past life is behind me, I shall strive to rectify its regrets in this new existence. With a shake of his head, Xiao Jing began to scrutinize the options presented before him. Celestial Favor. Blessed by the present world, the rate of level advancement between the individual and their elf increases with level progression. This enhancement will intensify, along with an increase in luck which cannot be diminished. Homeward Path. A swift escape, enhancing speed while fleeing and reducing the risk of detection during perilous moments. Targets of a level 1 rank higher or lower remain completely oblivious to your presence, with diminishing effectiveness against higher level foes. Deep Blue Purification. Under the protection of the Azure Sea, both the individual and their elf experience accelerated recovery after sustaining injuries, while also decreasing the likelihood of being afflicted by negative statuses. Earth's Vitality. A life force as robust as the Earth itself, significantly enhancing vitality. All four options are quite appealing, Xiao Jing remarked, stroking his chin as he discerned the nuances within the descriptions of these talents. So the new world indeed harbors elves. It seems I have entered a realm akin to a beast master world. With no response to his thoughts, Xiao Jing promptly made his decision. Though Deep Blue Purification and Earth's Vitality are commendable, a beast master world must surely contain organizations akin to an elven center. While Homeward Path has its merits, in a world of beast mastery, elevating the elf's level is paramount. The higher their level, the greater my security, and I trust that the increase in luck will serve a role akin to that of Homeward Path. With a firm resolve, Xiao Jing selected Celestial Favor. In an instant, the luminous screen transformed. Name. Xiao Jing. Luck. 10. Talent. Celestial Favor. Following this, another screen materialized. Please select two of the following regarding your skills. Golden Armor. Awakens a complete set of high-quality armor. Basic Insight. Allows for effortless perception of the panels of elves and other beings. Affinity. A passive skill that enhances the bond with your elven partner, providing a boost to attributes and a significant combat enhancement for the elf. Sublimation. Directly enhances the quality of items up to high quality, limited to 5 uses. Is this a selection of 4 from which to choose to? Xiao Jing contemplated the options before him. This was reminiscent of character selection in his past lives games, with the sole distinction being that this time, he was choosing for himself. Golden Armor appears to be a temporary skill, however. Its high quality should ensure my relative strength in the early stages. Yet, this is an elf-centric world. In elven battles, a human's role may not hold as much significance. Resolutely, Xiao Jing dismissed the first option, and without a moment's hesitation, he claimed the second skill. The ability to perceive panels is a game-changer in a world filled with elves. Whether seeking rare elves or evading unknown dangers, it is the prime choice. As for affinity and sublimation, after a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Jing opted for affinity. Enhancing the bond with elves would undoubtedly benefit both parties, and the second effect of bolstering the elf's strength was an added advantage. Furthermore, he recalled instances from animated series in his previous life where a high level of intimacy with elves led to unique evolutions. Moreover, sublimation is merely a consumable skill. Once used 5 times, it would be rendered useless. Upon his decision, the luminous screen shifted once more. Name: Xiao Jing. Talent: Celestial Favor. Luck: 10. Skills: Basic Insight, Affinity. Celestial Favor has directly granted me 10 points of luck. Luck, as one could surmise, is a notoriously elusive attribute. Thus, these 10 points are likely quite substantial, particularly as they are added to his initial panel before even entering the world, with the expectation that they will increase further upon arrival. As Xiao Jing pondered these thoughts, the screen displayed a confirmation prompt. He understood that he was on the brink of entering this new world. Without further hesitation, he confirmed his choice through sheer will that in the next moment. The screen transformed into a beam of light that penetrated Xiao Jing's being, causing his physical form to gradually dissipate. Just as he was on the verge of complete disappearance, an ethereal voice resonated. Wishing you a smooth journey in the new world. Xiao Jing rolled his eyes, realizing the voice had the capacity for speech. Casting one last glance at the vast expanse of white, Xiao Jing's figure vanished entirely. Current year: March 1st, 2317 AD, city of Linjiang, Panda Dojo. Mom, I'm off to school. With a refined visage and a stylish fringe, the youthful and vibrant Xiao Jing, standing over 6 feet tall, hurriedly dashed out of the dojo after finishing his breakfast. Backpack slung over his shoulder as he made his way to school. All right, be safe on your way, replied a radiant woman standing on the balcony of the dojo's 2nd floor, her gentle gaze following the departing Xiao Jing. This was Xiao Jing's mother, Luo Yu. In the next moment, a tall and robust figure swiftly appeared beside Luo Yu, calling out to the vanishing Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing, your mother and I await your good news from home today. Upon hearing his father's voice, Xiao Jing waved his hand in acknowledgement. Enough, enough. Our son has already gone far. Luo Yu cast a playful glance at Xiao Hang, her husband. Always in such a hurry. I wonder who you learned that from. You or Balamo? Xiao Hang silently mused. You certainly didn't say that when you married me. Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts in front of Luo Yu. Xiao Jing pedaled his bicycle swiftly ahead, the surrounding buildings rapidly receding behind him. This marked Xiao Jing's 17th year in this world. Initially, like other children, he was somewhat bewildered, but from the age of 5, memories began to unfurl in his mind like ink on water. As a traveler, or perhaps a reincarnate, his intellect surpassed that of his peers, allowing him to swiftly adapt to this world and grasp its fundamental nature. This realm is referred to as the present world, where Xiao Jing resides in the Huangyan Kingdom, one of the 5 great empires. Indeed, as he had surmised, the present world is home to countless beings endowed with extraordinary abilities, known to humanity as spirits. Spirits are the favored denizens of this realm, possessing a myriad of attributes and bizarre skills. Upon reaching a certain level, they can evolve, exhibiting limitless potential. In contrast, humans, in their quest for adaptation, have discovered and awakened 2 abilities over the course of time: talents and skills. These abilities enable humans to become spirit masters, forging bonds with spirits and becoming partners. The sole limitation of spirits lies in their lengthy process of leveling up independently. The emergence of spirit masters allows them to rapidly accumulate energy, enhance their levels, and evolve more readily, thereby compensating for this flaw. Thus, the vast majority of spirits do not shy away from establishing contractual relationships with humans. Linjiang High School, Senior Class 1. That concludes our cultural study for the 3 years of high school, announced the homeroom teacher, Qi Lin, adjusting her black-framed glasses as she surveyed the classroom, filled with youthful faces radiating vitality. She then continued, Next, I shall discuss today's talent awakening event. Her words instantly ignited the attention of every student in the classroom. Xiao Jing also perked up, eagerly listening to Teacher Qi's forthcoming announcements. After years of academic study, I gather that you are all eager to become spirit masters. The first step to becoming a spirit master is to awaken your talents. Naturally, the school will facilitate this awakening, as practical experience will constitute half of your examination grades. This semester is specifically set aside for you to collaborate with your spirit partners in earnest. Qi Lin paused, glancing at her watch before adding, Today's activities are divided into 2 parts. The talent awakening event will commence at 10 o'clock this morning, followed Buy a trip to the Linjiang Spirit Tower in the afternoon to select your own spirits. Her announcement caused the eyes of all the students below to gleam with excitement. What a splendid opportunity, both a talent awakening and the chance to choose their spirit partners. Now, everyone, please line up and follow me to the gymnasium. Linjiang High School Gymnasium. Students from all senior classes gathered within the expansive gymnasium. The moment they entered, their eyes were drawn to the enormous blue crystal orb at the center, emanating a gentle glow that instilled a sense of tranquility. This was the awakening. Crystal, the mystical object that enabled humans to awaken their talents. The talent awakening event was straightforward. The school eschewed any ostentation. After all students were seated, the principal delivered a speech, offering some guidelines and good wishes, marking the official commencement of the event. The awakening process involved summoning 10 students to stand beneath the crystal orb and bask in its radiance. Once the light subsided, their talents would be successfully awakened. Class 1 was one of the elite classes at Linjiang High, making them the first group to participate in the awakening today. After the awakening, there were those who rejoiced and those who lamented. This was only natural. After all, awakening a high-level talent would significantly elevate one's growth potential, with those possessing growth-oriented talents advancing at a pace far surpassing their peers. As names were called one after another, Xiao Jing soon heard his name. Xiao Jing from Class 1. Upon hearing his name, the previously drowsy Xiao Jing sprang to his feet and approached the crystal orb. Although he was inherently gifted with a talent, he was nonetheless curious to see if the light of the crystal would awaken a second talent within him. If that were the case, he would possess an additional advantage over others. Xiao Jing positioned himself as instructed beneath the crystal orb. Classmates, relax. Simply close your eyes and accept the light of the crystal. Do not resist whatever transpires next. Qi Linlin said softly, like a nurturing mother, her gentle tone soothing the students' anxious hearts. Yes, Xiao Jing gradually closed his eyes. Qi Linlin began to channel her spirit energy into the crystal orb. Buzz! The orb trembled lightly, releasing a stream of azure light that caressed the 10 students, including Xiao Jing. They felt as though something within them had been awakened. Xiao Jing was transported back to his childhood, enveloped in warmth as his mother lulled him to sleep. Approximately 1 minute later, the radiance gradually faded, and the warm sensation ebbed away like the retreating tide. The awakening had concluded. Xiao Jing instinctively began to examine his panel, and his expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. What is this? Chapter 2, Awakening of Talent, Peculiar Comments. With an expression of bewilderment, Xiao Jing gazed at his panel. Name, Xiao Jing. Level, Apprentice Spirit Master. Talent, Celestial Affinity, Return Path. Optimism, Luck Value 40. Skills, Basic Insight, Affinity. Return Path, a swift escape, running like the wind, significantly enhancing speed during flight and reducing the risk of detection in perilous situations. Targets of a level 1 rank higher than himself remain entirely oblivious, with diminishing effects as the target's level increases. Rating, 90. Comment, this talent is only useful for fleeing. However, pilfering a few items could also prove to be a commendable choice. Optimism, a positive disposition often leads to fortunate events, increasing luck value, and reducing the likelihood and difficulty of encountering obstacles during breakthroughs with one's spirit partner. Rating, 91. Comment, the heavens tend to favor those foolish enough to smile. Do they not? A double whammy. He directly awakened 2 talents? In Xiao Jing's recollection, this feat seemed to have been achieved by only a select few, who ultimately evolved into formidable figures in the contemporary world. What astonished Xiao Jing even more was that the return path appeared to be intrinsically linked to him, even though he had not chosen it initially. It manifested during this awakening. Xiao Jing felt quite content, for this was an exceedingly practical talent. Who could guarantee that they would not encounter danger in the future? Especially uncontrollable threats. It was practically a lifesaver. It was only in comparison with the more extraordinary effects of celestial affinity that he had opted for the latter. Nevertheless, its awakening was indeed a fortunate development. Originally, Xiao Jing's luck value had slowly increased by 20 points over the years, culminating in a total of 30. Apart from the innate 10 points. Throughout these years, he had been unable to discern any pattern regarding the growth of his luck value, and he had not anticipated that this new talent, optimism, would directly grant him an additional 10 points. Over the years, Xiao Jing had sought information from his parents and conducted his own research, discovering that documentation concerning luck value within the Human Spirit Master Alliance was exceedingly scarce. Only his parents, both master-level spirit masters, possessed a smattering of knowledge on the subject, but even that was limited. The most straightforward explanation for luck value is its literal meaning, opportunity. It encompasses the probability of capturing spirits, the likelihood of discovering high-quality spiritual artifacts, the chances of triggering spirit evolution, the success rate of forging items, and the potential for a leap in quality when items are formed. Essentially, anything one could conceive with varying possibilities of good or bad outcomes is influenced by luck value. Moreover, during battles, if one's luck value far exceeds that of the opponent, the disparity can lead to the opponent experiencing misfortunes, such as being struck by lightning or suffering from unstable spiritual energy, among other improbable occurrences. However, what on earth is this rating? A huge question mark floated above Xiao Jing's head. Why did it feel as though it was mocking him? A lucky thief? Or perhaps an optimistic fool? Previously, when he examined his panel, he had also noticed that Celestial Affinity had a rating and comment. Rating, 100. Comment, this talent was personally designed by me. A perfect score seems justifiable, does it not? Xiao Jing fell into silence as he contemplated the evaluation before him and the one etched in his memory. Qi Linlin observed Xiao Jing's silence and approached him with concern. Xiao Jing, what is the matter? Is it that your awakened talents did not meet your expectations? Her words jolted him back to reality. Teacher Qi. Xiao Jing quickly shook his head. That is not the case. It is a functional talent. I was merely pondering its applications and became a bit lost in thought. Shaking his head, he headed toward a registration office. I will go register my talents. All right, go ahead. For every spirit master, their talents are their secrets. And whether to disclose them is entirely up to them. The state does not impose any demands. Naturally, should one choose to register, the state would offer rewards. The stronger the talent, the more substantial the reward. If the talent had never been registered before, the reward would be further enhanced based on its assessed strength, serving as a form of advance investment by the state in highly talented spirit masters. Xiao Jing contemplated registering both talents, return path, and optimism, and decided to present optimism in a more understated manner, so as not to draw undue attention. Both talents were functionally robust, and even if disclosed, would not pose significant risks, unlike Celestial Affinity, which was a noble growth-type talent. The exceptionally high rating of Celestial Affinity underscored its uniqueness, and Xiao Jing was unlikely to reveal it lightly. However, he believed that disclosing these two talents would indeed attract the attention of the state officials. Undoubtedly, the rewards would be considerable. Hello, are you here to register a talent? The staff member at the registration office inquired, looking up. Yes, I would like to register my talents. What should I do? Xiao Jing nodded in response. You simply need to tell me the names and effects of your awakened talents. All right. Subsequently, Xiao Jing conveyed the effects of return path and optimism to the staff member. As for how the staff member would verify the authenticity, he presumed that no one would question that. The ability to relay such information implied a means of verification, especially given that this was an official state organization. Xiao Jing speculated that it likely involved a crystal ball. Upon hearing that Xiao Jing had awakened two talents, the staff member stood up in astonishment. What? You just said you awakened two talents? Yes, Xiao Jing nodded, eager to ascertain whether the staff member had retained the details of the talent effects he had just shared. Two talents, and neither of them has been registered before. Do you understand what this implies? The staff member was genuinely taken aback. They had never anticipated that a dual-talent spirit master would emerge in Linjiang City this year. It was known that those who initially awakened dual talents often grew into prominent figures within the 5 great principalities. In the distance, Qi Linlin observed the scene and, suspecting something significant had occurred, approached after entrusting the awakened matter to her assistant. Mr. Liu, Xiao Jing, what is happening? Mr. Liu maintained his composure. After a brief moment of murmuring to himself, he calmed down and said, Teacher Qi, I need to make a phone call. He then proceeded to retrieve his phone and make a call. Qi Linlin turned to Xiao Jing with a puzzled expression, her eyes silently inquiring about the unfolding events. With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Jing recounted the recent occurrences. Unsurprisingly, Qi Linlin was equally astonished. What? You awakened dual talents. Her initial shock gradually transformed into joy and relief, in stark contrast to Mr. Liu's somewhat frantic demeanor. Indeed, you are truly worthy of being Master Zhao's son. You are exceptional. Xiao Jing's father, Xiao Hong, was a master-level spirit master and a formidable presence in Linjiang City. Naturally, as his progeny, Xiao Jing's talents could not be lacking. The stronger Xiao Jing's talents became, the brighter his future appeared, and Qi Linlin, as his homeroom teacher, stood to gain considerable benefits. In the contemporary world, the hierarchy of spirit masters is categorized into 8 levels, for tiers, and a legendary class, specifically delineated as follows: apprentice level, 1 to 9, novice level, 1 to 19, regular level, 1 to 29, elite level, 1 to 39, dojo level, 1 to 49, master level, 1 to 59, grandmaster level, 1 to 69. Title level 1 to 79, Lord tier 1 to 89, King tier 1 to 99, as well as the Sovereign tier, the most sacred tier, and the legendary Spirit Master. The numerical progression corresponding to each level is quite straightforward. For instance, advancing from Apprentice level 9 leads to Novice level 1, necessitating the attainment of Novice level 19 before progressing to regular level 1, and so forth. Thus, even within the same broad tier, the disparity between individuals can be profoundly significant. As for how one ascends to the Sovereign tier, it is likely a question best posed to those at the King tier, for few in the contemporary world possess any knowledge of the answer. At that moment, Mr. Lu's voice resonated from the side, immediately capturing the attention of Xiao Jing and Qi Linlin. Chapter 3. Entering the Linjiang Spirit Tower. With a sense of urgency, Mr. Lu directed his gaze toward Xiao Jing. Young man, due to your awakening of dual talents, both of which have not been registered in the 5 great duchies and possess considerable practicality, you will be granted complimentary access to an ultra first-class secret realm for your upcoming selection of spirit partners at the Linjiang Spirit Tower. Furthermore, you will have the privilege to choose 3 items from 5 quality-rated, excellent, spiritual artifacts. Mr. Lu conveyed his message in one breath. While Xiao Jing was taken aback by this revelation, he was not overly surprised. After all, possessing dual talents warranted a correspondingly substantial reward. The most precious of these was undoubtedly the ultra first-class secret realm, as typically, only those who awakened exceptionally extraordinary talents are permitted entry. Otherwise, students like them in their final year would be assigned to first or second-class secret realms for contracts, and they would still be required to pay 1/10 of the fees. This clearly illustrates the 5 great duchies' emphasis on individuals with high talents. As for the selection of 3 excellent quality spiritual artifacts, it was satisfactory, at the very least. These items should not fall short of quality standards, lest they be deemed unworthy for high-talent individuals. The classification of spiritual artifact quality in the contemporary world is divided into ordinary, excellent, fine, epic, creation, sacred, with even higher qualities beyond that. Though Xiao Jing had not delved into this, as it felt too distant for him at present. Moreover, each quality possesses a corresponding scoring system to differentiate the superiority of artifacts within the same quality tier. For instance, ordinary quality is rated 1 to 50, excellent quality is rated 51 to 200, fine quality is rated 201 to 500, and epic quality ranges from 501 to 1000. The ultra first-class secret realm is an opportunity that one can scarcely encounter, even with ample wealth. One cannot purchase entry qualifications, as only those who have made significant contributions to the Spirit Master Alliance might be granted access. Thank you very much. Xiao Jing expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. This is what talents like you deserve, Mr. Lu replied. When you go to the Linjiang Spirit Tower, just follow your homeroom teacher. We will communicate all information through her. Goodbye, Mr. Lu. After listening to Mr. Lu's instructions, Xiao Jing and Qi Linlin began their journey back, marking the conclusion of their talent awakening event for their senior class. I didn't expect the Linjiang Spirit Tower to be this generous, Qi Linlin remarked in surprise. Perhaps it's due to my exceptional talents, Xiao Jing said, playfully guessing that luck might have played a pivotal role. Qi Linlin chuckled and shook her head, glancing at her watch. It was time for lunch. It's 1 in the afternoon. Upon arriving at the entrance of Linjiang No. 1 High School, Qi Linlin observed the excited expressions of her peers and smiled. Classmates, let us board the bus. All right. With jubilant cheers, they boarded the coach, embarking on their journey to the Linjiang Spirit Tower located in the heart of Linjiang City. While en route to the Linjiang Spirit Tower, a slightly plump boy named Li Shangqing nudged Xiao Jing and inquired, Xiao Jing, how's your awakened talent? Li Shangqing, a good friend whom Xiao Jing had known since middle school, had been in the same class as him for nearly 7 years, and they often engaged in playful banter. Having witnessed Mr. Lu's astonished reaction at the talent registration, he was quite curious. Xiao Jing glanced at Li Shangqing, raised an eyebrow, and grinned. By the looks of you, your awakened talent must be quite impressive, right? Absolutely. Li Shangqing's face lit up with joy at Xiao Jing's question, puffing up with pride. I must tell you, I awakened the family's inherited talent, Celestial Thunder Guide. Li Shangqing was not attempting to pry into Xiao Jing's talents. Rather, he sought to shift the conversation towards his own ability and boast about it to his friend. This proved to be a fruitful endeavor, as Xiao Jing did not disappoint him. Xiao Jing was well aware of the Li family, a first-tier family in Linjiang City, with a title-level spirit master in their ranks, making them quite formidable. Their family's specialty lay in contracting thunder attribute spirits, a fact well known among the populace. Regarding their talent, it was common knowledge that the Li family's mainstream talent was Celestial Thunder Guide, though its specific functionalities had remained somewhat ambiguous. However, over the years, Various battles had provided glimpses into its capabilities. Thus, when Li Shangqing spoke about his talent, it wasn't considered a breach of family secrecy. With this in mind, Xiao Jing promptly employed the basic insight skill. Name, Li Shangqing level. Apprentice level Spirit Master. Talent, Celestial Thunder Guide. Lucky value 16. Celestial Thunder Guide. Harnesses thunder to shatter darkness. Slightly enhancing thunder attribute damage for spirit partners. Spirit Masters can summon heavenly thunder for offense or to empower spirits, augmenting combat strength. Score, 87. Evaluation, just a thunder strike. Look at how proud you are. If someone didn't know better, they'd think someone passed gas. So this is the specific effect of Celestial Thunder Guide. A talent focused on combat, enhancing both the Spirit Master and their spirits. No wonder the Li family has been able to rise and stand firm for so many years. Xiao Jing mused. However, when he read the evaluation, he couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Who on earth penned this commentary? If Li Shangqing were to hear it, he would surely be infuriated. With a smile, Xiao Jing remarked, "Congratulations. My awakened talents lean towards functionality. One assists in escape, and the other aids in breakthroughs." Xiao Jing succinctly shared the essence of his awakened talents. Wow, you awakened dual talents. Li Shangqing's earlier pride transformed into astonishment. I thought I was invincible. But it turns out there's an even greater expert. Xiao Jing simply responded with a smile. You and Lin Xian truly resemble each other. I heard her awakened talent is also quite formidable. It said she was similarly granted special permission to enter the ultra first-class secret realm. I wonder if she possesses dual talents or an extraordinary single talent, Li Shangqing said, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. Although the Li family holds considerable power in Linjiang City, the secret realm available for their clan members to select their spirit partners is merely a second-tier pinnacle realm, falling short of even the first tier. After all, no matter how formidable a title-level spirit may be, it pales in comparison to the resources controlled by the entire Spirit Alliance. Even the resources amassed by a single nation far surpass those of any family. Therefore, unless the family boasts exceptionally gifted individuals, they would prefer to allow their members to choose within their own secret realm rather than expend vast resources merely to grant access to a first-tier realm in the Spirit Tower. If a prodigy with outstanding talent were to emerge, they would be granted a complimentary opportunity to enter a first-tier realm, and families would eagerly flock to such an opportunity. As for the super first-tier realms, they are even more coveted, driving the true aristocratic families and powerful factions of the 5 great duchies into a frenzy. Yet such access cannot be purchased with mere wealth. Oh, Lin Xian, a tall, radiant, yet somewhat aloof woman materialized in Xiao Jing's mind. Lin Xian, like Xiao Jing and Li Shangqing, had progressed from the same middle school to Linjiang No. 1 high school. The three were acquainted, although Lin Xian's demeanor was notably distant, displaying an indiscriminate coolness. After all, she is the daughter of the Linjiang Spirit Tower's master. It would be unusual for her to lack extraordinary talent. Linjiang Spirit Tower. After a journey of several minutes, the students of Linjiang No. 1 high school finally arrived beneath a towering structure. Xiao Jing gazed upward, and despite having seen it several times over the past decade, he could not help but marvel. The tower, pristine white and piercing the clouds, seemed endless, exuding grandeur and magnificence, with ethereal fluctuations of spiritual energy occasionally shimmering in its vicinity. This is the Linjiang Spirit Tower, which safeguards Linjiang City. Classmates, we are a key class at the school, hence we will be among the first to enter for selection. Please listen carefully to the staff's instructions and refrain from wandering, Qi Linlin advised. Subsequently, she led the class in completing the necessary procedures to enter the Linjiang Spirit Tower. Chapter 4, Super First Tier Realm Donghua. Is this truly the Linjiang Spirit Tower? Upon entering the interior, the students were enveloped by a richness of spiritual energy several times greater than that outside, along with an array of ultramodern facilities, igniting their curiosity. Welcome to the Linjiang Spirit Tower, I am Wang Tan, the staff member responsible for guiding you into the secret realms, he announced. I trust you have all made some preparations prior to today for your entry into the realms. I shall now outline some important points. Please listen attentively. The information conveyed was generally as follows. The secret realms accessible to students are graded according to pre-entry assessments conducted by detection devices, which categorize them into second-tier and first-tier realms. It is important to note that not everyone registers their talents, making pre-entry assessments necessary. Secondly, each student is allotted 3 hours to make their selections within the realm, with the second batch permitted entry an hour later. This hour gap is a courtesy extended to the key class, as entering first may allow them to contract with spirits of superior racial value. Lastly, students must heed the absolute prohibitions regarding certain restricted areas within the realm. as these semi-open resources catering to the 5 duchies can pose significant dangers to those with recently awakened talents and limited self-defense capabilities. However, as long as they steer clear of the restricted zones, they should encounter no peril. After outlining the precautions, Wang Tan led Xiao Jing and the others to the location of the secret realm. Given that both Xiao Jing and Lin Xian had been granted access to the super first-tier realm, he personally escorted them to a highly guarded hall. This is the entrance to the super first-tier realm, Donghua. The spirits within have been carefully nurtured before being returned to nature, alongside some born locally, exhibiting superior varieties. If both of you are prepared, you may enter. Xiao Jing, gazing at the vortex of pale purple light before him, took a deep breath to steady his nerves. For this was indeed his inaugural quest to find his spirit partner. Even as a reincarnated soul, he couldn't escape the twinge of anxiety. Turning to glance at Lin Xian, he found her looking back at him, and after offering a reassuring smile and nod, he stepped into the passage. Super first-tier realm, Donghua. After a whirl of sensations, Xiao Jing opened his eyes groggily to find himself amidst a dense jungle. The abundant spiritual energy, fresh air, and the sound of birdsong gradually eased his earlier tension. The Donghua realm is one of the 5 super first-tier realms held by the Huangyan Duchy, having taken decades to explore. The Huangyan Duchy chose not to overexploit the Donghua realm, preserving most of its resources after initial explorations, allowing the realm to thrive and nurture its spirits. Indeed, even a fraction of the resources from a super first-tier realm could sustain the Huangyan Duchy for 30 years. After all, it would not be an exaggeration to describe a super first-tier realm as a miniature world birthed from the present, with resources of immense magnitude. Xiao Jing promptly retrieved a camouflage outfit and insect repellent from his backpack, as the pristine environment could harbor perilous insects. Having made his preparations, he selected a direction and began his journey forward, having previously filtered a selection of spirits suitable to become his first partner. Let me see what traces of spirits exist in this vicinity. Xiao Jing activated his basic insight skill to begin his observations. This skill, along with affinity, did not consume his spiritual energy, enabling him to utilize it even without becoming a spirit master. However, it would prove ineffective against spirits or individuals of significantly higher levels. Fluff of the wind rabbit, claw prints of the flower wolf, rock dog's urine by the tree. Xiao Jing nodded, noting that the ecosystem here appeared rich, with numerous traces of different spirits immediately upon entry. Navigating through the untamed forest, he brushed aside the grasses, observing where the most spirit traces were left and heading in those directions. Before long, he heard the sound of flowing water. Many of the traces from earlier were likely left by spirits heading to the riverbank for a drink. If there's a river, I should encounter some spirits, he thought cautiously as he moved forward. Soon, he came upon a river reflecting sunlight, its waters flowing gently, where several spirits were gathered to drink. Observing this, Xiao Jing immediately activated basic insight. Species, dusk deer. Attribute, fire. Level, apprentice level 7. Racial value, 496. Description, a deer that enjoys watching the dusk, capable of absorbing energy from twilight, with the dusk environment providing significant boosts. Dusk deer, Xiao Jing murmured, shaking his head. What a pity that its racial value is not particularly high. Racial value serves as a benchmark for a spirit's developmental potential, composed of 7 dimensions: physical attack, special attack, physical defense, special defense, speed, stamina, and spiritual power, each with a maximum score of 100, culminating in a total of 700. It is important to note that the displayed racial value reflects the spirit's potential upon evolving to its final form. Prior to this, the initial form's racial value is typically around 85 of the final value, with each subsequent evolution increasing this proportion until it reaches 100 in its final form. In essence, the racial value of the dusk deer is approximately 4216, while its final form, the dawn dusk elk, boasts a racial value of 496. Within the context of a first-rate secret realm, the dusk deer can be considered relatively formidable. However, since Xiao Jing has entered a super first-rate secret realm, it stands to reason that he ought to contract with a spirit of higher racial value to justify this exceptional entry. Subsequently, Xiao Jing turned his attention to a hippopotamus that had just emerged from the river. Species, river mud hippo. Attributes, water and earth. Level, apprentice level 9. Racial value, 514. Description, Xiao Jing was at a loss for words, pondering which deity had conceived such a name. Its racial value was mediocre, yet its level was rather excessive. As the first spirit partner of a spirit master, it is preferable for the initial level to be as low as possible, as this facilitates training and allows the spirit to provide the spirit master with spiritual energy during its advancement, thereby accelerating the master's own growth. After all, spirit masters also require leveling up. The hippopotamus's elevated level indicated that it was at the pinnacle of the apprentice level, and any further ascension would lead it to the novice level 1. If the first contracted spirit partner is too advanced, the spirit master would forfeit a considerable amount of experience, which is crucial for early-stage development and competition. Shaking his head, Xiao Jing began to stroll along the riverbank. Searching for spirits by the riverside significantly increased the likelihood of encounters, and Xiao Jing had already spotted dozens of spirits. Among them was an exceedingly rare rainbow gull, which he ardently wished to contract. With dual attributes of wind and water, and a remarkable racial value of 531. It was the highest he had encountered in over 40 minutes. It might even be one of the top spirits in this area. Regrettably, the rainbow gull was not at the riverbank drinking, but soaring high in the sky, unresponsive to Xiao Jing's calls. If it was not meant to be, so be it. Watching the rainbow gull fly away, Xiao Jing felt no disappointment and continued along the riverbank. After another half hour of walking, he encountered numerous spirits, yet either their racial values did not meet his standards, or the rare spirits were disinterested in him. Although they had only recently been cultivated and placed in the Donghua, secret realm, or were native to the area, they were aware of humanity's existence and the concept of contracts. Naturally, they sought to bond with powerful spirit masters, rather than risk partnering with an unseasoned apprentice-level master. Xiao Jing discovered that his affinity skill, which was originally described as being applicable to already contracted spirits, also possessed a considerable allure for those spirits who were not yet bound to him, regardless of their rarity. Utilizing this skill, several rare spirits hesitated and seemed inclined to accept, but upon noticing the uncertainty in their eyes, Xiao Jing ultimately declined. After all, this was to be his first spirit partner, and they would be comrades in battle moving forward. Thus, the initial contract required mutual trust, rather than relying on skills to manipulate. An hour and a half passed. Xiao Jing murmured softly, and before he realized it, he found himself at the seaside. This sight astonished him, for there were numerous avian spirits present, although he had subconsciously overlooked them. Xiao Jing stared in awe at the distant horizon, where a once barren expanse of sea now revealed a faintly visible island, crowned by a towering mountain, enveloped in spiritual energy and exuding an air of mystery. Gazing at this mountain, Xiao Jing felt a stirring within, contemplating that perhaps he could find his partner there. Resolving his indecision, he decisively abandoned the spirits by the shore and swam towards the island. The cool sea water washed over him, but thanks to his awakened talent, he was shielded by spiritual energy, preventing any stiffness in his limbs. The island was not far from the shore, and in a little over 20 minutes, Xiao Jing reached the beach, where he noticed a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain inscribed with the words, Spirit Fruit Mountain. Spirit Fruit Mountain, Xiao Jing pondered, noting that it bore no mention of being forbidden, so it should be accessible, right? Checking the time, he noted over 40 minutes remaining, and thus began to venture into the depths of Spirit Fruit Mountain. The spiritual energy within was significantly denser than that on land, and various spirit fruit trees flourished in the vicinity. If sold, the fruits could easily sustain several individuals for multiple lifetimes. Fire fruit, thunder pulp fruit, dewdrop fruit. As he ventured deeper, Xiao Jing observed that the quality of the fruits increased dramatically. If this trend continued, the center must surely yield epic quality fruits, he mused. However, where were the spirits? Could it be that this island was solely a cultivation ground for spirit fruits? After traversing for quite some time without encountering a single spirit, Xiao Jing began to suspect he had unwittingly stumbled into a fruit cultivation area. Just as he was lost in thought, a charming and inquisitive voice suddenly chimed from ahead. Xiao Jing immediately lifted his gaze, spotting a small spirit, roughly the size of both his palms, perched upon a large tree, curiously observing him. With golden fur, a sizable head, a cherubic face still bearing a hint of baby fat, and sparkling, mystical eyes, it swayed a slender tail while cradling several spirit fruits. This was... Xiao Jing gasped in astonishment at the sight of the small monkey and activated Basic Insight. Species, Little Spirit Monkey. Attributes, Combat and Psychic. Level, Apprentice Level 1. Racial value, 501. Description, a unique little spirit monkey that thrives in areas abundant with spirit fruits, inherently possessing exceptional leadership abilities and notable defensive capabilities. It has a keen insight into spirit fruits. The more it collects, the faster its strength increases, and its remarkable speed ensures its safety. Indeed, it was the little spirit monkey, Xiao Jing whispered in excitement. Although the racial value of the little spirit monkey appeared inferior to that of the river mud hippo, Xiao Jing, having studied numerous spirits over the years, was acutely aware of the distribution of racial values across 7 dimensions. The final form of the little spirit monkey had the following attributes: physical attack, 35, special attack, 35, physical defense, 91, special defense, 91. Speed, 92. Stamina, 74. Spiritual power, 83, totaling 501. The maximum limit for each attribute is 100, and aside from the River Mud Hippo stamina of 83, and the Rainbow Gull speed of 86 and special attack of 81, no other spirit he had encountered boasted any dimension exceeding 80. Yet, this little spirit monkey had 3 attributes surpassing 90. Low racial value? That was merely a jest between dual attacks. The most significant aspect was the little spirit monkey's ability, a unique trait inherent to each spirit species, akin to a human's innate talent, which spirits possess without the need for awakening. The little spirit monkey's ability, Battle Mastery, slightly reduces damage taken from dual attacks, and when attacking, its physical or special attack racial value becomes half the sum of any 2 randomly selected among its other 5 attributes. Just savor that for a moment. In the most unfortunate of circumstances, during battle, one might obtain only half the sum of physical and spiritual strength, totaling 785 at best. The pinnacle, however, is a random selection between one of the dual defenses and the speed, culminating in a half sum of 915. How utterly defiant against fate. With this thought, Xiao Jing beamed at the little spirit monkey and inquired, "Greetings, little spirit monkey. I am Xiao Jing, in search of my first spirit partner. Would you consider becoming my companion?" With these words, Xiao Jing retrieved a superior quality cocoa fruit from his storage pouch. The little spirit monkey's eyes sparkled at the sight of the spirit fruit, and in an instant, it flashed before Xiao Jing. A teleportation, ignoring Xiao Jing's astonishment. The little spirit monkey stretched out its petite palm, snatched the cocoa fruit, and nestled it in its embrace. Observing the little monkey complete its actions, Xiao Jing smiled gently and reiterated his earlier question. The little spirit monkey looked up, its sparkling eyes scanning Xiao Jing, as if sensing something captivating about him. After a moment's contemplation, it called out, "Ling Ling," and slowly ascended deeper into Spirit Fruit Mountain. Ordinarily, before reaching the elite level, most spirits are incapable of flight. With only a select few special spirits, namely those of the wind, psychic, and soul attributes, able to soar through the air due to their unique properties. The little spirit monkey, being a psychic type, had this capability. Shall I follow? Although Xiao Jing had not yet formed a contract with the spirit and could not fully comprehend the little monkey's intentions, he grasped the general idea. Thus, the duo, one human and one monkey, progressed through Spirit Fruit Mountain, one leading and the other following. The little spirit monkey's flight was peculiar. Beneath its feet floated a palm-sized cloud adorned with numerous patterns, reminiscent of the Nimbus cloud from the legendary son Wukong of Xiao Jing's past life. After 5 minutes, Xiao Jing witnessed the little spirit monkey come to a halt, prompting him to stop as well. Ling Ling, Ling Ling. The little spirit monkey gestured towards a colossal spirit fruit tree ahead. Xiao Jing turned to behold a magnificent tree, vast enough that 10 individuals could encircle it, with one half flourishing with lush foliage while the other lay bare and gray, as though stripped of vitality. Perched upon the branches were several little spirit monkeys, likely the entirety of the species within the Donghua secret realm. Since the little spirit monkeys hailed exclusively from Donghua, they represented the last of their kind, save for those already bonded in contracts. This tree must be their ancestral home. Ling Ling. The little spirit monkeys cast curious and wary glances at Xiao Jing upon his arrival. With a call from the little spirit monkey in front of Xiao Jing, their caution dissipated. Subsequently, the little spirit monkey led Xiao Jing to the base of the spirit tree. "It seems you are their leader," Xiao Jing remarked gently to the little spirit monkey. Ling Ling. The little spirit monkey nodded, yet there was no hint of pride, as if it harbored some unspoken concern. Sensing this, Xiao Jing inquired cautiously, "Is there something troubling you? Or perhaps you are facing difficulties? May I be of assistance?" The little spirit monkey glanced between Xiao Jing and the giant spirit fruit tree, then raised its adorable hand to rest against the trunk. Instantly, the giant spirit fruit tree emanated a soft green glow, drawing the attention of the other little spirit monkeys. Ling Ling, Ling Ling. The first part of the little spirit monkey's call was directed at its companions, reassuring them not to worry, while the latter part beckoned Xiao Jing to follow. He trailed the little spirit monkey as it maneuvered through the trunk, entering the interior of the giant spirit fruit tree. Contrary to expectations of darkness, the interior sparkled with verdant points of light, resembling a starry sky. The little spirit monkey alighted before a solitary stone platform in the center, depositing the spirit fruit it had just gathered for the small sapling above to absorb. Regrettably, the sapling's condition did not seem to improve. Turning to Xiao Jing, it called out with a mix of worry and resignation. Xiao Jing approached and immediately observed a withered sapling growing upon the stone platform, resembling a fragile seedling on the brink of extinguishment in the chill of autumn. This must be the very essence of the giant spirit fruit tree. Xiao Jing began to grasp the little spirit monkey's meaning. It too wished to contract with a spirit master and become a partner to cultivate its skills in the world. Yet as the leader of its kind, it could not abandon its kin. After all, the tree that nurtured them was rapidly withering, and they needed to seek a remedy. Otherwise, their lineage could face extinction. Its earlier quest for spirit fruit was in search of a means to heal the sapling. Do not despair, let me investigate. Xiao Jing released basic insight upon the sapling. Name, giant spirit fruit tree. Attribute, wood. Description, the home and nurturing ground of the little spirit monkeys. Sustained by the spirit fruits they gather, which in turn nourish their lineage. Due to an unknown cause, its vitality has diminished significantly, now existing in a half-withered state. Without a substantial infusion of life energy, it will completely perish within a year, rendering it incapable of nurturing more little spirit monkeys. So, the little spirit monkeys are indeed birthed from this giant spirit fruit tree, Xiao Jing marveled. A substantial infusion of life energy, you say? He glanced at the sorrowful little spirit monkey, whose helplessness tugged at his heartstrings. Since you care so deeply for the tree that nurtures you and take such responsibility for your kin, I shall lend you my assistance. With that resolve in mind, Xiao Jing steeled himself. Do not be disheartened. I possess a method that should prove beneficial. Ling Ling. The little spirit monkey's gaze turned hopeful as it looked at Xiao Jing. With a gentle smile, he withdrew a spirit fruit from his storage pouch, the appearance of which radiated a potent life force. The little spirit monkey felt the surge of vitality and swiftly circled around the fruit. Take it. Save the tree that nurtured you and rescue your kin. Though Xiao Jing spoke with generosity, his heart ached. This spirit fruit was a epic, quality, life fruit, imbued with an abundance of life energy, boasting an impressive score of 513. Although it had just surpassed the threshold for epic status, it was undeniably a genuine epic quality item. When Luo Yu had gifted this fruit to Xiao Jing, it was intended as a contingency for unexpected circumstances requiring substantial life energy, especially in the absence of their parents. Now he was offering it to a monkey. Over the years, Xiao Jing had not amassed many epic, quality spirit items, as they were all meant for his future spirit partner. I hope my sacrifice yields a fruitful return. Consider it an investment in my future spirit companion, he mused. The little spirit monkey, with eyes wide in astonishment, pointed at the spirit fruit, as if asking if it were meant for him. Xiao Jing nodded warmly. Xiao Jing held deep admiration for the little spirit monkey's loyalty to its tree and kin, wishing for a partner who could be a dependable ally. Imbued with loyalty and affection, the little spirit monkey expressed gratitude with a heartfelt ling ling, then placed the life fruit upon the stone platform. The sapling stirred slightly, absorbing the energy from the life fruit. Buzz, as a surge of vitality infused the little sapling. The once withered yellow leaves on its right side began to gradually regain their verdant hue, ultimately blossoming into a delicate shade of green, seemingly stabilizing the issue of vitality loss for the time being. Phew! Both Xiao Jing and the little monkey exhaled in relief simultaneously, their hearts brimming with the thought that their efforts had finally borne fruit. Ling Ling, the little monkey, filled with gratitude, rushed into Xiao Jing's embrace for a brief moment. Although the little monkey could only reach Xiao Jing's sides with its outstretched arms, it was still a gesture of affection. Taken aback for a moment, Xiao Jing then smiled and gently reciprocated the embrace. Beneath the towering spirit fruit tree, as Xiao Jing and the little monkey emerged from the trunk, they beheld one side of the tree flourishing with lush foliage while the other had sprouted new buds. They exchanged knowing smiles. In the presence of numerous other little monkeys, the little monkey approached Xiao Jing. Ling Ling. Xiao Jing clearly heard the little monkey's words this time. It was asking if he would be willing to become its human partner. With tenderness, Xiao Jing replied, I am willing. I believe that your deep sense of loyalty and responsibility makes you a most trustworthy spirit partner on our journey ahead. Let us forge a path into the future together. Extending his palm, the little monkey mirrored the gesture, and their hands met, emanating a gentle glow, marking the commencement of their covenant. A soft breeze rustled through the tranquil spirit fruit grove, accompanied only by the whispering of leaves, while the giant spirit fruit tree radiated a gentle green light, seemingly bestowing blessings upon the pair. The cluster of adorable little monkeys observed with eyes filled with envy and reluctance as the two completed their covenant without hesitation or resistance. A faint red glow coalesced in the palm of Xiao Jing's left hand, transforming into a small monkey holding a mini staff, mimicking a gesture of observation. This was the manifestation of the little monkey's spirit seal, symbolizing their bond. Through this experience, the covenant forged between Xiao Jing and the little monkey transcended a mere partnership, evolving into a profound shared destiny covenant. This covenant, rare and precious, could not be sought after at will. It depended entirely on the experiences shared and the mutual satisfaction and willingness of both parties. Once established, it was akin to gaining an additional life. Should either the spirit master or the spirit partner meet their demise, they could be resurrected once, though this could be utilized only a single time. Thereafter, neither could be brought back to life again. Ling Ling. The little monkey joyfully twirled around before bidding farewell to its fellow tribe members. Ling Ling. Ling Ling. With heartfelt farewells and the selection of a new leader, Xiao Jing prepared to depart with the little monkey. The giant spirit fruit tree swayed gently, enveloping the little monkey in a soft green light before gradually dissipating, leaving a staff-like weapon in the little monkey's grasp. With only 5 minutes remaining, Xiao Jing paid little heed to the time as he exchanged goodbyes with the tribe and the giant spirit fruit tree, departing under their watchful, wistful gazes. At the moment of turning away, the little monkey's gaze transformed into one of determination. From now on, it would embark on an uncertain journey alongside its partner, vowing to protect Xiao Jing and grow stronger to safeguard its own kin. Chapter 6. 2 Traits. Upon exiting the Donghua secret realm, Xiao Jing prepared a spirit orb for the little monkey, yet it chose not to enter, instead playfully handling the staff in its hands. Seemingly indifferent to being contained within the spirit orb, Xiao Jing chuckled softly. If it preferred to remain by his side, so be it. He watched with curiosity as the little monkey practiced with the staff, prompting him to use basic insight to ascertain any changes. Following the covenant, he sensed a surge of energy coursing through him, indicating that he had transitioned to the early stages of an apprentice spirit master. No longer a mere pseudo-apprentice without a spirit partner. Name: none. Species: little monkey. Type: combat, psychic. Level: apprentice level 1, 55, 95. Trait 1, battle spirit, the little monkey. Through prolonged training, has developed a resolute combat ethos, transforming its offensive stats into half of its defensive stats combined. Rating: 96. Comment: quite stable compared to that of the war spirit. I have high hopes for this trait. Trait 2, Monkey King. The little monkey serves as the leader and sovereign among its kind in the region. Damage and control effects inflicted upon it by other monkey spirits are reduced by 5%, while it inflicts 5% more damage and control effects upon others of its kind. For non-monkey beings, these effects are halved. Rating: 83. Comment: in the absence of tigers on the mountain, the monkeys claim kingship. The effects are decent in monkey-on-monkey skirmishes, otherwise average. Base stats: physical attack, 35, special attack, 35. Physical defense, 91, special defense, 91, speed, 92, stamina, 74, spirit power, 83, total, 501. Skills: heavy strike, initial insight 66, 100, spirit fruit set, entry 5, 100. Teleportation, initial insight 72, 100. Overview: heavy strike, combat type, delivering powerful blows with fists or weapons to the enemy. Spirit fruit set, psychic type, a unique skill of the little monkey that can restore a portion of its stamina. Teleportation, psychic type, instantly appearing at a desired location. Wait a moment. Wasn't the little monkey's trait supposed to be war spirit? How did it transform into battle spirit? Xiao Jing fell silent, staring blankly at the panel before him. The answer likely lay in mutation, or perhaps this was indeed the little monkey's hidden trait, previously undiscovered. It seemed plausible. However, the compatibility of the battle spirit with the Monkey King trait was unexpected. The little monkey was known to possess only 2 traits, War Spirit and Monkey King. Xiao Jing was astonished to realize that the hidden trait and another trait coexisted within his little monkey, explaining its ascendance as the leader among the other little monkeys. It was well known that spirits possessing 2 traits were typically either from exceptionally powerful species or were exceedingly rare and mysterious. Reflecting on the past encounters and the information from the Spirit Alliance, the little monkey indeed qualified as a rare spirit, and the overall rating bestowed by the divine being was quite commendable. Nodding in approval, Xiao Jing noted that the numbers following the level and skills represented experience or progress. Once they filled, he would advance to the next stage. As for why the threshold wasn't 100 but rather 95, it was undoubtedly influenced by Heaven's favor, which slightly lowered the experience required. This information was likely exclusive to him. He had never heard any details regarding this matter, nor had his parents mentioned it. In this realm, skill proficiency was categorized as follows: initial insight, entry, proficient, comprehensive, mastery, and perfection. Having a skill at the entry level at just level 1 was impressive. Gently stroking the little monkey's head, Xiao Jing spoke softly, "Ling Ling he." Following the covenant, Xiao Jing could now fully comprehend the little monkey's words. Curiosity piqued. He examined the staff the little monkey was wielding. Item: Rui staff, continuously enhancing. Quality: excellent, 108. Attributes: combat type, supernatural type. Effects: The accompanying resonance object of the little spirit monkey, when utilized, can freely alter its length and size, reducing the consumption of all skills, enhancing both defensive stats by 5% and increasing damage dealt by 5%, with 20% of the inflicted damage utilized for self-healing. Blessed by the giant spirit fruit tree, its quality continues to improve. Evaluation. The resonance object of the monkey. Remember to upgrade the staff diligently, as it will prove useful in the future. Xiao Jing raised an eyebrow, glancing at the Rui staff, astonished at the resemblance between the little spirit monkey and the legendary Sun Wukong from his past life. Moreover, this effect is indeed well suited for the little spirit monkey. It turns out the giant spirit fruit tree ultimately bestowed its blessing upon the little spirit monkey, enhancing the quality of the Rui staff. The so-called resonance objects are ethereal entities that can resonate with spirits, thereby augmenting their overall capabilities. These objects do not vanish upon use. Rather, they are held by the spirit or reside within its essence, capable of being separated or exchanged. The term accompanying resonance object signifies a resonance entity that is born alongside the spirit, inherently designed for that particular spirit, making it exceptionally compatible. Other spirits cannot utilize it, and it is rare for spirits to be born with such accompanying resonance objects. The vast majority of spirits employ acquired resonance objects, which often lack a perfect fit. A great boon. Xiao Jing joyfully exited the hall with the little spirit monkey. He informed the staff within the hall of the condition of the giant spirit fruit tree, to which they expressed astonishment at his ability to contract the little spirit monkey. However, they noted that even the Spirit Master Alliance was unable to assist with the giant spirit fruit tree situation, suggesting that perhaps Xiao Jing could be of help in the future. Xiao Jing, perplexed, contemplated inquiring why it was he who could help, but the staff, with an air of mystery, implied he would discover the answer upon his future arrival at the Spirit Master University. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, Xiao Jing encountered Qi Linlin, Li Shangqing, and Lin Xian, who had been waiting for him. Xiao Jing, why are you out so late? Teacher Qi said the 3-hour mark had passed, so we let the others leave. Li Shangqing explained the situation. Oh, by the way, Lin Xian came out an hour earlier and specifically stayed behind to wait for you. I searched for this little fellow for quite some time. Xiao Jing briefly recounted his circumstances, expressing gratitude to Qi Linlin and Lin Xian for their patience. It was our pleasure. Qi Linlin smiled. Is this the little one you contracted? So adorable. At that moment, the little spirit monkey was perched on Xiao Jing's shoulder. Its Rui staff transformed into a playful tuft atop its head. Upon hearing Qi Linlin's praise, it turned to her, displaying a charming smile that nearly melted her heart. Even the typically aloof Lin Xian had a hint of a smile, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, it was an exceedingly cute little creature. Contracting the little spirit monkey would surely bring joy to Uncle Xiao and Aunt Luo. Thank you, Xiao Jing replied with a grin. Lin Xian, likely feeling more comfortable with him and Li Shangqing, engaged in conversation, while her exchanges with others remained brief and formal. Xiao Jing, did you know? I contracted a thunder leopard. As the four of them chatted about their contracted spirits, they proceeded to another location to select rewards for Xiao Jing. Lin Xian's choice of 5 out of 3 resonance objects. Chapter 7. Supreme Treasure. I look forward to your guidance. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Xiao Jing ascended to the 3rd floor of the Panda Dojo. The 1st and 2nd floors were designated for external challenges and training, while the 3rd floor was the family's private space. You've returned quite late. Go rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready shortly. His mother, Luo Yu, called out. All right. Xiao Jing entered his room, observing the little spirit monkey curiously exploring every corner. From now on, this will be our home. Ling Ling. Okay. We have a new home. The little spirit monkey joyfully circled around Xiao Jing. Let me give you a name. Xiao Jing smiled at the little spirit monkey. He couldn't keep calling it little spirit monkey. After all, the powerful spirit partners of the spirit masters he had seen on television all had unique names. Ling Ling. Ling Ling. All right. All right. The little spirit monkey gazed eagerly at Xiao Jing. For spirits, having their spirit master partner bestow a name upon them was a sacred ritual, making it a highly anticipated moment for any spirit. Observing the little spirit monkey's expression, Xiao Jing reminisced about its playful antics with the staff, its silhouette gradually merging with a figure from his past life. Let me tell you a story first. Once upon a time, there was a flower fruit mountain. Several minutes later, Xiao Jing had succinctly recounted the tale of Sun Wukong, the supreme treasure, to the little spirit monkey. The little spirit monkey now sparkled with excitement. Reflecting on Xiao Jing's story, Ling Ling, Ling Ling, Sun Wukong is so powerful. I want to become a monkey like him, but his journey was quite tumultuous. That's one thing I would rather avoid. Indeed, Xiao Jing nodded, speaking gently. I intend to name you Supreme Treasure, hoping you can grow strong like Sun Wukong without repeating his misadventures. Ling Ling, Supreme Treasure? The little spirit monkey understood that this was another narrative of Sun Wukong's reincarnation. Ling Ling, Ling Ling. Great. From now on, I shall be called Supreme Treasure. Haha, wonderful. So, Supreme Treasure, my partner, I look forward to your guidance. Ling Ling, my human partner, please guide me. Son, dinner is ready. His mother Luo Yu's voice echoed from outside. Xiao Jing and Supreme Treasure exchanged a smile. Come on. Let's eat and introduce our new family member to mom and dad. At the dining table, Xiao Hong, Luo Yu, Xiao Jing, and Supreme Treasure gathered for dinner. Naturally, Supreme Treasure was too small, sometimes flying around and at other times sitting on the table to eat. After Xiao Jing finished recounting the day's events, even the master-level spirit master Xiao Hong and Luo Yu took a moment to absorb the information. I always knew my son was exceptional. I can't believe you've awakened 3 talents. Xiao Hong laughed heartily. Xiao Jing had nothing to hide from his parents and candidly shared his specific circumstances, excluding only the mysterious space from his past life. If that's the case, then both Xiao Jing and Supreme Treasure's advancement speed should be quite rapid. Each stage will accumulate significant advantages, Luo Yu analyzed, likening it to a snowball effect, growing larger over time. Yes, Xiao Hong concurred. Moreover, Xiao Jing's talents also have the potential to eliminate bottlenecks, reducing the difficulty of overcoming them. With such rapid progress, they might not even encounter bottlenecks. This combination of talents is exhilarating to contemplate. Thankfully, Xiao Jing is wise and hasn't registered all of them. Otherwise, it could have posed a real danger. Within the human realm, there exist numerous illicit organizations that often seek out individuals with extraordinary talents for experimentation. Some even eliminate those with remarkable gifts before they can mature. To preempt potential threats, it cannot be guaranteed that there are no insiders from these unlawful organizations within the official ranks, so it is wise to remain cautious. Moreover, having exposed 2 talents has already led to significant investment from the Linjiang Spirit Master Tower, which is quite satisfactory. Requesting more could lead to disproportionate risks and rewards. Indeed, one must be mindful of who they associate with. Luo Yu, with a hint of a tsundere attitude, uttered a remark. Xiao Heng's lips twitched. Well, if the undesirable aspects were to be attributed to me, then the favorable ones should surely belong to you, right? After all, you are my wife, and I can only indulge you. Indeed, it is all due to the merits of my dear wife. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Turning her gaze towards Zhizun Bao, and speaking in a manner reminiscent of soothing a child. Zhizun Bao, too, was a child of great responsibility. Ling Ling, thank you, Auntie, for the compliments. Zhizun Bao beamed a charming smile at Luo Yu, evoking a surge of maternal affection within her as she reached out to pinch his chubby cheeks. Subsequently, under Luo Yu's subtle cue, Xiao Hong extracted a spirit fruit from his storage ring and presented it to Zhizun Bao. Here, Zhizun Bao, it's a pleasure to meet you, albeit rather hurriedly. This is a gift from me and Auntie, and I hope it brings you joy. The battle spirit fruit. Mom and Dad, you are truly generous. Xiao Jing gazed in astonishment at the spirit fruit Xiao Hong had produced, his expression one of sheer surprise. Item, battle spirit fruit, catalyzing. Quality, excellent, 496. Attribute, combat type. Effect, when consumed by combat type spirits, if they are initial or first stage forms. It significantly increases the probability of the evolution hard appearing during the next major level up and enhances their understanding of combat skills. For combat type spirits of second stage and above, it merely increases experience, while it is ineffective for spirits of other types. Processed and catalyzed by Xiao Hong using a special technique, its quality is gradually on the rise. Evaluation, a potent tool for the prosperity of battle-type spirit babies. This fruit approaches epic quality, showcasing the affection Xiao Hong and Luo Yu hold for Zhizun Bao. Naturally, an enhancement in Zhizun Bao's strength would also benefit Xiao Jing, given their inseparable bond. Let us wait until tomorrow to consume it. It's rather special. Having been processed by your father, and is nearing epic, though it will max out at 501 points. Alright, after dinner, Xiao Jing and Zhizun Bao ventured into a testing room at the Panda Dojo. Zhizun Bao curiously explored the room, while Xiao Jing adjusted the equipment beside a testing dummy, setting the level to apprentice level 1 and the attribute to combat type. Zhizun Bao, come test your skills. Xiao Jing beckoned. Ling Ling, coming. Zhizun Bao, there's no need to use the Rui staff just yet. Demonstrate a heavy strike. Zhizun Bao nodded, clenching his tiny fist as a surge of energy coalesced within. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the dummy. Bang. 100. Xiao Jing glanced at the data on the testing sheet, grinning as he praised. Zhizun Bao, you are incredible. Zhizun Bao leapt up with jubilant cheers. The score of 100 indicated that Zhizun Bao's heavy strike skill could indeed eliminate all spirits of the same apprentice level 1. Next, Xiao Jing adjusted the testing standard to apprentice level 2. Jizun Bao, let us go again. Ling Ling, watch me. Bang. 100, so fierce. Xiao Jing was increasingly astonished with each test, showering Jizun Bao with compliments after every completion. The youthful spirit reveled in the affirmations from his partner, relishing the validation. This battle trait directly bolstered Jizun Bao's dual attack stats to match his dual defense at an impressive 91 points, proving to be exceptionally advantageous, while his affinity skill, being passive, would further enhance his capabilities. It wasn't until reaching apprentice level 5 that the data on the testing sheet dipped to 86. Xiao Jing turned to Jizun Bao and inquired, "Do you need a break?" Jizun Bao shook his head. "Ling Ling, I'm fine, Xiao Jing. Let us continue." Chapter 8. The Commencement of Practical Instruction. After an hour of testing, Xiao Jing discerned Jizun Bao's current limits. Without the use of the Rui staff, Jizun Bao's heavy punch skill could incapacitate all spirits at apprentice level 4 and below. If the Rui staff was employed, the result was 56, indicating he could contend with half of the spirits at apprentice level 6. This outcome surprised Xiao Jing, as the synergy of the accompanying resonance item, along with the inherent traits and skills, yielded such formidable results. Upon concluding the tests, Xiao Jing sought out Xiao Hong, his father, the esteemed master of the combat-type dojo. After explaining Jizun Bao's circumstances, Xiao Hong regarded the spirited creature with astonishment. Throughout his tenure at the Panda Dojo, he had never encountered such a fierce combat-type spirit. It was unexpected that the stabilization of the battle trait resulted in Jizun Bao's remarkable prowess. Ling Ling, I'm almost embarrassed now. Ever since emerging from the secret realm with Xiao Jing, Jizun Bao had received countless praises. And even the thickest of skins would feel shy. Indeed, Xiao Jing, you are correct. The Jizun Bao lineage does require practice with staff techniques. Fortunately, you have the accompanying resonance item, eliminating the need for further searches. Alright, it seems we need to find a staff technique for Jizun Bao to practice. By the way, as a combat-type spirit, Jizun Bao will benefit greatly if accompanied by a spirit master during training. The results will be even more pronounced. Xiao Hong then retrieved a staff technique from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Jing. Here, take this. As a master of the combat-type dojo, I do possess some weapon manuals. Got it. Thank you, Dad. Xiao Jing exclaimed as he hastily made his way back to the testing room, his voice trailing behind. Dad, my good looks are definitely inherited from you. You little rascal, if not from me, who else could it be? Xiao Hong replied, a twitch evident at the corner of his mouth. Current year, 2317, March 2nd. Ding Ling Ling. Xiao Jing groggily opened his eyes, noticing Jizun Bao still slumbering on another pillow. He smiled and began his morning routine. Last night, after acquiring the staff manual, Xiao Jing practiced diligently with Jizun Bao until 11 o'clock, during which he fed Jizun Bao a spirit fruit, one of the 3 excellent quality items retrieved from the Lingjiang Spirit Tower, boasting a score of 122 points, perfect for providing Jizun Bao with some experience. In the dead of night, seeing Jizun Bao restless, Xiao Jing began recounting tales of the Monkey King, captivating Jizun Bao, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, as the stories unfolded, both boy and monkey gradually succumbed to sleepiness and drifted off. At this stage, as described in the introduction, Jizun Bao could indeed benefit from consuming more spirit fruits, yielding enhanced effects. Following last night's training and digestion, Jizun Bao's stats were as follows, with ellipses indicating unchanged entries. Name, Jizun Bao. Species, Little Spirit Monkey. Attribute, Combat Type, Psychic Type. Level, Apprentice Level 3, 86. 95, Trait 1, Battle. Trait 2, Monkey King. Species Value. Skill, Heavy Strike. Initial Insight 91, 100. Spirit Fruit Set, Entry Level 20, 100. Instant Teleportation. Initial Insight 98, 100. Staff Technique. Initial Insight 87, 100. Introduction. Staff Technique. Combat Type. An unknown staff technique practiced with Xiao Jing, in addition to the inherent enhancements bestowed upon him. The remarkable quality of the spiritual fruit indeed has a significant effect on apprentice-level spirits, enabling an elevation to level 3 in just one night, with level 4 almost within reach. After a night of rigorous training, Supreme Treasure has also greatly improved his mastery of various skills, nearly achieving a level of proficiency that could be deemed commendable. Furthermore, the quality score of the Rui stick has reached an impressive 136, having increased by 28 points, indicating that it won't be long before it ascends to a refined quality. In summary, there lies much promise ahead. After freshening up, Xiao Jing summoned Supreme Treasure, and together they enjoyed breakfast before riding their bicycles to Linjiang No. 1 High School. In Class 1 of the senior year, Qi Linlin surveyed her classmates, her gaze lingering for a brief 2 seconds on the Supreme Treasure perched upon Xiao Jing's shoulder. Clearing her throat, she announced, I trust you all had an eventful night. Today marks the official commencement of our practical combat courses here at Linjiang No. 1 High School. After a brief introduction to the rules, Qi Linlin led the students into the combat sports hall of the school. The theoretical knowledge had been covered in the previous semester. Today was the time for practical application. This morning, you will face off against teacher Huang Chen. Surviving 10 rounds under his tutelage will suffice as a pass, Qi Linlin stated slowly. In the afternoon, you will engage in free training with your spirit partners. This will be the arrangement for the remainder of the semester, she added. To prevent any slacking off in the afternoon, the school will schedule 2 assessments midway and at the end of the semester. Should anyone rank low and clearly underperform, there exists a risk of being counseled out. This is the school's evaluation, and when that time comes, I will be unable to assist you. Once Qi Linlin clarified her points, a shiver ran through the students, their eyes ablaze with determination. At such a critical juncture, who would be foolish enough to give up? Naturally, they were all resolved to push forward and strive for commendable results in the college entrance examinations. Satisfied with her students' reactions, Qi Linlin nodded approvingly before conversing briefly with Huang Chen and departing. Classmates, Teacher Qi has made our path clear. Let us begin, Huang Chen declared. With that, he retrieved a spirit ball from his storage ring and tossed it forth. Come forth, Sandstorm Hound. In an instant, a lithe, brownish-yellow hound, approximately 1.2 meters tall, materialized before the assembly. Without hesitation, Xiao Jing activated Basic Insight. Species, Sandstorm Hound attributes, Earth. Wind level, Novice level 1, base stats, 475, description. The first evolutionary form of the little sandhound. It thrives in sandy environments where it excels at hunting. Goodness, Xiao Jing exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Truly, Linjiang No. 1 High School does not disappoint. They send us directly against a novice level 1 sandstorm hound. Even without employing Basic Insight, Xiao Jing and his peers could surmise that the sandstorm hound was at least at the novice level, as evolution typically occurs only during significant level transitions. For integer levels, there remains hope, but that would only be achievable post-elite level, wherein an evolution might occur at level 10, and the probability of triggering it is lower than during major level transitions. Training them must be meaningful. Hence there was no need for a standard level spirit. Thus, the recently evolved novice level sandstorm hound was the sole solution. Beside him, Li Shangqing rubbed his eyes upon witnessing the sandstorm hound, falling into a contemplative silence. The other classmates erupted in chatter. Chapter 9, Li Shangqing, Thunderlight Leopard vs. Sandstorm Hound. Is it true? We're taking on a novice-level spirit directly? Are you sure it's us challenging a novice-level spirit, not the other way around? This is quite the confidence in us. Who among you will go first? There's no escaping this, Huang Chen inquired, anticipating the students' reactions with a smile. Seeing the classmates exchange glances, none stepping forward, Huang Chen said, then let us proceed in order of student numbers. Guoya, you're up first. With Huang Chen's words, a plump young man stepped forward to face him. Teacher, I look forward to your guidance. Following this, Guoya summoned his spirit using the spirit ball. Come forth. Song Yen, a swallow, roughly the size of a magpie, appeared amidst a flash of white light. Is this a direct matchup of wind against earth? Unfortunately, the sandstorm hound possesses wind attributes as well. Otherwise, with the advantage of air against ground, it might have had a fighting chance, Xiao Jing mused. He had already noted the stats of Song Yen. Species, Song Yen, attributes, wind, level, apprentice level 5, base stats, 462 from his conversations with Li Shangqing and Lin Xin the previous day. Xiao Jing was aware that only he and Lin Xin had contracted spirits at level 1 this semester. Li Shangqing's Thunderlight Leopard was at level 2, while others had spirits at a minimum of level 4. It was not that higher levels were inherently bad. However, having a spirit at a higher starting level compared to those with lower level spirits results in less experience feedback for the spirit master when leveling up. The experience gained from advancing from apprentice level 1 to 9 differs from that gained by advancing from level 5 to 9. Do not underestimate this experience. While it may seem trivial at higher levels, in the beginning, every bit of resource must be fought for. More experience means an earlier elevation to novice level spirit master, allowing for an additional contract slot, which provides a significant advantage in the early stages. Many spirit masters only advance to novice level after their spirits reach levels 3 or 4, which undoubtedly incurs substantial losses. Xiao Jing, do you think anyone in our class can hold their ground against that sandstorm hound for 10 rounds? Li Shangqing inquired. I'm uncertain. The fact that this sandstorm hound evolved at novice level 1 indicates its overall quality is quite high, so the outcome remains unpredictable, Xiao Jing pondered before responding. Li Shangqing nodded in agreement, noting that not every spirit can evolve at novice level 1. It is either due to exceptional luck or the spirit's superior overall quality. Or perhaps it has consumed items that enhance the probability of evolution. In the brief span of their conversation, over a dozen classmates had already succumbed to the claws of the sandstorm hound, none managing to withstand the 10 rounds. How devastating, Li Shangqing lamented. But before he could finish his thought, his name was called. Li Shangqing. I'm here, teacher. Li Shangqing promptly stepped forward to face Huang Chun. Come forth, Thunderlight Leopard. Xiao Jing observed the Thunderlight Leopard with curiosity. Species, Thunderlight Leopard. Attributes, Lightning level. Apprentice level 5, base stats, 534. Description. The Thunderlight Leopard, residing in areas of lightning, possesses superior perception of both lightning and light attributes, boasting formidable ranged combat capabilities and remarkable speed. Li Shangqing was fortunate to have contracted such a formidable spirit, which seemingly has the potential for light evolution in the future. As for the classification of attributes, there exists a notion of the 9 elemental systems, for extraordinary systems, and 3 origin systems. The 9 elemental systems consist of water, fire, wood, metal, earth, lightning, wind, ice, and normal. The 4 extraordinary types consist of combat, psychic, evil, and dragon. The 3 origin types include soul, light, and darkness. Therefore, as a member of the origin types, the light type, even as a secondary attribute, remains a formidable and rare presence. It seems that last night, Li Shangqing also conducted special training with the Thunder Leopard, feeding its spiritual fruits. Otherwise, it would not have ascended to the 5th level of apprentice rank. However, considering the background of the Li family, this is quite understandable, as they undoubtedly have abundant resources at their disposal. Xiao Jing believes that Li Shangqing has a promising future. Thunder Leopard, utilize Thunderball. Roar. The Thunder Leopard opened its mouth, conjuring a deep blue thunderball the size of a fist, which it swiftly hurled toward the Sandstorm Hound. Li Shangqing was astute. He did not aim to defeat the Sandstorm Hound outright. Rather, if the opposing side executed 10 moves, that alone would signify his success. Thus, even if the Thunderball had minimal impact on the Sandstorm Hound, forcing it to respond was already an achievement. Moreover, Huang Chun had mentioned that he would not guide the Sandstorm Hound during today's battle, allowing it to fight independently, which offered a glimmer of hope. As expected, upon witnessing the incoming Thunderball, the Sandstorm Hound realized evasion was futile and chose to confront it head-on, using a rock claw to extinguish the attack before charging toward the Thunder Leopard. The Thunder Leopard, being a special attack-type Pokemon, could not afford to be cornered by a physically offensive Pokemon like the Sandstorm Hound, especially one of such a higher level. Thunder Leopard. Maneuver and unleash Thunderball to exhaust it. Roar. The Thunder Leopard began to dart around the battlefield, continually releasing Thunderballs to distract the Sandstorm Hound. Initially, the Sandstorm Hound attempted to counter with Rock Claw, but soon it ceased its defenses, deeming the damage negligible, and commenced deploying spikes to restrict the Thunder Leopard's movement. The Thunder Leopard had to rely on its agility, leaping and dodging amidst the spikes, lest it be taken down in a matter of moments. After a series of spikes, the Thunder Leopard was beginning to tire, especially against an opponent of such high level and skill proficiency. The varied nature of the spikes would have overwhelmed any less agile Pokemon long ago. Damn, just 2 more moves. Observing the fatigued Thunder Leopard and the Sandstorm Hound drawing closer, Li Shangqing sighed. There's no other choice. Invoke Celestial Thunder. In an instant, a vibrant, deep blue energy erupted from Li Shangqing, rapidly transferring to the Thunder Leopard, while a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking toward the Sandstorm Hound. Thunder Leopard, summon Thunderbolt. Roar. Empowered by Li Shangqing's talent, the Thunder Leopard felt a resurgence of strength. A small dark cloud materialized above the Sandstorm Hound, gathering energy. The Sandstorm Hound, initially intending to use spikes to thwart the Thunder Leopard, was compelled to disperse the gathering Thunderbolt with Rock Claw, lest it suffer damage or paralysis. As the Thunderbolt dissipated, the energy coalesced, and with a resounding crash, it struck down. Faced with this attack, the Sandstorm Hound had no recourse but to raise a rock shield to defend itself. Boom. Although the Thunderbolt failed to shatter the rock shield, it accomplished its mission, successfully forcing the Sandstorm Hound to execute its 10th move. You did wonderfully, Thunder Leopard. Li Shangqing rushed over, embracing the thoroughly exhausted Thunder Leopard in praise. Roar. The Thunder Leopard affectionately responded before returning to its Pokeball to rest. All right, Sandstorm Hound, return. Huang Chun halted the Sandstorm Hound's next move and turned to Li Shangqing. Congratulations, you have successfully completed today's objective. The talent of the Li family is indeed extraordinary. Thank you, teacher, but you flatter me, Li Shangqing replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling rather pitiful. All right, teacher. Li Shangqing then returned to the resting area, under the admiring gazes of his classmates. How was that? Pretty impressive, right? Indeed, quite remarkable. Your Thunder Leopard is an excellent partner, Xiao Jing generously praised. Whether it was the strategy of using long-range attacks to exhaust the Sandstorm Hound, or the final combination of talent and Pokemon skills that forced the opponent to act swiftly and without evasion, it was all commendable, truly deserving of being a member of a prestigious family from Linjiang City. Chapter 10. Xiao Jing, Supreme Treasure vs. Sandstorm Hound. Hee. Li Shangqing smiled bashfully, relishing the affirmation from his friend and rival, which was far more gratifying than praise from others. 3 minutes later, Huang Chen observed that the Sandstorm Hound had sufficiently recovered. Next student, Xiao Jing. I'm up. Xiao Jing nodded to Li Shangqing and Lin Xin, who was watching from a distance, before stepping into the arena. Supreme Treasure, it's our turn. Ling Ling, go for it. Li Shangqing encouraged. In the arena, Supreme Treasure rose from Xiao Jing's shoulder and soared into the battle zone. Wow, that little monkey is so adorable. Indeed, its round little face is so cute and chubby. And that tuft of hair on its head is simply precious. Many classmates in the stands noticed Supreme Treasure flying from Xiao Jing's shoulder, sparking lively discussions. Numerous girls were captivated, unable to resist the charm of such a fluffy, baby-like monkey. Ling Ling, what are they doing? The voices from the stands reached Supreme Treasure's ears, causing it to turn its head in confusion toward its trainer. They're praising how adorable you are, and they all adore you, Xiao Jing chuckled, relaying the compliments to Supreme Treasure. Upon hearing this, Supreme Treasure's round eyes instantly gleamed with delight. Ling Ling, please thank those big brothers and sisters for me. Following this, Xiao Jing and Supreme Treasure turned serious, focusing on the Sandstorm Hound, reminding themselves of their task at hand. It seems your little spirit monkey is quite popular, Huang Chen remarked, nodding at Xiao Jing. If you're ready, shall we commence? Yes, please guide us, teacher, Xiao Jing replied, turning to Supreme Treasure. Supreme Treasure, use Psychic to disrupt the Sandstorm Hound, but remember to keep your distance. Ling Ling, understood. Supreme Treasure promptly began to channel its psychic abilities. Psychic is a trait innate to Psychic-type Pokemon, akin to how Fire-type Pokemon control flames or Water-type Pokemon command water. Psychic-type Pokemon wield the power of psychic energy. With Supreme Treasure's secondary attribute being Psychic, it could fully harness this power. An invisible force began to gather around the Sandstorm Hound, pressing down upon it. Although the level disparity made it challenging to exert effective pressure, Xiao Jing believed that any form of disruption would suffice. The Sandstorm Hound, sensing the oppressive psychic force, disdainfully snorted, "This meager strength cannot affect me." The Sandstorm Hound, glaring at the Supreme Treasure standing not far ahead, charged forward, employing a tackle attack. Supreme Treasure, observing the oncoming bulk, stuck out its tongue playfully and soared into the air, evading the Sandstorm Hound's assault. Ling Ling, you can't catch me, Supreme Treasure taunted. The Sandstorm Hound gazed at the ascending Supreme Treasure, and soon, elemental earth began to gather within its maw, forming a sand projectile aimed directly at Supreme Treasure before being unleashed. Supreme Treasure, utilizing his extraordinary abilities, interfered with the charging time of the sand projectile and deftly evaded the attack. Although the force of the sand projectile could not be diminished, Supreme Treasure's powers did extend the Sandstorm Hound's charging duration, allowing him to maneuver with greater ease. Woof! Observing the ineffectiveness of the sand projectile, the Sandstorm Hound remained undeterred and launched another sand projectile at Supreme Treasure, charging swiftly towards him once it was fired. After Supreme Treasure successfully dodged this projectile, a shadow suddenly leaped from below, and as it reached a level parallel to him, a claw enveloped in earthy energy lunged forth. Supreme Treasure, employing instantaneous movement, evaded the attack. Xiao Jing, witnessing the scene, directed Supreme Treasure. Whoosh! The two figures narrowly crossed paths, with the Sandstorm Hound crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. It turned its gaze upwards, while Supreme Treasure ascended higher into the sky, looking down upon the Sandstorm Hound. Yikes! Supreme Treasure exclaimed, patting his chest, then focused on the Sandstorm Hound's location, only to find the dust still swirling, now spreading to cover a third of the arena, obscuring his vision. Did it employ the dust devastation ability? Xiao Jing pondered. This skill could raise dust in a short time, disrupting the opponent's line of sight. Now, Supreme Treasure could not discern the movements of the Sandstorm Hound, rendering him incapable of applying his extraordinary abilities to interfere or predict its actions. At that moment, a sand projectile suddenly shot forth from the swirling dust, hurtling towards Supreme Treasure. Unfazed, Supreme Treasure exerted his powers on the projectile, creating resistance to slow its velocity, narrowly evading the sand projectile. When one projectile failed, 4 more were suddenly launched from another position within the dust. One aimed at Supreme Treasure, while the other 3 targeted various locations. Xiao Jing narrowed his eyes at this sight, realizing that the Sandstorm Hound intended to force Supreme Treasure to use instantaneous movement with one of the projectiles, while the other 3 would block different directions. compelling him to move in a singular direction. Moreover, instantaneous movement could not be executed seamlessly, so after firing these four projectiles, the Sandstorm Hound would undoubtedly rush out of the dust's reach directly towards Supreme Treasure, aiming to secure a decisive victory. Currently, with a lower level and less skill proficiency, Supreme Treasure could only teleport within a limited range. Therefore, if he moved directly forward to evade the sand projectile without retreating downwards, he would encounter the Sandstorm Hound prematurely and be swiftly taken down. Realizing this, Xiao Jing commanded, "Supreme Treasure, move as far back and down as you can. Then draw out your Rui stick, enlarging and lengthening it. Execute a heavy strike, and then wait for my command." Supreme Treasure understood the gravity of the situation and promptly responded to Xiao Jing. Got it. The dust devastation was not counted as an offensive or defensive maneuver. And up to this point, 9 attacks had been exchanged, meaning the Sandstorm Hound's final assault would be the 10th. As the sand projectile neared, Supreme Treasure instantly teleported. While the Sandstorm Hound predictably burst forth from the dust, leaping high and casting a massive shadow over Supreme Treasure, its claws once again enveloped in earthy energy, ready to employ the rock claw to determine the outcome. "I'm not afraid of you," Supreme Treasure declared. He plucked the tuft atop his head, and a staff materialized in his grasp, adorned with intricate carvings of various spirit fruits in gold at the top and bottom fifths, while the central 3/5 were a deep, pure black. The Rui stick, transformed by Supreme Treasure, grew to about a meter in length, thick as a fist. With all his strength, he prepared to deliver a heavy strike aimed at the Sandstorm Hound's chest. Seeing the opportune moment, Xiao Jing shouted, "Supreme Treasure, now? Use your extraordinary ability to interfere until the cooldown of your instantaneous movement ends, then move towards the rear and above." Following Xiao Jing's command, Supreme Treasure executed the maneuver. Under the full force of his interference, the Sandstorm Hound's movements were slightly hindered, allowing his heavy strike to connect with the hound's chest. Thud! A dull sound echoed. Due to the Rui stick's length exceeding that of the Sandstorm Hound's forelimbs, combined with the impact of the heavy strike and the interference from Supreme Treasure's powers, the Sandstorm Hound's rock claw swing was delayed, failing to make contact within 3 seconds. Supreme Treasure shot a glare at the Sandstorm Hound, and when the rock claw was merely 2 fingers distance away, he relinquished the Rui stick and teleported away. Boom! The Rui stick was propelled outward by the Sandstorm Hound's claw strike, embedding itself into the arena's ground. The Sandstorm Hound landed and looked up at the Supreme Treasure hovering above, who also glanced down at it, just as before. Yay! Chapter 11. Preparations for Supreme Treasure's Evolution. I won. Supreme Treasure proclaimed proudly from the heights. Applause erupted from Huang Chun, who admired Xiao Jing and Supreme Treasure. Remarkable. A level 3 apprentice spirit managing to last through 10 attacks from a level 1 novice spirit that has evolved once. It's been years since I've seen such a feat. You're too kind, Master, Xiao Jing replied modestly. I'm merely speaking the truth, Huang Chun said with a slight smile. You should take a break. You have no further duties this morning. Certainly, Master. Supreme Treasure, let us depart, Xiao Jing instructed. Supreme Treasure retracted the Rui stick, reverting it back to its tuft form before teleporting to Xiao Jing's side. Although his adorable face was somewhat pale, he gazed at Xiao Jing with eager anticipation. Xiao Jing, seeing Supreme Treasure's expression, affectionately patted his head and said with a smile, My Supreme Treasure is the best. What do you wish to eat tonight? I will buy it for you. Okay. Supreme Treasure beamed, relishing Xiao Jing's praise. The thought of delectable food made him salivate, recalling the delicious dishes prepared by Luo Yu the previous night, even though he was still new to human society. Buzz. In the next moment, an energy wave emanated from within Supreme Treasure, and sensing the fluctuation and the spiritual energy responding within him, Xiao Jing instantly grasped the situation. Supreme Treasure had leveled up to apprentice level 4. It seemed the spirit fruit consumed last night had been fully digested. Meanwhile, students in the stands began discussing Xiao Jing and Supreme Treasure. I never expected that adorable little monkey to be so formidable, managing to withstand 10 attacks from the Sandstorm Hound. Indeed, and it's only at apprentice level 3. Many of us at levels 5 and 8 couldn't last that long. Just imagine how powerful he will become. This spirit seems to be a little spirit monkey. Xiao Jing, your Supreme Treasure is incredible, enduring 10 attacks at apprentice level 3. Li Shanqing praised. The world outside is indeed filled with remarkable individuals. If we had only trained at home until the college entrance examination, we would have likely fallen behind, and the gap with these people would only widen. Of course, one must also consider who Supreme Treasure's spirit master is, Xiao Jing added, taking the opportunity to boast. You're quite the character. Li Shanqing laughed, then asked, Shall we continue watching? Let us wait until Lin Xine finishes. I believe she can accomplish her goal as well, and then we can leave. Agreed. Lin Xine's student number ranked relatively low, so during the ensuing battle, Xiao Jing fed Jizun Bao another, excellent, quality spirit fruit, which was also one of the 3 items registered for rewards. Xiao Jing had acquired 2 spirit fruits, and fortuitously, one was the necessary material for Jizun Bao's first stage evolution, the sensing spirit orb, while Lin Xin received 3 super energy potions, presumably to enhance her spirit's mastery over super energy. As Jizun Bao indulged in the spirit fruit, Xiao Jing began to examine Jizun Bao's panel. Name, Jizun Bao. Species, Little Spirit Monkey. Attributes, Combat Type, Super Energy Type. Level, Apprentice Level 4, 2095. Ability 1, Battle Warrior. Ability 2, Monkey King. Base Stats. Skills, Heavy Strike, Mastered 2, 100. Spirit Fruit Set Meal, Mastered 23, 100. Instantaneous Movement, Mastered 13, 100. Staff Technique, Initial Understanding 90, 100. Description: Xiao Jing nodded. The experience of 20 at level 4 was likely accrued from consuming several bites of the spirit fruit, and both the heavy strike and instantaneous movement skills had reached mastery. Xiao Jing intended to wait until Jizun Bao had fully digested the current spirit fruit before offering him the already epic quality battle spirit fruit. At this stage, it was quite lavish for a spirit to consume an excellent quality item. Considering that the overwhelming majority of spirit tamers could only afford common quality items for training their spirits at this level, even affluent families would not allow their spirits to feast heartily on fine, quality items at the apprentice stage, using them only sparingly over extended periods. With proper training from their tamers, spirits could typically transition from the apprentice level to the novice level in about a month, at most a month and a half. In some cases, they could achieve this in as little as 10 days. Thus, utilizing fine, quality items would mean that by the time the spirit was ready for the next use, it would have already reached the novice level. As for epic, quality items, they represented the pinnacle for spirits at the apprentice level. Anything beyond that would be excessive, posing a risk of demise for the spirit if overfed. Xiao Jing then shifted his gaze to Jizun Bao's tuft of hair. Item, Rui Staff, Continuous Improvement. Quality, Excellent, 150. Attributes, Combat Type, Super Energy Type. Effect. Xiao Jing nodded. It seemed likely that by the time Jizun Bao reached Novice Level 1, the Rui Staff would have attained fine quality. Xiao Jing had previously perused information regarding the evolution of little spirit monkeys and had consulted with Xiao Hang yesterday on preparations needed for the evolution process. The first requirement was the evolution material. Generally, spirits at the first stage evolution needed excellent quality items. Coincidentally, the battle spirit fruit was precisely what Jizun Bao required for combat type material, serving as a superior substitute for the explosion fruit. As long as Jizun Bao consumed it in portions and reached novice level 1 before half of its total efficacy was depleted, it would suffice. Therefore, Xiao Jing planned to return home tonight and, under his father's supervision, practice dividing the battle spirit fruit into 2 small portions and 1 large one, allowing the first 2 portions to gradually elevate Jizun Bao's level, while reserving the last portion for evolution. The second requirement pertained to Jizun Bao's accompanying resonance item. The spirit monkey species was particularly unique. Despite possessing exceptionally high defensive and speed-based stats, they were humorously disadvantaged by the necessity of an accompanying resonance item to evolve into the ultimate form, the celestial martial spirit monkey. Without this item, their evolution would halt at the second stage form, the common martial spirit monkey. The displayed base stat of 501 represented that of the celestial martial spirit monkey, while the common martial spirit monkey's stats were merely 95 of that, resulting in many spirit tamers being reluctant to form a contract with them. This scarcity, coupled with their low population, contributed to the infrequency of spirit monkeys appearing in battles among spirit tamers. Given that Xiao Jing's Jizun Bao currently possessed an accompanying resonance item, and that they had discovered information about the giant spirit fruit tree inscribed on the Rui staff yesterday, which suggested it would be best to evolve after the staff reached fine quality, patience was essential for the staff's enhancement. The third requirement involved the staff technique. For the little spirit monkey to evolve into the first stage stone spirit monkey, mastering the staff technique to perfection was imperative, and currently, Jizun Bao was just shy of achieving mastery. Once all 3 aspects were completed, it would be time for Jizun Bao's evolution. As Xiao Jing contemplated these matters regarding Jizun Bao's evolution, the teacher finally called out Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian. Upon hearing her name, Lin Xian stood up, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon her. Turning her head, she met Xiao Jing's eyes. Understanding the shape of his lips, she realized he was encouraging her. Keep it up. Chapter 12, Lin Xian's Battle, Family and College Entrance Examination. Lin Xian's battle was nothing short of remarkable. The spirit she had contracted was the illusory spirit deer, a fact Xiao Jing had learned during their conversation yesterday. When Xiao Jing utilized basic insight, he was taken aback. Species, illusory spirit, deer. Attributes, super energy type. Level, apprentice level 5. Base stats, 551. Description, a dreamlike spirit residing in realms of purity, possessing the ability to cleanse pollution and bring auspiciousness. Only those with pure hearts can earn its recognition. Indeed, within a mere day, the spirit had ascended from level 1 to level 5, and the illusory spirit deer was an exceedingly rare and powerful super energy spirit, boasting a base stat of 551. Just 9 points shy of becoming a widely recognized quasi-holy beast within the Spirit Tamer Alliance. When discussing the spirits contracted by the trio, Xiao Jing, Li Shangqing, and Qi Linlin, their astonishment was palpable, further emphasizing the vast and mysterious nature of the transcendent realm, Donghua. Naturally, the other students present fell silent, each wide-eyed and speechless at the appearance of the illusory spirit deer. They were all too familiar with this stunning and formidable spirit, yearning for one of their own. The illusory spirit deer made a grand entrance, its hooves stepping upon a vibrant rainbow, its light purple form, though in its initial stage, towering at just over half a meter, with adorably budding antlers already resembling those of a moose. Under Lin Xian's guidance, the illusory spirit deer effortlessly unleashed control skills against the wind sand hound, successfully weathering 10 attacks without a single touch from the hound. Following the conclusion of Lin Xian's challenge, Xiao Jing and Li Shangqing inquired if she would depart with them, and so the three exited the arena, preparing to head to the training room for their respective spirit training sessions. With 2 assessments scheduled for the semester, culminating in the crucial college entrance examination, time was indeed pressing, particularly during the walk to the training room. After conversing with Li Shangqing and Lin Xian, their urgency became all the more evident. Though we cannot be entirely certain, it seems that we 3 have completed this assessment, and henceforth, we shall likely rank among the top 3 in our grade, Li Shangqing remarked. Despite it being their first experience commanding spirits in battle, it served as an initial test of a spirit tamer's acquired knowledge and on-the-spot judgment skills. Provided they maintained their current pace in training, even if they did not increase their lead, sustaining this gap would ensure their steady position among the top 3. However, the Li family, to which Li Shangqing belongs, is a prominent family in Linjiang City, endowed with abundant resources, making it impossible for him to be outmatched in this regard. Lin Xian, being the daughter of the master of the Linjiang Spirit Tower, likewise possesses no deficiencies in resources, training information, or accuracy. Although Xiao Jing may not be as affluent as the 2 of them, being the son of a master-level combat dojo owner, he too benefits from a plethora of advantages in nurturing combat-oriented talents. Regarding the contracted spirits among the 3 of them, the illusory spirit deer undoubtedly boasts the highest base stats among this year's Linjiang No. 1 high school spirits, followed by the Thunderlight Leopard. While the base stats of Supreme Treasure may only rank within the top 10, it is inherently a mechanism-type spirit, bolstered by the battle talent, rendering its base stats somewhat deceptive. Thus, the gap between them and others is bound to widen significantly. With a hint of confusion, Xiao Jing inquired, without any intention to offend, how he could be certain that other prominent families, possessing substantial resources, would not surpass them. Li Shangqing glanced at Xiao Jing, then at Lin Xian, fully aware that Lin Xian understood the reason. He patiently began to elucidate for Xiao Jing. Sister Xian, if I say anything incorrect, please correct me. Upon receiving Lin Xian's assent, he continued, in truth, although our family is regarded as a first-class family in Linjiang City, appearing quite illustrious, there are still far more formidable families above us. Xiao Jing nodded, acknowledging this fact, feeling that Li Shangqing was merely stating the obvious. Li Shangqing, sensing Xiao Jing's thoughts, remained unperturbed and elaborated. The families I refer to are beyond the realm of first-class families. They should be classified as top-tier families, with Lord-level spirit masters presiding over them. Hence, the distinction between title-level spirit masters and Lord-level spirit masters serves as a criterion for categorizing family hierarchy. Naturally, a family must have numerous members to truly be considered a family. A household of 3 or 5 can merely be regarded as a strong household, not quite ascending to the status of a first-class family, much like Sister Xian. Conversely, if the strongest member of a household is below title level, no matter how many family members there are, they cannot be classified as a first-class family and will fall into the commoner category. Xiao Jing was astonished, as this was the first time he had encountered such distinctions. After all, he had not previously paid much attention to such matters, nor had he inquired with his parents about these prominent families, who he had always assumed were merely first-class families. He glanced at Lin Xian and then at Li Shangqing. Jesting, it seems your statuses are indeed more exalted than one another, but how does this relate to what you just mentioned? Flattery, it certainly relates. First-class families and top-tier families disdain sending their members to high school. They possess their own training systems. And all that is required is to participate in the college entrance examination on June 1st this year. Noticing Xiao Jing's puzzled expression, Xiao Jing continued. My father wishes for me to venture out, to witness the talents of the outside world, fearing I might grow complacent at home. As for me, my father hopes I understand that to truly reach the pinnacle, I must rely solely on my own efforts. Thus, many things I must strive for independently. As my father provides minimal assistance, Lin Xian remarked, that is rather harsh education from the Lin Tower Master, considering Lin Xian is still a girl. Both Xiao Jing and Xiao Jing expressed their admiration. Among those prominent families, I am the only one who has ventured out to high school, and of course, with someone like Sister Xian, we are singular in Linjiang City. Thus, it is no surprise that the three of us dominate the top 3 positions in our school. However, come college entrance examination time, all manner of formidable individuals will undoubtedly emerge. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jing asked, if what you say is true, does it imply that the educational resources of Spirit Master universities surpass those of top-tier families, which is why they send their members to participate in the college entrance examination? Indeed, public resources far exceed those of families, Xiao Jing replied, turning to Lin Xian, Sister Xian, am I mistaken? Lin Xian nodded, affirming, you are quite comprehensive. Additionally, our college entrance examination is somewhat distinct. If it were purely theoretical, it would be national-wide, but when it comes to entering Spirit Master universities, it is ranked by city, allowing the top 5 from each city to freely choose their Spirit Master university, followed by admission based on their preferences. This system also prevents those prominent families from monopolizing spots in elite Spirit Master universities, ensuring that commoners have a chance to break into the top 5 through hard work. Chapter 13, Crafting Battle Spirit Fruit Blocks. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Xiao Jing returned with supreme treasure after visiting a nearby spirit fruit shop and a bakery. He purchased whatever supreme treasure desired, acquiring 4 spirit fruits and a slice of fruit cake. Supreme treasure, displaying remarkable understanding, refrained from asking for more. And together they returned home. Upon entering the room, Supreme Treasure, feeling somewhat fatigued, lay down on Xiao Jing's bed. After a rigorous half-day of high-intensity training, Supreme Treasure was utterly exhausted, yet a blissful smile graced his small face, seemingly savoring the flavor of the fruit cake, clutching for spirit fruits in his arms. Xiao Jing gazed at Supreme Treasure with affectionate amusement, shaking his head with a smile. The benefits of high-intensity training were evidently clear, as Supreme Treasure had already digested the majority of the energy from today's spirit fruit. The panel displayed as follows. Name: Supreme Treasure. Species: Little Spirit Monkey. Type: Combat. Psychic. Level: Apprentice level 6, 195. Ability 1, Battle. Ability 2, Monkey King. Base stats. Skills: Heavy Strike, Mastery level 52, 100. Spirit Fruit Set, Mastery level 49, 100. Instantaneous Movement, Mastery level 62, 100. Staff Technique, Mastery level 44, 100. Description: Before returning home, Supreme Treasure had successfully advanced to Apprentice level 6, and all skills reached Mastery. The score for the Rui staff had also climbed to 166, nearing the coveted 200 points. Today's primary focus had been on the staff technique. As Supreme Treasure practiced, Xiao Jing would join with a staff of his own. And with the enhancement of the affinity skill, the mastery of the staff technique had surged remarkably. Xiao Jing estimated that once Supreme Treasure finished digesting the remaining energy from the current spirit fruit, the experience should approximate 20 to 30. Starting tomorrow, he could begin absorbing the energy from the battle spirit fruit, consuming the 2 small portions every 3 to 4 days in conjunction with daily training, which should be perfectly timed. By the 10th or 11th day, the staff technique would undoubtedly reach an extraordinary level, and the Rui staff would attain fine quality, at which point he could initiate Supreme Treasure's evolution. After dinner, Xiao Jing took Xiao Hung to the kitchen to commence the preparation of battle spirit fruits. While Supreme Treasure encountered a smartphone for the first time, seizing Xiao Jing's phone and retreating to the room to play games, Xiao Hung looked at Xiao Jing with exasperation. Do you know what tools are needed to split the battle spirit fruits? I am aware of that, Xiao Jing replied confidently. Good, let me see, Xiao Hung said. Spirit Guardian Knife. Here. Spirit Sealing Device. Here. Spirit Storage Box. Here. Xiao Hung reported each item, and Xiao Jing retrieved one from his storage space. To his surprise, his son had prepared quite thoroughly. Looking at his well-prepared son, Xiao Hung smiled and remarked, Of course, Dad, I'm ready to begin. These were all items that Xiao Jing had casually purchased during his trip to the mall today with Jizun Bao. The reason Xiao Jing wanted Xiao Hung to observe was that Xiao Hung was not only a master-level spirit master, but also a top-tier master-level spirit craftsman in Linjiang City. ranked second only to one other individual. Spirit craftsmen are categorized into 5 tiers: novice, regular, elite, master, and grandmaster. Achieving grandmaster status typically requires a rank of lord or higher. Even among the elite families in Lingjiang City, none could surpass Xiao, as spirit crafting demands extensive study and considerable financial investment. While these affluent families had wealth, they were too busy striving for advancement to dedicate time to spirit crafting, and such substantial investments did not always guarantee returns. Thus, Xiao held a significant position in Lingjiang City. However, due to the countless hours he devoted to spirit crafting in his youth, he had yet to ascend to the title-level Spirit Master. As Xiao son, Xiao Jing had grown up by his side, naturally absorbing much knowledge. Xiao had previously taught Xiao Jing operations that did not require spiritual energy. Moreover, with his affinity skill, Xiao Jing had a distinct advantage in controlling various attributes of spiritual energy, making him exceptionally adept at the intricate work of spirit crafting. Consequently, Xiao Jing executed his tasks with remarkable ease. He first expelled the surrounding chaotic energies from the battle spirit fruit, using his spiritual energy, preserving only the pure combat energy. Then activated the sealing device. He swiftly sliced a quarter of the battle spirit fruit with a spirit guardian knife, placed it in the sealing device, and continuously released spiritual energy to ensure that the external battle spirit fruit remained uncontaminated by other elements. The moment the sealing device emitted a hum, the first piece of the battle spirit fruit was successfully crafted and stored in the spirit storage box. Xiao Jing repeated the previous operations, crafting another piece of the battle spirit fruit and sealing the remaining half for storage. Task accomplished. Stretching, Xiao Jing concluded the operation, with Xiao watching silently beside him, not uttering a word, as Xiao Jing had executed everything flawlessly. Haha, he truly is my son, inheriting my former brilliance, Xiao chuckled. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu, who was watering plants, shot a glance at Xiao. What a statement. If he weren't your son, whose could he be? Xiao, feeling a bit awkward, promptly redirected the conversation and said to Xiao Jing with a serious tone, from what I observed in your recent operations, you already meet the standards of a novice spirit craftsman. If you have time, consider obtaining a certification from a spirit crafting association. Once you enter university, we may not be by your side, and all expenses will depend on you. However, do remember to balance your time. Got it, Dad. Once I'm in university, I'll be self-sufficient. When I become a grandmaster or title-level spirit master, it'll be my turn to support you and Mom. Xiao Jing replied with a smile to both Xiao and Luo Yu. Having been reborn, Xiao Jing had witnessed the love and sacrifices Xiao and Luo Yu made for him, often relinquishing their resources for his sake, which had hindered their own ascension to title level. This was a sentiment Xiao Jing had long held. Xiao and Luo Yu exchanged glances, slightly taken aback by their son's sentimental words. No need to rush, you're still with us for now. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Your father and I will certainly accommodate you, Luo Yu gently reassured. I speak from the heart. Once I'm in university, you too can pursue your youthful dreams again, Xiao Jing said earnestly. Of course, I won't hold back before the college entrance exams, haha. I'm off to rest. Good night, Mom and Dad. Watching Xiao Jing's retreating figure, Xiao shook his head with a chuckle. That rascal has grown up. Luo Yu nodded with a gentle laugh. Chapter 14, Zhizun Bao, Evolution. Current year, 2317, March 3rd. Lingjiang First High School Training Ground. This morning's training was again sustained through 10 rounds under Huang Chen's guidance. But this time the spirit was no longer the Sandstorm Hound, but a novice-level Windwalker Goose. Today, Xiao Jing, Li Shangqing, and Lin Xian successfully passed again. However, being in the elite class of Lingjiang First High School, after a day of training and consolidation, another 5 students barely achieved the goal of 10 rounds, while 9 others managed to pass in their second attempt following initial failures. This was akin to rowing upstream. If one does not exert effort, others may catch up the very next day. Xiao Jing and his peers remained diligent. Following their bout with Huang Chun, they headed directly to the training room, which the school offered for free. Although the equipment here was not as superior as that at the Panda Dojo, it was adequately stocked. Following Xiao Jing's arranged tasks, Zhizun Bao practiced teleportation of the psychic type in the morning, as well as some skill transitions post-teleportation. When fatigued, he could rejuvenate with a spirit fruit set, naturally. Xiao Jing had also ordered training beverages tailored to combat spirits online. The afternoon was reserved for honing combat skills. In the morning, Xiao Jing was studying materials on novice-level spirit crafting while guiding Zhizun Bao on correcting some habits during teleportation. Zhizun Bao. The lift of your little hands before teleportation is too pronounced. Zhizun Bao. After teleportation, you seem to lose your sense of direction and miss your strikes. Zhizun Bao. You're condensing too many spirit fruits at once with the spirit fruit set, wasting a lot of spiritual energy. Xiao Jing continuously pointed out various inadequacies in Ji Zunbao's combat approach. As the Monkey King, Ji Zunbao had never faced such criticism before, feeling a bit aggrieved. Casting his big, watery eyes at Xiao Jing during breaks. Observing Ji Zunbao's pitiful expression, Xiao Jing couldn't help but chuckle and gently said, "Our Ji Zunbao is truly remarkable, training diligently and correcting issues without complaint. Other spirits can't compare, so in my eyes, you are the best." Ling Ling, really? Of course, it's true. Unable to resist, Xiao Jing reached out to ruffle Ji Zunbao's adorable little face and fluffy head, which felt delightful to the touch. "If today's training goes well, I'll take you to that fruitcake shop on the way home, or we can try a different one. It's your choice." Ling Ling, Ling Ling. "Okay, Xiao Jing, you're the best. Let us train quickly." Xiao Jing indulgently watched the childlike spirit of Ji Zunbao. After all, he was his chosen spirit partner, deserving of such affection, and at this stage, Ji Zunbao was truly endearing. As days passed, during this period, Xiao Jing participated in Huang Qin's tests in the morning, then trained with Ji Zunbao until the afternoon ended, returning home in the evening to practice spirit crafting, occasionally learning from his mother, Luo Yu, how to create culinary delights for spirits, which he would then prepare for Ji Zunbao. Current year, 2317, March 12th. On the third floor of the Panda Dojo, Xiao Jing, Xiao Hang, and Luo Yu gathered around Supreme Treasure. "Supreme Treasure, are you ready?" "Ling Ling, I am prepared." After more than 10 days of rigorous training, Supreme Treasure had ascended to level 9 of the apprentice rank. Now, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to level 1 of the novice rank. The proficiency of his staff technique had reached an exceptional 60 out of 100, and the quality of the Rui staff had achieved a commendable score of 236. With the final sliver of experience gained, he finally reached the pinnacle of the apprentice level, initiating a profound transformation into the novice rank. A surge of power, far surpassing his previous capabilities, emanated from Supreme Treasure, gradually ascending for about a minute before stabilizing. This surge of spirit energy also resonated with Xiao Jing, elevating her to the rank of Novice Spirit Master. Xiao Jing spent 3 minutes stabilizing the energy within herself, then gently placed her hand on Supreme Treasure's forehead, seeking to sense the presence of the heart of evolution within him. "Let me sense it." With her eyes closed, Supreme Treasure obediently followed suit, the two of them connecting in a tranquil moment, as if time itself had paused. Logically, with the effects of the battle spirit fruit in play, the likelihood of the heart of evolution manifesting would be significantly enhanced. Thud, thud, thud. As anticipated, Xiao Jing detected a vibrant, pulsating rainbow heart within Supreme Treasure, intimately connected to her. "This must be the heart of evolution," she exclaimed, her eyes fluttering open with joy as she hurriedly retrieved the remaining portion of the battle spirit fruit from the spirit storage box, offering it to Supreme Treasure. "Supreme Treasure, consume this first." In just a few bites, Supreme Treasure devoured the fruit. Subsequently, Xiao Jing produced the sensing spirit orb. Next this, Supreme Treasure swallowed the orb in one gulp and let out a satisfied burp. Xiao Jing continued, "Supreme Treasure, I will now transmit the power of evolution within me to you. You must infuse both your own energy and mine into the heart of evolution." As she began to channel the unique evolution energy of the Spirit Master into Supreme Treasure, he felt the warmth of the incoming spiritual energy and responded with a pleasant ling ling, guiding both his own and Xiao Jing's evolution energy into the heart of evolution. The heart pulsed with increasing intensity, its rhythmic beats resonating throughout the room. Supreme Treasure removed his tuft of fur, transforming it into the Rui staff, and a brilliant, soft white light of evolution enveloped him. Xiao Jing watched with bated breath, her gaze filled with the tenderness of a parent observing their child. The white light did not linger long, dissipating after approximately 30 seconds. "Ling Ling, I have evolved." A voice emerged, no longer as juvenile, but carrying a hint of youthful vigor. As the light faded completely, a transformed figure stood before Xiao Jing and the others. Supreme Treasure had grown significantly taller, his once palm-sized form now comparable to that of a schoolbag, with his fur gleaming a radiant gold that beckoned to be touched. His once chubby visage had shed some of its youthful roundness, now bearing a hint of maturity and even a touch of heroism. The physique that resembled a pudgy infant had not only grown taller, but had also become robust, brandishing the Rui staff like a diminutive general. Yet, his gaze towards Xiao Jing remained unchanged, filled with warmth and trust. Name, Supreme Treasure. Species, Stone Spirit Monkey. Attribute, Combat Type, Psychic Type. Level, Novice Level 1, 6795. Ability 1, Combat Spirit. The Spirit Monkey has forged an unyielding combat belief through prolonged training, converting its dual attack stats to 80% of the sum of its dual defense stats. Ability 2, Monkey King. The spirit monkey serves as the leader and king of its regional monkey spirits, reducing damage and control effects inflicted upon itself by 10%, while increasing damage and control effects it inflicts on other monkeys by 10%. If the target is not a monkey, the effects are halved. Base stats, 501. Resonance object, Rui Staff. Skills, Heavy Strike, Exceptional 12, 100. Spirit Fruit Set, Exceptional 8, 100. Teleportation, Exceptional 34, 100. Rui Staff Technique, Exceptional 1, 100. Rui Transformation, Advanced 52, 100. Description: the first evolution form of the little spirit monkey, now exhibiting the nascent qualities of a monkey king. It possesses a deeper understanding of staff techniques, mastering the Rui Staff Technique with remarkable finesse. Its unique defensive and speed potential enhances the stone spirit monkey's adaptability to environmental changes, rendering it a formidable opponent against any adversary of equal rank. Rui Staff Technique. Combat Type, Physical Attack, a renowned staff technique of the celestial martial spirit monkey clan, featuring minimal consumption yet substantial damage, with versatile transformations. Rating, 90. Comment: an exceptionally practical and expressive staff technique, sure to earn you a handsome sum in street performances. Rui Transformation. Psychic Type, capable of augmenting its attack damage and speed, allowing for size alterations at will. Rating, 85. Comment: the ability to grow and shrink is truly marvelous. One incantation, one form. Chapter 15. New Panel, New Talents. There are changes. There are changes. Xiao Jing exclaimed, leaping with excitement as she beheld Supreme Treasure's brand new panel. The first evolution form of Supreme Treasure is the Stone Spirit Monkey, and the experience progress bar behind the level indicates that the residual effects of the Battle Spirit Fruit are still in effect, providing him with evolutionary energy. The effect of the Combat Spirit ability has transitioned from half of the sum of the dual defenses to 80% of the same sum. The racial values of this first evolution form have increased compared to the initial form, approximately reaching a final racial value of 90. This suggests that, according to the formula of 0908, 9191, both attack stats would now stand at 131. Such offensive capabilities are astonishingly formidable. The Monkey King ability has also seen enhancements, with the previous damage reduction, control immunity, and damage increase rising from 5% to 10%. Two new skills have emerged. The original staff technique has transformed into the Rui Staff Technique post-evolution, boasting low consumption and solid damage, making it exceptionally cost-effective. Rui Transformation serves as a buff-type skill, enhancing damage and speed, while allowing Supreme Treasure to alter his size at will. Xiao Jing speculated that given Supreme Treasure's reluctance to enter the Spirit Ball, he would likely choose to shrink down and perch upon her shoulder. Lastly, there was the commentary from the Living Father. While Xiao Jing was tempted to critique, she sensed that this figure held considerable significance, opting to keep her thoughts to herself. Nonetheless, she would certainly regard this Living Father's ratings as a point of reference. Item: Rui Staff. Quality: excellent, 263. Attribute: combat type, psychic type. Effect: the innate resonant object of the little spirit monkey, allowing for size alterations at will when used. It reduces the consumption of all skills, increases dual defenses by 10%, boosts damage by 10% when attacking, and allocates 25% of inflicted damage for self-healing. Indeed, the enhancements to dual defenses, dual attacks, and lifesteal effects by 5% are quite commendable. As the Rui Staff undergoes its evolution alongside the Supreme Treasure, its score has ascended from 236 to 263. Moreover, Xiao Jing has not forgotten the evaluation made by that Living Father regarding the Rui Staff, directly revealing the resonant companion artifact and suggesting a thorough upgrade for future utility. This has proven to be accurate, as the evolution of the Supreme Treasure indeed necessitates the enhancement of the Rui Staff to a corresponding quality. Otherwise, its progress will cease at the Spirit Monkey stage. The next step should undoubtedly involve elevating the staff to epic quality, Xiao Jing speculated while casting a glance at the Rui Staff. Xiao Jing then reviewed his own status panel. Name: Xiao Jing. Level: Beginner level Spirit Master. Initial phase: Talent: Divine Favor. Return Journey: Cheerfulness. Super Agility. Lucky Value: 50. Skills: Fundamental Insight, Affinity, Staff Techniques. Super Agility allows the compression of spiritual energy into spiritual projectiles for attack. Upon exceeding a lucky value of 50, the resilience of these projectiles can be enhanced tenfold, and the internal spiritual energy can be transmitted to spirit companions, inducing a state of super agility, resulting in a 30% increase in all attributes and rapid replenishment of spiritual energy, albeit at a significant cost to the Spirit Master. Rating: 96. Evaluation: in battle, one can take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Over the past few days, His lucky value has unknowingly increased to 48 points, and with the recent evolution of the Supreme Treasure, it has surged by an additional 2 points. Furthermore, this newfound talent has provided him with a delightful advantage. The ability to conjure spiritual projectiles has afforded him a measure of offensive capability, but more critically, its auxiliary effect activates the Spirit S state using the Spirit Master S energy, instantly enhancing combat prowess and restoring spiritual energy. Truly a miraculous tool for turning the tide in battle. The Living Father's commentary was indeed accurate. Spirit, I have successfully evolved. Observing the curious and transformative state of the Supreme Treasure, Xiao Jing affectionately embraced it. Look, our Supreme Treasure is simply the best. Achieving evolution on the very first major breakthrough, something most spirits cannot accomplish. Xiao Jing lavishly praised the Supreme Treasure, fully delivering on the emotional value. Hearing Xiao Jing's commendation, a wave of joy surged from deep within the Supreme Treasure, its face beaming with happiness, though it still maintained a semblance of modesty. Spirit. Oh, it's nothing. Xiao Jing chuckled and shook his head at the Supreme Treasure's feigned humility. What do you want for dinner today? My treat. Spirit. Little Jing. You said it. And I want to hear the continuation of the journey to the west. Previously, every night, Xiao Jing would regale the Supreme Treasure with stories of the Monkey King to lull it to sleep. All right, I will satisfy all your requests. Xiao Jing replied indulgently. Witnessing the amusing interaction between Xiao Jing and the Supreme Treasure, Xiao Hong and Luo Yu refrained from interrupting until Luo Yu finally spoke up. Xiao Jing, I noticed you jumped up in excitement just now. Did something wonderful happen? Xiao Jing then shared the recent changes he and the Supreme Treasure had experienced with Xiao Hong and Luo Yu, who were initially astonished and delighted, but soon fell into a contemplative silence. This is too. Xiao Hong and Luo Yu exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. They were certainly aware that the Supreme Treasure's first trait was distinct from other spirit monkeys, and they understood that the capabilities of traits would enhance post-evolution. But they had never anticipated that this evolution would elevate the trait from 50% to a staggering 80%. The transformation of the Rui staff was merely the icing on the cake. Most surprisingly, however, was Xiao Jing's new talent, super agility, which could be deemed a game changer. Naturally, as the proud parents, Xiao Hong and Luo Yu bypassed Xiao Jing, showering praises upon the Supreme Treasure instead. The Supreme Treasure is truly exceptional. Although Auntie has encountered a few spirits from the Monkey Clan before, none compare to your prowess. Indeed, and let us not forget how adorable it is. Ha! Xiao Hong chimed in. Spirit. Oh, Xiao Jing. Well, yes, it's my own child. Noticing that Xiao Hong and Luo Yu seemed less focused on him, the Supreme Treasure tugged at their sleeves, gesturing toward Xiao Jing and exclaiming, Spirit, implying that it was all thanks to Xiao Jing's training, and that it merely followed the tasks assigned, hoping to earn praise for Xiao Jing from its uncle and aunt. Xiao Hong and Luo Yu would not disappoint the Supreme Treasure, promptly turning their compliments toward Xiao Jing, knowing that his parents were jesting, having done so in the past. Xiao Jing still felt a warm glow in his heart at the Supreme Treasure's gestures, gently patting its fluffy head. Rest assured, Supreme Treasure, I harbor no jealousy. The better you become, the happier I am. Thus, the day passed in a tender atmosphere. Current date, March 13th, 2317. Linjiang No. 1 High School. Class 3-1. Are you two truly not jesting with me? You have advanced so splendidly? Li Shanqing, sensing the novice-level aura emanating from Xiao Jing and Lin Xin, fell into a state of disbelief. Xiao Jing was also taken aback. Due to his divine favor, talent, he was able to level up and evolve with less experience. And Lin Xin had astonishingly achieved the same feat in recent days. Had Lin Xin not mentioned that the Linjiang Spirit Tower Master encouraged her to pursue resources independently, it would have been entirely unsurprising for her to have reached novice level earlier, yet now, completely reliant on her own efforts. One could only conclude that Lin Xin's aptitude was quite extraordinary, though it might also relate to her innate talents. Regardless, this undeniably attested to Lin Xin's immense potential, and Xiao Jing felt genuine happiness for her. Chapter 16. The Elite Student Agreement. You two are truly prodigious. Regaining his composure, Li Shanqing marveled, feeling a sense of urgency as he acknowledged their breakthroughs and the evolution of their spirits. My little Lei only needs a few more points of experience and should break through this morning, Li Shanqing silently vowed. Earlier that morning, during training, the aura of novice-level spirit masters radiating from Xiao Jing and Lin Xin left Huang Chun, Qi Lin, and their classmates in a prolonged state of astonishment. While some spirits had indeed advanced to novice level the previous day, as certain individuals had contracted spirits whose maximum level was already apprentice level 8. Completing the breakthrough within these 10 days was considered slow. Furthermore, Their spirits had merely leveled up without evolving, which was entirely normal, as the evolution to novice level 1 is inherently a low-probability occurrence. However, due to the absence of the energy feedback from the previous levels of 1 and 7, those students remained stuck in the late apprentice stage, failing to reach the initial novice level. Qi Linlin and Huang Chun were not particularly surprised by this situation. It was to be expected, as it was a disadvantage of contracting spirits at too high of an initial level. Nevertheless, Xiao Jing and Lin Xian's circumstances were markedly different. Qi Linlin was aware that both had contracted spirits at apprentice level 1. Moreover, Lin Xian's father had provided her with minimal assistance in recent days, leaving her to secure resources independently. Of course, during the many years prior to awakening her talent and becoming a spirit master, her father had undoubtedly gifted her numerous valuable items, which could be considered a form of entrepreneurial capital, likely resources that even prominent families might struggle to acquire. Even so, achieving the remarkable feat of elevating a spirit from apprentice level 1 to novice level 1 within approximately 11 days, without the aid of substantial resources, and concurrently breaking through to become a novice spirit master himself, is indeed a display of formidable talent. Xiao Jing is no exception. The assistance provided to him by Xiao Hong and Luo Yu was minimal, primarily offering guidance and broader strategies, with the hope that he would independently navigate his own path. While he may not have amassed valuable resources as efficiently as Lin Xian, he managed to keep pace with her within the same time frame, a feat that left Qi Linlin and Huang Chun in a state of disbelief. After casting an appreciative glance at both Xiao Jing and Lin Xian, she encouraged them to train diligently. The morning's training session required students seeking to advance their spirits to novice level to overcome a level 3 vine's flower, while those remaining at the apprentice level faced familiar challenges. However, the Wind Sandhound had already reached novice level 2. For Xiao Jing and Lin Xian, the morning's training was effortlessly surmountable, allowing them to pursue their individual training sessions, as the vine's flower posed no hindrance to them. In contrast, several other novice spirit masters were unable to succeed. By noon, Qi Linlin's call came through. "Hello, Teacher Qi," Xiao Jing answered. "Xiao Jing, please come to my office," she instructed. "Certainly, teacher, I shall arrive shortly." Uncertain of the matter at hand, Xiao Jing instructed Supreme Treasure to continue practicing here, allowing for rest when needed, before making his way to Qi Linlin's office. Upon arriving at the office entrance, Xiao Jing encountered Lin Xian and Li Shanqing, and a moment of realization struck him, leading to a knowing smile directed at Li Shanqing. "Congratulations," he said. The fact that Li Shanqing was with them likely indicated that his Thunder Leopard had advanced to novice level 1, allowing him to also achieve a breakthrough, albeit with a presence slightly less potent than his own or Lin Xian's. Lin Xian, noticing this, nodded in acknowledgement of Li Shanqing's achievement. Li Shanqing, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, "Thank you. I certainly can't afford to fall behind you at the outset, haha." Faced with the extraordinary talents of Xiao Jing and Lin Xian, he felt a sense of pressure he had never experienced within his family, and he sincerely appreciated the congratulations from his friends. "Do you think Teacher Qi called us here regarding the college entrance examination?" Li Shanqing inquired. The three of them, being the most promising students at Linjiang No. 1 high school, easily drew connections when encountering one another at the teacher's office. "It's likely. Let us see what Teacher Qi has to say," Xiao Jing replied. The trio entered Qi Linlin's office. "Teacher, we're here," they announced. Qi Linlin, engrossed in her paperwork, set aside her files upon hearing their arrival and gestured towards several chairs. "Please, take a seat." Once they were settled, Qi Linlin delved directly into the matter at hand. "Given that you three have convened, you should have guessed the purpose of my summons," she stated without pause. "Indeed, it pertains to the college entrance examination. First and foremost, I want to clarify that you are the selected seed candidates from our school since the beginning of this semester, carefully observed and chosen based on your innate talent, strength, and past performance," Qi Linlin continued. After a brief pause, she elaborated, "In essence, these past few days have constituted a selection process to identify which students are worthy of our school's investment of substantial resources." As she spoke, Qi Linlin raised her finger. 1. You must succeed in each morning's assessment on the first attempt. 2. The first contracted spirit must be of a lower level, and both the spirit master and the spirit must achieve novice level within the shortest recorded time publicly available among the 5 major kingdoms. You might wonder what would happen if no one meets these criteria, Qi Linlin remarked, observing the trio nodding slowly. "In that case, Linjiang No. 1 high school would rather remain dormant for a year. We aim to cultivate top-tier spirit masters for the Huang Yin Kingdom, not merely to boost the so-called quality of our school's graduation rates." Seeing the expressions of astonishment on the faces of the 3 students, Qi Linlin smiled and nodded. "Fortunately, with you 3 in our cohort, we have not been let down." Qi Linlin, seemingly parched, took a sip of hot water before continuing. Now, let us discuss the matter of resource allocation. As Qi Linlin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, Xiao Jing and his companions focused intently, eager to hear her words. Qi Linlin handed them 3 folders from her desk. Upon receiving his, Xiao Jing noticed the inscription, Linjiang No. 1 High School Elite Student Agreement. When he opened the folder, he discovered 3 booklets enclosed within. Qi Linlin's voice resonated as she explained, the folders you hold contain 3 documents. One is the Elite Student Contract, which clearly outlines the resources you will have access to, as well as the obligations you must fulfill. Chapter 17. Alluring Resources and Stringent Conditions. The first document is a duplicate. Once you sign it, it signifies your eligibility to enjoy those resources, albeit with corresponding responsibilities. Xiao Jing quickly skimmed through the first document, which contains succinct requirements. 1. You must rank within the top 3 in both assessments this semester. 2. Your entrance examination rank must be within the top 5, with at least one of you securing first place. 3. The universities you apply to must be located within the Huangyan Kingdom. The first stipulation seemed straightforward. With the investment of these resources, the upcoming assessments would pose little challenge for them. The second requirement, however, was far more daunting. They were not intimidated by students from other high schools in Linjiang City, but the spirit masters nurtured by elite families, bolstered by substantial resources, presented a formidable challenge. It would be difficult to confidently assert their place within the top 5, let alone aim for the first position, without knowing the true caliber of their competition. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the 3, Qi Linlin addressed them. Linjiang No. 1 High School is certainly not daunted by other high schools in the city. Apart from you 3, I believe our other students are more than capable of surpassing those from other institutions. The only true challenge lies with the spirit masters cultivated by prestigious families, who have historically been our sole competitors in entrance examinations. However, now that we have initiated this agreement and resources have been allocated, wouldn't it be rather embarrassing if we didn't secure a first place? As for the third stipulation, Qi Linlin explained that it stemmed from their signing of a talent cultivation agreement with the 3 leading universities in the Huangyan Kingdom. Huangyan University, Holy Light University, and Mechanical University. A significant portion of the resources provided to them was a collaborative effort from these 3 institutions. The resources offered were indeed tantalizing. 1. The school will grant you access to all educational resources, including training resources from teachers. After all, the school employs instructors who have their own needs for spirit training. And thus, the school has equipped them with numerous spirit training facilities that are typically not available to students. 2. Elite students are permitted to select 1 spirit artifact or resonance item of epic quality, not exceeding a score of 750, 3 items of fine quality, and 6 items of excellent quality, totaling 10 items. 3. A monthly stipend of 200,000 spirit coins will be provided, amounting to a total of 600,000 spirit coins by June 1st, prior to the formal entrance examination. 4th, students are permitted to select any spirit contract from the Huang Shengji Spirit Secret Realm, receiving all necessary resources for that spirit from apprentice level to novice level 1, along with a corresponding spiritual item of at most excellent quality. As the transition from apprentice to novice level entails the addition of a contract slot, it is indeed a pressing need for Xiao Jing and his companions. The duration for advancing from apprentice to novice level is exceedingly brief, rendering this phase a crucial period for the rapid enhancement of all Spirit Tamer's capabilities. Xiao Jing scrutinized the options, contemplating his own talents. Aside from return, which he had yet to utilize, he possessed Heaven's favor, optimism, superb agility, and affinity skills, providing him with a significant chance to rank among the top 5 in Linjiang City's entrance examination. Resolutely, he turned to Qi Linlin and declared, Teacher Qi, I shall sign this agreement. At worst, he could work to repay the debt later. Xiao Jing genuinely did not believe he was inferior to those scions of noble families. He signed his name twice on the initial document, with one copy handed to Qi Linlin and the other retained for himself. Lin Xin completed her paperwork in sync with Xiao Jing. As for Li Shangqing, observing their swift actions, he gritted his teeth and signed as well, thinking that at worst, his father could settle the debt. Watching the trio finalize the agreement with remarkable speed, Qi Linlin nodded with a beaming smile. You are all such confident children. Rest assured, we shall concentrate the finest resources on nurturing you. Xiao Jing nodded, unable to suppress his thoughts. There was no denying it. The offerings were exceedingly generous, and it would be quite impolite to refuse such an opportunity. There are 2 more documents for you to review. They contain information about the resources we can provide. Should you desire anything, do remember to mark it and come find me. After bidding farewell to Qi Linlin, Xiao Jing and his companions exited the office. I never anticipated the school would be so supportive, granting us such a wealth of resources at once, Li Shangqing exclaimed. Just the resources outlined in the first clause and the 10 spiritual items in the second would already amount to over 1 million. Not to mention the spirit provided by the top 3 Spirit Tamer universities in the Huangyan Kingdom, whose rarity is evident. The tasks will not be easy either. It seems we shall have to step up our efforts during this period, Xiao Jing remarked. However, with these resources, I can finally devote myself to nurturing Supreme Treasure. Upon returning to the training room, Xiao Jing found Supreme Treasure, now reduced to the size of a palm, resting atop his backpack, clutching a spirit fruit and nibbling on it intermittently. Upon seeing Xiao Jing return, Supreme Treasure immediately soared to his side. Ling Ling, I haven't been slacking off. I just finished training my psychic skills and am taking a short break now. Xiao Jing smiled gently and patted Supreme Treasure's head. I know our Supreme Treasure is working hard. Of course, you wouldn't slack off. Let us take a break now. As he spoke, Xiao Jing sat down, took out some bread to eat, and began reviewing the remaining 2 documents, which detailed spiritual items and resonance items, alongside a comprehensive guide to the Huangsheng Ji micro-secret realm spirits. He intended to examine the list of spiritual items and resonance items first to see if there were any that could expedite Supreme Treasure's leveling up or assist in future evolutions without compromising its foundation. Previously, Xiao Jing had employed Basic Insight to glance at Supreme Treasure's panel, revealing its level as follows. Level, Novice Level 2, 3395. Skills, Heavy Strike, Mastery 12, 100, Spirit Fruit Set, Mastery 18, 100, Teleportation, Mastery 43, 100, Magic Staff Technique, Mastery 1, 100, Transformation Technique, Mastery 2, 100. Thanks to the recent training and the residual energy from the Battle Spirit Fruit, Supreme Treasure had swiftly advanced to Novice Level 2, demonstrating remarkable leveling speed. However, Xiao Jing speculated that the effects of the Battle Spirit Fruit had likely been entirely absorbed, as the majority of energy had been utilized for evolution. The remaining bit merely contributed experience, making the recent level gain quite commendable. Consequently, Xiao Jing's current aim was to locate spiritual items that could accelerate Supreme Treasure's leveling without harming its foundational integrity. Regarding the skills, the transformation technique had also reached mastery level, but after achieving such proficiency, the enhancement of all skills had become sluggish. After an entire morning of training, the spirit fruit set and teleportation skills had only increased by 10 in mastery. As he pondered, Xiao Jing opened the book. Chapter 18, Exchange for Psychic Crystals. Spines of Fire Thorn Boar, Comb of Victory Flame Chicken, Light Soul Grass, Mechanical Modifications, Arms. Xiao Jing's eyes sparkled as he perused the epic quality section on spiritual items. Such treasures. I desire them all. Ling Ling, Xiao Jing. Try to contain your drool. Supreme Treasure, perched on Xiao Jing's shoulder, swung its legs back and forth curiously, noticing Xiao Jing's nearly drooling expression and, with a hint of exasperation, pinched his cheek to remind him. I couldn't help it. Xiao Jing chuckled, then mused, with these items. I could exchange them for an entire room full of spirit fruits. Doesn't that tempt you? Ling Ling, really? Supreme Treasure was momentarily taken aback. But upon catching sight of Xiao Jing's suppressed laughter, it realized he was teasing. Crossing its arms, it closed its eyes, tilted its head, nodded, then shook its head, saying, Ling Ling, of course I'm tempted. Ling Ling, but stealing is not a good thing. Do you dare to steal? Xiao Jing, captivated by Supreme Treasure's adorable antics, attempted to pat its head, only to have Supreme Treasure evade his touch. Our Supreme Treasure is truly understanding. Ling Ling, of course. Could you let me pet you? Ling, no, go play elsewhere. Observing Supreme Treasure feigning anger, Xiao Jing's eyes sparkled with mischief as he proposed. Let me pet you, and I'll buy you spirit fruits from the Spirit Fruit Garden today. What do you say? Ling Ling, you're not lying to me, are you? Supreme Treasure opened one eye, slightly turning its head to look at Xiao Jing. When have I ever deceived you? Ling Ling, hurry and pet me. I agree. Witnessing Supreme Treasure's abrupt change in demeanor, eagerly leaning in, Xiao Jing couldn't help but chuckle. The sensation of petting it was delightful, surpassing even the finest silk in smoothness. Embracing Supreme Treasure, Xiao Jing continued to explore the epic spiritual items. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a particular page with immense excitement. Psychic Crystal. The Psychic Crystal is one of the materials required for Supreme Treasure's further evolution, belonging to the Psychic category. The prerequisite is a Psychic Crystal of epic quality with a score of 720 or above. Xiao Jing gazed at the shimmering crystal depicted in the materials, which prominently displayed a score of 734. A perfect score, precisely meeting the requirement. Filled with joy, Xiao Jing ruffled Supreme Treasure's head. Supreme Treasure. We've already collected one of the materials needed for your next evolution. Ling Ling, initially troubled about where to find these materials, Xiao Jing was pleasantly surprised to discover one within the school's spiritual item repository, and it perfectly matched the criteria of not exceeding 750 points while requiring over 720 points. Might this be the benefit of high luck? Xiao Jing murmured to himself. He resolved to exchange the epic, quality spirit material for the super energy spirit crystal. And since Lin Xion's illusionary spirit deer did not require the super energy spirit crystal for its next evolution, Xiao Jing was quite certain that no one would compete with him for this crystal. Xiao Jing, however, did not contemplate trading for a resonance object. Firstly, the supreme treasure already possessed a resonance object, and he had yet to decide which attribute to contract for his next spirit. Secondly, the epic quality of the resonance object was merely the lowest tier, and even if he were to prepare for his spirit, it would be prudent to aim for a resonance object of superior quality. The Rui staff of the supreme treasure, being a companion resonance object, represented a convergence of companion and resonance properties, endowing it with the potential for growth, which explained its relatively modest initial quality. Nevertheless, this did not imply that other resonance objects could not enhance in quality. It merely suggested that companion resonance objects could do so with greater ease. Unfortunately, the other conditions for the supreme treasure's evolution posed a considerable challenge. In terms of level, at least an elite tier was required. The apprentice to novice tier could trigger the evolution heart, granting a temporary advantage to the spirit master before reaching the elite tier. Yet it could not facilitate an advance in the spirit's evolution. Only by successfully surpassing the conventional tier and attaining the elite tier could further evolution be achieved. In terms of skills, practicing the staff techniques, integrating the Rui transformations, and mastering the heavy strike was manageable. However, when it came to spirit materials, the warrior's heart, with a creation score exceeding 1200, alongside the super energy spirit crystal, which required a score above 720, posed significant obstacles. While the super energy spirit crystal was readily obtainable, the requirement for the warrior's heart with a score above 1200 left Xiao Jing in a quandary. Just contemplating it made his head throb. The final requirement involved enhancing the supreme treasure's companion resonance object, the Rui staff, to a score exceeding 700 in epic quality, which would necessitate a substantial investment of resources on Xiao Jing's part. Fortunately, the methods for enhancing resonance objects mirrored those of spirit materials, sparing him the need to invest additional time in learning resonance enhancement techniques. Originally, evolving into a common martial spirit monkey did not necessitate the requirement for a companion resonance object. How did Xiao Jing come to know this? It was because, after advancing to the early novice level, he discovered that his basic insight had seemingly leveled up as well, allowing him to view the evolution paths of his contracted spirits. This effect was remarkably advantageous, as it meant he could ascertain the known evolution paths of his spirits without the need for consultation or the expenditure of energy to eliminate erroneous information. However, he remained uncertain whether he could directly observe those yet undiscovered evolution paths. The journey ahead was indeed arduous. Xiao Jing shook his head. Never mind, he thought. He would first exchange for the super energy spirit crystal, and as for other, fine, or lower tier items, he would trade for them later as needed. He instructed the supreme treasure to maintain its training schedule, while he sought out Qi Linlin. Are you here to exchange for the super energy spirit crystal? Qi Linlin inquired, observing Xiao Jing as he entered her office. Xiao Jing nodded affirmatively. Very well, follow me. Qi Linlin promptly set aside her current tasks and led Xiao Jing deeper into the school. These little prodigies were indeed the hope of the institution. Their affairs took precedence, and Qi Linlin prioritized them above all else. Before long, after numerous checks, she brought Xiao Jing to the entrance of a quaint, dark room. Qi Linlin conducted an identity verification and input the item information before the door. Beep. Identity verification successful. Buzzing. The door gradually opened. Thanks to you three little ones. The principal directly shared the password for our Jiang River treasure trove with me. Qi Linlin turned to Xiao Jing with a playful smile. Come on. Let us collect your item. Upon entering, they found the room sparsely furnished, save for a solitary wooden pillar at its center, upon which a resplendent hexagonal crystal shimmered with an enigmatic glow. This is the super energy spirit crystal. It appeared that upon entering the target item at the door, the room had directly retrieved it to prevent any issues with other items. Chapter 19. The exaggerated test values of the supreme treasure. With the super energy spirit crystal in hand, Xiao Jing hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the battle training room. This newly established facility was specially constructed by Jiang E High School for its teachers. After signing the elite student agreement, Xiao Jing was naturally allowed to utilize the teacher's training room, which accelerated the experience and skill proficiency of his spirits. In the afternoon, while the supreme treasure was training its battle skills, it would naturally transition from the super energy training room to this one. Upon entering, he indeed found the supreme treasure diligently practicing the heavy strike skill. Xiao Jing had just received confirmation from Qi Linlin that in 2 days, on the 3rd day, the school would finalize arrangements with Huangyan University, Xinguang University, and Mechanical University to unlock the Huangsheng, the secret realm for the 3 of them. The school was surprisingly efficient. Observing the Supreme Treasure absorbed in its training, Xiao Jing spoke up, "Supreme Treasure, let us test your current strength." Upon hearing Xiao Jing's voice, the Supreme Treasure paused, glanced at him, and nodded. Ling Ling, okay. Xiao Jing adjusted the testing puppet to the battle category, Novice Level 5. Eager to see how the Supreme Treasure, at Novice Level 2, would fare against a foe 3 levels higher and the damage it would inflict. Supreme Treasure, use Heavy Strike. The Supreme Treasure nodded, focused intently on the testing puppet. An extraordinary energy surged around its small fist. Ling Ling. In the next moment, the Supreme Treasure teleported before the puppet and delivered a punch. Boom. A resounding clang of heavy steel echoed as a large number appeared on the testing apparatus. 100. Xiao Jing was taken aback. He had initially thought that if the Supreme Treasure could achieve a score of 90 against a novice level 5 opponent using Heavy Strike, it would be commendable. To his astonishment, he had underestimated the synergy between the Supreme Treasure and his own innate talents. Supreme Treasure, truly worthy of being the Monkey King. You are simply remarkable, Xiao Jing praised, giving the Supreme Treasure a thumbs up. Ling Ling. Oh, it's nothing. The Supreme Treasure replied adorably, waving its hand. Subsequently, Xiao Jing conducted a series of tests on the Supreme Treasure, without the use of the Rui Staff. The Heavy Strike skill yielded a score of 83 at Novice Level 6. With the Rui Staff, it achieved a full score at Level 6 and 87 at Level 7, demonstrating a remarkable leap. This was quite astonishing, especially considering that the Supreme Treasure was still at Novice Level 2. What surprised Xiao Jing even more was the Rui Staff technique. Having reviewed its description and knowing its minimal energy consumption, he equipped the Supreme Treasure with a spirit energy detector for testing. Remarkably, it consumed only 1 spirit energy over a half-hour duration. While wielding the Rui Staff against a Level 6 testing puppet, it consistently scored 79, 82, and 80, maintaining an average around 80. This indicated that using the Rui Staff technique allowed the Supreme Treasure to competently engage with most novice Level 6 spirits. Xiao Jing deemed it an opportune moment to assess the talent of super agility. He first created a spirit energy orb by hand, which inflicted a score of 40 against a novice Level 2 target. He grimaced, aware that while a spirit master's primary methods resided within their spirits, unless specifically developing combat talents, their abilities would invariably fall short compared to spirits of the same stage. Yet, even this seemed inferior compared to the Supreme Treasure. Shaking his head, he glanced at the Supreme Treasure, who was giggling beside him, and said, "Supreme Treasure, we have one more test. Come here quickly." Upon hearing this, the Supreme Treasure hurried to Xiao Jing's side. "This time, let us test our limits. When you feel the surge of power, only then will you act upon my command to attack, understood?" Ling Ling. Understood. Jizun Bao nodded affirmatively. Xiao Jing began to immerse himself in concentration. One hand gripping a miniature staff, as a small monkey performing a gazing gesture slowly materialized in his palm, radiating a soft crimson hue. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than a miniaturized version of Jizun Bao. As the gentle crimson glow shimmered, Xiao Jing sensed his internal spiritual energy rapidly depleting. However, Jizun Bao suddenly felt a tremendous force surging into his being, and he sensed an unprecedented strength within him. Ling Ling. Jizun Bao couldn't help but shout. Observing that Jizun Bao was beginning to adapt, Xiao Jing called out, "Jizun Bao, now is the moment to unleash your full power with the Heavy Strike skill." Ling Ling. Jizun Bao, wielding a gold and black intertwined Rui staff, charged towards the test puppet, emanating an aura reminiscent of a war god. He spun the Rui staff in his hand and struck forth. Bang! A resounding crash echoed throughout the training room. Above the novice level 8 test puppet, a prominent 91 materialized. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Jing dispelled the super agility. Assessing the depletion of his own spiritual energy, he noted the significant consumption in just a few seconds. It had drained 30 points, truly a high-stakes skill. However, the rewards were substantial, as the super agility had propelled Jizun Bao to surpass his previous level, enabling him to potentially defeat nearly all sprites within the novice level 8 tier, considering Jizun Bao was currently only at level 2. Jizun Bao felt the surge of power within him suddenly vanish, and he turned to Xiao Jing, who appeared slightly pale, with a concerned expression. Ling Ling? Xiao Jing, are you alright? Xiao Jing smiled and gently patted Jizun Bao's head, reassuring him, "Fear not, it's merely the first time using this technique. I'll adapt with practice." Ling Ling, as long as you're fine. With that, Jizun Bao inexplicably produced a spirit fruit from somewhere and handed it to Xiao Jing. Seeing this, Xiao Jing graciously accepted and consumed it without hesitation. Jizun Bao let out a joyful cry upon witnessing this. After approximately 10 minutes of rest, Xiao Jing stood up, retrieved his staff, and began practicing staff techniques with Jizun Bao. He resolved that, in addition to mastering staff techniques and his ongoing physical enhancement training, he would frequently practice skill maneuvers with Jizun Bao. Otherwise, in the face of danger, he, as a spirit master, could become a liability, which would be quite troublesome. After school, Xiao Jing and Jizun Bao hailed a cab and arrived at a grand building reminiscent of the medieval architecture of Xiao Jing's previous life. The edifice bore a plaque inscribed with 3 resplendent golden characters, Spirit Fruit Orchard. As Xiao Jing stepped into the orchard, a female attendant promptly approached him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Xiao Jing pondered for a moment before responding. "Could you kindly show me your superior, quality Spirit Fruit Orchard?" Bai Xian's eyes lit up slightly. A customer seeking superior quality could not be neglected. "Certainly, please follow me." She guided Xiao Jing towards a specific area within the orchard's main hall. "May I inquire whether you are interested in combat-type spirit fruits, training-type spirit fruits, or lifestyle spirit fruits?" Combat-type spirit fruits provide enhancements or special effects during battles for spirit masters or sprites. Training-type spirit fruits assist in training sprites or can be used for evolution. Much like battle spirit fruits, lifestyle spirit fruits, on the other hand, differ from the former two. They are purely delightful in taste, akin to fruits, but lack any special effects. Thus their prices are generally lower than the other two categories. Chapter 20. Purchasing Spirit Fruits. Xiao Jing contemplated. Let's first explore the lifestyle spirit fruits. He had not forgotten that he was there to buy spirit fruits for Jizun Bao. As for combat type and training type spirit fruits, he still had a collection amassed over the years and could also acquire more from school, making it unnecessary to spend his own money on spirit fruits starting at several thousand. Today was meant for Jizun Bao to indulge. "Very well, sir, we have arrived." Bai Xian halted before a massive door made of purple sandalwood, 6 meters high and 4 meters wide. After a series of operations, the door slowly creaked open. "Please, step inside." As they entered, an enchanting, sweet aroma wafted towards Xiao Jing and Jizun Bao, revealing a vast orchard filled with numerous spirit fruit trees, where several small sprites and staff members were bustling about. "It smells divine," Xiao Jing exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. The delightful fragrance stirred an impulse within him to pluck and sample a spirit fruit, let alone for Jizun Bao, who was practically salivating. Fixated on the tantalizing fruits before him, Xiao Jing chuckled, shaking his head at the little one who had previously asked him to control his drooling. He reassured Jizun Bao that he would buy him some soon, prompting Jizun Bao to reluctantly divert his gaze. "It is my pleasure to assist you. I am Bai Xian, your attendant for this visit. Here is the information regarding our superior quality spirit fruits. Please take a look. Should you wish to see anything specific, feel free to let me know." Bai Xian presented a tablet to Xiao Jing. "Thank you." Xiao Jing accepted the tablet and held it before Jizun Bao. As they both began to browse its contents, Jizun Bao would occasionally point to a spirit fruit, and Xiao Jing would mark it accordingly. After a few minutes, they had marked approximately 10 different spirit fruits. Xiao Jing handed the tablet back to Bai Xian, saying, "Miss, please guide us to these spirit fruits." "Certainly, follow me." Bai Xian smiled, finding the young boy's speech quite charming. The first spirit fruit is the stone heather fruit, meticulously cultivated by our orchard's spirit fruit experts. It boasts a delicate flavor and is specifically designed for battle-type sprites, enhancing their physicality. As they gazed at the stone heather fruits, which glimmered with a pale green sheen under the light, Xiao Jing turned to Jizun Bao and asked, "What do you think? Do you want it?" Without hesitation, Jizun Bao nodded eagerly. Xiao Jing smiled slightly and addressed Bai Xian, "Please assist us in acquiring 3 of them." "Of course, please hold on for a moment." Bai Xian communicated through her earpiece, and suddenly, a garden fairy, resembling a small sprite, appeared beside them. The planting, cultivation, and harvesting of spirit fruits requires specialized staff and sprites, and the garden fairy, being of the grass element, was perfectly suited for the task. The garden fairy, surrounded by a vibrant green aura, gently plucked 3 perfectly ripe and exquisite stone heather fruits and placed them into a purple sandalwood box prepared by Bai Xian. This box is specially treated. As long as it remains closed, the spirit fruits will retain their nutrients. However, do not keep it too long. It can only preserve them for a maximum of 6 months. Bai Xian handed the box to Xiao Jing, reminding him, "Thank you for the reminder." Xiao Jing accepted the box, expressing his gratitude. Beneath the second spirit fruit tree stood a monkey mango, which, according to Xiao Jing's understanding, bore resemblance to a fusion of kiwi fruit and mango from his past life. However, under the meticulous cultivation of the spirit fruit master, its internal nutrients were exceptionally suited for consumption and absorption by primate spirits. Observing the familiar stance of Jizun Bao, who once again found himself at a standstill, Xiao Jing could not help but chuckle. It was unnecessary to inquire further, and he promptly purchased 3 of the fruits. Upon witnessing Xiao Jing's actions, Zhizun Bao affectionately rubbed his face against him. After perusing the 10 varieties of spirit fruits, 3 were left unpurchased, while the remainder saw at least 1 acquired, with the highest quantity reaching 3, culminating in a total of 11 spirit fruits. Zhizun Bao was overjoyed, his smile wide and unabashed. Bai Xian was equally delighted. Although these 11 spirit fruits were of the lifestyle category and priced a tier lower than the other 2 varieties, their total still amounted to over 50,000, with her receiving a commendable 20% commission. Good day, sir. Your total is 56,723. You may pay 56,000. Would you prefer to use mobile payment or a card? I'll use a card, Xiao Jing replied, retrieving the card provided by the school's top-tier agreement, which contained 200,000, ample to cover the cost. Beep. Payment successful. Thank you for your patronage, and we look forward to your next visit. Bai Xian said with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, Xiao Jing responded, preparing to depart when Bai Xian suddenly interjected. Oh, by the way, sir, is that little monkey on your shoulder a stone spirit monkey? Xiao Jing turned back in confusion and nodded. Yes, is there an issue? Zhizun Bao, too, was puzzled, unaware of what this sister intended to convey. Indeed, no wonder it is so adorable and spirited. Stone spirit monkeys are quite rare, Bai Xian exclaimed in surprise. Then proceeded to the crux of the matter. If you are interested, you could bring him to our spirit fruit orchard to film a promotional video for the spirit fruits. We are currently seeking a rare, fruit-loving, and charming spirit capable of attracting a broad audience, and your stone spirit monkey fits the bill perfectly. However, due to its current notoriety, you would likely only be able to shoot a lifestyle promotional video featuring general quality spirit fruits here. Bai Xian spoke earnestly to Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing indicated he would consider the offer, exchanged contact information with Bai Xian, and then left the orchard. 2 days later, in the year 2317, on March 16th, Xiao Jing, Lin Xin, and Li Shangqing followed Qi Linlin to the pinnacle of the administrative building at Linjiang No. 1 High School. Given the gravity of the matter at hand, Principal Wang, Qi Linlin, the homeroom teacher of Class 3-1, the practical teaching director Huang Chun, a master-level spirit manipulator, and 2 dojo-level spirit manipulators accompanied the 3 students to the sole room at the top of the administrative building. This room, guarded year-round by 2 master-level spirit manipulators, boasted the highest level of security in the entire school. Observing their demeanor, it seemed they were not members of Linjiang No. 1 High School. Upon Principal Wang's explanation and presentation of credentials, they consented and slowly opened the door. After many years, I never expected Linjiang No. 1 High School would finally reopen the Huangshengji secret realm, remarked one of the guardians, radiating a faint aura. The other guardian, adorned with mechanical components on both arms and legs, cast a glance at Xiao Jing and his companions, breaking through to the novice level in about 10 days. Quite impressive. Perhaps we will become schoolmates in the future. From their words, it became evident that these 2 guardians hailed from the Holy Light University and the Mechanical University. Chapter 21. Entering the Huangshengji secret realm. You may refer to us as the Holy Light Guardian and the Mechanical Guardian, the second guardian continued, addressing Xiao Jing and his companions. The Holy Light and Mechanical Guardians are both from Holy Light University and Mechanical University, Principal Wang explained to Xiao Jing and the others. Both are at the pinnacle master level and are currently gaining experience in the field. Once they ascend to the grandmaster level, they can return to teach at the school. So you might encounter them in the future. Xiao Jing and his companions greeted the Holy Light and Mechanical Guardians, who then instructed, since that is settled, let us proceed. Remember to introduce these 3 little ones to the spirits inside. I will keep watch from outside. Understood, the Mechanical Guardian replied, leading the group into the secret realm. Huangshengji secret realm. After a whirlwind of sensations, Xiao Jing finally felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground. As he absorbed the density of spiritual energy surrounding him, he noted that while it was somewhat higher than that of the outside world, it paled in comparison to the Donghua secret realm, let alone the Spirit Fruit Mountain where Zhizun Bao resided. Since exiting the Donghua secret realm, Xiao Jing had diligently researched relevant materials and consulted with Xiao Heng and Luo Yu. Due to Linjiang City being the largest metropolis in the eastern region of the Huangyan Kingdom and the center of economic development, it was entrusted with the management of the Donghua, the only super first-class secret realm in the east, while other eastern cities only possessed first-class secret realms. Moreover, Spirit Fruit Mountain was a coveted location sought after by many spirit manipulators entering the Donghua secret realm. The Monkey Clan's exceptional dual defenses, swift nature, and characteristics rivaling those of sacred beasts drove numerous spirit manipulators into a frenzy. Even if one could not gain the monkey's recognition, they could still procure rare spirit fruits as compensation. Unfortunately, The location of Spirit Fruit Mountain was elusive and unpredictable, rendering it nearly impossible for most to locate. Hence its moniker as the Celestial Mountain of the Sea. Conversely, the Huangshengji secret realm appeared to be a composite realm, distinctly showcasing multiple streams of spiritual energy. Welcome to the Huangshengji secret realm, jointly established by Huangyan University, Holy Light University, and Mechanical University. The Mechanical Guardian spoke slowly, seemingly aware of the confusion among Xiao Jing and his companions. This realm is constructed from 3 fragments of worlds, each sustained by a core energy supplied by the corresponding university, resulting in several streams of spiritual energy with varying concentrations over time. Under the guidance of the Mechanical Guardian, the group first arrived at the Spirit region designated for Huangyan University. This is the Spirit region of Huangyan University, regarded as the premier comprehensive spirit university in the Huangyan Kingdom. Even Holy Light University and our Mechanical University are slightly inferior in comparison. The 2 most distinguished departments within Huangyan University are the Fire and Dragon departments. As the Mechanical Guardian led the way, he continued, Dragon Department. Xiao Jing and Li Shanqing were taken aback, while Lin Xin maintained an unperturbed expression, likely already aware of this fact. Does this mean there are? Noting the curiosity in Xiao Jing's eyes, the Mechanical Guardian regretfully shook his head. Unfortunately, over the years, Huangyan University has sent 3 subdragon spirit creatures, all of which have been contracted by your predecessors from the past 6 graduating classes. As dragon-type spirits are challenging to breed and have long cycles, there are currently no surplus subdragon spirit offspring available. Xiao Jing and Li Shanqing exchanged knowing glances, feeling a twinge of regret as they had hoped to witness a subdragon spirit firsthand. However, Xiao Jing was more eager to encounter a true dragon species. The reasons were simple. In addition to possessing high base stats, immense potential, and formidable strength, true dragon species were Eastern dragons, known for their beauty. Found exclusively in the Huangyan Kingdom's super first-class secret realm, the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, the Dragon Palace was not solely owned by the Huangyan Kingdom. It was a strategic partnership established through an agreement. As for the subdragon species, they belonged to the Western dragon lineage and were comparatively rare in the Huangyan Kingdom, more prevalent in the Songhai Kingdom. If that is the case, then there must certainly be various commendable Pokemon here, with the most promising likely being the fire-type creatures. As Xiao Jing strolled, he activated Fundamental Insight, allowing him to scrutinize numerous Pokemon in the vicinity. With his recent advancement to novice level, his Fundamental Insight now enabled him to discern the unique traits of Pokemon, which filled him with great excitement. This newfound ability would facilitate his selection of contract Pokemon or capturing them in the wild, eliminating the uncertainty of being utterly uninformed. Species: Blazing Dragon. Type: Fire, Water. Level: Apprentice Level 3, 62, 100. Ability: Eternal Flame. Slightly enhances fire-type damage, prolongs the duration of burn status, making it harder to extinguish. Base stats: 524. Species: Brush Kangaroo. Type: Grass. Level: Apprentice Level 3, 12, 100. Ability: Herbivore. The more types of spiritual grass consumed, the greater the damage dealt by grass-type skills. When afflicted by a grass-type negative condition, it converts into a restoration of its own vitality. Base stats: 519. After surveying the area, Xiao Jing indeed discovered a plethora of remarkable Pokemon. However, something felt amiss. Thus, he refrained from rushing into a contract, opting to await the offerings from the 2 schools. Li Shanqing nudged Xiao Jing and remarked, "What do you think of that proud chicken over there?" Following Li Shanqing's, Xiao Jing's gaze fell upon the creature. Species: Proud Chicken. Type: Fire, Fighting. Level: Apprentice Level 2, 56, 100. Ability: Heart of Victory. Significantly boosts critical hit rate, attack power, and accuracy. Base stats: 533. This proud chicken possessed commendably high base stats, likely making it the most potent fire-type Pokemon here. However, Xiao Jing harbored a desire for it to possess an alternate ability, All-Round Ace. The All-Round Ace is a hidden trait of the proud chicken species, slightly enhancing attack power and providing minor boosts to other attributes, with 10 of the attack damage used to restore its own energy and 10 for stamina recovery. Sustained endurance is crucial for output, and for a Pokemon like Proud Chicken, Xiao Jing prioritized this aspect. Are you tempted? He inquired, having discerned Li Shanqing's hesitation. Indeed. Somewhat, but I'm still contemplating whether to pursue a contract with a Thunder-type Pokemon or this Proud Chicken. In fact, there were Thunder-type Pokemon available here. Though Li Shanqing appeared uninterested, his intent was to draw Xiao Jing's attention to the Proud Chicken, especially since it boasted a Fighting-type secondary attribute. Aligning with Xiao Jing's supreme treasure, which was also Fighting-type, and his father being the master of a Fighting-type dojo. However, Xiao Jing had already expressed his stance, prompting Li Shangqing to refrain from probing further. Given the circumstances, my suggestion is to explore the remaining 2 areas before making a decision. There's no rush. There are only 3 of us here, and Lin Xian seems to have made her choice already. What? Li Shangqing exclaimed, abruptly glancing in a certain direction. Chapter 22. The Glorious Gold King and Artificial Pokemon. Lin Xian crouched before a totem approximately the height of a water bottle, seemingly in communication with something. Xiao Jing observed the Pokemon and suddenly realized he had encountered it moments ago, experiencing an overwhelming sensation upon first sight. Species, Mini Totem. Type, Psychic, Spirit. Level, Apprentice Level 1, 84, 100. Ability, Mind Pressure, doubles the energy cost for opponents when using skills, reduces health recovery by half, increases damage taken by 10%, and extends the duration of control effects by 10%. Base stats, 531. Description: ancient humans worshipped certain natural forces or deities, establishing totems as symbols of their faith and heritage. Thus, the mini totem emerged among the various totems, often playfully collecting the beliefs of people. Upon examining the mini totem's attributes, Xiao Jing surmised, it appears Lin Xian intends to pursue a control-oriented path. Lin Xian's illusionary spirit, Deer, featured numerous control skills, and its traits further enhanced control, while the mini totem would provide additional support. The thought of being rendered immobile during a battle, passively enduring blows, sent shivers down Xiao Jing's spine. It was utterly terrifying. Li Shangqing remarked upon seeing the mini totem, "It seems Sister Xian is set on specializing in the psychic type." Qi Linlin inquired, "Are there no Pokemon here that you wish to contract?" Xiao Jing and Li Shangqing exchanged glances. "There are alternatives, but we prefer to see more before making a decision." Qi Linlin nodded in understanding. She, along with Principal Wang and Huang Chun, had been trailing the group, refraining from interfering with the trio's choices, as this was a matter of their future development paths, and they could not arbitrarily dictate their decisions, provided they did not engage in outrageous actions. With Lin Xian's contract with the mini totem completed, the group resumed their journey. In the spirit region of Sacred Light University, it appeared that Li Shangqing had also resolved to specialize in the thunder type. Xiao Jing silently observed Li Shangqing as he forged a contract with a Thunder Sparrow. Species, Thunder Sparrow. Type, Thunder, Wind. Level, Apprentice Level 1, 97, 100. Ability, Thunder Pursuer. Upon entering the field, creates a small-scale thunderstorm, while under the thunderstorm's influence. The energy consumption, release, and cooldown time for thunder skills are halved, and the cost to summon the thunderstorm is reduced by 40%. Base stats, 532. Description: living in regions perpetually shrouded in thunder, Thunder Sparrow spends its life chasing the power of lightning. The attributes of this Thunder Sparrow were impressive, with a commendable base stat total, making it an excellent fit for Li Shangqing. Moreover, in a team battle, the ability of Thunder Sparrow to summon a thunderstorm could amplify the effectiveness of the Thunder Leopard. A psychic control team and a thunderstorm team, both formations are formidable adversaries. The current Psychic Glory King, an exceptional powerhouse of the psychic control team, embodies the essence of control. Once the debuff is applied, the next one follows suit, leaving opponents standing helplessly until their last Pokemon falls. There have been numerous instances where the Heaven-S Abyss, King-tier Pokemon besieged the Psychic Glory King, only to fall victim to an unrelenting control strategy, never having the chance to retaliate, thus successfully averting that crisis. Conversely, the current Thunder Glory King is not a Thunderstorm team, but rather a Thunderstrike team, primarily focusing on high critical strikes. His Pokemon's critical hit rate is comparable to others' non-critical rates, with nearly every attack resulting in a critical hit, accompanied by the thunderous sound. Opponents either succumb to brutal defeat or are terrified into submission. Both of these kings, standing at the pinnacle of their respective types, have made significant contributions to humanity, safeguarding territories and combating foes from Heaven-S Abyss and other hostile realms. The mechanized sentinel glanced at Xiao Jing and stated, "Young one, we are now entering the domain of our mechanical university. I hope you find a partner that satisfies your expectations." The spirit region of Mechanical University was no longer a vast grassland, but rather a landscape dotted with ores and a colossal mechanical workshop. The ore zone to the left serves as the habitat for our natural spirits, while the mechanical room on the right is somewhat unique, as it houses our artificial spirits. Mechanical Guard explained. Artificial spirits? The trio, Xiao Jing, was taken aback. Could spirits truly be artificially created? Indeed, Mechanical Guard nodded, his voice brimming with pride. The visionary behind this remarkable feat is none other than our esteemed principal of the Mechanical University, the contemporary King of Gold, revered as the father of mechanical spirits. Tu Bo Ling is undeniably a legend of his era, gifted and exceptionally talented, He ventured to the Black Earth border for defense after graduating from university. It was during this period, moved by the plight of spirits and their kin who perished in the attempts to quell the Black Earth uprising, that he crafted the first mechanical spirit. This innovation spiraled into the creation of an entire legion of mechanical spirits, ultimately quelling the turmoil. He later defeated the previous King of Gold, ascended as the new King of Gold, and simultaneously took on the role of principal at the Mechanical University. He then journeyed to the most brutal battlefield, the Abyss, where he produced a multitude of mechanical spirits, forming several legions to combat the formidable spirits emerging from the Abyss, significantly reducing the casualties among humanity and spirits alike. The title of King of Glory signifies the pinnacle of the monarch tier within any given category. Only one King of Glory may exist, representing the most potent spirit master within the human spirit alliance of that category. Today, the various mechanical spirits and mech spirits crafted by Tu Bo Ling have permeated every facet of human society, fundamentally transforming human life. Speculation surrounds Tu Bo Ling's innate talents, believed to be intricately linked to the creation of machinery. Presently, he stands as one of humanity's most formidable forces, his strength being second only to the legendary Dragon King, Zhang. Xiao Jing remained in a state of awe. The notion that each new mechanical spirit equated to the creation of an entirely new spirit race, such ingenious imagination, was simply beyond comprehension. Observing the astonished trio, Mechanical Guard nodded in satisfaction and guided them through the left section. However, Xiao Jing found no spirits that met his expectations. He had already resolved in his mind that if he could not find a suitable spirit in the mechanical room, he would first attempt to contract the proud chicken. The mechanical door creaked open, and the group stepped into a seemingly long-sealed mechanical chamber. What greeted their eyes were intricate wires and piping, some leading deeper into the room and connecting to various mechanical spirits, seemingly recharging them. A few spirits were tapping away at keyboards in front of screens, seemingly programming something. Upon sensing the arrival of Xiao Jing and his companions, they curiously glanced over. These young spirits, prior to forming a contract with a spirit master, gently replenished their energy through the wires. Of course, post-contract, they would draw energy via the spirit seal. Mechanical Guard explained. Xiao Jing ventured deeper into the mechanical room, meticulously observing each spirit he passed. To be honest, the spirits created by Tu Bo Ling and sent here were indeed of commendable quality, with base stats typically ranging from 510 to 524. In Xiao Jing's view, if he were to contract an artificial spirit, he should select one with greater plasticity and diverse evolution paths, thus providing himself with ample choices. However, the current spirits displayed relatively singular evolutionary routes. If the paths were too narrow and certain stats or traits were not sufficiently outstanding, that would not suffice. Just as Xiao Jing wrestled with these thoughts, his peripheral vision caught sight of a mech in the corner of the mechanical room, connected by wires yet appearing to be in a dormant state. Chapter 23, Mech 001. Xiao Jing's second spirit partner. Xiao Jing approached the mech, roughly his height, and began to scrutinize it closely. As he moved towards the corner, the others turned to him, naturally noticing the dusty mech before him. Its elongated, profound body, even under a layer of dust, emanated a faint metallic sheen, imparting an aura of weighty mystery. "Are you taken by it?" Mechanical Guard asked, his expression somewhat peculiar. Xiao Jing activated Basic Insight. Species, Mech 001. Attribute, Gold. Level, Apprentice Level 1, 100. Trait, Heart of the Mech. In combat, energy consumption is slightly reduced. Out of combat, energy recovers rapidly. At regular level and above, it permits the contracted partner to pilot the mech. Combat mode, all attributes increase by 5%. Soaring mode, not yet activated. Base stats, 490, initial form. Description, the first generation mech created by the father of mechanical spirits, Tu Bo Ling, imbued with the mechanical heart. Mech 001 embodies many of Tu Bo Ling's bold experiments, possessing limitless potential. Evolution paths, Mech Blaze, requires excellent quality gold evolution stone with a score above 450 and excellent quality fire evolution stone with a score above 300. Practice Fire Punch to perfection. Mech Wave, requires excellent quality gold evolution stone with a score above 450 and excellent quality water evolution stone with a score above 300. Practice Water Stream Shot to perfection. Mech Thousand Woods, requires excellent quality gold evolution stone with a score above 450 and excellent quality wood evolution stone with a score above 300. Practice Flying Flower Blade to perfection. The panel of Mech 001 dazzled Xiao Jing. The evolution paths alone totaled 16 distinct methods, with each attribute represented. Moreover, the displayed base stats reflect its initial form, which is already quite high. excluding extraordinary cases like the Supreme Treasure, whose actual base stats far exceed the panel's. Take for instance Lin Xion's evolved first stage spirit, the illusory Spirit Deer, which boasts a final form base stat of 551. The current first stage stat is approximately 90 of the final form, roughly 496. It is worth noting that the illusory Spirit Deer is very close to being a quasi-sacred beast, with an initial form base stat of 490. Mech 001 also possesses abundant evolution paths, affording ample options for selection or self-determination. Contemplating this, Xiao Jing inquired of Mechanical Guard, Senior Mechanical Guard, "May I contract it?" Mechanical Guard paused for a few seconds, then replied, "If you wish to contract it, I shall not impede you. However, we must first ascertain if it consents." Mechanical Guard cautioned, "Before proceeding, I must advise you to consider this carefully. Mech 001 is the first-generation mech spirit created by Principle 2. And compared to the second and third generations available today, it incorporates many of Principle 2's audacious innovations, leaning more towards spiritualization than mechanization, thus offering numerous evolutionary paths." After a moment, Mechanical Guard continued, "However, once it evolves to the first stage, the subsequent evolution methods remain unexplored to this day. Consequently, the majority of later mech spirits tend to be more mechanized, designed for frontline warriors to enhance combat capabilities." Understanding Mechanical Guard's point, Xiao Jing recognized that he was being informed that Mech 001 had yet to reveal a second stage evolution form. Should he choose it and find it unable to evolve further, it would inevitably impact his future development. However, being an adept player endowed with extraordinary abilities, Xiao Jing firmly believed that he could assist Mecha 001 in reaching new heights, fulfilling a cherished wish of his predecessor. Tubo Ling. Xiao Jing nodded and declared, "Predecessor, I am well aware of my limits. If that is the case, I shall aid you in activating Mecha 001. The mechanical aide nodded in agreement, commencing to fiddle with the switches adjacent to and on Mecha 001. He too harbored hopes that this final prototype of the first generation of mechas could ascend further. At first glance, Mecha 001 appeared to be ensnared in a state of self-induced shutdown. However, internally, it was calculating the potential for a second stage evolution. Unfortunately, the first stage evolution presented 16 distinct possibilities, and extrapolating from these, especially in the absence of confirmed evolutionary materials, proved to be exceedingly arduous. Suddenly, the pitch-black realm of Mecha 001 erupted with a radiant fissure of light, which gradually expanded to envelop the entirety of the field of vision. Ding! Activation successful. A series of electronically charged sounds resonated as the circular energy lights in its eyes and chest illuminated with a soft golden glow, signaling Mecha 001's awakening. It fixed its gaze upon Xiao Jing, who stood before it. Scanning in progress. Name, Xiao Jing. Race, human level, novice spirit master. Initial phase, danger level. Half-star. Li Shanqing erupted into laughter from the side. "Xiao, how come you're only half a star, huh?" Upon hearing Li Shanqing's voice, Mecha 001 turned its attention towards him, conducting a scan as well. Scanning in progress. Name, Li Shanqing. Race, human level, novice spirit master. Initial phase, danger level. Less than half-star. The earnest electronic voice of Mecha 001 emerged, abruptly silencing Li Shanqing's laughter. Xiao Jing and Lin Xian could not help but stifle their chuckles at the incredulous expression on Li Shanqing's face. "Humph, I'll have a word with it later." Li Shanqing huffed, stepping aside, aware that this was a moment for Xiao Jing to communicate with Mecha 001 without interruption. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jing approached, brushing off the dust from Mecha 001, and inquired, "Greetings, Mecha 001. I am Xiao Jing, as you have just analyzed. I am currently a novice-level spirit master in the initial phase. This is my partner, Zhizun Bao, who has successfully evolved once. I wonder if you would be willing to become my second spirit partner? If so, I shall devote myself to uncovering a unique evolutionary path for you." Xiao Jing spoke with utmost sincerity, convinced that his final words were not mere empty promises, as he possessed the ability to visualize evolutionary pathways, thus harboring hope to aid Mecha 001 in its further evolution. Ling Ling, Zhizun Bao chimed in. "Indeed, Xiao Jing is an excellent partner." Upon hearing Xiao Jing's words, Mecha 001 regarded him, then turned its gaze to Zhizun Bao, seemingly contemplating before responding, "My evolutionary path remains unclear. Since you are willing to form a contract with me, it is my honor." The energy light on Mecha 001's chest gradually illuminated, revealing its mechanical heart, aglow with a soft golden radiance. Xiao Jing understood that this indicated Mecha 001 was preparing to enter into a contract with him, and he placed his palm upon the mechanical heart. A cascade of golden light enveloped him, forming a miniature mecha, the spirit mark of Mecha 001, within the palm of Xiao Jing's left hand. As the contract concluded, Xiao Jing gazed at Mecha-001, which was also looking back at him, and smiled. Mecha-001, I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Let us strive together. Chapter 24, The Name of Dawn. Results of a month's training. In the Gene System Training Room of Linjiang No. 1 High School, following the conclusion of the contract, Xiao Jing and his companions bid farewell to the mechanical aide, Principal Wang, and others, each embarking on their individual training. Xiao Jing instructed Ji Zun Bao to practice his psychic abilities independently while he examined Mecha-001's skill pool. Skills: Overload Bombardment, Initial Insight 25, 100. Steel Charge, Initial Insight 5, 100. Armament, Initial Insight 12, 100. Targeting, Initial Insight 17, 100. High-Speed Shooting, Initial Insight 32, 100. Overload Bombardment, Gold Element, Special Attack. Following Tu Bo Ling's bold modifications, Mecha-001 can unleash missiles from its entire body to bombard foes, inflicting considerable damage, albeit with a lengthy cooldown period. Rating, 82. Comment: Capable of creating spirits and innovating a skill, Tu Bo Ling is truly a genius. Steel Charge, Gold Element, Physical Attack. A fundamental skill. It allows for rapid impact against adversaries. Armament, Gold Element, a fundamental skill, slightly enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities. Targeting, Normal Element, a fundamental skill that increases accuracy and critical hit rates. High-Speed Shooting, Gold Element, Special Attack, swiftly targets and shoots at foes, making it difficult to evade. Xiao Jing nodded. Mecha-001's skill pool was commendable, featuring offensive capabilities alongside potential for enhancement. By the way, there is something important. Let me give you a name. Xiao Jing looked towards Mecha-001, only to find its gaze fixated on his phone. Instinctively, he glanced at his device, which had inadvertently opened a battle video from decades past, showcasing the Wind King Yun Ming before his ascension to greatness. In the video, the Wind King summoned his signature spirit partner, the Azure Wing Phoenix, a dual wind and fire attribute spirit. The opposing challenger, equally formidable, summoned the powerful Hurricane Bear, a dual wind and earth attribute spirit. The battle was imminent, with the Hurricane Bear relentlessly using wind pressure to oppress the Azure Wing Phoenix or summoning tornadoes to hurl massive boulders skyward in an attempt to ground the Phoenix. Yet, the Azure Wing Phoenix effortlessly countered the wind pressure with a casual flick of its resplendent tail feathers, elegantly evading the seemingly unavoidable debris hurled by the tornado. Observing this, the Hurricane Bear intensified its offensive, striving to force the Azure Wing Phoenix into a disadvantageous position. No longer on the defensive, the Azure Wing Phoenix surged forward in a burst of speed, akin to a shooting star across the sky, shattering countless stones and ultimately striking the Hurricane Bear with an unmatched force. Windfall Meteor, the signature move of the Azure Wing Phoenix. The Hurricane Bear, struck by the attack, seemed unable to withstand the force and crashed to the ground, losing consciousness, while wind and fire encircled the Azure Wing Phoenix, elevating it to the status of a deity commanding the elements. The video concluded at this juncture. Xiao Jing turned to the entranced Mecha-001, reminiscing about the awe-inspiring, cool, and charismatic mechas he had encountered in both his past and present lives. Who among men could resist such allure? At this moment, he had already formulated a plan in his heart. From now on, I shall name you Tian Xiao, akin to the breathtaking dawn that astounds the world. Tian Xiao, Mecha-001 echoed in its electronic voice. Very well, henceforth I shall be known as Tian Xiao, and I shall strive to become the fastest mecha in the world. Let us endeavor together. 1 month later. Current era. Year 2317, April 16th. During the past month, Xiao Jing, Supreme Treasure, and Tian Xiao have been engaged in rigorous training. Xiao Jing has been diligently enhancing his physical constitution, frequently practicing staff techniques with Supreme Treasure while enlisting Tian Xiao's assistance in calculating the physical toll of his training regimen on both humans and spirits. Additionally, he has been studying materials related to the mastery of spiritual artifact crafting, preparing to obtain a novice-level qualification certificate. Supreme Treasure, on the other hand, has continuously honed his skills in the psychokinetic and combat disciplines, particularly focusing on the Rui Staff technique, a hallmark of the Stone Monkey clan. Notably, the quality score of the Rui Staff seems to be gradually improving in tandem with Supreme Treasure's training, incrementing slightly every couple of days. Throughout this month, Xiao Jing has invested over 100,000 in enhancing Supreme Treasure's potential, purchasing training and lifestyle spiritual fruits. Tian Xiao absorbed a skill stone for the soaring ability, obtained directly through an agreement that provided novice-level training resources for contracted spirits at no cost. Given Tian Xiao's fascination with becoming a free-flying mech, Xiao Jing is wholly committed to nurturing this aspiration. One of Tian Zhao's evolutionary paths includes Mech Rift, excellent quality gold-type evolution stones with a score of over 450. Excellent quality wind-type evolution stones with a score of over 300, practicing high-speed shooting and soaring at an expert level. Moreover, Xiao Jing has been deliberately moderating Tian Zhao's advancement speed, encouraging it to store excess spiritual energy within its mechanical heart. This approach is intended to allow Tian Zhao, newly awakened from slumber, to gradually acclimate to its surroundings. After a month of combat with Supreme Treasure and the baptism of mechanical essence that Xiao Jing procured from the school, Tian Zhao has finally reached the pinnacle of Apprentice Level 9. Xiao Jing is untroubled by Tian Zhao's progress. He understands that failing to adjust to the changes brought about by its awakening could impair the spirit's potential. Furthermore, the energy stored within the mechanical heart will be unleashed once Tian Zhao breaks through to novice level, heralding a minor explosion of growth. The training outcomes over the past month have been commendable. Xiao Jing has advanced to the mid-novice level, surpassing Lin Xin by a day, all while managing Tian Zhao's rate of progression. The terrifying potential of his growth talent, Heaven's Favor, is beginning to reveal itself. Name: Xiao Jing level, mid-novice Spirit Master, talent, Heaven's Favor, Return Journey, Cheerful, Ultra Agility Luck. 56 skills, Basic Insight, Affinity. Staff Techniques, Name: Supreme Treasure Race, Stone Spirit Monkey, Attribute. Combat, Psychokinetic, Level, Novice Level 7, 62. 95. Ability 1, Battle Ready, Ability 2, Monkey King Base Value. 501, Resonance Object. Rui Staff Skills, Heavy Strike, Expert 50, 100, Spiritual Fruit Set, Expert 56, 100. Instant Teleportation, Expert 75, 100, Rui Staff Technique, Expert 62, 100, Rui Transformation, Expert 41, 100. Name: Tian Zhao Race, Mech 001, Attribute, Gold Level, Apprentice Level 9, 94. 95. Ability, Heart of Mech, Base Value. 490, Initial Form. Skills: Overload Bombardment, Expert 2, 100, Steel Charge, Proficient 86, 100, Armament, Proficient 98, 100, Targeting, Proficient 99, 100. High-Speed Shooting, Expert 3, 100, Soaring, Expert 10, 100. Chapter 25. The First Assessment, Victory. The first assessment at Linjiang No. 1 High School takes place on the Grand Playground. All students gather in the observation area, eagerly awaiting their names to be announced over the loudspeaker. Aren't you planning to let Tian Zhao advance to novice level? Lin Xin inquires of Xiao Jing. Through their prolonged acquaintance, Lin Xin has become familiar with the name Xiao Jing chose for his spirit. The first batch does not include Xiao Jing's name, so he watches the assessment battles from the observation area. This assessment does not involve students battling one another, but rather competing against teachers. The teachers summon spirits that have been captured but not contracted, ensuring their levels are comparable to the students, predominantly at novice level 7, albeit under the direct command of the instructors. Students may alternate between their two spirits, aiming to defeat the teacher, or, if unsuccessful, collectively endure at least 20 rounds with their two spirits. Otherwise, they will be deemed unsuccessful. The assessment presents a significant challenge. Lin Xin nods in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Xiao Jing and Lin Xin engage in conversation about their spirits and amusing incidents from their lives. Just as Lin Xin is about to pose a question, the loudspeaker crackles to life again. Li Shangqing, Battle Area 1. Xiao Jing, Battle Area 2. Lin Xin, Battle Area 3. Xiao Jing is momentarily taken aback. Are they truly grouping the three of them together? He exchanges a glance with Lin Xin. Is there something you wish to say? Xiao Jing discerns Lin Xion's hesitation. Let's discuss it during the college entrance examination days. Very well, I shall await your response. They then proceed to their respective battle areas. The teacher across from Xiao Jing nods slightly as he takes the stage. For your assessment, we intend to escalate the difficulty. I hope you understand. Xiao Jing is well aware of the reasoning behind this, primarily due to the requirements of the elite agreement. Understood, please proceed, teacher. Come forth. Falling Stone Serpent. The instructor tosses a spirit ball, summoning a colossal serpent, approximately 3 meters long, with a body of deep brown and yellow, flicking its forked tongue as it fixes its gaze upon Xiao Jing. Given the stringent nature of the assessment and the requirement to rank among the top 3, Xiao Jing resolves to act decisively. Supreme Treasure, let's go. Xiao Jing calls to Supreme Treasure, who has reverted to his pre-evolution size, perched upon his shoulder. Ling Ling. All right. Supreme Treasure leaps into the battle area, returning to the size of a backpack. From an aerial perspective of the 3 battle platforms, It becomes apparent that both Lin Xin and Li Shangqing have opted for similar strategies, summoning their first contracted spirits. Though the Falling Stone Serpent is at Novice level 11, its Earth-type attribute is vulnerable to the combat prowess of Supreme Treasure. Begin the battle, commands the instructor. As the announcement fades, Xiao Jing instructs, Supreme Treasure, use Heavy Strike. Ling Ling. Supreme Treasure nods earnestly. In the next instant, he lunges toward the Falling Stone Serpent, gathering combat energy as he advances, and delivers a powerful punch aimed at the serpent's head. Observing the remarkable speed of Supreme Treasure, the instructor quickly commands the Falling Stone Serpent, use Rock Shield. Hiss. The serpent's vertical pupils widen, and its original brown-yellow hue morphs into a deeper, clay-like black-yellow as it swiftly lashes its tail towards Supreme Treasure. Bang! The Supreme Treasure unleashed a powerful punch upon the tail of the stone serpent, which was as unyielding as steel. With the attack concluded, the Supreme Treasure remained unscathed, swiftly creating distance. Hiss! The stone serpent, however, let out a pained roar. A deep fist imprint marred the once impenetrable tail, which had been fortified with a rocky shield. Cracks began to radiate from the imprint, cascading outward until they enveloped the entirety of the stone serpent's form, culminating in a resounding shatter of its black and yellow defensive layer. A single strike had breached its defenses. Blood dripped incessantly from the serpent's tail, and as it registered the throbbing pain, a profound trepidation towards the Supreme Treasure took root within it. This lesser being displayed an unexpected ferocity. An 11th level sprite had employed a defensive skill, yet even with the stone serpent's defensive inclinations, the disparity in levels meant that, despite the advantage of type resistance, the Supreme Treasure could not vanquish it in one blow. Nevertheless, the opponent had sustained considerable injury. Supreme Treasure, let the next strike determine the outcome. Upon hearing that this human intended to defeat it with a single move, a glint of malice and indignation flickered in the stone serpent's eyes. Who does it look down upon? Who holds the higher level, you or I? In an instant, the Supreme Treasure teleported behind the stone serpent and struck with the Rui stick. The stone serpent summoned all its might to erect an earthen barrier. As Xiao Jing sensed the intent to conclude the battle with a decisive blow, the combat instructor understood that Xiao Jing was preparing to go all out, prompting the stone serpent to fortify its defenses. The serpent, acutely aware of the Supreme Treasure's ferocity, wasted no time, channeling its earth-based spiritual energy to conjure the barrier, which formed a protective ring of brownish-yellow rocks, continuously thickening. At this moment, the Supreme Treasure had arrived at the serpent's rear, having charged its attack. The golden-black Rui stick descended with a flourish, leaving a trail of afterimages. Ding! Big foolish snake, be dazed. Boom! The Rui stick struck the earthen barrier, failing to obliterate it instantly. Startled by the sound, the stone serpent turned to witness the spectacle, and a mocking smile emerged, as if to say, how bold. Yet, before its grin could fully manifest, dread washed over it as it noticed the barrier riddled with cracks, unrepairable despite its attempts to channel spiritual energy. In the next moment, the barrier crumbled into dust, and the stick, accompanied by a flurry of afterimages, descended upon the stone serpent's head amidst its terrified gaze. Bang! Chapter 26. The Dawn of Evolution, Mecha shattering the sky. Bang! A resounding echo reverberated, filling the stone serpent's mind with the relentless thud of bang, 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 until, in defiance, it collapsed heavily, succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing this, the Supreme Treasure stowed the Rui stick and swiftly returned to Xiao Jing's side. However, upon hearing that sound, Xiao Jing wore an odd expression, reminiscent of an advertisement from his past life. Upon lifting his gaze and encountering the Supreme Treasure's expectant expression, he chuckled, patting its head. The Supreme Treasure had truly elevated his standing, defeating a foe 4 levels higher in just 2 moves. The Supreme Treasure, reveling in Xiao Jing's affectionate gesture, nuzzled against him, basking in the moment. With the assessment concluded, Xiao Jing emerged victorious. After the combat instructor announced the results, he remarked appreciatively to Xiao Jing, "You are indeed remarkable, surpassing many previous cohorts by a significant margin. I hope you can carry the momentum of our Linjiang first high into the upcoming examinations, demonstrating to those from prestigious families what true talent means." Even with type advantages, a 4-level gap is not easily surmountable, let alone defeating an opponent in merely 2 strikes. Yet Xiao Jing had accomplished just that, igniting hope within the combat instructor. After expressing his gratitude, Xiao Jing departed from the battleground. Meanwhile, Lin Xin and Li Shangqing each bested the combat instructor in 4 and 8 rounds respectively. After exchanging a few words with Lin Xin and Li Shangqing, Xiao Jing proceeded to the Gold Element Training Room, mindful of a significant task ahead. That was to assist in the evolution of Tian Xiao. In the Gold Element Training Room, Xiao Jing called out, "Come forth, Tian Xiao." A gentle white light emanated from the sprite bracelet on his left wrist, and Tian Xiao materialized before him. The sprite bracelet was a gift from his father, Xiao Hong, upon his 10th birthday. After forming a bond with the Supreme Treasure, he had refrained from wearing it since the Supreme Treasure preferred not to reside within the Spirit Ball, but now, having contracted Tian Xiao, he donned it officially. The bracelet featured 9 small apertures, 2 of which were now filled. One was a mechanical spirit ball specifically purchased for Tian Xiao, while the other was a customized spirit ball for the Supreme Treasure, designed to accommodate combat-oriented sprites and equipped with numerous mini spiritual fruit trees, ensuring comfort even if the Supreme Treasure preferred not to remain within. Of course, these 2 spirit balls were not inexpensive, costing Xiao Jing over 100,000 spirit coins. Considering the total of 600,000 provided by the school in previous savings, he had just over 500,000 spirit coins remaining after recent expenditures. Maintaining sprites certainly drained finances, akin to catering to a little ancestor. Xiao Jing chuckled inwardly. Gazing at the radiant, jet-black Tian Xiao, he inquired, "Are you ready?" Tian Xiao nodded, its electronic voice resonating. "I am ready at any moment." "Very well, let us commence the breakthrough." Tian Xiao finally ceased suppressing the growth of its internal spiritual energy and experience. As the final vestiges of experience filled to capacity, a transformation began within. Intense energy fluctuations emanated from Tian Xiao, evident from the flickering of the energy core on its chest. As the energy surged, it finally surpassed a critical threshold before stabilizing at a new equilibrium. This indicated that Tian Xiao's breakthrough had been successfully achieved, now firmly at the novice level 1. A surge of spiritual energy flowed from Xiao Jing's palm, transmitting through Tian Xiao's spirit seal, prompting him to sit cross-legged and begin absorbing this energy. With the increase in strength, Xiao Jing found it considerably easier to harness the spiritual energy from Tian Xiao's breakthrough, fully absorbing it within a mere minute. Feeling himself inching closer to the latter stages of novice level, he estimated that once the Supreme Treasure reached levels 11 or 12, and Tian Xiao attained levels 4 or 5, he would be poised to advance to the latter stages of novice level quite rapidly. "Let me see if the heart of evolution has manifested." Xiao Jing approached, placing his palm upon Tian Xiao's energy core, allowing waves of gentle spiritual energy to flow into it. Tian Xiao, fully trusting Xiao Jing, had no defenses against the energy, even when it involved the mechanical heart that could determine its fate. Fortunately, through Xiao Jing's perception, he sensed the gradual fusion of evolutionary energies, ultimately coalescing into a pulsating golden orb. The heart of evolution had been born, although the process of its creation was not as seamless as that of the Supreme Treasure. Likely due to Tian Xiao being an artificial sprite, the outcome was nonetheless favorable. Xiao Jing swiftly retrieved 2 evolution stones, one golden and one bluish-green, corresponding to the gold and wind elements. "Tian Xiao, if you are prepared, touch both evolution stones simultaneously." Xiao Jing looked at Tian Xiao with eager anticipation. Tian Xiao glanced at Xiao Jing, then at the 2 evolution stones in his hand, and finally extended 2 mechanical arms to grasp both stones simultaneously. In a flash, a gentle white light enveloped Tian Xiao entirely, as a continuous stream of evolutionary energy flowed from the gold and wind-type evolution stones into Tian Xiao's body, stimulating its evolutionary core to complete the transformation. This was one of the many methods of evolution for the spirits, evolution through evolution stones, wherein the necessary energy is entirely provided by the stones, eliminating the need for a spirit master to infuse their own energy into the spirit. The white light surrounding Tian Xiao began to expand gradually, reaching approximately 2.5 meters before it finally ceased. After about a minute, the brilliance began to dissipate. A brand new, exquisitely streamlined dark silver mechanical form appeared before Xiao Jing. He gazed in astonishment at Tian Xiao, who had transformed into such a striking figure post-evolution, captivating him deeply. No wonder so many sought to possess their own mecha in both past and present lives. An energy surged once more from Tian Xiao, responding back to Xiao Jing, as the energy previously stored within Tian Xiao's mechanical heart began to be absorbed. Name: Tian Xiao. Species: Mecha Rift. Attribute: Gold Wind. Level: Novice Level 3, 1595. Traits: Mecha Heart. In battle, reduces spirit energy consumption slightly. Out of battle, spirit energy recovers rapidly. At regular level and above, allows a contracted partner to pilot the mecha. Combat mode: all attributes increase by 8%. Soaring mode: speed increases by 40%, but all attributes except speed decrease by 5%. Base stats: physical attack, 60, special attack, 83, physical defense, 70, special defense, 70, speed, 82, stamina, 79, spirit energy, 79. Total: 523. first stage form. Description: under the exploration of the father of mechanical spirits, Tu Bo Ling, Mecha 001 evolved into this form relying on gold and wind-type evolution stones. Mecha Rift is developing towards agility and swiftness, presenting a textured dark silver hue, sacrificing physical attack and dual defenses for enhanced speed and special attack. Skills: Overload Bombardment, Mastery Level 2, 100, Steel Charge, Entry Level 86, 100, Armament, Entry Level 98, 100, Targeting, Entry Level 99, 100, High-Speed Shooting, Mastery Level 3, 100, Rift Blade, Entry Level 26, 100, Cruise Missile, Entry Level 23, 100. Chapter 27. Special Training concludes. College Entrance Examination approaches. Rift Blade, Gold Attribute, Special Attack, inflicts a 10% reduction in dual defenses on the target. Cruise Missile, Wind Attribute, Special Attack, guaranteed to hit the target. Surveying Tian Xiao's newly updated stats panel, Xiao Jing nodded in satisfaction. The panel displayed the current stage S base stats rather than the final forms, and with a base stat total of 523 in its first stage. It could indeed overpower many non-legendary spirits of the same level. It's no wonder that the first-generation mechanical spirits could hold their ground against the Black Soil riots. Managing to stall until reinforcements from the 5 great duchies arrived, the second and third generations of mechas developed now serve in the law enforcement of the duchies. Evidently, these mechanical spirits possess inherently high base stats, and even if they can only evolve to the first stage, it is more than sufficient. Moreover, only the 5 official duchies can possess these mechanical spirits, akin to official certification spirits, and first-generation models like Mecha 001 are nearly extinct. As for why it was placed in the Yellow Sacred Machine's secret realm, it was because the Gold-type king, Tu Bo Ling, once dreamt that Mecha 001 might find its suitable partner in that realm, leading to over a decade of waiting. With this, the assurance of achieving high rankings in the college entrance examination seemed promising. The extraordinary dual offensive capabilities and dual defenses of Zuanbao, coupled with Tian Xiao's superior base stats in its first stage, certainly presented a formidable advantage. Tian Xiao, let us test your new skills. Xiao Jing adjusted the test puppet to Novice Level 3, Gold Attribute. Tian Xiao, use Cruise Missile. With that, Xiao Jing dashed away to a safe distance. Following Xiao Jing's command, Tian Xiao raised its right hand, and a black missile was readied from its arm. Whoosh! The ignition sound of the missile echoed, and the cruise missile traced a path directly towards the test puppet. Boom! An explosion resounded, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, as a large number 87 displayed above the test puppet. Not bad, Xiao Jing nodded. Tian Xiao's special attack base stat was already commendably high, though it lacked the exaggerated mechanics of Zuanbao. To inflict such damage with a secondary attribute skill was indeed impressive. Xiao Jing currently regarded Tian Xiao as a support and high-speed finisher, while Zuanbao remained the primary powerhouse, albeit with only physical attack skills for now. Tian Xiao, use Rift Blade. 2 dark golden laser blades formed from the back of Tian Xiao's hands. Crossing its arms, Tian Xiao aimed at the test puppet and forcefully swung, sending the blades flying at high speed, ultimately converging at a single point on the puppet's chest. 95. The damage was already quite significant. Xiao Jing observed the faint dark golden glow flickering on the test puppet, likely the effect of the dual defense reduction mentioned in the skill description. After a moment of observation, he estimated the effect would last around 5 seconds. A month later, during this period, Xiao Jing again spent days training diligently with Zuanbao and Tian Xiao. They engaged in various training sessions at school, commanding Zuanbao and Tian Xiao in battles against one another, as well as sparring with Lin Xin and Li Shangqing. At times, they even stayed overnight at the school, which made Lin Xin and Li Shangqing feel that Xiao Jing was exceedingly dedicated. When returning home at night, Xiao Jing occasionally arranged for Zuanbao and Tian Xiao to spar with Xiao Hang's Violent Ink, Species, Violent Panda, base stat, 561, receiving guidance from Xiao Hang. Furthermore, Xiao Jing had successfully exchanged for 6 pieces of excellent quality spiritual items, 3 for Zuanbao to enhance its potential and 3 for Tian Xiao to boost speed and armor-piercing capabilities. The remaining 2 fine quality items were exchanged to promote their level advancements. Xiao Jing himself also engaged in physical training to strengthen his physique, practicing staff techniques with Zuanbao, and finding time to hone his skills in spiritual item processing. He planned to obtain a novice-level spiritual item processing certificate from the Spiritual Item Processing Association in Linjiang City after the college entrance examination concluded. As for the second assessment, this time students were required to bring both of their spirits into battle against a novice level 16 spirit, while Xiao Jing and his companions would each face a novice level 18 spirit. although level 18 was the highest tier of the novice category after months of training. Xiao Jing and his companions were not likely to be daunted by such a challenge. Lin Xin's combat style was the most resplendent and graceful. As his illusionary spirit deer and little totem, chain control, moves directly dismantled the defenses of the opposing spirit. The entire assessment likely required only 5 or 6 steps, and they may not even have been fully conscious, with the remainder of the time spent standing in punishment, ultimately wearing down the opponent. Li Shanqing's combat style is nothing short of dazzling and spectacular. The moment Shandai K made its entrance, it summoned a tempest, and under the influence of the storm, Lei Guangbao struggled to hold its ground against the opposing spirit. With the assistance of Shandai K, Li Shanqing gained the upper hand, ultimately culminating in his activation of the innate talent, Celestial Lightning, which empowered Lei Guangbao for a decisive strike that concluded the assessment battle. Xiao Jing's approach to combat is characterized by its sheer simplicity and brutality, harnessing the formidable output of Zhizun Bao. He first instructed it to employ the Rui Staff technique for probing and depleting the opponent's energy, while Tian Xiao unleashed missiles and light blades to harass. The moment the adversary revealed a flaw, Zhizun Bao would teleport instantaneously to deliver a heavy blow that would secure victory. After more than a month of rigorous training, the results were decidedly impressive, as Xiao Jing advanced to the late stage of a novice spirit master midway through the training. Chapter 28, The Gaokao begins. Current era, June 1st, 2317. Have you gathered everything? Luo Yu inquired of Xiao Jing. Yes, Mom. You've asked that 5 times already, Xiao Jing replied with a wry smile. Well, that's good then. Take care, my dear. Remember to return with commendable results. After bidding farewell to Xiao Hang and Luo Yu, Xiao Jing set off for Linjiang First High School alongside Zhizun Bao. Upon his arrival at Linjiang First High, he spotted a colossal Tianyun bird hovering above the school. As he reached the playground, Qi Linlin waved and called out, Xiao Jing, over here. Once all the classmates had gathered, Qi Linlin surveyed them and announced, Today marks the moment you will be tested on everything you have learned over the past 12 years. It is an immensely significant day for you all. You will embark on the Tianyun bird alongside students from the regular class to head to the first examination site for your cultural courses. There are 3 subjects, a comprehensive exam in the morning, lasting 3 hours, an afternoon exam in spirit cognition, also 3 hours, and an evening exam in spirit cultivation, for 3 hours. Following the examinations, staff members will guide you to the school's designated hotel for rest as you await the practical examination the following day. The practical examination is divided into 2 parts. The first is a survival points competition, where you will endure for 3 days on a secluded island, accomplishing specific assessment objectives to accumulate points. The top 8 students with the highest scores will participate in the second part, the ranking competition for outstanding Gaokao candidates in Linjiang City, which will determine the champion. You will have a total of 5 days for this undertaking. I am delighted to have been able to accompany you for 3 years and witness your growth. I hope you all achieve splendid results and feel a sense of fulfillment for your hard work. Upon hearing Qi Linlin's words, Class 3-1 erupted into thunderous applause, a tribute both to her and to themselves as they prepared for the Gaokao. The back of the Tianyun bird was incredibly spacious, specifically designed to accommodate a large number of passengers. As they journeyed to the examination site, Xiao Jing, Lin Xian, and Li Shanqing found themselves seated close together. I heard that the Gaokao reforms have significantly increased the difficulty of the practical examination, along with some mysterious elements, Li Shanqing remarked, seemingly informed from an unknown source. I've also heard that the Gaokao underwent reforms starting last year, which caused quite a stir among the previous year's seniors. However, due to confidentiality agreements, they cannot divulge much to us. Xiao Jing raised an eyebrow. Truthfully, even if they did tell us, it wouldn't matter much. The changes to the Gaokao are quite substantial each year, with only the overarching guidelines remaining constant, Lin Xian added. Xiao Jing nodded in agreement, realizing that worrying was futile and that patience was the key. As long as nothing goes awry, he remarked. The morning exam was a breeze for Xiao Jing. Although his grades were not at the pinnacle, perhaps due to the greater strength of his soul in this reincarnation, his memory of various subjects was remarkably profound, enabling him to recall details after only a glance. The morning's comprehensive exam was akin to the combination of liberal arts and sciences from his previous life, proving to be quite accommodating for someone who had undergone 12 years of compulsory education. The afternoon's spirit cognition exam merely assessed one's grasp of spirit characteristics, including the ability to deduce the identity of a spirit from descriptions and traces, as well as attribute judgments, skills essential for future endeavors. The evening's spirit cultivation course encompassed the examination of evolution pathways for spirits, planning, and evaluations of spiritual and resonant objects, along with practical skills for communicating and coexisting with various spirits, as well as capturing and contracting them. Given Xiao Jing's recent focus on spirit crafting skills, he held a distinct advantage in this subject. After a grueling 9 hours of examinations on the first day, the students returned to their hotel, albeit slightly fatigued, to await the next day's practical assessments. Current era, June 2nd, 2317. With all high school students from Linjiang City congregated within the spacious interior of the Tianyun Bird, the atmosphere grew quite congested, and many students stood, fervently discussing their upcoming practical gaokao. After all, the allure of exploring the wilderness alongside their spirit partners was far more enticing than merely completing written exams. Gazing out at the swiftly passing clouds, Xiao Jing turned to Lin Xian and Li Shangqing and said, "Yesterday, as we traveled to the examination site, the Tianyun Bird must have transported us into a first-class secret realm. Indeed, the landscape here diverges significantly from our familiar geography," Li Shangqing concurred, producing a map and scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass. Xiao Jing couldn't help but smirk at Li Shangqing's thorough preparation. "Attention, students. Good morning. We are about to arrive at the isolated island. Please prepare yourselves. We will land in 5 minutes." The announcement echoed through the cabin, cutting off the students' discussions as they fell silent in anticipation of landing. Upon disembarking on the island, Xiao Jing and his companions received wristbands from several staff members and underwent full-body checks to ensure no cheating or prohibited items were brought in. Not far from their landing point, another Tianyun Bird descended, releasing a handful of individuals whose expressions radiated a sense of superiority as they gazed upon the throng of students. "These must be the spirit masters cultivated by the prominent families of Linjiang City," Xiao Jing observed, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the individuals of similar age. "Indeed," Li Shangqing affirmed, glancing at the group and confirming Xiao Jing's assessment. "This year, I am the sole representative from the Li family participating in the gaokao, so there are no other members of my clan present. These families excel at maintaining confidentiality. I am completely unaware of their current levels," Li Shangqing remarked, his expression somewhat grave as he introduced each individual to Xiao Jing. Among that group, it seemed someone had noticed Li Shangqing's presence as 2 individuals approached. "Well, if it isn't Li Shangqing, what brings you to high school?" One of them, named Wang Rang, hailed from the prestigious Wang family of Linjiang City. "Yeah, staying cooped up at home is exceedingly dull. It's much better to come out and train," Li Shangqing replied, shrugging nonchalantly, unperturbed by Wang Rang, whom he found somewhat brash from their childhood encounters. "Abandoning the family system for a wild path, I wonder how much you'll fall behind," Wang Rang's younger brother, Wang Meng, remarked with a hint of disdain. "You all think too highly of yourselves. Even the daughter of the Linjiang Spirit Tower's master is training in high school. Do you truly believe you understand anything?" Li Shangqing retorted without reservation. The fact that Lin Xian attended Linjiang No. 1 high school was well known. Not only the prominent families, but anyone with even a modicum of information channels was aware of it. Of course, they knew about this matter. In the same cohort, Lin Xian was regarded as a key competitor. However, when it came to the Tower Master, they dared not comment recklessly, for it was possible that Tower Master Lin was observing from somewhere during the college entrance examination. Lin Xian cast them a sidelong glance. "Go away, don't be bothersome here." Xiao Jing, standing nearby, turned to look, sensing Lin Xian's imposing demeanor. Li Shangqing thought to herself, the big sister's aura is indeed formidable. Wang Rang and Wang Meng certainly did not dare to provoke Lin Xian and could only harshly retort to Li Shangqing, "We shall see you in the examination hall. I hope you can qualify for the ranking competition." Chapter 29. The college entrance examination commences. With that, Wang Rang and Wang Meng departed without looking back, never casting a glance at Xiao Jing. "Fools," Li Shangqing scoffed, though she sensed something and turned to Xiao Jing, saying, "These 2 clods are just not bright. Their eyes are always set atop their heads. They will inevitably stumble one day. Don't stoop to their level." Xiao Jing, regaining his focus, replied, "No, they are actually quite weak. Any of us 3 could defeat them." Initially, Xiao Jing had indeed taken note of the duo, but had only afforded them a cursory glance. As mid-tier novice spirit masters, while their upbringing in elite families made them stronger than average peers, he did not believe they could best him. He felt that Li Shangqing could handle them even in a 2-on-1 scenario. The reason was that after witnessing Xiao Jing's rigorous training, Li Shangqing felt herself swept up in the same whirlwind, training day and night. Moreover, she had the advantage of familial support, in the absence of growth-type talent. Her Thunderlight Leopard had risen to level 14, and her Flash Thunder Sparrow to level 10, barely managing to break into the late novice tier just a day before the examination. What truly occupied Xiao Jing's thoughts were the other 3 late novice tier spirit masters, Jiang Li, Wang Yu, and Qi Tang, all hailing from the 3 leading families in Linjiang City, each backed by a Lord tier spirit master. Suddenly, a broadcast interrupted Xiao Jing's musings. Ding. Welcome, students, to the Practical College Entrance Examination of Linjiang City. The examination is about to commence. The rules are as follows. Defeat corresponding targets to complete tasks and earn points. The top 8 students will qualify for the second ranking competition. The examination wristbands you hold will serve as tools for task issuance and points tallying. All information will be transmitted through the examination wristbands. After a 5-second pause, the voice resumed. I hereby declare the practical examination of the Spirit Master Alliance 23-17 cohort officially begins. At the moment the broadcast announced the start of the exam, countless candidates surged toward the towering trees ahead, resembling a primordial jungle. Xiao Jing and her companions also stepped into the forest. Then, we shall see each other in the second ranking competition. The three exchanged nods before stepping into the protective barrier. When the scene before Xiao Jing reappeared, only the vast expanse of jungle vegetation remained. Lin Xian and Li Shangqing had vanished from sight. As expected, they would be teleported away to prevent initial clustering. Xiao Jing promptly raised her arm to inspect her examination wristband, while her companion, Zun Bao, emerged from the spirit wristband, alertly scanning the surroundings to preempt any assaults from individuals or spirits. Since spirits were not permitted outside the wristbands at the examination's onset, Zun Bao had reluctantly remained cooped up for a while. At that moment, a phantom map slowly materialized on Xiao Jing's wristband, initially displaying a bird's-eye view of an island before focusing on the green that representing her position. During the zooming process, she noticed numerous red dots scattered across the map, varying in brightness and even taking the form of skulls, differing only in size. The red dots represented spirits that could be defeated for points. They could be individual spirits or groups, with varying sizes indicating different levels and point yields. The skulls denoted boss, and defeating one could yield at least 10 times the points of its level, along with rewards that varied based on the boss's difficulty. However, caution was advised. If the wristband detected that a candidate was in mortal danger, it would immediately teleport them to the island's periphery, thus securing their points. Moreover, the rules clearly stated, defeating or killing novice-tier spirits would yield no points, though a limited number of ordinary animals could be slain for survival food. The regulations were quite explicit, outlining methods for earning points, the associated dangers, and the examination's objectives, as well as protection for novice-tier spirits. Xiao Jing raised an eyebrow. Given this, she resolved to head toward the nearest boss. Glancing at the map, she noted that she still had a distance to cover to reach it, as the map only displayed a radius of 3 kilometers. Thus, she could defeat ordinary spirits along the way. With that thought, Xiao Jing ceased her hesitation. Zun Bao, let us set forth. Coming. Following the map's guidance, Xiao Jing arrived at a thicket, where a majestic black horse stood nearby. It was a blackwater horse. Species, blackwater horse. Attribute, water. Level, novice 10. Trait, blackwater corrosion. Possesses corrosive black water. Items or spirits trampled will be tainted, reducing special defense and continuously inflicting damage. Zun Bao, use the Rui staff technique to knock them out. Understood. Zun Bao removed the silly tuft from atop its head, transforming back into the Rui staff. In an instant, it teleported behind the group of blackwater horses, catching them off guard, and swiftly knocked down 4 of them while they were bewildered, pondering why the sky had suddenly darkened. The remaining blackwater horses, regaining their senses, glared at the diminutive Zun Bao, their eyes wide with disbelief. Without sensing the opponent's aura, they opened their mouths to unleash a torrent of water, and the others followed suit. Unfortunately, their water blasts could not match Zun Bao's instantaneous mobility. Zun Bao teleported once more, deftly evading the 6 water blasts, and struck down 4 more blackwater horses, at which point the water blasts finally smashed into a nearby tree. With a resounding crash, the massive tree fell, seemingly shattering the remaining blackwater horses' psychological defenses, leaving the last 2 trembling in fear. Observing this, Zun Bao shook its head, noting their poor mental fortitude, and swiftly knocked them out, ceasing to frighten them further. Well done, Zun Bao, Xiao Jing exclaimed as she leaped down from a nearby tree, showering praise upon her companion before continuing on her journey. While the candidates were intensely engaged in the examination, outside the island, a colossal cloud bird, far larger than the Tianyun bird they had ridden, bore a conference room upon its back. Inside the room sat a collection of formidable individuals, their gazes fixed upon the screen before them, which displayed the candidates' examination footage. Among them was the scene of Zun Bao effortlessly taking down 10 blackwater horses. This little monkey is actually a stone spirit monkey. They are nearly extinct now, a middle-aged man remarked with surprise. A level 12 spirit taking on 10 level 10 blackwater horses. Fascinating. Moreover, this stone spirit monkey exhibits remarkably consistent damage output. It does not fluctuate erratically, commented an intelligent woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The quality of this spirit is undoubtedly within the T0 tier among the candidates this year, remarked a man clad in a military green coat. What is the name of its summoner? The middle-aged man inquired initially. His curiosity piqued about the young individual capable of contracting and nurturing this stone spirit monkey. Could it be one of the scions from the prominent families of Linjiang City? After all, he too had once aspired to contract a spirit monkey, yet was unfortunate enough not to locate the spirit fruit mountain. Xiao Jing. Chapter 30. The founding of the Huangyan Duchy's 3 prestigious universities. Xiao Jing. The gathered individuals turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. You know him? The middle-aged man questioned. My daughter is classmates with him. Lin Yao nodded. Perhaps you have heard of his father, Xiao Hong. The knowledgeable woman nodded in realization. It was his son. No wonder he possesses commendable strength. However, what a pity for Xiao Hong. Had he not been engrossed in the field of spirit crafting back then? Missing the optimal time for enhancing his strength, he would likely be contending for the Lord rank by now. Everything is a matter of personal choice. Achieving mastery in spirit crafting during that period was, for Xiao Hong, not without its merits, spoke the man in the military green coat. I've heard that Lord Chun was a classmate of Xiao Hong back in the day. Lin Yao smiled slightly at Chen Jilin. What is your opinion of this young lad, Xiao Jing? It appears that Lord Lin is quite interested in Xiao Jing. Chen Jilin was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yao's question, before responding, based on his recent performance. This young fellow likely stands on par with the cultivators from those top-tier families in Linjiang City. He has inherited Xiao Hong's youthful talents and has a significant chance to compete for the championship. To effortlessly defeat these 10 novice-level 10 Blackwater horses is no trivial feat. These 10 Blackwater horses were nearly classified as a minor boss during the spirit-level assessments. Had Xiao Jing struggled even slightly, they would not be expressing such sentiments. The 4 individuals engaged in conversation, aside from Lin Yao, the head of the Lingjiang Spirit Tower, were educators from the 3 prestigious universities that established the Huangyan Duchy. Indeed, it was these 3 universities that founded the Huangyan Duchy. Similarly, the other 4 major duchies follow suit. Thus, across the continent, the highest authority of the Human Spirit League is essentially the Supreme Council of the 15 elite universities. Chen Jilin, conversing with Lin Yao, hails from Huangyan University and is a Lord-ranked spirit master. The woman with gold-rimmed glasses is named Dai Iran, representing the Holy Light University, also a Lord-ranked spirit master. The middle-aged man who initially spoke is named Xiao Wenkai, from the Mechanical University, likewise a Lord-ranked spirit master. Let us await the outcome with anticipation, Dai Iran remarked with a hint of eagerness. Each year, these 3 universities select a city to witness the examinations in person, overseeing the candidates' assessments to pre-select quality students, and this year, Lingjiang City was chosen. Even with years of observation, it is generally the case that as long as the examination features candidates from prominent families, the top 8 are typically from them. However, should a civilian spirit master break into the top 8, the champion will most likely emerge from among these civilian spirit masters. Precedents abound. As half of the current king-level spirit masters and the sole emperor-level spirit master, the Dragon Sovereign, hail from civilian backgrounds. Therefore, if any candidate can rival these scions of wealthy families, they will undoubtedly be potential targets for recruitment, making this competition particularly thrilling. Unbeknownst to Xiao Jing, he remained oblivious to the attention of these influential figures. During their discussions, he had already led his supreme treasure to defeat numerous target spirits. They soon arrived at the bank of a crystal-clear stream. After a brief observation of the surroundings and finding no spirits, Xiao Jing addressed Supreme Treasure. Let us rest here for a while. As he spoke, he beckoned Supreme Treasure to join him by the stream to wash the spirit fruits and some animal meat they had recently gathered. Xiao Jing also summoned Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao, please go and chop down a few branches from that nearby tree. Certainly. Tian Xiao's hand transformed into a shimmering blade, beginning to saw the wood. After a flurry of activity, Xiao Jing, Supreme Treasure, and Tian Xiao finally satisfied their hunger. Although Tian Xiao could not consume spirit fruits or roasted meat, Xiao Jing had thoughtfully brought energy blocks for it. After 3 months of practicing spirit crafting, combined with the innate ability to conjure spiritual energy, Xiao Jing had managed to process the purchased energy blocks, doubling the energy they contained, while also adding some unique flavors. It is worth noting that Tian Xiao seems to have developed a fondness for coffee-flavored energy blocks. While Xiao Jing could not fathom why Tian Xiao, as a mech, would enjoy coffee, he was more than willing to accommodate its preferences. Of course, Supreme Treasure had no taste for energy blocks. It still preferred spirit fruits. One must admit, a morning spent battling spirits of a similar level proved immensely fruitful, as Supreme Treasure's experience surged from 12,395 to 12,6195 in less than a morning. Xiao Jing intended to elevate Supreme Treasure to level 13 in the afternoon, enhancing its peak combat capability while allowing Tian Xiao to gain some experience. Once Supreme Treasure leveled up, he would adjust the order of leveling. Can I check the boss's level now? As Xiao Jing progressed towards the small skull icon, he unexpectedly found the option to view available, and without hesitation, he clicked on it. Boss, Rockstorm Bear Pack. Level 1 at Novice level 18, 3 at level 17, and 4 at level 16. Information: the 8 Rockstorm Bears seem to be guarding a certain spirit, and under its influence, their leveling speed has increased. Upon defeating the Rockstorm Bear Pack, the spirit can be claimed. Rewards: 12 times the points for level 18, 11 times for level 17, and 10 times for level 16. Evidently, the rewards stipulated in the rules refer to points and the spirit guarded by the boss. Since level 16 grants 10 times the points, it appears that level 16 is the minimum threshold for categorizing a boss. Xiao Jing mused internally, as the initial rules indicated at least 10 times the points. And the fact that level 16 grants only 10 times suggests the minimum level for a boss. The 10 Blackwater horses that Supreme Treasure initially defeated could barely hold their ground against a single Rockstorm Bear, perhaps unable to fully contend, which is why they were not classified as the weakest boss. A pity. Xiao Jing sighed momentarily before continuing onward with Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao towards the location of the Rockstorm Bear Pack. Upon arriving at the site of the boss Rockstorm Bear Pack, Supreme Treasure's extraordinary perception detected and informed Xiao Jing of 3 nearby individuals. This marked the first group of candidates Xiao Jing had encountered since entering the isolated island. Sensing their auras, he discerned that the strongest among them was merely a mid-tier novice spirit master, while the weakest was at the early stage, and none were from Lingjiang No. 1. He chose to disregard them, surmising they were ambitious yet cowardly, waiting for a stroke of luck to pick up the pieces, hidden among a pile of rubble. Xiao Jing remained undetected as he continued to observe the Rockstorm Bear Pack. The height of the rock bear exceeds that of Tian Xiao. Its body a striking tapestry of black and yellow. Its eyes are entirely black, exuding a formidable aura. The most conspicuous characteristic of the rock bear is its enormous paws, roughly the size of a flat suitcase, lending its physique a distinctly asymmetrical appearance. They stand guard outside a cavern, with 4 level 16 sentinels and 3 level 17 sentinels occasionally emerging, while the level 18 leader remains unseen, presumably lurking within the cave. Having discerned a pattern, Xiao Jing resolved not to prolong their wait, as lingering would likely attract others, complicating matters. Thus, seizing the moment when the level 17 rock bear retreated inside, he promptly instructed Jizun Bao and Tian Xiao. Jizun Bao, Tian Xiao, let us advance. Chapter 31, Battle with the Rock Bear Horde. Jizun Bao. Activate the Ru-E transformation for enhancement, and then use the Ru-E staff to deliver a heavy strike to the one on the far right. Tian Xiao. Employ overload bombardment, targeting half at the cavern's ceiling and half at the 3 on the left. Xiao Jing orchestrated their assault with precision. It was certain that the rock bears inside the cave would detect the commotion outside, so blocking the cave entrance would buy them some time to deal with the 4 outside first. Ling Ling. Good. A faint red aura enveloped Jizun Bao, its power steadily intensifying, while Tian Zhao's body unleashed hundreds of energy ports from beneath its armored exterior, glowing faintly red as they charged. The enhancement of Jizun Bao was instantaneous, and it teleported behind the leftmost rock bear, a tactic it seemed to favor. The 4 rock bears were oblivious to the impending danger, save for 3 candidates who had been observing them closely, who gasped as they noticed the sudden appearance of a similar monkey spirit behind the bears. Their exclamations successfully diverted the rock bear's attention, allowing Jizun Bao's strike to land smoothly. With a resounding thud, 1 rock bear fell without having the chance to cry out in pain. At this sight, the remaining 3 rock bears turned to glare at Jizun Bao, 2 of them intending to confront it, while the other sought to pursue the 3 candidates. Upon being singled out, the candidates fled in terror, prompting Xiao Jing to shake his head in disbelief. Such cowardice, and yet they hoped to scavenge opportunities? As the rock bears prepared to chase, hundreds of projectiles erupted from behind the rubble on the other side, overwhelming the 3 rock bears with sheer numbers. Before they could react, they were struck by the barrage. The ground trembled with a series of explosive detonations, burying the cave entrance under the onslaught, while the rock bears were sent into a panic, scurrying for cover. As the dust settled, Jizun Bao, perceiving the chaos through its psychic senses, effortlessly pinpointed the rock bear's locations and felled another with a swift strike. After incapacitating the 3rd rock bear, Jizun Bao remained stationary, not out of reluctance to move, but because the experience gained from these 3 rock bears had filled its experience bar, prompting an upgrade. Defeating equally leveled spirits yielded a mere 5 experience points, with an additional 2 points for each level above. A level 16 rock bear, being 4 levels higher than Jizun Bao, provided 13 experience points. totaling 39 points for the three. With Zhizun Bao's original experience at 61, it surpassed the threshold for an upgrade. Xiao Jing sensed the surge of spiritual energy emanating from Zhizun Bao, affirming that one must engage with spirits of higher levels to ensure rapid progression. With 4 higher-level rock bears remaining, ample experience lay ahead. During Zhizun Bao's upgrade, a fervent discussion unfolded in the conference room. I must be mistaken. The second spirit contracted by Xiao Jing is actually a first-generation mech spirit? Dai Yiran exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Xiao Wenkai, who also bore a look of astonishment. Did you not know? Should I have known? Xiao Wenkai replied with a hint of exasperation. This must be the Mech 001 that the Heavenly King placed in the Huangsheng Ji secret realm. Given Xiao Jing's talent, there's no doubt that he signed an exceptional agreement with Linjiang No. 1 High School. The relevant authorities from our 3 universities should be aware of it. Although Qin Zhilai was uncertain, he speculated on the process through which Xiao Jing had contracted Tian Xiao. Others quickly grasped the situation. It made sense now. The exceptional agreement is known only to the high school and university officials to prevent collusion among proctors, where one might issue agreements while the other directly signs candidates for early admission. Thus, even with an exceptional agreement in place, candidates, high school, and university officials are bound by confidentiality, lest they face accountability from the 3 top universities, a consequence that no one wishes to confront. Of course, individuals like Qin Zhilai and his colleagues could certainly inquire about it, yet there was no necessity to report it at that time. A promising candidate could shine brilliantly even during assessments, rendering premature announcements unnecessary. In a mere 3 months, both spirits had evolved, and judging by their appearance, they seemed to have been nurtured exceptionally well. The quality of Zhizun Bao's upbringing could be assessed from the richness, smoothness, and luster of its golden fur, as well as the intelligence in its eyes. Tian Zhao's vitality was evident from the brilliance of its energy lamp. Zhizun Bao's radiant fur glistened in the sunlight, its spirited gaze and acute battle awareness evident, while Tian Zhao's energy lamp shone like a beacon even in daylight, signaling its commendable growth. I too am filled with anticipation. Perhaps this cohort will yield another youthful prodigy, Dai Yiran remarked, her interest piqued. The others nodded in agreement, wondering if this year they would finally witness commoner spirit masters clashing with those from esteemed families. Meanwhile, as the conference room engaged in lively discourse, Zhizun Bao completed its upgrade and effortlessly incapacitated the 4th rock bear. Tian Xiao, also benefiting from the experience, found itself on the cusp of an upgrade, needing just 5 more points to level up. Boom. At that moment, the debris blocking the cavern entrance was finally shattered, and the 4 rock bears charged forth. Roar. The furious rock bears, witnessing their fallen comrades, instantly focused their attention on Xiao Jing, Zhizun Bao, and Tian Xiao. Realizing that the highest level among them, Zhizun Bao, was merely level 13, the most formidable of the rock bears, standing at level 18, commanded the 3 level 17 bears to advance upon Zhizun Bao while it lumbered towards Xiao Jing, intent on eliminating the human before it. Despite Xiao Jing being a late-stage novice spirit master, comparable to level 15 and 19 spirits, humans generally possess lower combat prowess than spirits of equivalent levels. Though Xiao Jing's aura was significantly robust for a novice, the rock bear underestimated the potential threat posed by a human accompanied by a novice level 9 spirit. Observing the approaching rock bear with a confident smirk, Xiao Jing turned to Zhizun Bao and said, Zhizun Bao, focus on those 3 experience packages. Tian Xiao and I can manage to keep this bear occupied for you. Chapter 32. Effortlessly navigating the battle. Ling Ling understood. Upon hearing Xiao Jing's words, Zhizun Bao charged directly towards the 3 rock bears. Over the past 3 months, Zhizun Bao had developed a profound trust in Xiao Jing. Since Xiao Jing assured him that there was nothing to fear, he felt completely at ease. Similarly, Xiao Jing, having spent this time together, had grown to trust Zhizun Bao immensely. Despite his playful nature, Zhizun Bao proved to be exceptionally reliable when it came to tasks or training. Xiao Jing had faith in Zhizun Bao's combat prowess as a member of the combat-oriented Spirit Monkey clan and was confident that the training and corrections he had provided had instilled commendable combat habits in him. Facing merely 3 level 17 rock bears was well within their capabilities. Tian Xiao, it's time for us to perform, Xiao Jing said, turning to Tian Xiao, initiate combat mode. Command acknowledged. Tian Xiao's electronic voice resonated as various components of his mech began to click and expand. Eventually, the central part of Tian Zhao's body slowly opened, revealing a cramped yet barely sufficient space for Xiao Jing to pilot. As Xiao Jing entered Tian Xiao, the conference room erupted in fervent discussion once more. As his display remained the focal point of surveillance in the meeting area, a novice-level mech sprite can be piloted by a spirit master? Exclaimed an elderly man wearing monocles, visibly astounded. He was Xiao Bang, a recruitment officer from the Huang Yin Empire's Spiritwood University and a title-level Spirit Master. Many other recruitment officers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. They collectively turned towards Xiao Wenkai, who hailed from the Mechanical University, believing he might discern the underlying intricacies. Typically, mech sprites were only operable by pilots at the standard level, as lower-tier pilots struggled to balance the fluctuations of spiritual energy within and outside the mech, leading to significant risks. Xiao Wenkai squinted slightly before speaking. Based on my deductions, there are two possibilities. The first is that this mech sprite, being a first-generation model, may have undergone numerous experimental modifications by Tu Tianwang, which could include an early activation of piloting capabilities. The second possibility is that Xiao Jing fed this mech sprite a golden fruit, granting it abilities far exceeding its current stage for a brief period but rendering it useless thereafter. However, I do not believe the latter is the case. Observing the growth patterns of the stone spirit monkey and the mech, it is evident that the bond between Xiao Jing and his sprites is exceptionally deep. He would not jeopardize a sprite's future for the sake of a single examination. Thus, I lean towards the first possibility. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd finally nodded in understanding. If it was indeed a creation of Tu Bailing, it would come as no surprise. Tu Bailing's myriad of ingenious ideas had been realized, and enabling early piloting of a mech was merely a minor feat. This lad is quite fortunate to have acquired a mech sprite modified by Tu Tianwang, someone remarked enviously. The title-level Spirit Masters present, faced with a mech sprite crafted by Tu Bailing, naturally harbored no thoughts of forming a contract. However, had they been of Xiao Jing's age, such a high-value and striking mech sprite would undoubtedly have been among their top choices. It appears that this little fellow has piqued the interest of many university recruitment officers, which is certainly a positive outcome, Lin Yao observed, glancing around and noting that several individuals were fixated on the screen showcasing Xiao Jing. He turned to the recruitment officers from the three top universities and noticed that, unlike other universities, they maintained a tempered interest but were nonetheless intrigued by Xiao Jing. These old foxes are quite reserved. They won't show their cards until they are genuinely moved, Lin Yao chuckled lightly. His daughter, Lin Xin, had consistently told him about Xiao Jing's exceptional talent, asserting that he was the only one capable of defeating her at Linjiang No. 1 High School. This had sparked Lin Yao's interest in Xiao Jing, as he was well aware of his daughter's capabilities. At this moment, Xiao Jing had entered Tian Zhao's cockpit and sealed the hatch. Contract partner, seated and secured. All indicators show normal. Initiating combat mode. A series of electronic notifications from Tian Zhao followed, as his body elongated, and all attributes were enhanced due to the heart of mech combat mode. Xiao Jing pressed a flight button and began to maneuver the joystick. Tian Zhao, take off. Boosters ready, Rift Sky, ascend. A row of boosters emerged from Tian Zhao's back, emitting deep blue flames as they soared into the sky, leaving behind two dazzling trails. Xiao Jing had discovered the possibility of entering Tian Zhao's cockpit about a month prior when he, accompanied by Zhizun Bao, had visited a mountaintop for relaxation. At that time, he had expressed to Tian Zhao his wish to pilot the mech, so they could experience the exhilaration of soaring from the mountain peak together. Sensing Xiao Jing's anticipation, some command within Tian Zhao seemed to unlock, and to the astonishment of both Xiao Jing and Zhizun Bao, the cockpit opened. What followed was a thrilling experience of Xiao Jing familiarizing himself with piloting Tian Zhao as they glided above the mountaintop. The rock bear leader stared in bewilderment at the sudden ascent of the duo, attempting to leap in disbelief, convinced it could also ascend to the skies. Ultimately, it was in vain. Furiously, it glared at Tian Zhao, now hovering above, and hurled a nearby boulder skyward, only for Tian Zhao to effortlessly evade it. Tian Zhao, deploy cruise missiles, Xiao Jing commanded, pressing a teal button within the cockpit. Tian Zhao raised his arm, revealing a cannon that extended from his forearm. And in the next moment, a missile was swiftly launched towards the rock bear leader. The rock bear leader, disdainfully observing the approaching missile, scoffed and gathered a sandball to intercept it. However, as the missile neared, it appeared to lock onto its target, twisting in midair to evade the sandball and striking the rock bear leader squarely in the chest. Boom. Xiao Jing was well aware that Tian Zhao's cruise missiles would not inflict significant damage on an 18-level rock bear. For now, it sufficed to buy time and irritate it. As the smoke cleared, the rock bear stood unscathed, yet the humiliation of being toyed with by a sprite of far lesser level ignited its fury. Meanwhile, Zhizun Bao, having previously enhanced his attributes, found himself effortlessly outmaneuvering the three clumsy and uncoordinated rock bears. The spikes unleashed by the rock bears failed to touch Zhizun Bao, and even amidst a barrage of attacks, he adeptly countered with his Rui stick techniques, severely injuring one of the rock bears during their moment of exhaustion following their skill usage. before swiftly resuming his evasive maneuvers. Frustrated at their inability to land a hit on Jizun Bao, the rock bears grew desperate and charged toward him in a wild rampage, only to be misled into crashing towards the very rock bear he had just wounded. As Jizun Bao instantly teleported away, the remaining injured rock bear watched in horror as the rampaging one bore down upon it. Chapter 33. Absorbing the Spiritual Spring. Setting off again. The rock bear, utilizing the rampage charge, stood dumbfounded, raising its head as it felt a weight far heavier than Jizun Bao moments ago. It soon realized, not far ahead, lay a black and yellow bear. Realizing it had been tricked into attacking its own comrade, it was about to unleash an enraged roar when Jizun Bao appeared mysteriously behind it, causing another rock bear to shout in an attempt to warn it. The rock bear, hearing the roar of its companion, turned around only to be met with a sharp crack as a slender staff struck its head with force. Thud. After the impact, Supreme Treasure did not linger, swiftly departing the scene, while the rock bear stood frozen in place, immobile. Through the course of combat from the morning until now, Supreme Treasure's proficiency in the skill Heavy Strike, Mastery 92, 100, had ascended to a level of comprehensive understanding, marking a significant milestone, a criterion for the Pokmon's potential advancement to its second evolution, greatly enhancing the skill's damage output. As anticipated, the rock bear began to topple backward 3 seconds later, evidently dazed and rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The enraged leader of the rock bears soon realized that only one of its subordinates remained, letting out a furious roar as it prepared to summon its remaining minion for a joint assault. However, Xiao Jing had no intention of complying with its wishes. Tian Xiao unleashed an overload bomb to disrupt their coordination. Following a period of cooldown, Tian Xiao was ready to release another overload bomb, launching hundreds of missiles that rained down upon the two rock bears. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage of explosions once more obscured the battlefield in a cloud of dust. Supreme Treasure, employ Heavy Strike to eliminate the level 17 rock bear. Tian Xiao, activate Blade of the Void to assist in attacking the level 17 rock bear. Supreme Treasure's psychic abilities, coupled with the thermal imaging analysis of Tian Xiao's mecha, were unaffected by the swirling dust, allowing them to easily pinpoint their target. As both Pokemon struck simultaneously, the rock bear attempted to disperse the smoke with a sweeping paw, only to be met with two flashing blades that cut through its palm, instilling a wave of faint golden weakness within it. In the next moment, the terrifying staff reappeared before it. Boom. The rock bear was completely incapacitated. Tian Xiao also leveled up to Novice Class Level 10, 595. Although as a support Pokemon, it only received half the usual experience. Seizing the moment while the dust had yet to settle, Xiao Jing instructed Supreme Treasure to engage the rock bear using the Rui Staff technique, while occasionally commanding Tian Xiao to launch Blade of the Void to lower its defenses. Within approximately 5 minutes, under the combined assault of Supreme Treasure's Heavy Strike and Tian Xiao's Overload Bomb, the rock bear leader could no longer withstand the onslaught and, with a look of defiance, gradually fell to the ground. Phew, finally resolved. Exiting Tian Xiao's cockpit, Xiao Jing surveyed the ravaged battlefield, reflecting on the encounter, before leading Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao into the rocky cave, eager to claim their rewards before the rock bears regained consciousness. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Jing was astonished to discover an abundance of spiritual energy. No wonder the rock bears here had qualifications not significantly inferior to those of the Blackwater horses. Despite their higher levels, venturing deeper, he was amazed to find a small spring of pale green water ahead, from which the rich spiritual energy emanated. A spiritual spring. This was truly a windfall. Excitement coursing through him, Xiao Jing urged Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao to quickly absorb the spring's energy. This modest spring was likely of the lowest grade, yet its essence was a concentrated product of an area teeming with spiritual energy, ensuring that it contained far more spiritual essence than similar quality spiritual items. Xiao Jing instructed Supreme Treasure to extract the Rui staff and absorb the energy alongside, thereby enhancing the staff's quality. As the pale green aura began to flow from the spring towards Supreme Treasure, Tian Xiao, and the Rui staff, Xiao Jing smiled faintly and began to check his examination wristband. The scoring rules dictated that defeating a Novice Level 1 Pokemon awarded 2 points, with an additional 2 points for each subsequent level. From Novice Level 10 to 11, the increase would be 5 points, raising the total from 20 to 25 points. Starting from Level 16, the Pokemon would be classified as a Boss level, meaning the 50 points from a Level 16 Pokemon would multiply by 10, resulting in 500 points, while a Level 17 Pokemon would yield 605 points, and so forth. Following the recent skirmish, he had amassed a remarkable 4,535 points from the Rock Bear Swarm. compounded by the 200 points gained from defeating the Blackwater Horse and additional points from various encounters on his journey, bringing his current score to 4934. Xiao Jing casually opened the ranking to observe the standings of his peers. The real-time rankings were as follows. First, Lin Xian, 5,200 points. Second, Jiang Li, 5,072 points. Third, Xiao Jing, 4,934 points. Fourth, Wang Yu, 4,912 points. Fifth, Qi Tang, 4,886 points. Sixth, Li Shanqing, 4,632 points. Such tight scores. Xiao Jing was astonished by the proximity of the top 4 scores and felt somewhat surprised to find himself in third place. However, upon reflection, the 8 rock bears had contributed significantly to his score, allowing him to leap momentarily to third place. Lin Xian remained consistently ahead, while Xiao Jing noted that Li Shanqing needed to step up to secure a position in the top 5. Lin Xian's score was soaring, and Li Shanqing was performing well. Considering the competition with the high-profile Family S spirit trainers, Xiao Jing harbored no thoughts of complacency. It was only the first afternoon, and the pressure from Jiang Li and the other high-profile family spirit trainers was formidable. A moment of inattention might see him slip to 5th place. Setting down his wristband, he once again examined the map, strategizing his next moves to maximize his points. As the water level of the small spiritual spring dwindled to about a third, Xiao Jing raised his hand to halt Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao. This natural spring was a creation of nature. Spirit trainers could take from it, but they must not overexert themselves, ensuring the preservation of the source and leaving a portion or seeds for future generations, fostering a sustainable system that aligned with the ideals of the Spirit Alliance's development. With the aid of the small spring, Supreme Treasure and Tian Zhao's levels rose once more, reaching Novice Level 14, 10, 95, and Novice Level 11, 3, 95, respectively. The quality of the Rui staff improved to Fine, with a score of 367, bringing it one step closer to the epic tier. Observing the joyous expressions of Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao, Xiao Jing smiled and declared, "Let us continue our journey." In the conference room, the scores of the leading participants remained as closely contested as ever. Xia Wenkai remarked with a sense of wonder. Dai Yiran suddenly had a thought, a smile creeping across her lips. I wonder if they will regret their high scores when the time comes. After all, I certainly did when I received that news back then. With that, Dai Yiran cast a curious glance toward Chen Jili, speculating that he was the only one unaffected. Continuing to rampage as usual, Xia Wenkai nodded in agreement, expressing his understanding. Chapter 34, Xiao Jing's Extraordinary Climbing Strategy. In the following day and a half, an intense competition for points was inevitable. Everyone's scores exhibited exponential growth, particularly among the top 6, with changes occurring almost every 5 minutes. Xiao Jing had been diligently following the optimal route for maximizing points when he suddenly noticed that he had dropped to 3rd place, soon falling to 4th as Jiang Li and Wang Yu surpassed him. This plunged Xiao Jing into a profound silence. And while the dignitaries in the conference room presumed he was disheartened, Xiao Jing merely chuckled. The top-tier families certainly didn't nurture mere idlers. Subsequently, Xiao Jing entered a frenzied mode, rendering the dignitaries in the conference room speechless. Riding on Tian Xiao, he charged towards the bosses, maximizing his points by unleashing an overload bombardment on the ordinary targets. Of course, he controlled the intensity to ensure that the targets merely fell unconscious, avoiding any fatalities. Thus ensued a chaotic scene, as swathes of sprites succumbed to their stupor. Those with stronger resilience, upon being bombarded, would quickly be met with a heavy blow, collapsing to the ground. After dealing with the sprites along the way, Xiao Jing arrived at the boss's location, and without hesitation, fired a shot, followed by the decisive onslaught from Zhizun Bao, with Tian Xiao providing support. Adhering to this strategy, he felled an innumerable amount of bosses. Xiao Jing's score surged, even surpassing Lin Xian, thereby catapulting him to the top of the leaderboard. Real-time rankings for the college entrance examination. 1. Xiao Jing, 15, 326.2. Lin Xian, 13, 458.3. Jiang Li, 12, 824.4. Wang Yu, 11, 994.5. Li Shanqing, 10, 026.6. Qi Tang, 10, 000 points. During his frenzied surge up the rankings, Xiao Jing amassed a considerable amount of resources, and both Zhizun Bao and Tian Xiao rapidly ascended in levels. Name: Zhizun Bao. Race: Stone Spirit Monkey. Attributes: Combat, Psychic. Level: Novice Level 16, 56, 95. Skills: Heavy Strike, Mastery 12, 100. Spirit Fruit Set, Mastery 3, 100. Instant Teleportation, Mastery 21, 100. Rui Staff Technique, Mastery 23, 100. Rui Transformation, Mastery 10, 100. Item, Rui Staff, Quality, Excellent, 421. Name, Tian Xiao Race. Mecha Rift, Attributes. Metal. Wind Level, Novice Level 14, 195. Skills, Overload Bombardment, Mastery 1, 100. Steel Charge, Mastery 25, 100. Armament, Mastery 46, 100. Targeting, Mastery 64, 100. High-Speed Shooting, Mastery 62, 100. Rift Light Blade, Mastery 86, 100. Cruise Missile, Mastery 82, 100. Jizun Bao reached level 16, with all skills attaining mastery, significantly enhancing the quality score of the Rui staff. Under the rigors of intense training over these days, Tian Zhao's Overload Bombardment also reached mastery, with smoke billowing from the cannon. Naturally, many candidates wished to lodge complaints against Xiao Jing. Not only had he nearly knocked them down, but he also monopolized their targets. And furthermore, how could he pilot a mecha sprite? Wasn't that something only those above the standard level could do? Goodness, someone is blatantly cheating in the entrance exam? The cannon was nearly flying into my face. Was there no authority to intervene? I'm astounded. How can we compete when he is unleashing such powerful attacks at close range? Upon learning of Xiao Jing's audacious tactics, Lin Xian couldn't help but smirk, exclaiming, I never anticipated he could pull off something so reckless. Li Shanqing was equally astonished, remarking, Xiao Gu is indeed formidable, directly bombing the entrance examination in a mecha. The conference room, having witnessed the astonishing spectacle that lasted over a day, had succumbed to an eerie silence, with no one daring to speak. Ahem. A voice broke the awkwardness. Lin Yao, with utmost seriousness, stated, Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? The candidates from our Lianjiang city possess remarkably innovative ideas. We at the Spirit Alliance are in dire need of individuals who are not only full of ideas, but also capable of executing them. Lin Yao's strategy hinged on the notion that as long as he remained unembarrassed, all was well. Others listening to Lin Yao's earnest yet dubious claims couldn't help but twitch their lips, yet the impactful visuals they had witnessed were indelibly etched in their minds. They pondered the potential upheaval Xiao Jing might bring should he enroll in their university. Dai Yiran cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yao, remarking that Lianjiang City truly produced remarkable talents. Even as an experienced leader-tier spirit master, she seldom encountered scenes that left her dumbfounded. Yet Xiao Jing's entrance exam bombardment had indeed broadened her horizons. Xiao Wenkai suddenly burst into hearty laughter, saying, This little fellow is indeed a prodigy. Achieving such feats with a mecha sprite shows a strong affinity with our mechanical university. Other admissions teachers, upon hearing this, exchanged glances, realizing that the mechanical university was evidently interested in early recruitment. To be candid, Xiao Jing's recent maneuvers had truly opened their eyes and stirred their hearts. Over the years, it seemed no common spirit master had ever managed to score over 15,000 points in the 2 days leading up to the practical examination. This alone was sufficient to underscore Xiao Jing's capabilities. His options will be plentiful. Ultimately, it will be up to him to decide, Chen Zhilai stated. And the final day is about to commence. Upon hearing this, even Dai Yiran and Xia Wenkai turned sharply to him. While there would be many choices, few could rival the mechanical university, unless Huangyan University extended an invitation. Was that a possibility? However, as Chun Zhilai mentioned, the final day of the first round was about to begin, and they still anticipated the candidate's performance on this last day before making any decisions. Current year, 2317, June 4th. Having just finished his morning routine, Xiao Jing sat down for breakfast with Jizun Bao and Tian Xiao when a booming announcement echoed across the island. Congratulations to all candidates for successfully persevering to the final day of the entrance examination. Today, the isolated island you occupy will undergo changes as shadow matter from the Black Earth descends. This shadow matter will select high-scoring and powerful spirit masters as its hunting targets. Wishing all candidates good luck. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he felt a surge of frustration. Just as he had secured the top spot, they were now announcing that shadow matter would target candidates with high scores. Hastily, he opened the examination wristband. The shadow matter would manifest as silent blackguards attacking candidates. With each candidate receiving different tasks, candidates ranked 200 and below must defeat a silent blackguard of novice level 17 or higher. Candidates ranked 51 to 200 must defeat a silent blackguard of novice level 18 or higher. Candidates ranked 9 to 50 must defeat a silent blackguard of novice level 19 or higher. Candidates ranked 5 to 8 must defeat a silent blackguard of regular level 1 or higher. Candidates ranked 1 to 4 must defeat 3 silent blackguards of regular level 1 or higher. Now, I wish all students a successful examination. Chapter 35, the final day of assessment. Black Earth is a term familiar to the Spirit Alliance and various sprite races. It is said that eons ago, an intense war erupted in the current world, involving nearly all sprite races, and it is rumored to have even involved the shadow realm of the legendary world. The earliest documented information from the Human Spirit Alliance speculates that Black Earth originated from a fragment of the shadow realm that crashed into the western desert of the current world, eventually evolving into what we know as Black Earth today. Due to the shadow realm's abundance of shadow matter, which clashes with the positive matter in the current world, violent explosions frequently occur around Black Earth when the shadow matter accumulates to a considerable density. Furthermore, during the annihilation of shadow matter and positive matter, bizarre creatures emerge that do not belong to the sprite category, stealthily lurking in the darkness to deliver lethal strikes. Hence, the Spirit Alliance refers to them as silent black entities. The silent blackguard is the most inferior existence among the silent black entities. Xiao Jing felt a twinge in his stomach as he perused the message transmitted from the college entrance examination wristband. The recently issued task is mandatory and devoid of rewards. Failure to complete it would result in his rank being overshadowed by those who have achieved their objectives, regardless of his score. However, the designers have implemented a protective mechanism ensuring that he would not fall below the minimum ranking within the same task segment. Thus, if the top 4 positions are occupied by others, with only Xiao Jing failing to fulfill the task, the candidates who accomplish the mission would be prioritized in ranking according to their scores, namely, Lin Xian, Jiang Li, and Wang Yu, before it comes to Xiao Jing, who did not complete the task. This holds true for other task segments as well. After fulfilling the essential tasks, defeating these silent blackguards and the boss would yield points in the same manner. As for the conventional level 1, it directly awards 1,200 points. Although Supreme Treasure has already reached level 16 and Tian Xiao level 14, engaging with a conventional level 1 foe still presents a chance for victory. Yet taking down 3 of them would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, the score amassed over this day and a half is sufficiently high, allowing for a slight indulgence in time without significant repercussions. Xiao Jing murmured to himself. A peculiar aura, discordant with the world, began to permeate the isolated island. This atmosphere, though tenuous, would not lead to an explosion. Rather, as it spread, it seemed to give rise to some entities within, which, upon detecting prey, swiftly locked onto their target and advanced towards it. At this moment, Xiao Jing, Supreme Treasure, and Tian Xiao stood quietly by the lakeside, fully aware that a target would soon approach. Suddenly, Supreme Treasure abruptly turned his head, focusing on a shaded tree across the lake. Xiao Jing and Tian Xiao also sensed the anomaly and glanced towards the opposite shore. The shadowy substance, incongruous with the physical realm, could be discerned as long as one was not within the Black Earth. Any proximity to the external world would reveal its presence. A phantasmal gray figure slowly ascended from the shade of the tree, gradually solidifying until it came to a halt. An armor? Xiao Jing marveled, having never ventured into the Black Earth, nor witnessed the visage of the silent black entities. The pale armor, suspended in midair, was enveloped by emerald flames, from which a hand forged of green fire emerged, grasping a heavy pale sword nearby. Observing this, Xiao Jing activated Basic Insight. Species, Silent Blackguard. Attribute, Evil. Level, Conventional Level 1. Description, a distorted species born from the collision and annihilation of shadowy substances from the shadow realm and the tangible matter of the physical world. Neither human nor elf, driven solely by the instincts of slaughter and consumption. Indeed, it is of conventional level, and the shadow realm truly exists. Xiao Jing was taken aback. He had only encountered descriptions of the shadow realm in recorded materials, yet the existence of the shadow realm remained a topic of contention in the present world. After all, the origins of the Black Earth's emergence into the physical realm are shrouded in mystery, leaving only fragments within ancient texts as clues. Now, Xiao Jing's Basic Insight seems capable of elucidating many ambiguities yet to be clearly defined in reality. However, before addressing this conundrum, he must first resolve the immediate threat. From the moment the silent blackguard appeared, it had fixed its greedy gaze upon Xiao Jing. The pure evolutionary power within the human spirit master could stimulate their upward mutation, which is precisely what attracted the silent blackguard. After seizing the heavy sword, it charged towards Xiao Jing with alarming speed. Supreme Treasure, confront it, but exercise caution, he instructed. Understood. Tian Xiao remained by Xiao Jing's side, vigilant against any sudden assaults from other silent blackguards. Supreme Treasure, witnessing the avarice and murderous intent emanating from the silent blackguard towards Xiao Jing, felt a surge of anger. He brandished his Rui staff, and in an instant, he clashed with the silent blackguard, employing the Rui staff technique to deflect each of its formidable strikes. Under Xiao Jing's training, Supreme Treasure exhibited a significantly enhanced prowess. And even with a 3-level disparity and a considerable gap in realms, he managed to withstand the onslaught, albeit being pushed back several steps with each collision due to the immense impact. Yet, bolstered by his extraordinary physical attack and defense attributes, he persevered. With another clash, Supreme Treasure leveraged the momentum to retreat, creating distance while raising his hand to conjure a delectable spirit fruit, which he devoured in a few bites to restore his stamina. Supreme Treasure, are you alright? I'm fine. This foe is quite formidable. Supreme Treasure's gaze was grave as he observed the approaching silent blackguard. It is merely the lowest tier of silent black entities, perfectly suited for you to hone your skills and acclimate to conventional level powers. We may very well have to engage with these silent black entities frequently in the future, Xiao Jing explained. Aware that top-tier universities would dispatch students to the Black Earth for training at certain intervals. He then turned to Supreme Treasure, instructing, Supreme Treasure, utilize your psychic abilities to disrupt it. Supreme Treasure's eyes glowed a faint red as an invisible wave emanated from the air, exerting pressure upon the silent blackguard. But the disparity in levels rendered this formidable pressure almost negligible. Attack its left side. In the next moment, Supreme Treasure teleported to the left of the silent blackguard, thrusting his staff towards it. The silent blackguard, facing this offensive, gripped its sword with both hands and swung it in a spinning motion towards Supreme Treasure. Clang! A sharp metallic clash resonated as Supreme Treasure was sent flying, yet the silent blackguard was also forced back a meter by the sheer force of Supreme Treasure's strike. It lifted its gaze towards Supreme Treasure's previous position, only to find it vacant. A shadow suddenly materialized behind the silent blackguard, and with immense force, the Rui staff descended upon it. Although the silent blackguard sensed the danger, it was still a fraction too late, turning just in time to be struck upon its helmet. Chapter 36. The initial battle with the silent blackguard from the Black Earth. Boom. The helmet of the silent blackguard was dented inward by Supreme Treasure's strike, and accompanied by the tremendous impact, it was hurled into the water, creating towering waves that soared several meters high. Supreme Treasure, ascend into the air, do not let it ambush you. Xiao Jing understood that this blow alone would not suffice to eliminate the silent blackguard, only inflicting a degree of damage. Thus, after it was submerged, they could not linger on the water's surface. Otherwise, they risked being ambushed and falling into a disadvantageous position. The water gradually calmed, and in the next moment, the pale armor, engulfed in green flames, surged forth from the lake, surrounded by a thick cloud of evaporated vapor. A fist-sized dent appeared on its helmet, with faint cracks starting to manifest around it. Observing the abundant vapor surrounding the silent blackguard, an idea sparked in Xiao Jing's mind. Tian Xiao, employ overload bombardment. Concentrating on the dent atop the silent blackguard's helmet, Tian Xiao nodded, countless cannon ports emerging, sending chills down the spines of fellow candidates as hundreds of missiles reappeared, honing in on the dent in the silent blackguard's helmet, achieving precise coverage. The explosion generated intense heat that swiftly engulfed its form. Supreme Treasure, enhance with Rui transformation. And at the final moment of overload bombardment, unleash a powerful strike at the dent to knock it back into the lake. No problem. As the smoke began to dissipate, the empowered Supreme Treasure seized the opportunity, teleporting into the fray, braving the residual heat of the explosion as he charged towards the silent blackguard. The recent barrage of overwhelming attacks failed to inflict any significant damage upon the silent blackguardian. It merely elevated the already high temperature of its armor to a truly alarming degree. As it prepared to surge through the smoke, a long pole suddenly came into its line of sight. At the moment when the intense heat began to warp the golden mane of the Supreme Treasure, it successfully struck the concave area of the silent blackguardian's head. With a resounding thud, the silent blackguardian was once again hurled into the lake. Splash! Before the waves could settle back into the water, the silent blackguardian burst forth from the surface, repeatedly struck by the novice-level spirits, plunging back into the water. Even with its singular focus on destruction, a flicker of anger began to emerge within it. As Xiao Jing observed the silent black guardian re-emerge, enveloped in a thick mist, a smile crept upon his lips. It was over. As if to corroborate Xiao Jing's assertion, the silent black guardian, poised to retaliate, suddenly experienced a sharp pain in its head. The helmet, already marred by 2 powerful blows and numerous concussive impacts, now bore deep dents adorned with intricate cracks. As the moisture continued to evaporate, these fissures rapidly expanded, soon enveloping the entire helmet. Boom! In the face of the silent black guardian's terrified gaze and its unwilling, anguished cries, the helmet crumbled into a fine powder, shattering spectacularly. Given that the silent black guardian was essentially in armor, its helmet represented its head. Thus, its destruction signified the loss of its life. The silent black guardian had perished. The remnants of its armor gradually dissipated into a swirling haze of gray and white. scattering with the wind. Fortunately, the presence of the lake provided a favorable environment. Otherwise, another fierce battle would have been inevitable. Upon witnessing the silent black guardian burst from the lake shrouded in a cloud of water vapor, Xiao Jing instantly conceived a method to defeat it. Exploiting the rapid alternation between extreme heat and cold. This swift temperature fluctuation could cause many materials to buckle under the strain, leading to spontaneous shattering. Although the silent black guardian was a standard-level entity, its helmet had already sustained cracks from the Supreme Treasure's formidable assault. The standard level could not completely disregard the destructive consequences of extreme temperature changes. The combined might of the Supreme Treasure's strikes and Tian Zhao's assistance had effectively torn the silent black guardian apart. Well done, Supreme Treasure and Tian Zhao, Xiao Jing praised. Had it not been for the Supreme Treasure's act of plunging the silent black guardian into the lake, he might not have realized the opportunity to use the environment to his advantage. This clever utilization of the surroundings constituted a truly impressive victory. In the conference room, upon the arrival of the silent black guardian on the isolated island, the esteemed figures present could not help but smile subtly. During their own college entrance examinations, while reforms had not yet been implemented, they had endured the whims of the examiners. Now, it was their turn to observe how these young aspirants would contend with such challenges. Xiao Jing demonstrated a remarkably mature combat awareness, skillfully combining the frigid lake water with the pre-existing high temperature of the silent black guardian to effortlessly vanquish his foe, showcasing prowess on par with some second-year students. Chen Li had been closely monitoring the battle scenes of the top 4 candidates, particularly focusing on Xiao Jing, the son of an old acquaintance. Upon witnessing Xiao Jing's adept manipulation of the cold lake and the intense heat generated by explosive projectiles to induce cracks in the armor, a glimmer of appreciation broke through his typically stoic facade. Xiao Jing's current performance surpassed even that of his father during his own time. The other admissions officers present were equally generous in their praise, commending Xiao Jing for his brilliant application of environmental advantages in defeating the silent black guardian. After all, when the environment offered such benefits, it would be unwise not to utilize them. Expending unnecessary effort was futile, especially during the entrance examination where additional time could be spent accruing points. Lin Yao, observing the favorable reactions of the admissions officers toward Xiao Jing and his recent display of skill, nodded in satisfaction, affirming that his daughter's judgment was indeed impeccable. As a spirit master hailing from Linjiang City, Xiao Jing would carry the mark of his origins wherever he might develop his talents. Moreover, the Linjiang Spirit Tower had extended considerable goodwill by granting him access to the Donghua secret realm, ensuring that this debt of gratitude would not be forgotten in the future. Furthermore, as an early investor who nurtured such talent, Lin Yao anticipated the benefits this would bring to his own career prospects. Meanwhile, the majority of other candidates had not considered leveraging environmental advantages against the silent black guardian, with several failing to overcome the creature and being eliminated prematurely. Their scores thus forever fixed, left to passively await the final outcomes of others when the examinations concluded. As discussions among the esteemed figures in the conference room regarding the candidate strategies unfolded, Xiao Jing successfully completed the objective of defeating 3 silent black guardians, despite some being armed with bows and others wielding blades. The environmental advantage of the lake rendered them incapable of posing any significant threat to the Supreme Treasure and its allies. Moreover, familiarization with the tactics allowed for swifter responses. The only time-consuming aspect was waiting for the silent black guardians to approach. While no points were awarded for this encounter, the experience gained was substantial. The Supreme Treasure, at level 16, and the novice-level spirits at level 19 provided 11 points, and transitioning from novice level 19 to standard level 1 would yield an additional 10 experience points. Thus, the 3 silent black guardians collectively granted 63 experience points, propelling the Supreme Treasure to level 17, enhancing the quality of the Rui stick to Fine, with a score of 435, and allowing the Supreme Treasure to learn a new skill. Psychic Wave, a psychic-type special attack that inflicts moderate damage on enemies with a chance to reduce their special defense. As Tian Zhao was at a lower level, it received proportionately more experience. Although it only gained half as a support, it nonetheless ascended to level 14, 39, 95, a commendable improvement. Chapter 37. The conclusion of the entrance examination points competition, youth in full bloom. On the periphery of the isolated island, during the final moments of the day, Xiao Jing managed to defeat another standard-level silent black guardian. However, whether due to the limited number of silent black guardians or because others had vanquished them, he encountered no further opponents. Seizing the remaining time, Xiao Jing defeated several more bosses, accruing additional points and experience. While the Supreme Treasure and Tian Zhao did not level up, they were well past the halfway mark in their current experience. It could be said that the past few days on the isolated island had been the most accelerated period of leveling up for Xiao Jing, within just 3 days. Both the Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao had gained 5 levels, a clear testament to the entrance examination's benefits, which provided ample high-level or slightly higher-level spirits, along with numerous encounters with rare items, ensuring that those with capability would not experience slow progress. At this moment, the leaderboard had finalized its rankings. Real-time ranking of entrance examination points. First, Xiao Jing, 20, 356 points. Second, Lin Xn, 19, 584 points. Third, Jiang Li, 18, 496 points. Fourth, Wang Yu, 16, 628 points. Fifth, Li Shanqing, 15, 496 points. Sixth, Qi Tang, 13, 784 points. Seventh, Wang Rang, 11, 234 points. Eighth, Wang Ming, 10, 028 points. Gazing upon this list, Xiao Jing noted that the ranks of the top competitors had remained unchanged since yesterday. Naturally, the competition was fierce, and his high score was largely attributable to Tian Zhao's unique capabilities. As for Lin Xin, it was simply a matter of her exceptional strength. Prior to today, there had been a disparity of over 1,000 points between them, yet now it had dwindled to just over 700. It can be said that Xiao Jing is the sole candidate to achieve a score of 20,000. The top 3 are distinctly ahead, with Wang Yu and Li Shanqing in one tier, while Qi Tang stands alone in another. The Wang brothers occupy the bottom of the top 8. Upon seeing Li Shanqing's ranking, Xiao Jing smiled knowingly. At last, Li Shanqing has stabilized within the top 5. If he secures a victory in tomorrow's ranking competition, he will undeniably claim a place among the top 5 in the college entrance examination. While Xiao Jing contemplated this, Lin Xin, who had also arrived at the periphery of the island, spotted him and approached. It's been a few days, Master Mecha, Lin Xin teased. Xiao Jing, understanding the reference she made, chuckled in response. What can I say? Those prominent families are pursuing me too relentlessly. I had to devise a plan. We signed an agreement. After all, and there are quotas to fulfill. Observing Xiao Jing's explanation, Lin Xion's lips curled into a smile as she confidently remarked, however, although your methods may seem outrageous, the outcome certainly brings great satisfaction. It's about time those affluent families understand that there are greater mountains beyond their own. By the way, didn't you mention that you had something to discuss with me? Xiao Jing suddenly recalled that Lin Xin seemed to have something on her mind before the examination. Actually, it's nothing much. Lin Xin hesitated, her cheeks flushing slightly. Which university do you plan to apply to for the college entrance examination? Xiao Jing glanced at Lin Xin and laughed lightly. Is that really the question? Lin Xin shot him a playful glare. If you want to say, then forget it. All right, I'll tell you. Xiao Jing surrendered playfully. Given that he couldn't apply to universities abroad, he was determined to give the top 3 institutions in the country a shot. To be specific, I'll prioritize Huangyan University. After that, I might consider the University of Mechanics. Xiao Jing shared his thoughts, noting that Huangyan University is the strongest institution in the Huangyan Duchy, and gaining admission would be ideal. If that did not work out, entering the University of Mechanics would also be a commendable choice in light of his aspirations. Lin Xin nodded in approval. I was thinking the same, though I'm only considering Huangyan University. Perhaps we'll have the chance to be alumni together. Xiao Jing gave Lin Xin a thumbs up, appreciating her confidence. She rolled her eyes playfully. Who knows who is truly strong at this point? At that moment, Li Shanqing also recognized Xiao Jing and Lin Xin and hurried over, exclaiming, I'm in the top 5. I'm in the top 5. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, candidates had gradually returned to the outskirts of the island. Some were filled with excitement, while others looked utterly dejected. This was always the case after examinations. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Hard work accounted for 70%, while luck comprised the remaining 30%. To rise above their peers, one needed both extraordinary effort and a touch of serendipity. As all candidates gathered, a figure unexpectedly appeared in the sky above the island, descending slowly. It was the master of the Lingjiang Spirit Tower. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked up in unison. Lin Xin noticed Lin Yao and smirked. Dad is still so vain. Lin Yao, the current master of the Lingjiang Spirit Tower and Lin Xion's father, was a mid-level Lord-tier spirit master, commanding several high-ranking spirits, and was revered as the Phantom Lord. In the realm of spirits, Lord-tier is divided into 2 levels. Levels 1 to 59 are considered minor lords, while levels 60 to 89 are regarded as major lords. Lin Yao positioned himself slightly above the students, ensuring everyone could see him, and after surveying the crowd, he spoke. First, I would like to congratulate all of you. Well done on completing these 3 days of assessments, surviving alone in the wild, partnering with spirits, and fulfilling your tasks. Those of you who have reached this point have not only earned scores, but also forged deeper bonds with your partners. marking your initial growth into competent spirit masters. Today's assessment concludes here. For nearly all of you, your college entrance examination has ended. I wish you all the best in gaining admission to your desired universities, growing into spirit masters who will be valuable to our spirit alliance. As Lin Yao's words resonated, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, with some students even shedding tears as they embraced their friends. Most of these individuals were commoner spirit masters, unable to access superior resources, let alone plan their futures. They had relied on their 18 years of youth, diligent study, and relentless training with their spirit partners to achieve a commendable ranking in this life-defining examination. For them, this was already a significant outcome, as they would soon be able to live independently from their parents, and perhaps, after attaining some success, give back to their families and society. Nonetheless, this was the world of spirit beasts, where boundless possibilities existed for both humans and spirits. The college entrance examination could only temporarily determine the richness of resources available at the next level. It could not entirely dictate one's life trajectory, and the future remained uncertain. After the examination concluded, nearly all students chose to stay, eager to witness the second round, the ranking competition for outstanding candidates in Linjiang City. They were curious to discover who among their peers would emerge as the standout figure, the champion of the college entrance examination. Chapter 38, Xiao Jing vs. Wang Rang. Current date, June 5, 2317. On the final day of the college entrance examination, the results of the ranking competition were announced this morning on the examination wristbands of all students who had not yet departed, allowing them to check at any time. First match, Xiao Jing vs. Wang Rang. Second match, Qi Tang vs. Jiang Li. Third match, Li Shanqing vs. Wang Meng. Fourth match, Lin Xian vs. Wang Yu. To ensure that all spectators could clearly view the ranking competition, the venue was specifically constructed in the layout of a football field, and it was twice the size of a standard football field, sufficient to accommodate the tens of thousands of candidates from Linjiang City this year. At that moment, the stands were filled to capacity, as all other candidates were eager to see what the top scorer, who dominated the field in a mecha, looked like and what kind of spirit he had contracted. Xiao Jing arrived at the competition venue early, as he was set to compete in the first match starting at 8 o'clock. However, he did not anticipate the bustling atmosphere outside, akin to a lively marketplace, filled with fervent discussions and a throng of spectators. So many people stayed behind. He had initially thought that a considerable portion would leave after yesterday's examination. Welcome, fellow students, to the ranking competition for outstanding candidates in Linjiang City. I am your referee today, Gong Wuqi. Now, let us invite the contestants for the first match, Xiao Jing and Wang Rang, to the stage. Amidst the fervent applause, Xiao Jing and Wang Rang ascended to the competition platform. Wang Rang's eyes were filled with apprehension and disbelief as he regarded Xiao Jing. He never expected that a mere commoner spirit master could reach such heights. He currently held the top position on the leaderboard, surpassing even Lin Xian, the daughter of the master of the Lingjiang Spirit Tower. Reflecting on how he had previously disregarded Xiao Jing, now seemed rather laughable. Xiao Jing observed Wang Rang, raising an eyebrow in approval, noting his advancement to the mid-level novice spirit master stage, a fact he had previously overlooked. Once both contestants were prepared, they summoned their spirits. Tian Xiao, I entrust this to you. Come forth, Silver Digger. Two beams of white light flashed, revealing a dark silver, fully armored, imposing mecha, alongside a petite digger with fine fur that shimmered with a silver sheen, capturing the attention of the crowd. Is this the mecha Xiao Jing pilots? It looks so impressive. What kind of mecha spirit is this? I've never seen it before. In terms of appearance, the mech towers over the Silver Digger. Yet it seems to possess only a novice level of 14, indicating it is not his main asset. Observing that the first sprite unleashed by Xiao Jing is merely at level 14, Wang Rang instantly perceives an opportunity. His Silver Digger, a formidable contender at novice level 16, can potentially wear down Xiao Jing's main sprite if he successfully defeats it. Xiao Jing, too, deploys Basic Insight to scrutinize the Silver Digger's attributes. Species, Silver Digger. Type, Ground. Level, Novice level 16. Ability, Earth Swim. When standing on or within the Earth, the skill charge time and energy consumption are significantly reduced. Base stats, 529. Is this all? Xiao Jing had anticipated that as a spirit master from a prestigious family, his contracted sprite would be more impressive. While the species stats are decent, the level is rather low. During the previous point competition, the vast level disparity with the boss hindered Tian Xiao from engaging freely in battle with other sprites. Now, however, it presents a splendid opportunity. Silver Digger, use clay. The clay is a quintessential ground-type skill. Once adhered, it entangles like a persistent parasite, continuously diminishing speed and proving to be both practical and troublesome. Tian Xiao, ascend into the air, and activate armament. With powerful boosters extending from its back, deep blue flames erupt, propelling it swiftly into the sky. The clay spewed from where Tian Xiao once stood, yet its speed pales in comparison to the boosters. By the time it reaches an altitude of over a meter, it begins to descend. Tian Xiao's energy lamp, glowing faintly golden, starts to absorb energy from its surroundings, as if its entire being is undergoing a transformation, with components assembling continuously. Silver Digger, do not let it complete the charge. Use sand cannon. Under Wang Rang's command, the Silver Digger swiftly burrows underground, creating a pit that frantically gathers the surrounding flying sand and elemental energy, coalescing into a projectile comparable in size to Tian Xiao. Whoosh! The massive projectile is swiftly launched towards Tian Xiao. With all its might, Tian Xiao activates its boosters to evade. However, the projectile appears to have locked onto Tian Xiao, making it impossible to shake off, regardless of the evasive maneuvers. Fortunately, during this time, the armament skill finally completes its charge. Use cruise missile to disperse the sand cannon. A brand new, more profound barrel extends from Tian Xiao's arm, a deep crimson glow gathering within, brimming with formidable power. Boom! A more robust missile is fired. Racing towards the sand cannon, the cruise missile embeds itself within, causing the incoming sand cannon to halt abruptly, even the Silver Digger, its controller, losing connection. Subsequently, a volatile energy surges from within the sand cannon, and several orange-red beams erupt from the sphere, culminating in a spectacular explosion that dazzles the audience like a sandy firework display. Silver Digger, employ Earth Arrow and bring down that mech. The Silver Digger raises its hand slowly, compressing the earth elements before forming dozens of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They are swiftly launched towards Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao, execute high-speed shooting for crowd control. Tian Xiao deftly dodges the earth arrows, its hands transforming into the shape of two guns, unleashing a torrent of bullets that clash with the earth arrows in a stalemate. The Silver Digger's strength lies in its high-energy stat of 85, yet its dual attack stats barely exceed 80. In contrast, Tian Xiao possesses a special attack stat of 83, further enhanced by the armament, coupled with the modifications from the formidable Tian Wang, allowing it to competitively match the Silver Digger, despite the two-level disparity. Damn it! This mech's level is clearly lower than my Silver Digger's, yet in a head-to-head clash, it can stand toe-to-toe with it. Wang Rang is on the brink of insanity. He had intended to bind Tian Xiao with clay, and then exploit the Silver Digger's substantial energy and underground evasion to wear it down swiftly. But he never anticipated Tian Xiao's ability to fly and its ferocious offensive capabilities, rivaling the Silver Digger completely. While Wang Rang is distracted and flustered, Xiao Jing commands Tian Xiao to unleash an overload bombardment once again. Countless missiles cascade down, instantly obliterating all earth arrows on the field. The Silver Digger, initially intending to burrow underground for escape, finds itself unable to do so as Tian Xiao's missile launch speed is too swift, and the missiles reach it just as its upper body begins to submerge. Boom. Many spectators instinctively cover their eyes, despite the level disparity. The sheer visual impact of the incoming missiles is undeniably imposing. Amidst the smoke and dust, a diminutive figure flails in the air, seemingly attempting to accelerate its descent back to the ground. Silver Digger. Wang Rang finally regains his senses. Seizing the moment, Xiao Jing instructs Tian Xiao, use Rift Blade to breach defenses, followed by another cruise missile. Two blades of light spiral swiftly towards the Silver Digger, while a missile charges in the rear. Silver Digger, quickly use Rock Wall. In a state of panic, the Silver Digger promptly obeys its master, lacking the ability to quickly draw from the earth while airborne. It can only conjure a shield from its own energy. Regrettably, the shield is formed too hastily, appearing flimsy and insubstantial when the Rift Blade arrives. The first blade cleaves through the ephemeral rock wall, and the second blade pierces through, striking the Silver Digger and extending its airborne descent time. Silver Digger. A pained cry escapes as a faint golden hue appears on the struck area, causing its defenses to falter. In the next moment, a stout missile breaches the rock wall, accurately striking the Silver Digger. Boom. The explosion resonates once more, and this time the Silver Digger finally crashes to the ground, rendered completely unconscious. With the Silver Digger incapacitated, Xiao Jing triumphs in the first match. Wang Rang, his expression grim, recalls the Silver Digger into its spirit ball, knowing he cannot defeat Xiao Jing, but at the very least aims to exchange for one of his sprites, lest he suffer utter embarrassment. Come forth, Emerald Doll. A flash of white light reveals a translucent doll, sparkling like jade, appearing in the arena. Upon seeing the newly summoned sprite, Xiao Jing's eyes narrow slightly. Species, Emerald Doll. Type, Ground Psychic. Level, Novice level 14. Ability, Gem Manipulator. Ground-type skills enjoy an additional Psychic-type attribute boost, and the probability of triggering special effects from Psychic-type skills increases. Base stats, 533. This Emerald Doll is indeed a relatively rare sprite. Its kind primarily resides within the elite secret realm, Cliff, of the West Desert Black Mountain Kingdom. Although they are occasionally found outside, they are exceedingly scarce. One wonders what price the Wong family paid to acquire such an Emerald Doll, which boasts significantly higher growth potential than the Silver Digger. Elves may possess one attribute, or, perhaps, two, while a single attribute is straightforward. Having dual attributes necessitates distinguishing between the primary and secondary attributes, each imparting distinct enhancements to the elf. When an elf employs a primary attribute skill, its power is augmented by 30. Conversely, utilizing a secondary attribute skill results in a 10-point increase. Under the influence of its ability, this Emerald Stone Puppet benefits from a 40-point enhancement when executing ground-type skills, which is indeed commendable. Alas, should its level match that of the recent Silver Mole, Tian Xiao might find himself at a disadvantage. However, if the levels are merely equivalent, the outcome remains unequivocal. Tian Xiao, unleash rapid fire. The Emerald Stone Puppet counters with Mind Disruption. Unlike Psychic Disruption, which is an innate ability of Psychic-type elves, Mind Disruption is a skill with significantly superior interference capabilities. The bullets originally aimed at the Emerald Stone Puppet were deflected, veering towards the earth on either side. Tian Xiao, take aim. His light golden eyes began to manifest a series of analytical data, as both the accuracy and critical hit rate of his attacks steadily increased. The Emerald Stone Puppet, in turn, initiated Sand Tide. A soft green glow enveloped it, causing the once solid ground of the arena to shift like quicksand. As a wave of sand surged up from below, spectacularly obscuring the light above, advancing towards Tian Xiao with unmatched force. Although Tian Xiao could have soared higher, competition regulations restricted excessive elevation. The Emerald Stone Puppet, evidently channeling all its energy into the Sand Tide, propelled a wave that reached the regulated height, leaving Tian Xiao no room for evasion. Seeing this, Xiao Jing instructed, Tian Xiao, aim for a specific point within the Sand Tide and fire at will. Tian Xiao acknowledged the command, his hands transforming once more into twin pistols, targeting a precise point within the oncoming wave. Initially, the bullets merely stirred a few splashes without any significant effect. However, as Tian Xiao continued to shoot, the concentrated fire began to cause a rift in the Sand Tide. The sheer enormity of the Sand Tide, designed to seal off Tian Xiao's aerial escape, rendered it slow, and the Emerald Stone Puppet's energy was depleting rapidly. Should this maneuver fail, it might lose its capacity to continue the battle, hence the all-or-nothing gamble. The sluggish pace afforded Tian Xiao an opportunity. Prolonged firing made him feel as if the barrels might ignite. Nevertheless, the results were evident. The fissures were widening, and while the Emerald Stone Puppet noticed this, its dwindling energy could no longer sustain the Sand Tide, while simultaneously repairing the cracks, only managing to slow their progression. Now, Tian Xiao, overload bombardment to disrupt it. Then execute Iron Charge. Tian Xiao unleashed the overload bombardment yet again, the ground shaking violently. The Sand Tide erupted in a flurry of splashes as the targeted crack expanded rapidly, even allowing beams of light to pierce through from behind. Following Xiao Jing's command, Tian Xiao charged headlong into the breach with Iron Charge, his form swiftly assembling into an oval shield that served as both a weapon and a barrier. With a thunderous crash, Tian Xiao plunged into the heart of the Sand Tide, generating a cacophony of collisions, as the wave gradually subsided, seemingly intent on burying him beneath the earth. Yet, during the descent, the fissures spread swiftly and at their limit. Amidst the astonished gazes of Wang Rang and the audience, the Sand Tide erupted in a cataclysmic shattering, raining down a deluge of quicksand. The arena swiftly activated its protective shield to prevent the quicksand from cascading upon the spectators. On the battlefield, Tian Xiao stood resiliently amidst the chaos, his form marred by the Sand Tide's onslaught, with wounds adorned by sand and flickering azure currents. Yet he remained upright, akin to an indomitable deity of war. In stark contrast, the Emerald Stone Puppet appeared utterly spent, slumped on the ground, devoid of any further fighting spirit. Recognizing his defeat, Wang Rang sighed and recalled the Emerald Stone Puppet, turning to Xiao Jing. You have triumphed. I apologize for my prior rudeness. Chapter 40. The semifinals commence, Xiao Jing versus Zhongli. Tian Xiao, are you alright? As the battle concluded, Xiao Jing hurried to Tian Xiao's side, his concern palpable. Tian Xiao surveyed Xiao Jing, then examined his wounds, shaking his head, accompanied by an electronic voice. I am fine. This intense battle is a novel experience for me. Xiao Jing, taken aback by Tian Xiao's response, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This fellow would encounter many more arduous battles ahead. After retrieving a healing potion suitable for gold-type mechs for Tianxiao, he heard Wang Rang's words. In response to Wang Rang's apology, Xiao Jing paused, then smiled and shook his head. You are quite formidable as well. Perhaps it is my innate talent that has provided Tianxiao with an advantage, allowing us to secure this victory. Following a brief exchange with Wang Rang, Xiao Jing led Tianxiao away from the combat arena towards the treatment center, aware that they would soon face 3 more matches. The ensuing second battle featured Qi Tang versus Jiang Li. The clash between these 2 top-tier spirit tamers from Linjiang City was even more intense, with Jiang Li's lead elf being a dual wind and water-type colorful sky gull, while Qi Tang's was a dual water and fire-type molten dolphin. In the face of attribute disadvantages, Qi Tang's molten dolphin succumbed swiftly. The second, a fire and earth dual-type ground fire lizard, fared even worse due to its inferior level and 4-fold attribute disadvantage. Qi Tang's misfortune lay in the attribute constraints. Otherwise, he might have compelled Jiang Li to deploy his second elf for a more formidable contest. The third battle showcased Li Shangqing versus Wang Ming. The tension between the two had long been palpable, creating an atmosphere thick with animosity on the battlefield. To Xiao Jing's astonishment, Wang Ming also possessed a combat-oriented talent, enhancing his elf's combat prowess. However, Li Shangqing had advanced to the later stages of novice-level spirit tamers before Wang Ming, amassing a greater reserve of spiritual energy, thus prolonging his talent's effectiveness. Moreover, the Thunderlight Leopard's base stats and training level were superior, allowing him to effortlessly triumph in a 2-1 victory. The fourth match drew even greater attention, as it featured Lin Yao, the master of the Linjiang Spirit Tower, and his daughter Lin Xian in battle against Wang Yu. Although Wang Yu ranked second among the elite spirit tamers of Linjiang City, he faced the formidable Lin Xian, whose talent was extraordinarily exceptional. Through basic insight, Xiao Jing discovered: name, Lin Xian. Level, late novice level spirit tamer. Talent, psychic prodigy, ethereal heart. Luck, 37. Psychic prodigy, a princess of psychic types. Capable of teleporting 3 times, with a 1-day cooldown, significantly enhancing affinity with all psychic type elves, greatly increasing the perception and power of psychic skills for partnered psychic elves, and granting a 10% boost to spiritual energy upon level up. Score, 91. Evaluation, the true princess of psychic types, a semi-growth talent that is both practical and offensive. Celestial Heart, a tranquil mind allows the partner spirit to unleash its skills with a 30% reduction in time and a 50% decrease in energy consumption. Rating, 88. Comment, with no distractions of men, the sword is drawn with divine grace. Merely summoning a small totem, he overcame Wang Yu with a 1-2 advantage. At noon, following the top 8 matches of this ranking tournament, the 4 eliminated contestants were ranked according to their points: Wang Yu, Qi Tang, Wang Rang, and Wang Ming. In positions 5 to 8, the eliminated contestants of each match were ranked based on their points, with those from the top 4 taking precedence over those from the top 8. The semi-final roster was announced within 5 minutes of Lin Xian's victory. The first match, Xiao Jing versus Jiang Li. The second match, Lin Xian versus Li Shangqing. It is remarkable to note that 3 contestants from this year's tournament, all high school students, have made it to the top 4. Such an occurrence is almost unfathomable. In previous years, even a single high school student in the top 4 would stir considerable uproar, while it is somewhat acceptable for high school students to reach the top 8. Making it to the top 4 requires extraordinary talent and countless hours of effort. After a brief respite of half an hour, the semifinals finally commenced. In the first match, contestants Xiao Jing and Jiang Li took to the stage. Xiao Jing ascended the command platform, casting a glance at Jiang Li, who reciprocated with curiosity about the man whose pressure rivaled that of Lin Xian and the spirit he had contracted. After exchanging nods, they summoned their respective spirits at the referee's signal. I entrust this to you, Supreme Treasure. Arise, colorful Sky Gull. Supreme Treasure soared from Xiao Jing's shoulder into the arena, while colorful Sky Gull burst forth in a flash of white light, soaring above the field. Its pristine body adorned with faint green cloud patterns and a fan-like tail displaying a spectrum of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, was a sight to behold. Species, colorful Sky Gull. Attribute, wind, water. Level, novice level 17. Ability, Rainbow Envoy. Possesses the ability to create rainbows using wind and water energy. In the presence of a rainbow, all attributes experience a slight enhancement, with special attack and speed receiving a moderate boost. The larger the rainbow, the greater the enhancement. Base stats, 531. The first match of the semifinals officially commenced. Supreme Treasure, use Psychic Wave. Colorful Sky Gull, deploy Wind Gun and Water Cannon. A faint red glow enveloped Supreme Treasure, and an unseen wave emanated from within, expanding towards colorful Sky Gull. The psychic wave was intangible, detectable only by observing the distortion in the surrounding space. Colorful Sky Gull unfurled its massive wings, concentrating wind energy on one side to form a lance, while compressing water energy on the other to create a cannon. The sudden psychic wave, despite its low proficiency, inflicted some damage and confusion upon colorful Sky Gull, causing its wind gun and water cannon to veer off course and merely graze each other, resulting in a palm-sized rainbow. Zhang Li, witnessing this, silently acknowledged that Xiao Jing was indeed a formidable opponent. Xiao Jing had observed Zhang Li's battles and was aware of his tendency to create a rainbow environment at the outset. Should he succeed, colorful Sky Gull's attributes would be augmented, complicating the match. Thus, Xiao Jing initiated with Supreme Treasure's Psychic Wave, prioritizing disruption over direct damage to prevent colorful Sky Gull from forming a rainbow. The current rainbow, being merely palm-sized, offered negligible enhancement, easily dismissed. The battle had truly begun. A smile graced Xiao Jing's lips as he commanded, "Supreme Treasure, stay close to colorful Sky Gull and use the Rui Staff technique to wear it down." Chapter 41. The Three-Skill Combination. From the highest vantage point of the arena, a group of dignitaries who had previously occupied the conference room had now taken their seats here. "Who do you think will emerge victorious between Xiao Jing and Zhang Li?" Xiao Wenkai suddenly inquired. Though the levels of the Stone Monkey and colorful Sky Gull are the same, the wind attribute offers a certain degree of advantage against combat types. "I suspect Zhang Li will prevail," remarked a university admissions officer. "The outcome is uncertain. I believe they are evenly matched until the final moment. It is impossible to determine a victor." Dai Ran adjusted her glasses and spoke hesitantly. "One is a combat type, the other a wind type. One hails from humble beginnings with limited resources, while the other comes from a prestigious lineage with abundant resources. Thus I wager on Xiao Jing's victory." Chen Jilai's confident voice resonated. The dignitaries exchanged surprised glances, having expected Chen Jilai to predict Zhang Li's win based on his earlier statements. However, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. What appeared to be Xiao Jing's disadvantages raised questions about how he stood there, facing Zhang Li. Xiao Wenkai grasped this notion, smiling slightly as he suggested, "Rather than dwell on that, let us discuss who would triumph in a battle between Lin Tower Master's daughter and Xiao Jing." The group exchanged incredulous glances. Taken aback by the abrupt shift, moments ago, they were discussing Xiao Jing and Zhang Li, and now they were pivoting to Lin Xin and Xiao Jing. Instinctively, they glanced towards Lin Yao. While the dignitaries deliberated, Xiao Jing and Zhang Li were engaged in their duel. Thanks to Supreme Treasure's Psychic Type's secondary attribute and teleportation ability, it maintained a close distance throughout the battle. Whenever colorful Sky Gull attempted to create space to unleash its might or summon a rainbow, Supreme Treasure would thwart it with psychic waves, reappearing before it in an instant. With the distance closed, colorful Sky Gull, as a special attacker, found its melee capabilities lacking, falling victim to a relentless barrage from the dual attacking Supreme Treasure. The battle left colorful Sky Gull beleaguered, its energy depleting rapidly, while Supreme Treasure, benefiting from the Rui Staff's abilities and technique, experienced minimal energy loss. Aware that this stalemate could not persist, Zhang Li commanded, "Colorful Sky Gull, use Water Twister." Zhang Li raised his hand, the faint green light of the colorful Sky Gull spirit seal shimmering with weak rainbow hues as a wind blade coalesced in his palm, hurled towards colorful Sky Gull. Responding to the command, colorful Sky Gull exerted itself, expending energy to repel Supreme Treasure, then spiraled through the sky, intercepting the wind blade from Zhang Li. With a triumphant cry, colorful Sky Gull's energy surged dramatically. As it continued to spiral, countless wind elements were drawn into the vortex, forming an immense tornado that blotted out the sun and summoned torrential rain. Is he simultaneously using tornado, rain summon, and water column? Xiao Jing watched in astonishment. Zhang Li, emerging from a prestigious family, had trained colorful Sky Gull to execute 3 skills at once. The pouring rain coalesced into water columns swirling around the tornado, creating a breathtaking spectacle that left the observing contestants speechless. Such a stunning display of simultaneous skill execution was unprecedented. Even the dignitaries in the highest seats regarded the scene with newfound seriousness. This little fellow from the Jiang family is impressive in such a short time. He has trained colorful Sky Gull to wield the ability to unleash 3 skills simultaneously. Dai Ran remarked appreciatively as she gazed at the soaring water tornado. Indeed, while having a family can facilitate matters, the 3 essential skills ultimately hinge upon individual capability. Xiao Wenkai nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in this assertion. Both of these young individuals are remarkably talented. However, in a contest where paths converge, it is the bravest who prevails, contingent upon who possesses the superior skill. Chenjili observed the water vortex and the figure of Xiao Jing below, pondering how he would respond to this predicament. At this moment, Xiao Jing was also experiencing considerable distress. The instant he witnessed the tempestuous winds and torrential rains descending, he sensed impending danger. He glanced at Ji Zunbao, who fortuitously met his gaze in return. Ji Zunbao, shall we confront the water vortex together? Are you confident? Ling Ling, with little Jing around, I fear nothing. Excellent. Ji Zunbao, channel your superpowers to aid yourself, performing a high-speed rotation against the direction of the water vortex. With the black gold Rui staff firmly in hand, Ji Zunbao planted one foot on the ground, exerting force through his waist and legs, initiating a rapid spin around the staff. To Xiao Jing's astonishment, he discerned that Ji Zunbao was not merely accelerating using his superpowers, he was also harnessing psychic waves to propel himself, even inflicting minor harm upon himself to stave off dizziness from the swift rotation. Additionally, a faint crimson glow enveloped the Rui staff, indicating that he was charging for a powerful strike. Xiao Jing felt a mix of surprise and gratification. Ji Zunbao was not merely a machine obeying commands in battle. He was a partner and companion. Xiao Jing was reluctant to direct his partner through every step of each confrontation, subconsciously acknowledging the earlier statement. Throughout Xiao Jing's recent training and the immense pressure they faced, Ji Zunbao's innate combat awareness had begun to awaken. Frequently, he no longer required Xiao Jing's guidance, instinctively devising the most effective tactics and even merging the three skills he had learned into one cohesive strategy. Since this is the case, I shall lend you my support. Xiao Jing was not about to let Ji Zunbao fight alone. He concentrated his spirit energy into the Yuling seal, which began to shimmer with a soft crimson light. As a continuous flow of energy surged from his being into the seal. Supersensitivity. Ji Zunbao, feeling the powerful energy transmitted from his partner, was instantly invigorated. With a mighty roar, a faint red combat vortex rapidly took shape before the astonished eyes of the spectators and dignitaries. Once the vortex formed, Ji Zunbao began to retract the Rui staff, diminishing the radius of the combat vortex while simultaneously increasing the velocity of its rotation. This vortex emanated a sharp intensity, starkly contrasting with the fluidity of the water vortex. Let us go, my partner. Xiao Jing fervently infused spirit energy and encouraged. Roar. Under Xiao Jing's inspiration, the combat vortex surged forth, albeit not quite reaching 1/5 the strength of the water vortex. Yet it bore a piercing sharpness and a more extreme rotation speed, boldly intertwining with the massive vortex that encircled the water column, unleashing ferocious winds and cascading downward. The collision did not yield the anticipated explosion. Instead, it produced a high-pitched, jarring sound reminiscent of metal being sliced. The clash of the two opposing vortices caused both parties to decelerate rapidly. When the speed diminished to a critical threshold, energy began to dominate, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. Chapter 42. Ji Zunbao's Breakthrough. The finals of the college entrance examination commence. What is happening? How can Xiao Jing's spirit also execute a vortex? I have no idea. It feels as though he has learned it on the spot. Gosh. The potential of this spirit stone monkey is extraordinary. The audience in the stands was left in awe, having initially thought that Ji Zunbao would succumb to the attack and be eliminated. To their astonishment, he was capable of unleashing a skill akin to the water vortex. Even the prominent figures on the high platform were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Some recruitment officers from various schools even stood up, expressing interest in enlisting Xiao Jing. Regrettably, the others were too engrossed in watching the match to pay him any heed. Given the demonstrated potential of Xiao Jing and Ji Zunbao, who could possibly recruit and nurture him, apart from the top three institutions? Witnessing the Kai Tian-O execute a three-skill combination, it was truly astonishing that Xiao Jing's stone spirit monkey could create a three-skill combination on the spot as well. Lin Yao looked on with admiration at Xiao Jing and Ji Zunbao, finally comprehending why his daughter held such a high regard for Xiao Jing. The way he interacted with his spirit and fostered its autonomous combat awareness utterly eclipsed his peers. Although Chen Jili, Dai Yiran, and Xiao Wenkai remained silent, their tightly clenched hands and unwavering gazes betrayed their intense excitement. The violent explosion, accompanied by fierce winds and heavy rain, quickly cleared the smoke, revealing the scene within. Ji Zunbao, Kai Tiano, Xiao Jing, and Jiang Li anxiously turned their attention to their partners. The stone spirit monkey was covered in gashes inflicted by the razor-sharp winds, blood flowing from its forehead to its toes. Its golden fur, matted with blood and water, appeared utterly tragic, yet it stood resolutely, even without using the Rui staff for support. In stark contrast, Kai Tian-O fared much worse. Its pristine feathers seemed to have been ravaged by sharp objects, and the ground beneath it was stained crimson with its blood. The iridescent sheen at the tip of its tail had dimmed considerably, indicating its poor condition. Although Kai Tian-O had not completely succumbed to unconsciousness, it was drained of energy and lay motionless on the ground. Xiao Jing and Jiang Li leaped into the battlefield, rushing to their partners' sides. Zhizunbao, are you all right? Xiao Jing asked, his heart aching at the sight of the grievous wounds. Zhizunbao met Xiao Jing's concerned gaze and felt a warmth in his heart, waving his hand reassuringly. Ling Ling, Ling Ling, little Jing, don't worry, I'm fine. It's just a bit deeper than a surface wound. You know my resilience. And this Kai Tian-O is truly formidable. However, the movement of his hand inadvertently tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace slightly. Xiao Jing observed Zhizunbao's stubbornness with a smile, nodding in agreement and encouraging him to swiftly utilize the spirit fruit set for recovery. He understood that Zhizunbao's defenses were indeed high, yet Kai Tian-O's special attack stats were no trifling matter. The wind type's inherent advantage over the fighting type, coupled with the intensity of the previous offensive, had inflicted significant damage on Zhizunbao. Let us not forget, despite his high defenses, Zhizunbao's stamina, even in his final form, amounted to only 74. Xiao Jing originally intended for Zhizunbao to take a moment to recuperate, even promising him delectable spirit fruits, but Zhizunbao remained adamant, declaring his desire to pursue his ambitions and refusing the temptation of the spirit fruits. Xiao Jing could only chuckle in resignation and acquiesce. After Jiang Li retrieved Kai Tian-O into its spirit ball, he appeared visibly concerned about its injuries, which caused him to become somewhat distracted during the ensuing battle. When Zhizunbao attempted to test the combat vortex once more, Jiang Li instinctively yielded, realizing that his second spirit, too low in level, could not withstand Zhizunbao's formidable onslaught. Xiao Jing, witnessing Zhizunbao's success in intimidating Jiang Li, thought to himself, this little fellow has even learned tactics. He began to praise Zhizunbao aloud, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, our Zhizunbao is truly exceptional, mastering a 3-skill combination on the spot. Even I am astonished. Under Xiao Jing's praise, Zhizunbao beamed with pride, proclaiming that once the entrance examination concluded, he would treat himself to spirit fruits. Xiao Jing gladly agreed, contemplating how best to reward Zhizunbao. Meanwhile, he retrieved a healing potion to apply to Zhizunbao's injuries. Xiao Jing believed that Jiang Li should enhance his psychological resilience training. However, this might be a common flaw among members of large families, accustomed to a life of ease. He had never faced a situation where his Pokemon had been gravely injured. This sudden turmoil led to a significant lapse in his command. The second match featured Lin Xin against Li Shanqing. Li Shanqing, with a look of resignation, stepped onto the stage to endure the onslaught. Previously, he had only sparred with Xiao Jing and Lin Xin in a more casual manner, merely familiarizing himself with their skills. This, of course, had made him acutely aware of the terrifying capabilities of Lin Xin's Pokemon. As expected, during this battle, despite unleashing all his moves, Li Shanqing could not escape the fate of being penalized by Lin Xin's mythical reindeer, which managed to strike twice. In the afternoon, the final showdown arrived, one that would determine the champion of this year's examination and who would claim the top ranking. Xiao Jing faced Lin Xin. The two stood on their respective command platforms, exchanging glances. Xiao Jing was not at all surprised that Lin Xin had made it to the final, nor did Lin Xin seem surprised to see Xiao Jing standing there. As the referee announced the commencement of the finals, both summoned their Pokemon. Tian Xiao made his entrance once more, while the figure of the small totem materialized quietly on the opposite side. Both had summoned their second contracted Pokemon. The small totem was now at level 14, matching Tian Xiao's level. Tian Xiao, use targeting. Small totem, use shadow clone. At the outset, both combatants simultaneously initiated their enhancement skills, one to increase accuracy and critical hit rate, the other to boost speed and evasion. Xiao Jing understood that when facing a control-oriented Pokemon, the crucial factor was not damage, but the ability to land a hit. If one could not strike, damage was irrelevant. Small totem, use binding halo. The small totem emitted a pale purple glow, and a violet halo gradually ascended from its pillar, drifting towards Tian Xiao. Instinctively, Tian Xiao activated his booster to soar into the air, evading the binding halo's confinement. However, a second purple halo appeared before him, catching Tian Xiao off guard and ensnaring him completely. Once trapped, Tian Xiao appeared as if immobilized by a spell, unable to move. Seizing the moment, the small totem unleashed a psychic beam, striking Tian Xiao squarely. Boom. The impact from the psychic beam inflicted considerable damage on Tian Xiao, yet the binding halo remained, keeping him rooted in place. Chapter 43, A Stalemate, Supreme Treasure versus Mythical Reindeer. Tian Xiao's defensive stats were already low, rendering him somewhat fragile. Thankfully, The psychic-type attack against the steel-type was merely a weak point. Otherwise, Tian Xiao would have sustained severe injuries. Small totem, use hypnosis. In an instant, the small totem teleported in front of Tian Xiao, its totem-patterned eyes swirling into vortexes, emitting waves that could induce drowsiness. If one gazed too long, even those not targeted might succumb to slumber. Having been caught off guard by a flurry of attacks, Xiao Jing finally caught his breath and turned his attention to Tian Xiao. Just as the audience anticipated Tian Xiao would succumb to hypnosis and be eliminated, he showed no reaction, as the binding halo's duration had expired. Xiao Jing, who had attended university and studied programming algorithms in his past life, understood that as an artificial Pokemon, Tian Xiao was imbued with a plethora of algorithms. Now, if one were to claim they could induce a hypnotic algorithm, it would be akin to the King of Hell deceiving ghosts. Tian Xiao, use overload bombardment without charging. Seizing the moment the binding halo faded, and before the small totem's hypnosis could complete, Xiao Jing swiftly issued his command. Tian Xiao's entire body launched a barrage of missiles, not pausing to charge for power as he had previously. This time, he unleashed hundreds of missiles upon the bewildered small totem. The scene of missiles raining down was reminiscent of what the candidates had witnessed during the qualifying rounds. The small totem's skill was forcibly interrupted, but being so close, it had no time to teleport away and was caught off guard by the onslaught. In the qualifying rounds, overload bombardment had appeared to lack potency, merely serving to shield supreme treasure. However, it had been up against opponents of significantly higher levels than Tian Xiao, and the skill's inherent power was not to be underestimated. At present, Tian Xiao's special attack stat stood at 83, combined with the targeting skill, which could occasionally yield delightful critical hits. This resulted in the small totem sustaining far greater damage than Tian Xiao had from the psychic beam. Taking advantage of the lingering smoke, Xiao Jing commanded, Tian Xiao, locate the small totem's position and use air slash, followed by another cruising missile. Through thermal imaging, Tian Xiao pinpointed the small totem's location amidst the haze. Twin blades of pale gold light were spun from his hands and hurled forth. The small totem, sensing impending danger with its psychic awareness, barely managed to teleport away just in time to evade the air slash, reappearing behind the smoke. However, before it could react, Tian Xiao's assuredly accurate cruising missile struck once more, propelling it 5 meters away with a resounding explosion. At this juncture, although the small totem still possessed ample psychic energy, its stamina had dwindled significantly after the relentless barrage. This exemplified the nature of high-level battles. A single oversight could easily lead to an opponent exploiting a weakness, allowing for a chain of attacks that could amplify their advantage. Previously, Xiao Jing had been in a similar position, caught off guard by an unexpected halo and subjected to a relentless beating. Now, Lin Xin found herself in the same predicament. A single misstep in skill execution left the small totem vulnerable to Tian Xiao's continuous assault, depleting its strength. Observing the severely injured small totem, Xiao Jing realized he could not allow it to recover. Otherwise, if it were ensnared by the binding halo once more, Lin Xin would not repeat the same mistake. Urgently, he commanded, Tian Xiao, use air slash to defeat the small totem. Tian Xiao's pale golden blades surged forth once again, racing toward the small totem. Lin Xin frowned as she watched the approaching blades, letting out a resigned sigh. She instructed the small totem, use last wish. The small totem bent its upper pillar slightly, as if nodding in agreement. With a deeply earnest expression, it raised its arms in prayer, resembling a devout follower beseeching a totem. In a mystical connection, it seemed a chain linked the small totem to Tian Xiao. Suddenly, Tian Xiao felt an inexplicable bond with the small totem ahead of him. A flicker of human-like confusion crossed his pale golden eyes, but he remained unaware of what was about to transpire. As the connection solidified, the air slash struck in the next moment. Slice. The sound of cutting echoed as the small totem, overwhelmed by the assault, finally exhausted its stamina and succumbed to unconsciousness. Before Xiao Jing could offer praise to Tian Xiao, he sensed something amiss. The once airborne Tian Xiao suddenly stiffened, his pale golden eyes blinking erratically before dimming entirely, causing the entire mech to plummet from the sky. Tian Xiao. Xiao Jing gasped in shock, uncertain of what had transpired. He quickly extended his Pokemon wristband to recall Tian Xiao into his mech ball. After Lin Xin retrieved the small totem into its spirit ball, she looked at the visibly worried Xiao Jing and reassured him, don't worry. He merely connected his state with my small totem. If the small totem is unconscious, he will also fall into unconsciousness. There is nothing to fear. Upon hearing Lin Xin's words, Xiao Jing exhaled in relief. He had noticed that when Tian Xiao fell, the energy light remained bright, indicating that there was indeed no life-threatening danger. However, Xiao Jing had never anticipated that Lin Xin could still exchange Tian Xiao under adverse conditions. leaving him in awe of her formidable and challenging prowess. Zhizun Bao, I entrust you with the second match. Huanling Bao Lu, it is up to you now. The clash between the two in the first round was a roller coaster of suspense, concluding in a draw that elevated the excitement of the event. Now, as their ace spirits took the stage, the atmosphere became electric. Zhizun Bao reverted to its original size and soared into the arena, while Huanling Bao Lu made an elegant entrance amidst a halo of white light, both spirits at level 17. Upon their arrival, Xiao Jing and Lin Xin, in perfect harmony, refrained from issuing commands, allowing their spirits to engage in battle autonomously. Huanling Bao Lu replicated its previous moves from the last match, launching with a binding halo in an attempt to ensnare Zhizun Bao. Having just witnessed the efficacy of this formidable halo that had severely hindered Tian Xiao, Zhizun Bao exhibited remarkable caution, relying on its extraordinary speed and agile maneuvers to evade the halo's pursuit. During its evasive actions, a second halo emerged, strategically closing in from both the front and rear. Realizing evasion was futile, Zhizun Bao quickly devised a strategy, tossing its Rui stick forward. Employing Rui transformation to shrink to palm-sized dimensions, and deftly grasping the end of the stick, narrowly evading the grasp of the leading binding halo. The audience, previously immersed in intense cheers and debates over who might prevail, was momentarily silenced by the thrilling first confrontation, which nearly resulted in the entrapment of Xiao Jing's spirit. Had Zhizun Bao fallen victim to the binding, the match could have concluded right then and there, as the psychic type holds a significant advantage over the fighting type. And Zhizun Bao lacked the immunity to hypnosis that Tian Xiao possessed. Observing this gripping spectacle, the students instinctively halted their activities, fixated on the duel between the two strongest contemporaries in Lingjiang City. As Zhizun Bao cleverly evaded the halo's pursuit, an uproar of applause erupted. Chapter 44, The Supremacy of the Psychic Type. Outside the arena, the cheers remained unheard by Xiao Jing and Lin Xin, as measures had long been taken to insulate the venue from external noise, allowing only sounds from within to escape. Xiao Jing felt a surge of anxiety for Zhizun Bao, but upon witnessing its successful evasion, he breathed a sigh of relief. Reassured of his choice in Zhizun Bao, following its escape from the binding halo, Zhizun Bao immediately directed its gaze towards Huanling Bao Lu, launching a psychic wave towards it. However, due to its lack of proficiency in the skill and Huanling Bao Lu's high special defense, the attack merely caused it to retreat a step, interrupting its subsequent casting. Noticing this, Zhizun Bao instinctively utilized teleportation, yet Huanling Bao Lu, being a psychic type as well, countered with its own teleportation. A battle of instantaneous movements ensued. Each time Zhizun Bao approached Huanling Bao Lu, the latter would shift away, intending to cast a controlling skill, only to be thwarted by the psychic wave. One sought to close the distance, but found it impossible, while the other aimed to maintain space, yet was perpetually interrupted. Zhizun Bao and Huanling Bao Lu exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand, ultimately returning to their starting positions, locking eyes once more. In the next moment, Zhizun Bao employed teleportation again. Assuming Zhizun Bao would attempt to close in once more, Huanling Bao Lu swiftly teleported to the left side of the battlefield, unleashing a psychic beam at its original position. However, this time, Zhizun Bao did not teleport beside Huanling Bao Lu, but instead materialized above the center of the arena, closing its eyes to rely on its psychic senses to locate Huanling Bao Lu. As Huanling Bao Lu reappeared, Zhizun Bao opened its eyes, expertly spinning the Rui stick before hurling it towards the position of Huanling Bao Lu. Boom. Thud. The sounds of collision reverberated simultaneously. One was the explosive noise of Huanling Bao Lu's original position being struck by its psychic beam, while the other was the sound of the spinning Rui stick crashing into Huanling Bao Lu's body. Huan. The cry of pain escaped Huanling Bao Lu as it was knocked to the ground by Zhizun Bao's strike. Despite the type disadvantage, Zhizun Bao's attack, bolstered by its high attack stats, inflicted significant damage. Following the impact, the Rui stick returned to Zhizun Bao's grasp. Observing Huanling Bao Lu downed on the ground, Zhizun Bao did not rush to attack, but instead probed with another psychic wave, only to be intercepted by Huanling Bao Lu's own psychic wave. Rising to its feet, Huanling Bao Lu, despite their frequent training together and mutual familiarity, could not suppress its irritation at the pain from Zhizun Bao's hit. Shooting at a glare, Zhizun Bao could only awkwardly pretend not to notice. After all, this was a competition, and it was no time for a princess's temper. In the next moment, the two resumed their game of teleportation hide-and-seek. However, it seemed that Huanling Bao Lu, due to its recent injury, had slowed down considerably. After a series of 10 or so pursuits, Zhizun Bao seized the opportunity to dart forward. Yet, before Zhizun Bao could raise the Rui stick, It was alarmed to see a halo rising behind Huanling Baolu. It dawned on Jizun Bao that they were now positioned where it had previously struck Huanling Baolu down. Desperate to escape, Jizun Bao was hindered by Huanling Baolu's adept use of its signature psychic wave, causing a slight delay in its movements, and in the next instant, it was ensnared by the binding golden light. Jizun Bao gazed at Huanling Baolu with a sense of despair, its pitiful expression seemingly pleading, "Sister, be gentle. Don't slap my face." Huanling Baolu regarded the ensnared Jizun Bao with a mischievous grin, indifferent to its forlorn gaze. It first created some distance, seemingly to confirm its target, then, after gathering sufficient energy, unleashed a psychic beam directed at Jizun Bao. Realizing it could not evade the attack, Jizun Bao closed its eyes, bracing itself to adopt the best defensive posture for the impending onslaught. Xiao Jing, witnessing the scene, let out a regretful sigh, having already surmised the unfolding events. After Huanling Baolu was struck down, leveraging its unique ability along with Lin Xian's innate talent, it had effectively reduced both the cooldown and casting time of its skills, allowing it to discreetly launch a binding halo, completing half of the skill's execution in a short span. Afterward, it utilized its superior psychic control to obscure Jizun Bao, ultimately drawing it back to the original spot for capture. It could be said that the cunning of these two little beings rivaled that of an adult. Jizun Bao's ability to withstand a type disadvantage and inflict considerable damage on Huanling Baolu, despite being suppressed by its superior psychic control, was commendable, leaving no room for criticism. Had Lin Xian's innate talent and Huanling Baolu's characteristics not reduced the cooldown and casting times, perhaps with a few more exchanges, Jizun Bao could have claimed victory, and thus it came to an end. The esteemed individuals in the stands mused that indeed, Lin Yao's daughter had triumphed over the competition. Even Shenji Li was at a loss regarding any strategies Xiao Jing might employ to turn the tide. Xiao Jing gazed at Jizun Bao, contemplating, "Well, let us take a gamble. If victory remains elusive, then I shall accept defeat." With such thoughts in mind, Xiao Jing began to activate his super agility talent. The faintly crimson supreme treasure's spirit mark levitated from his left palm, as the immense spiritual power within him surged forth to infuse it. As he felt the sudden influx of overwhelming energy and the amplification of all attributes, the Supreme Treasure's eyes snapped open. Although unable to turn his head to look at Xiao Jing, he could catch glimpses of him from the corner of his eye, and he understood Xiao Jing's intent, never to yield until the very end. Although the Supreme Treasure was unable to move or unleash skills, he strained to adjust the vast spiritual energy within him, gathering it all to form a thin shield of energy in front of his chest. Boom! A powerful beam of energy struck the Supreme Treasure squarely in the chest, sending up a cloud of dust. Xiao Jing watched anxiously as the dust settled. Through their shared bond, he sensed that despite the Supreme Treasure's dire condition, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness. The illusory spirit stag, observing the dust cloud, assumed the battle was over and was about to retreat to Lin Xian's side when a stronger wave of energy struck it unawares, causing it to stumble and fall once more. Those who initially believed victory was certain were startled to see the illusory spirit stag suddenly collapse, mistaking it for a grievous injury from the previous blow. However, the seasoned spectators understood that it was merely a mental wave. Is there still a chance? They gasped in astonishment. Chapter 45, Never Give Up. The Final Champion. As Lin Xian stared in disbelief at the dissipating dust, the Supreme Treasure bore the scars left by the explosion of the energy beam, gripping his staff tightly, struggling to remain upright. Upon seeing the illusory spirit stag downed, the Supreme Treasure fought against the overwhelming weight of his eyelids and, using the momentum of his fall, forcibly unleashed a battle tornado, the sharp crimson whirlwind forming once more. However, this time, the battle tornado tilted, forming an angle of nearly 45 degrees with the ground. Seeing the Supreme Treasure barely holding himself up for a desperate strike, the illusory spirit stag hesitated momentarily, astonished by the determination displayed. It intended to use teleportation to evade this blow, but the earlier mental wave had impacted it, causing some damage, compounded by its previous injuries. The Supreme Treasure's high dual attack stats had taken a toll, and having not retreated far enough, the illusory spirit stag found its movements sluggish, rendering it unable to dodge the impending battle tornado. With no means of evasion, the illusory spirit stag decided to counter the impending strike with its spirit horn charge. Boom! This clash left the illusory spirit stag's spirit horn charge only able to withstand the first wave of the assault, after which it was relentlessly battered by the tilted battle tornado, thrust upwards into the sky before crashing down heavily, incurring significant damage. Having fulfilled its purpose, the battle tornado dissipated, and the Supreme Treasure finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. The Rui stick slipped from his grasp, tracing an arc in the air before embedding itself in the earth. The supreme treasure, with great difficulty, gazed at the illusory spirit stag. Witnessing its eyelids close for the final time, its eyes slowly rolling upwards to gaze at the rapidly approaching Xiao Jing, offering a faint smile that seemed to convey, "Little Jing, I did it." Then, it gently shut its eyes. Supreme treasure. Xiao Jing rushed over, cradling the unconscious supreme treasure with a pang of sorrow. Had he not activated super agility, the supreme treasure would surely have been grievously injured. Yet now, it seemed not much better off, having sustained serious wounds while executing the taxing battle tornado. Hastily, Xiao Jing retrieved some healing potions, applying them to the supreme treasure's chest to alleviate the damage inflicted by the energy beam and the strain. Lin Xian gently caressed the illusory spirit stag, applying a potion to its wounds before returning it to its spirit ball, her gaze complex, tinged with surprise and admiration as she looked at Xiao Jing. She crouched beside him and remarked, "The supreme treasure has truly surprised me. I knew he was formidable, but I never expected him to counter with reverse attributes. However, what impresses me even more is your unwavering spirit of perseverance. I deeply admire that." Xiao Jing inhaled a fragrance reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley. Cradling the unconscious supreme treasure, he met Lin Xian's gaze and smiled, saying, "You too. Achieving this without relying on your father is truly commendable. Aside from my mother, you are perhaps the most remarkable girl I know." As the two exchanged glances, Lin Yao coughed to draw attention, signaling the referee to announce the results. With the protective barrier lifted, the sounds of the outside world reached them. The referee found himself in a quandary. According to the recent match, a draw seemed most fitting. However, the supreme treasure had succumbed a mere 2 to 3 seconds later than the illusory spirit stag. How to define that brief interval? Sensing the referee's dilemma, Xiao Jing and Lin Xian awkwardly averted their gazes, their cheeks flushed. "Let him have the victory. It's a draw," they said in unison. The two paused, their eyes meeting once more, and under Lin Xian's unwavering gaze, Xiao Jing relented. Moreover, Lin Xian had declared that the championship was to be his. And since they had agreed upon the duel of spirits, she insisted on one condition, that he treat her to a meal in return for using his talent. Xiao Jing blinked in surprise, meeting Lin Xian's resolute gaze, and instinctively nodded in agreement, inquiring, "What do I owe you?" Lin Xian averted her eyes, pondering before responding, "Let us leave it for now. I'll repay you later." With a hint of resignation, Xiao Jing acquiesced. After all, at this point in his life, he felt as though he had lived for 37 years combined, while Lin Xian still retained the heart of a youthful girl. Letting her have her way seemed the best course. As the competition concluded, the referee proclaimed, "I announce the victor, Xiao Jing." Cheers erupted throughout the arena. "Incredible! Xiao Jing, you are amazing." Recognition. As the referee declared the end of the match and the crowning of the champion, the atmosphere was charged with jubilant applause. Many students rushed to the stage, surrounding Xiao Jing and tossing him into the air. The prominent figures in the stands observed the exuberant youth below, smiles of understanding gracing their faces, recalling their own days as spirited young men. Upon seeing Xiao Jing, they exchanged knowing glances. The determination he and the supreme treasure exhibited until the very end was both admirable and moving. Such talent was a rare find in these times. Chenji Li was the first to speak up. "Don't even think about it. Xiao Jing is joining our Huangyan University." The others wore expressions of knowing acceptance. If Huangyan University had set its sights on someone, they would be hard-pressed to compete. Even the likes of Holy Light University and Mechanical University would find it futile. Huangyan University was not merely a name. It is worth noting that the president of Huangyan University is none other than the strongest human of our time. The greatest in human history, Dragon Emperor Ingzheng, excelling at Huangyan University, could offer the chance to receive guidance from the most powerful human, a privilege they could not hope to match. Moreover, Xiao Jing's ace spirit, the combat-oriented supreme treasure, was unmatched by the combat capabilities of Holy Light University and Mechanical University. While Holy Light was auxiliary, its training could easily interact with Mechanical University, and when comparing purely on the basis of golden-type cultivation, aside from Mechanical University, Huangyan University was the strongest among the 5 great nations. Fine, you win. We concede." Xiao Wenkai took a sip of tea, spat out the tea leaves, and said with a hint of irritation, "Of course, we cannot compete, so I have to vent my frustrations a bit." Dai Iran adjusted his glasses, though he remained silent. A flicker of regret glimmered in his eyes. After all, having such an outstanding student as Xiao Jing join their university would be mutually beneficial. Lin Yao initially felt elated, as this year, Linjiang City produced both Xiao Jing and Lin Xian, a boon for his political achievements and the future development of the city. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself inexplicably at odds with Xiao Jing, akin to witnessing a cherished rose he had nurtured being trampled by a swine. Chapter 46. The Lavish Contract of Huangyan University. Mom, I'm back. After celebrating the end of the college entrance examination with his classmates, Xiao Jing returned home. Sister Luo, Xiao Jing is back. Xilan, who managed the front desk at the dojo, called out as she spotted Xiao Jing. Hearing her voice, Luo Yu descended from the second floor. Smiling as she greeted Xiao Jing, back already? How did you fare? Xiao Jing smiled mysteriously. Mom, take a guess. Noticing her son's slightly smug demeanor, Luo Yu deduced that he must have performed well. Did you make it into the top 8? Xiao Jing nodded, then shook his head, encouraging her to guess further. Luo Yu narrowed her eyes, harboring a suspicion, and exclaimed in astonishment, My dear son, you didn't happen to take first place in the practical exam, did you? At her words, Xiao Jing beamed with pride, nodding vigorously. Even the revered supreme treasure perched on his shoulder joined in with a nod. Indeed, it was true. Luo Yu couldn't help but be astonished. She was well aware of the difficulty of the practical exam in Linjiang City, especially given the reforms in the college entrance examination over the past 2 years, making the attainment of first place even more elusive. Observing Xiao Jing's triumphant expression, she shook her head, intending to indulge her son's little vanity by praising him. Xiao Jing, you've truly given me a delightful surprise. Over the years, you've never failed to make your father and me proud. Luo Yu showered Xiao Jing with compliments, as well as praise for the supreme treasure. Meanwhile, Xilan stood by in stunned silence, as she never anticipated that the son of her boss would actually triumph over numerous illustrious spirit masters from prominent families in this practical exam, achieving first place. An absolute miracle. That evening, when Xiao Hang returned from a meeting and learned of Xiao Jing's remarkable achievement, he too was overjoyed, offering ample praise and affirmation to both Xiao Jing and the supreme treasure. It was no wonder that Xiao Hang and Luo Yu were drawn to one another. Upon hearing the good news about Xiao Jing, they both unreservedly lavished compliments, embodying an atmosphere of emotional fulfillment. It could be said that Xiao Jing's attentiveness to the emotional value of the supreme treasure was learned from Xiao Hang and Luo Yu's example. Ding dong. Half an hour after the family concluded dinner, the doorbell of the Panda Dojo chimed. The Panda Dojo did not adhere to a 996 work schedule. At 5 o'clock, Luo Yu had sent home Xilan and the other staff members, as the evening clientele was sparse, and Xiao Hang and she could manage alone. Thus, Xiao Hang rose to descend and opened the door. Before long, Xiao Jing heard an unexpected voice. Chen Jili, long time no see. Xiao Hang, it's been a while. Amidst their chatter, Xiao Hang ushered Chen Jili to the third floor. Upon seeing Chen Jili, Luo Yu stood up in surprise, exclaiming, Senior brother. Chen Jili smiled and nodded at Luo Yu, then turned to Xiao Hang with a touch of envy. To be honest, I envy you quite a bit. You've achieved great success in your career, married Luo Shimi, and have a blissful family, not to mention raising such a remarkably gifted child. As he spoke, Chen Jili looked toward Xiao Jing, saying, Hello, Xiao Jing. Xiao Hang introduced, Xiao Jing, this is my university senior, the head of the education department at Huangyan University. Chen Jili. Xiao Jing nodded, replying, Hello, Uncle Chen. I still remember you told me to call you Uncle Chen back then, so as not to make you feel old with other titles. Chen Jili, Xiao Hang, and Luo Yu were momentarily taken aback, if memory served. Chen Jili had indeed met Xiao Jing when he was just a newborn, cradling him and chatting away. They were astonished that Xiao Jing remembered. Little did they know that although Xiao Jing had reincarnated and lacked memories of his past life in the initial years, his memories from birth had been recorded and awakened alongside his previous life's recollections. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and discussions about the developments of recent years, Chen Jili shifted to the crux of the matter. I have come with an important proposition. Hearing this, Xiao Hang and Luo Yu were not taken aback. They glanced at Xiao Jing, awaiting Chen Jili's next words. As you know, I am the head of the education department at Huangyan University, and this year, the examination oversight happens to be in Linjiang City. You must have heard that Xiao Jing achieved first place in the practical examination, and I have also investigated his past academic performance at Linjiang No. 1 High School, which is exceptionally commendable. Therefore, I am here to discuss the pre-admission arrangements for Xiao Jing with Huangyan University on behalf of the institution. As he spoke, Chen Jili retrieved a contract from his storage ring and presented it to Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing opened the document, which contained clauses primarily revolving around his obligation to enroll at Huangyan University upon signing, with no additional responsibilities. After a cursory glance, he focused on the signing rewards listed at the end. Upon reading it, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Should the candidate agree and sign to confirm their application to Huangyan University, they would receive the following pre-admission rewards. 1 opportunity to enter the superlative secret realm, Suihua, to seek a contract spirit. Complementary resources for all pre-regular level contract spirits, including those needed for evolution. A monthly provision of 500 academy points. A 10 discount on resources exchanged in the Academy's marketplace using Academy points. 1 Neo Hua, spirit item worth 1,200 points, with a potential upward fluctuation of 50 points. Observing Xiao Jing's stunned expression, both Xiao Hang and Luo Yu drew near to glance at the document, their hearts racing with excitement. They had both entered Huangyan University years ago without enjoying the perks of pre-admission contracts, and they never expected that the rewards of this contract would be so extravagant. The opportunity to enter a superlative secret realm was a rare chance, while the second item was an ancillary benefit of the first. Not to mention the access to resources from such a prestigious university before reaching the regular level, which would undoubtedly provide Xiao Jing with a solid foundation for nurturing his third spirit. The third item, Academy points, was universally applicable across all universities in the 5 great principalities. With sufficient points, one could exchange for anything in the Academy marketplace, and essentially all expenses within the university were tied to these points. Xiao Hang recalled that during their time, students could earn only about 200 points monthly, and if they wanted more, they had to complete tasks to earn them. This reward was more than double. Certainly, as freshmen, they are afforded a significant privilege. The points acquired during the rigorous college entrance examinations will be converted into Academy credits on a one-to-one basis. This serves as a form of initial capital for the newcomers. Therefore, the fourth benefit of a 10% discount in the Academy's marketplace is exceedingly advantageous for high-scoring students like Xiao Jing, allowing them to accumulate points beyond their peers for the exchange of various items. Chapter 47. The Contract Signing. The Skillstone Marketplace. The fifth item, the spiritual artifact, creation, worth 1,200 points, is practically unattainable for a spirit master still at a conventional level. The epitome of quality is embodied in creation, which is divided into 2 tiers, the minor creations, ranging from 1,001 to 2,000 points, and the major creations, spanning 2,001 to 3,000 points. Typically, minor creations are utilized by elite-level spirit masters, while those at the conventional level usually rely on high-scoring, epic artifacts. The fact that Huangyan University is directly offering a minor creation to freshmen is a testament to its prestigious standing among the 5 great nations. What do you think? Are the conditions provided by Huangyan University satisfactory? Chen Zhili inquired, casting a slight smile towards Xiao Jing. These terms are indeed remarkable. I never anticipated such generous offerings, Xiao Jing responded, momentarily taken aback. His impression of Huangyan University's abundant resources had elevated significantly. It was evident that the resources controlled by one of humanity's foremost power institutions in the world of spirit beasts were beyond imagination and unparalleled. So, Xiao Jing, have you made your decision? Alternatively, you may have your father inform me once you've reached a conclusion, Chen Zhili suggested, remaining unhurried. The conditions presented by Huangyan University were inherently enticing, and due to Xiao Jing being the son of an old acquaintance, Chen Zhili had managed to procure even greater resources for him, culminating in the lavish rewards before Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing felt a surge of enthusiasm. Yet he glanced at Xiao Hang and Luo Yu, seeking their counsel. As parents, Xiao Hang and Luo Yu discerned their son's eagerness. Based on their understanding of Chen Zhili, it was clear that a portion of these resources had been negotiated on Xiao Jing's behalf. Moreover, it was likely that the recruitment officers from other universities would not be arriving, as Chen Zhili would have communicated or conferred with them in advance. Xiao Hang and Luo Yu nodded in affirmation towards Xiao Jing, signaling that he could proceed with signing. With the support of his parents, Xiao Jing turned to Chen Zhili and declared, Uncle Chen, I have made my decision. I agree to sign the pre-admission contract with Huangyan University. He produced a pen and swiftly inscribed his name on the contract. Chen Zhili accepted the contract, confirming its accuracy before rising with a smile to congratulate Xiao Jing. Congratulations, you are now a member of Huangyan University, and alongside your parents, I shall be your fellow alumnus. Current year, June 6, 2317. Xiao Jing awoke early, remembering that Chen Zhili had mentioned the Academy's marketplace would open at 8 o'clock a.m. At that hour, the candidates could access the Alliance marketplace through their mobile devices. At 8 o'clock a.m., as the clock struck the hour, Xiao Jing eagerly opened the Alliance marketplace, revealing a dazzling array of items before him, accompanied by several options at the bottom: skill stones, resonance items, spirit fruits, evolution stones, other spirit items, sprites, mysteries. Xiao Jing was momentarily perplexed by the term mysteries. It might easily mislead one to think of purchasing a mystery, yet he understood that this was implausible. It was likely an opportunity for entry. With this thought in mind, Xiao Jing selected the mysteries option. The mobile interface promptly displayed a new screen, indicating that points could be expended for a chance to enter the following mysteries: Super First Class Mystery, Spark, 100,000 points. Buzhou, 100,000 points. Upon seeing the final entry, Xiao Jing's pupils dilated, and his mouth fell slightly agape. Can entry to the Dragon Palace be exchanged as well? He had never anticipated that access to the various super first-class mysteries of the 5 great nations could be obtained through point expenditure. While he had somewhat expected this given that the Spirit Master Alliance was nurturing future talents, he was astonished that even the strategic partners, Dragon Palace, mystery was included, further revealing the immense wealth of the 5 nations. Further down were some first-class mysteries that required only 20,000 points for entry, which Xiao Jing did not focus on. Instead, he clicked on the skill stones section. A new interface emerged, and Xiao Jing began searching among the skill stones. Before long, he found his target. Found it. The screen displayed a hexagonal, pale red crystal, with its name indicated below. Skill stone, instinctive pursuit, epic, 983, required points, 4,000, 3,600 with discount, stock, 1. This was the skill stone Xiao Jing had previously earmarked for his esteemed companion, planning its future development direction. The esteemed companion was designed to be a dual offensive powerhouse, emphasizing extreme output of skill power or explosive bursts within a short time. The effect of instinctive pursuit was straightforward and highly compatible with the esteemed companion. Instinctive pursuit, normal type, attribute attack, not physical or special attack, transforms offense into instinct, allowing for a seamless transition into an attack based on the spirit's primary attribute, with damage equating to half of the previous attack. Rating, 93. Evaluation. A skill that accumulates damage can truly pierce the heavens. Given the esteemed companion's exceptionally high dual offensive values, the attack damage needed no further elaboration. Moreover, the ability to chain into another skill, especially when the esteemed companion unleashed a powerful attack, meant that instinctive pursuit's damage would rival that of other spirits' ultimate moves, serving as a perfect tool for supplementary damage. Xiao Jing was astonished to find that his basic insight allowed him to view the skill panel through his phone, complete with ratings and evaluations. It was evident that instinctive pursuit was quite rare, and seizing the opportunity before others could act, Xiao Jing promptly expended 3,600 points to acquire the skill stone. Subsequently, he discovered another skill stone. Skill stone, Psycho Beam. Epic, 940, required points, 2,800, 2,520 with discount, stock, 200. Earlier, during his battle with Lin Xion's illusory spirit deer, Xiao Jing had intended to exchange for Psycho Beam for the esteemed companion. This was to compensate for the lack of long-range damage, as Psychic Waves were merely a disruption skill against other attribute spirits, but for Psychic-type spirits, they were less effective. Furthermore, while Psycho Beam was a skill that almost all Psychic-type spirits could master, it was absent from the skill pool of the esteemed companion's simian lineage, thus broadening the esteemed companion's arsenal. The price differential clearly indicated that instinctive pursuit was significantly more valuable than Psycho Beam, despite only a 43-point difference in scores. The original point cost differed by 1,200 points, underscoring the rarity of instinctive pursuit, a fortunate acquisition for Xiao Jing. Chapter 48. The Evolution Path of Tiangao. Xiao Jing did not overlook the evolution following Tiangao. Basic insight, indeed, did not disappoint, as it outlined a potential evolution path. Evolution path. Symphonic evolution. Creative evolution, Silver Wings, a minimum level of gym leader rank. Creation, over 1,500 points. Dawn Wings, epic, over 900 points. Gold-type evolution stone, epic, over 900 points. Wind-type evolution stone, and all skill proficiencies at least at the pinnacle of mastery. The so-called symphonic evolution occurs when a Pokemon possesses a resonant object, which awakens its primal talents or provides a powerful guidance in a specific direction, leading to its evolution. Creative evolution, on the other hand, refers to a scenario where a Pokemon originally lacks such an evolutionary pathway. Through the joint exploration and development with a Spirit Master, the Pokemon metamorphoses into an entirely new species. Xiao Jing was astonished to find that, with the enhancement of his strength, the range of observations possible through bottom-level insight had broadened significantly. He was even more surprised to discover the complex conditions required for Tian Zhao's evolution. No wonder even the illustrious Gold-tier King of Glory, the father of mechanical Pokemon, Tu Bo Ling, had failed to uncover it. Xiao Jing opened the Resonant Object section, hoping to check for any stock of Dawn Wings. After rummaging for quite some time, he found none. This did not imply that the 5 major duchies lacked them. The marketplace was updated in real time, and if stock ran out without replenishment, items would be delisted until new stock arrived. It was possible that Dawn Wings had appeared previously but had been claimed by someone else, and there was simply no new supply at present. Xiao Jing didn't linger on this matter. After all, he still had a long way to go to reach gym leader rank. And the prices of these creation resonant objects were exorbitant, often exceeding tens of thousands, far beyond his current means. Glancing at the spirit fruit, he felt no rush, as he had plans to visit the Spirit Fruit Orchard later, so he delayed the exchange. He also refrained from redeeming the evolution stones, knowing that when the college entrance examination results were released, he might have alternative means to acquire Tian Zhao's evolution stone. A cursory glance at the Pokemon section led him to exit promptly. The racial values of these Pokemon were impressive, yet he would be heading to Huangyan University by the end of August. Why not seek a third contract partner at Suihua? Thus, Xiao Jing closed the marketplace and took his supreme treasure and Tian Xiao for training, aiming to break through to the conventional level before the university semester commenced. Current year, 2317, June 10th. 4 days later, Xiao Jing sat before his computer, punctually accessing the college entrance examination results website at 10 in the morning. Upon seeing his results, he raised an eyebrow slightly and then smiled gently. Xiao Jing, how did you do? Luo Yu, standing nearby with her hands covering her face as if unable to bear looking at the screen, inquired. Xiao Jing glanced at Luo Yu with a hint of exasperation and replied, Mom, if you're so eager to know, just uncover your hands and look. It's not something scandalous. No way. Tell me how you did. Luo Yu insisted, still shielding her face. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Jing felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, then began to speak. I ranked first. How about that? Are you proud of your son? Really? Luo Yu's slender, fair fingers slowly parted to reveal a glimpse of the screen displaying first, tied. She let out a long sigh of relief and lowered her hands. Not bad, not bad. You truly are my son. Luo Yu's radiant smile faltered for a moment as she shot Xiao Jing a glare, saying, It's not like your commotion during the exam didn't cause a stir, leaving me reeling for days. Hearing this, Xiao Jing's eyelids twitched in annoyance. Who could have anticipated that the news from the entrance exam would spread so widely and be so exaggerated? Besides, at that moment, to surpass those elite family candidates, I had no choice but to rely on Tian Xiao's overload bombardment and Supreme Treasure's high attack for swift victories. Since June 6th, Xiao Jing had noticed numerous sensational headlines flooding his phone. Shocking. This year's mysterious candidate piloted a mech to bombard the exam venue. Did a mech cause thousands of candidates in Linjiang City to weep collectively? What are the ethical implications? Linjiang City suspected of exam cheating, with a mech involved. Upon reading these headlines, he realized they were targeting him. After all, weren't they all referring to his actions? He expected the editors to be so sensationalist, amplifying the situation to such an extent. It was as if they depicted him as a shameless cheater piloting a mech. Fortunately, in their class group chat, his classmates defended him, with Lin Xian and Li Shangqing reaching out privately to offer comfort. Subsequently, the head of the Linjiang Spirit Tower, Lin Yao, and the responsible party for the college entrance examinations in Linjiang City issued an official statement confirming that the exams at Huangyan University, Holy Light University, and Mechanical University were collectively monitored without any incidents of cheating, adhering to all regulations, which quelled the uproar. They also imposed warnings and penalties on the sources of those glaring headlines. Naturally, Xiao Jing gained notoriety from this incident. When Xiao Cheng and Luo Yu heard about it, their expressions were filled with shock, as if they were meeting their son for the first time. The outcome was favorable, and the approach was quite advanced. Others may not have grasped the full context. This was Xiao Cheng's assessment of Xiao Jing's situation. They certainly did not believe he had erred, only that the sensationalist headlines had distorted and exaggerated the truth. The current state of online public opinion truly warranted better regulation. Otherwise, the narrative could shift unpredictably, leaving no one able to cope. Shaking his head, Xiao Jing decided to move on from these thoughts. He informed Luo Yu that he was stepping out and took Supreme Treasure with him. Spirit Fruit Orchard. Xiao Jing alighted from the taxi and approached the Spirit Fruit Orchard. He retrieved a business card from his pocket and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Ding ding. Hello, this is Bai Xian from the Spirit Fruit Orchard. How may I assist you? A mature woman's official voice resonated from the other end. Hello, Bai Jia. I'm not sure if you remember me. I previously purchased lifestyle spirit fruits, and you recommended that I collaborate with my stone spirit monkey on a promotional video for the spirit fruits. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by an enthusiastic voice. You're Xiao Jing, Mr. Xiao? Indeed. Where are you? I will come to find you immediately. Bai Xian had deduced from Xiao Jing's voice that he was nearby the orchard. I'm right at the entrance. Whoosh. In less than 3 seconds, a tall figure appeared before Xiao Jing. Chapter 49, Spirit Fruit Orchard Promotional Video. Mr. Xiao, it truly is you. Bai Xian exclaimed with delight as she regarded Xiao Jing. As the top candidate in Linjiang City's college entrance examination, Xiao Jing's name had already permeated the city, largely due to those sensational headlines. It's me. Please, come in. Bai Xian ushered Xiao Jing into the reception area of the Spirit Fruit Orchard. Once seated, she proceeded directly to the point. Mr. Xiao, have you made up your mind? Are you planning to shoot the Spirit Fruit promotional video? Yes. Xiao Jing affirmed with a nod. That is wonderful. Given your current prominence, I believe we can proceed with filming 3 types of fine quality spirit fruits. Bai Xian was elated. If Xiao Jing agreed to the filming and it proceeded successfully, his status as a commoner college entrance champion would undoubtedly bring considerable revenue to the spirit fruit orchard, making her own prospects for a raise or promotion much more attainable. However, before proceeding, I have a question. Xiao Jing pondered for a moment and inquired, "You must have heard about the recent negative news. Are you not concerned about its potential impact on you?" Bai Xian smiled gently and explained, "You need not worry, Mr. Xiao. Since your achievements have been recognized by the Spirit Alliance, it is clear that there are no issues. As for those sensationalist reports, they have already faced the Alliance's sanctions, which have been made public. After all, the selection of talent by the Alliance allows no room for gossip." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing nodded, fully aware of the situation. His seemingly naive question was merely a test of the staff's attitude at the Spirit Orchard, as it reflected, to some extent, the sentiments of others within the Huanyan Kingdom. Then we have no issues at hand. We may proceed to discuss the filming of the promotional video. Certainly, Mr. Xiao. Please hold on a moment while I summon the staff responsible for this matter. Bai Xian pressed her Bluetooth earpiece and conveyed a message. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door. A taller, more mature woman entered the room. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am Bai Chu, responsible for the filming of the Spirit Orchard promotional video." Xiao Jing observed the resemblance between Bai Chu and Bai Xian and realized they were sisters. "Hello. Is there anything I need to do?" The 3 of them took a seat on the sofa, and Bai Chu retrieved a contract from her storage spirit ring, presenting it to Xiao Jing. "Here are 3 contracts, corresponding to the filming terms for the common, excellent, and premium quality spirit fruits. You may review the respective obligations and rewards before making your selection." Xiao Jing swiftly skimmed through the 3 contracts. For him, the Spirit Orchard now only differentiated the filming quality levels of spirit fruits, with no distinction made between combat, training, or lifestyle categories. As long as filming was involved, the rewards remained the same. The obligations were largely similar. He was responsible for the filming and endorsement of the promotional video, with the stipulation that no reputation-damaging incidents could occur during the 3-year endorsement period. Other matters could be discussed once the contract period concluded. The rewards were equally generous, particularly for a mere promotional video. 10 million spirit coins, with profits from the promotional video, shared equally, 5 epic quality spirit fruits worth 700 points each, and 8 excellent quality spirit fruits worth 480 points each. Moreover, he could claim lifestyle spirit fruits valued at no more than 100,000 annually from the Spirit Orchard. Feeling satisfied, Xiao Jing nodded and took out a pen to sign his name. Upon seeing him finalize the contract, both Bai Chu and Bai Xian sighed in relief. With Xiao Jing being this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination in Linjiang City, having him endorse their promotional video would undoubtedly yield significant benefits, potentially leading to their promotion within the organization. Bai Chu revealed a charming smile and said, "Mr. Xiao, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. I have already notified the filming crew to get ready. We can commence shooting now." Under Bai Chu's guidance, Xiao Jing, accompanied by his companion, Jizun Bao, proceeded to the upper levels of the Spirit Orchard. Numerous staff members and an array of expensive photographic equipment were already set up. "Mr. Xiao, let us first attend to makeup and change outfits." The plan to film the promotional video for the Spirit Orchard had been previously discussed with Jizun Bao, who, as his partner, naturally needed to be consulted. Jizun Bao did not mind what they would be filming. He readily agreed, lured by the enticing array of spirit fruits. It must be said that the Spirit Orchard, as a large multinational conglomerate, indeed possessed a formidable professional photography and promotional team. Even the team that Bai Chu could mobilize exhibited exceptionally high professional standards. Following the staff's requests, Xiao Jing and Jizun Bao experimented with an array of training-type spirit fruits, striking various poses. Particularly, Jizun Bao, with his adorable yet valiant demeanor, garnered praise from numerous female staff members with each new pose he struck. Throughout the filming process, Jizun Bao indulged in a variety of flavors of excellent quality training-type spirit fruits, all designed to enhance skill proficiency. Xiao Jing could sense Jizun Bao's skill proficiency gradually increasing, and seeing Jizun Bao relish the spirit fruits brought a fond smile to his face. Approximately an hour later, the filming concluded, and with the efficient processing of the staff, the promotional video and posters were presented to Xiao Jing within half an hour. Watching the scenes of directing Jizun Bao during training and his enjoyment of the spirit fruits while improving his skills, Xiao Jing smiled faintly. Observing Jizun Bao's genuine delight while tasting the spirit fruits, he felt that this filming endeavor had indeed been worthwhile. Utilizing the newfound fame, filming a promotional video for such a significant entity as the Spirit Orchard posed no risks. Moreover, with his imminent university enrollment, the opportunity to obtain spirit fruit resources for Jizun Bao while also providing for the small spirit monkeys under Jizun Bao's care, was a necessity. After completing the spirit orchard tasks, Xiao Jing selected his rewards from the offered spirit fruits, ultimately choosing 5 Mingwu fruits and 8 Hualing fruits, as well as claiming his share of lifestyle spirit fruits for the year. After concluding matters at the spirit orchard, Xiao Jing took a taxi home with Jizun Bao, feeling somewhat fatigued. However, Jizun Bao was quite exhilarated, having sampled numerous spirit fruits he had never tasted before. Now, he nestled against Xiao Jing's shoulder, affectionately rubbing his small face against Xiao Jing's cheek, making him feel a ticklish sensation. Upon exiting the vehicle and entering the Panda Dojo, Xiao Jing was about to call out the classic, "Mom, I'm back," when he abruptly halted. He spotted Lin Xian along with her father, Lin Yao, seated in the living room, engaged in lively conversation with Xiao Hang and Luo Yu. "Master Lin Xian." Xiao Jing was somewhat puzzled as to why Lin Yao and Lin Xian had suddenly come to their home today. Lin Xian smiled and nodded in greeting upon noticing Xiao Jing. Lin Yao glanced at Xiao Jing, then at Lin Xian, and said, "Since you have returned, Xiao Jing, let us discuss serious matters. I have come to visit for 2 main reasons. First, to congratulate you on attaining the top score in this year's college entrance examination in Linjiang City. You and Xian Air achieved the same total score, thus sharing the first place. I have brought a reward from our city for the top scorer." Lin Yao produced a badge from his storage spirit ring and handed it to Xiao Jing. The badge resembled a small trophy, flattened and intricately engraved with approximately 16 attribute icons surrounding a small figure, which, upon closer inspection, bore the finely etched name Xiao Jing. Upon seeing the badge, Xiao Jing's expression sharpened, and he felt his spirit energy begin to circulate more rapidly. "What is this?" "This is the champion's badge for the college entrance examination. Crafted by the Spirit Alliance using cutting-edge technology combined with a trace of power from the Dragon Emperor and the 16 honorary kings," Lin Yao explained, detailing the significance and power of the badge. "By binding it with a drop of your spirit blood and wearing it, it will permanently enhance all abilities of the wearer and their spirit partner by 3%, as well as grant immunity against one attack from a being below the honorary king level." Upon hearing this response, Xiao Jing was profoundly shaken, as the seemingly exquisite and delicate badge encapsulated the pinnacle of human technology and combat prowess. Remarkably, it also afforded immunity against a single lethal attack, one that surpassed even the highest human combat strength. It was astonishing to realize the extent to which the Spirit Alliance valued talent. Without hesitation, Xiao Jing activated Fundamental Insight. Name: Champion Badge of the National College Entrance Examination. Attributes: Water, Wood, Fire, 16 attributes. Quality: Epic 1000. Description: As previously mentioned, the results of the Fundamental Insight corroborated Lin Yao's assertions, and his subsequent words finally roused Xiao Jing from his astonishment. In addition, the rewards for being the top scorer included the opportunity to enter the Donghua secret realm to contract a spirit, 3 epic, 950-point spiritual items, and 5 fine, 500-point spiritual items. Once he regained his composure, Xiao Jing addressed Lin Yao, "Tower Master Lin, may I bind this badge at this moment?" "Certainly. It is now yours," Lin Yao replied, handing the badge to Xiao Jing and guiding him on how to bind the champion badge. As Xiao Jing let a drop of vibrant spirit blood fall onto the miniature figure at the center of the badge, it shimmered with golden light, gradually absorbing the blood. Xiao Jing immediately felt as if the badge had become a part of him. After affixing the badge to his attire, it flickered once more, and he sensed an enhancement in all his abilities, including talents and skills. The supreme treasure perched on his shoulder and Tian Xiao, residing within the mech sphere, also felt a subtle yet permanent boost in their strength. Once Xiao Jing acclimated to this enhancement, the badge slowly dissipated, but he understood that it had concealed itself within him, ready to reappear upon his summons. After contemplating these matters, Xiao Jing once again looked up at Lin Yao and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Tower Master Lin." Before Xiao Jing could finish his sentence, Lin Yao raised his hand to halt him. Glancing at Xiao Jing and then at his daughter Lin Xin, who seemed to be under protective scrutiny, he quickly turned back to Xiao Jing and said, "No need for thanks. It is the recognition from the 15 top universities and the Spirit Alliance that truly matters." Also, Lin Yao cleared his throat. "From now on, do not refer to me as Tower Master Lin. You may call me Uncle Lin in private." Xiao Jing nearly failed to grasp this, but a glance at Lin Xian seemed to clarify everything. He then addressed Lin Yao, "Uncle Lin." Lin Yao nodded, thinking, "Well, it's inevitable. Daughters do not stay forever." Additionally, regarding the adverse impact caused by those sensationalists, I will have them compensate you with a double happiness fruit as restitution. As he spoke, Lin Yao retrieved from his storage ring an apple that resembled conjoined twins, exuding a joyful and festive aura. Xiao Jing's eyes brightened at the sight. This was indeed a treasure. The double happiness fruit, formed from the joyous emotions radiating during New Year celebrations, was a rare spiritual item that provided substantial nourishment to spirits and was specifically sought after to attract high-level rare spirits. As Xiao Jing was on the verge of contracting his third spirit, this epic 743-point double happiness fruit was a timely boon. After gratefully accepting it, Xiao Jing said to Lin Yao, "Uncle Lin, I would like to exchange the 3 epic spiritual items for 1 gold evolution stone, 1 wind evolution stone, and 1 life fruit, and I wish to exchange the 5 fine spiritual items for 5 spirit forging gold." This had long been Xiao Jing's plan, as being the top scorer in the National College entrance examination would undoubtedly yield rewards from Linjiang City. The epic quality evolution stones required for Tian Zhao's evolution could be procured here without expending corresponding academic credits. While the spirit forging gold was intended to accelerate the enhancement of the Rui staff for the supreme treasure. Lin Yao nodded. "Very well, I will notify them, and they can be delivered tomorrow." "No need, Uncle Lin. I will visit the Linjiang Spirit Tower tomorrow myself." "Oh." Lin Yao regarded Xiao Jing with mild surprise. "It is merely some spiritual items. There is no need for you to make a special trip. Actually, Uncle Lin, I wish to forego the opportunity to enter the Donghua to contract a spirit. Would it be possible to exchange it for an additional entry into Donghua?" "Only to enter Donghua without contracting a spirit?" Lin Yao looked at Xiao Jing with surprise, not expecting such a request. He squinted at the supreme treasure, realizing that Xiao Jing's reasoning likely pertained to his contracted companion, the stone spirit monkey. "Principally, it is not permitted," Lin Yao quickly added, sensing a gaze upon him. "However, as the top scorer, I trust your character. I can vouch for you. As long as you do not contract a spirit, you may enter Donghua 3 times. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Upon hearing this unexpected response, Xiao Jing quickly expressed his gratitude. Lin Yao shook his head, engaging in light conversation for a few moments before Xiao Jing bid farewell to Lin Xian and hastily departed with her. He, as the esteemed tower master of Linjiang, found conversing here more exhausting than tilling the fields. Yet, there was no remedy. His daughter naturally exuded an air of authority, and his wife was quite pleased with Xiao Jing. If he were to act rashly, he might very well find himself kneeling on a washboard upon returning home. The Trials of Familial Hierarchy. Chapter 51. Return to Spirit Fruit Mountain. After Lin Yao and Lin Xian departed, Luo Yu approached Xiao Jing. Glancing at Lin Xian's retreating figure before inquiring, "Xiao Jing, what do you think of Lin Xian? She is very caring towards her friends, possesses clear goals, and diligently strives to achieve them, exhibiting none of the arrogance one might expect from the daughter of a tower master." Xiao Jing replied instinctively, without a moment's thought. Only after speaking did he realize, diverting his gaze from the direction Lin Xian had gone, to face Luo Yu and Xiao Hang. He found them looking at him with affectionate expressions. Indeed, we also find Lin Xian to be quite admirable. From our previous interactions and today's conversation, she appears to be a very determined young girl. "It seems you have struck quite the fortune. She seems to take an interest in you," they remarked. Having lived 2 lives, Xiao Jing understood the implications behind Luo Yu's words and was well aware of his relationship with Lin Xian. He shook his head with a bitter smile. "Mother, please don't tease me. Lin Xian and I are merely friends at this point. We have not reached that stage yet. We can discuss such matters later." As a transmigrator, Xiao Jing recognized that in a world imbued with extraordinary powers, his primary focus should be on enhancing his own strength. As for other matters, he preferred to let them unfold naturally. Moreover, both he and Lin Xian were likely to enroll at Huanyan University, ensuring ample opportunities for future encounters. Current date, June 11th, 2317. Ding dong. Your package has arrived. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Panda Dojo, Xiao Jing unwrapped the package to find the instinctive pursuit skill stone he had exchanged for at the Academy's marketplace. He brought the supreme treasure to the training room and handed the skill stone to him. "This is specially prepared for you. Hurry and absorb it." The skill stone, shaped like a boxing glove, emanated a soft red glow, representing the emblem of combat attributes. A potent explosive spiritual energy clashed within the boxing glove crystal, embodying the instinctive pursuit skill. Without hesitation, the supreme treasure grasped the skill stone, which instantly transformed into a liquid stream of light, flowing into his body. He immediately felt as though he had gained mastery over something profound. Xiao Jing opened the skill panel to take a look. Skills: Heavy Strike, Mastery 31-100. Spirit Fruit Set, Mastery 20-100. Instant Teleportation, Mastery 42-100. Wishful Staff Technique, Mastery 50-100. Wishful Transformation, Mastery 42-100. Psychic Wave, Advanced 60-100. Battle Tornado, combination of 3 skills, Advanced 95-100. Instinctive Pursuit, Initial Insight 50-100. After the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Xiao Jing continued the rigorous training of Supreme Treasure, albeit with reduced intensity compared to before the exams. The objective was to allow Supreme Treasure to adapt, cultivate a consistent training regimen, and maintain corresponding physical functions, thereby ensuring rapid growth. The proficiency of his skills, however, saw a significant boost due to some training-oriented spirit fruits from yesterday's experience in the Spirit Fruit Garden. Nevertheless, since the training had been conducted at home for several days, the experience points only increased from the initial novice level 17, 60, 95 to novice level 17, 84, 95. It was high time to elevate Supreme Treasure's skill proficiency. Practical combat was the most effective way to enhance skill mastery and experience. Thus, Xiao Jing planned to visit the Donghua secret realm today and take Supreme Treasure to the arena tomorrow to expedite their advancement to the regular level. At the highest level of the Lingjiang Spirit Tower, in the office of the Tower Master. "Oh, Xiao Jing has arrived?" Lin Yao remarked as he listened to the report from his assistant below. "Please escort him to the location of the Donghua passage and also hand over these championship rewards." Lin Yao picked up a spirit storage ring from his desk and handed it to the assistant. After waiting for over 10 minutes on the first floor, Xiao Jing saw a man emerge from a portal, approaching him. "Greetings, Xiao Jing. I am the assistant to the Tower Master Lin. I will be your guide to Donghua." The assistant greeted Xiao Jing and led him into the portal, presenting the rewards in the process. With the assistant's assistance, Xiao Jing once again stepped into the Donghua secret realm, inhaling deeply to savor its primal and rich essence. Ling Ling. Supreme Treasure felt the familiar and affectionate aura once more, joyfully circling around Xiao Jing several times before finally returning to perch on his shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek. Supreme Treasure, being exceedingly perceptive, instinctively understood that Xiao Jing's return to the Donghua secret realm was entirely for the sake of his fellow monkeys, which filled him with an unprecedented sense of warmth and importance. After all, who could resist a partner who constantly considers their well-being? Xiao Jing gently patted Supreme Treasure's small head and began to search for the Spirit Fruit Mountain, guided by the connection between Supreme Treasure and the mountain. Since the entry point into the secret realm was randomized each time, it was possible that the new location would be entirely different from the previous one. Therefore, before entering, Xiao Jing had specifically requested the staff to help locate the last entrance point to minimize deviation. An hour later, guided by Supreme Treasure's instincts, Xiao Jing navigated a much more direct route and arrived once again at the vast, golden beach, where countless spirits and birds frolicked freely, resembling a paradise. As if sensing Supreme Treasure's arrival, the previously tranquil, shimmering surface of the sea suddenly began to emanate a hazy aura. Following this, an island, seemingly woven between the realms of illusion and reality, emerged above the water, crowned by a mysterious mountain that could be clearly seen even from the beach's edge. Upon witnessing the reappearance of Spirit Fruit Mountain, Xiao Jing wasted no time and instructed Supreme Treasure to conjure a larger cloud, utilizing his psychic power, to soar together toward the island. This cloud, which Xiao Jing had named after observing Supreme Treasure's fondness for creating small clouds during flight, was a name that Supreme Treasure cherished. Upon entering the island, Xiao Jing, bound by the fate contract, could distinctly sense Supreme Treasure's excitement and joy. After soothing Supreme Treasure momentarily, the duo flew directly to the deepest part of the island, where Spirit Fruit Mountain resided. At the summit of Spirit Fruit Mountain, a multitude of small spirit monkeys were engaged in playful antics, some dozing off on the branches of the immense spirit fruit tree, while others indulged in the freshly picked spirit fruits, creating a scene of exquisite harmony. Suddenly, the giant spirit fruit tree, which had been gently swaying, sensed something and began to sway more vigorously, as if expressing its excitement. A few small spirit monkeys, previously napping on the branches, accidentally tumbled down, landing softly while exclaiming in surprise, as if to say, "Ouch." At this moment, a small monkey displaying early signs of leadership noticed the unusual behavior of the giant spirit fruit tree. Puzzled, it approached the tree and mimicked Supreme Treasure's previous gestures to communicate with it. Soon enough, it let out a delighted Ling Ling, as it understood what was happening. Just then, in the distance, the silhouettes of a large and a small figure finally came into view among the small monkeys. Chapter 52, Xiao Jing's Gift. Ling Ling, Supreme Treasure, unable to contain his joy at seeing his kin after several months, waved exuberantly at them. The small monkeys, initially taken aback, erupted in cheers and rushed toward Supreme Treasure and Xiao Jing, surrounding them. Ling Ling, Ling Ling, Ling Ling, Ling Ling Ling. The small monkeys chattered incessantly, while Supreme Treasure reciprocated their greetings, sharing tales of his recent experiences. Due to his bond with Supreme Treasure, Xiao Jing could fully comprehend the exchanges between him and the small monkeys. However, he chose to remain silent. understanding that Supreme Treasure must have a multitude of stories to share after such an extended absence from his kin. Thus, he smiled as he watched Supreme Treasure animatedly recount his training sessions, his evolution, the college entrance examination points competition, his encounters with various spirits, and the thrilling battles of the ranking matches that ultimately led him to victory. As Supreme Treasure spoke, the other small monkeys fell silent, attentively listening to his narrative. Upon hearing about Supreme Treasure's evolution, expressions of envy and longing flickered in the eyes of the other small monkeys. Each spirit yearned for evolution, as it was not only a pathway to strength but also the sole means of growing, sustaining their community, and exploring the legacy of their ancestors. After approximately an hour, Supreme Treasure finally concluded his tale, parched and exhausted, and retrieved a spirit fruit to enjoy. The other small monkeys were deeply moved by Supreme Treasure's recent experiences and yearned for the outside world. A few even glanced at Xiao Jing, yet they understood that he was the contractor of their former leader, Supreme Treasure, and would never dare to compete with him. Once the storytelling session came to an end, Xiao Jing called Supreme Treasure over. The diminutive Supreme Treasure approached Xiao Jing, gazing at him with a look of curiosity. Unable to resist the adorably puzzled expression on Supreme Treasure's face, Xiao Jing affectionately ruffled his fur before leaning in to whisper something in his ear. Subsequently, he produced a lifestyle spirit fruit, which he had obtained for free from the Spirit Fruit Garden, valued at no more than 100,000 spirit coins. The gaze of Jizun Bao towards Xiao Jing was one of profound astonishment, imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. He had never anticipated that Xiao Jing would consider the welfare of his clan by specifically procuring these superbly excellent and refined spirit fruits, albeit merely of a mundane variety. Yet, these were meticulously selected by Xiao Jing for the little spirit monkeys, significantly aiding their growth and potential. Observing Jizun Bao's touched and dazed expression, Xiao Jing playfully pinched his cheek and urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry along." With that, he gently thrust the spirit fruits into Jizun Bao's embrace. Lin, "Oh Xiao Jing, you are truly wonderful." Jizun Bao cast a deep, lingering glance at Xiao Jing, as if to etch his image into his heart forever. The bond between them seemed to strengthen invisibly. After cherishing Xiao Jing's kindness, Jizun Bao approached the little spirit monkeys with an armful of spirit fruits. Lin. In essence, he conveyed that these fruits were gathered during their time outside, meant for the little ones to savor. The little spirit monkeys gazed gratefully at both Jizun Bao and Xiao Jing, their affection for Xiao Jing soaring, as they eagerly began to accept the spirit fruits from Jizun Bao's hands. Xiao Jing believed that after this experience, the strength and potential of these little spirit monkeys would see some enhancement. Although he was uncertain about the harsh realities of survival within the secret realm and whether any spirits would ascend to the spirit fruit mountain, any increase in strength was undoubtedly beneficial, as he hoped that Jizun Bao's clan would encounter no misfortune. Upon tasting the spirit fruits, the little monkeys' already sparkling eyes brightened even further. Some of them even timidly approached Xiao Jing, affectionately nuzzling against his pant leg. Xiao Jing smiled gently, cradling these little ones in his arms and stroking their fluffy little heads. Gradually, more and more little monkeys gathered around him. Witnessing this scene, Jizun Bao initially felt a twinge of jealousy, pouting slightly. However, after a moment's reflection, he reassured himself that Xiao Jing was still his, and thus reluctantly chose not to dwell on it, settling instead on Xiao Jing's shoulder. After spending some time with the little monkeys, Xiao Jing finally turned his attention to the giant spirit fruit tree, a crucial heritage of Jizun Bao's clan, which had elevated Jizun Bao's innate resonance and informed him of the Rui staff's purpose in Jizun Bao's evolution. Xiao Jing advanced towards the giant spirit fruit tree, while the little monkeys, understanding that Xiao Jing had other matters to attend to, respectfully descended from him and stood aside. Standing beneath the giant spirit fruit tree with Jizun Bao, the tree gently swayed its branches, seemingly welcoming both Xiao Jing and Jizun Bao back. Name: Giant Spirit Fruit Tree. Attribute: Wood quality. Epic 520 description: the dwelling place nurtured and inhabited by the little spirit monkeys, thriving on the spirit fruits they collect, which in turn nourish their clan. Due to some unknown reason, its vitality has significantly diminished, entering a semi-wilted state. Thanks to your assistance, it has regained a modicum of vitality, barely maintaining its current condition. However, if time continues to pass, it will resume wilting and decline in quality. With the growth in Xiao Jing's level, the insights gleaned from Basic Insight expanded, confirming his suspicions. The giant spirit fruit tree, after all, was a spirit entity, inherently possessing quality, something he had previously been unable to perceive due to his lower level. Yet, upon reading the description, Xiao Jing comprehended that the previous life-restoring fruit had not healed the giant spirit fruit tree. It merely served as a temporary boost, stabilizing its condition momentarily. Fortunately, He had brought another life-restoring fruit of an even higher score today, which should allow the giant spirit fruit tree to sustain itself for a more extended period. With this thought in mind, Xiao Jing communicated with Zhizun Bao and the current leader of the little spirit monkeys. Under the leader's guidance, the trio ventured once more into the resplendent heart of the giant spirit fruit tree, akin to a starry night sky. Xiao Jing observed the small sapling on the stone platform, which appeared significantly healthier than when he first encountered it, and remarked, "It is a pleasure to see you again." The sapling gently swayed in response. Without delay, Xiao Jing produced the epic 950-point life-restoring fruit and handed it to Zhizun Bao. The immense vitality emanating from the fruit immediately captivated the attention of Zhizun Bao, the little spirit monkeys, and the sapling. Zhizun Bao placed the life-restoring fruit upon the stone platform, and the emerald green fruit gradually liquefied, enveloping the sapling in a life-infused liquid that it began to absorb. As the sapling absorbed the life-restoring fruit, it radiated a vibrant green glow, further illuminating the already dazzling internal space. From an aerial perspective, the giant spirit fruit tree appeared as a beacon of brilliant emerald light, casting its radiant glow outward, cleansing the bodies of the little spirit monkeys. Chapter 53. A snapshot beneath the giant spirit fruit tree. As the sapling rapidly absorbed the vitality from the life-restoring fruit, Xiao Jing approached another little spirit monkey. Squatting down beside it, Lin, "Hello, Big Boss's partner. May I inquire what brings you here?" The little spirit monkey gazed at Xiao Jing with a hint of confusion, unsure of his intentions. Observing this little spirit monkey, Xiao Jing discerned that it was the most gifted and powerful among the clan, aside from Zhizun Bao. With a smile, he produced several training-type spirit fruits from his storage ring and offered them to the little monkey, saying, "Zhizun Bao will be adventuring with me for some time, leaving you as the current leader of the little monkeys. It will be a challenge, but if you enhance your strength a bit more, you can better protect the clan. This is a small token of appreciation." Lin, Zhizun Bao, upon seeing this, approached the little monkey and spoke. The little monkey glanced between Zhizun Bao and Xiao Jing before settling its gaze on the spirit fruits. It recognized that these fruits might be sufficient for it to break through to the novice level. Gratefully accepting the fruits from Xiao Jing, it expressed its appreciation with a grateful look. As Xiao Jing, Zhizun Bao, and the little monkey exited the giant spirit fruit tree, the little monkeys sprawled contentedly on the ground, as if indulging in a warm soak. Xiao Jing observed these adorable little creatures, shaking his head with a smile, finding them undeniably charming, though he believed that his Zhizun Bao was the most delightful of all. With this thought, Xiao Jing turned to Zhizun Bao, who was also looking at him. Zhizun Bao, feeling a bit bashful under his gaze, glanced around before resolutely meeting Xiao Jing's eyes and leaning in to gently nuzzle his nose against Xiao Jing's. Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Jing quickly regained his composure and chuckled. "Are you so easily moved? Just remember, if a villain offers you a pile of spirit fruits, don't go running off with them, as that would truly sadden me." Zhizun Bao, shedding his usual mischievous demeanor, earnestly declared, Lin. "Xiao Jing, you are my chosen partner in this lifetime. I will not stray from your side. We shall grow together." Seeing Zhizun Bao's earnestness warmed Xiao Jing's heart, and he replied, "Likewise, meeting you is my fortune. Together, we shall tread this path and become the mightiest spirit master and spirit." With their intentions mutually clarified, Xiao Jing proposed capturing a photograph with the little spirit monkeys. Some hung from the trees, others soared through the air, while a few struck poses on the ground. Zhizun Bao perched atop Xiao Jing's head, forming a V gesture with his paw. Even the giant spirit fruit tree stretched its form to join in the photo, and Tian Xiao emerged from the mecha ball, joining the scene for the group snapshot. Xiao Jing utilized the automatic photography function of his mobile phone to capture a distant moment, setting up a frame that included himself, the supreme treasure, Tian Xiao, and the little spirit monkeys alongside the giant spirit fruit tree. After completing the group photo, Xiao Jing, the supreme treasure, and Tian Xiao bid farewell to the little monkeys and the giant spirit fruit tree, returning to the Jiangling Spirit Tower. Upon leaving the tower, Xiao Jing noticed that time was of the essence. Thus, he took the supreme treasure to purchase a few fruitcakes before heading home, as he had another task to attend to. On the third floor of the Panda Dojo, in the spirit object processing room, a vast iron table before Xiao Jing was adorned with an array of spirit objects. The most striking among them were 5 irregular blocks of metal, seemingly pulsating with numerous ethereal rhythms, exuding a vibrant aura. This was spirit-forged gold, formed under intense pressure from the purest spiritual energy, manifesting in metallic form. The quality of this material was determined by the quantity of ethereal rhythms within, making it the finest among the spirit objects present. "Supreme treasure, please retrieve the Rui stick," Xiao Jing instructed, as he intended to enhance the quality of the Rui stick significantly. Without hesitation, the Supreme Treasure removed the fluff atop his head, transforming it into the Rui stick and presenting it to Xiao Jing. Having researched online and consulted Xiao Jing had meticulously arranged the required materials, steps, and details for the enhancement, instilling him with utmost confidence. Once the Rui stick was completed, he would be ready to apply for the novice-level Spirit Object Processing Master certification. Xiao Jing placed the Rui stick upon the iron table and first sprinkled a fine-quality Doha powder evenly over it, followed by high-grade spirit bonding glue. The purpose of applying these two combat-type, super energy spirit materials was to awaken the powers of these attributes in the Rui stick, facilitating the subsequent absorption of spiritual energy. Approximately 5 minutes later, the Rui stick began to flicker with faint hues of red and purple light. The moment had arrived. Observing this, Xiao Jing promptly pressed a piece of spirit-forged gold beneath the lower fifth of the Rui stick. Supreme Treasure. Use your superpower to stabilize the spirit-forged gold and the Rui stick. A glimmer of purple light flashed in the Supreme Treasure's eyes, causing both the spirit-forged gold and the Rui stick to appear as if frozen in time. Xiao Jing hefted a large iron hammer, as tall as himself, and summoned all his strength to strike the spirit-forged gold. The clang of metal echoed through the room as the hammer rebounded from the impact, causing Xiao Jing to stagger back a few steps. The Supreme Treasure cast a worried glance at Xiao Jing, who reassured him with a comforting expression, indicating he was unharmed, merely pushed back by the recoil. At that moment, a small portion of the spirit-forged gold had already caved in, seemingly merging into the interior of the Rui stick. Witnessing this, Xiao Jing's confidence surged. He instructed the Supreme Treasure to maintain control over the spirit-forged gold and the Rui stick, then continued to lift the hammer, embodying a blacksmith fervently forging an unparalleled weapon. The rhythmic clanging of metal filled the spirit object processing room. Fortunately, the room's soundproofing capabilities ensured that the entire Panda Dojo remained oblivious to Xiao Jing's forging. Merging the spirit-forged gold with the Rui stick required more than sheer brute force. Otherwise, any powerful spirit could accomplish the task. Throughout the striking process, the Spirit Object Master needed to continuously transfer formless spiritual energy through the specially treated hammer into the spirit-forged gold, awakening the dormant ethereal rhythms within and facilitating their transfer to the Rui stick. Moreover, precision in the hammering was crucial. Too light a touch would fail to activate the rhythms, while too heavy a blow could damage their structure, significantly diminishing the quality of the spirit-forged gold and thwarting the intended enhancement. Thus, forging spirit-forged gold demanded a meticulous balance of strength and restraint. A moment's inattention could spell failure. Fortunately, Xiao Jing had honed his skills from a young age under Xiao Heng's guidance, frequently wielding a large hammer to forge small items, making him quite adept. The only aspect he lacked was the transfer of spiritual energy. However, for someone with affinity skills like Xiao Jing, after a few exploratory attempts, he had essentially grasped the nuances of channeling spiritual energy into the spirit-forged gold. Consequently, aside from the enormous consumption of spiritual energy, the subsequent forging proceeded smoothly. 3 hours later, Xiao Jing could no longer sustain himself and tossed the heavy hammer aside, collapsing onto the floor. The only sound resonating in the processing room was the dull thud of the hammer hitting the ground. The Supreme Treasure, ignoring the condition of the Rui stick, rushed to Xiao Jing's side, concern etched on his face as he conjured a spirit fruit set, offering a bounty of spirit fruits to Xiao Jing. After channeling spiritual energy to cleanse his hands, Xiao Jing gratefully accepted the spirit fruits and began to eat. Aware of his severe spiritual energy depletion, Xiao Jing found the Supreme Treasure's spirit fruit set to be just what he needed to restore his vitality and spiritual energy. This was entirely reasonable, as Xiao Jing was merely a novice-level spirit master in the late stages, and he was working on enhancing a Rui stick of considerable quality within the excellent tier, aiming for the epic tier, which demanded a level of spiritual energy even most novice spirit masters could not withstand. Yet, due to Xiao Jing's skills and attribute affinity and spiritual energy, coupled with his experience from a young age, he had made virtually no errors. Additionally, having contracted the Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao since his apprenticeship, he had received an uninterrupted flow of spiritual energy throughout their growth, endowing Xiao Jing with a robust reservoir of spiritual energy comparable to that of early conventional level masters. Moreover, an enigmatic stroke of luck played a role. Xiao Jing's exceptionally high luck stat triggered several fortunate critical hits during the forging process, allowing him to achieve in one strike what would typically require dozens, enabling him to complete the Rui stick's upgrade just as his spiritual energy reserves were nearing depletion. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from the iron table, the dazzling glow prompting Xiao Jing and the Supreme Treasure to instinctively shield their eyes. Through the gaps between their fingers, They could discern that the Rui stick had completely absorbed the 5 pieces of spirit-forged gold and was currently undergoing a rapid transformation. On Xiao Jing's basic insight panel, the quality score of the Rui stick sword: excellent, 460, excellent, 480, excellent, 490, excellent, 495, excellent, 497, excellent, 499, excellent, 500. Within mere seconds, the quality score of the Rui stick reached the pinnacle of the excellent tier. Although the golden light continued to shimmer, it appeared that the Rui stick could not advance further. Observing this scene, Xiao Jing turned to the Supreme Treasure and said, "I'm fine. It's just that my spiritual energy has been significantly depleted. Quickly, go and grasp the Rui stick. It needs you." Recognizing the determination and seriousness in Xiao Jing's eyes, the Supreme Treasure understood that Xiao Jing was indeed fine and released his grip. He flew towards the Rui stick. Beholding the resplendent golden Rui stick, the Supreme Treasure reverted to his original size, akin to that of a school bag, and reached out to hold it in his palm. The Supreme Treasure felt the Rui stick, once cool to the touch, now exude an intense heat. Under Xiao Jing's guidance, he exerted himself to control and channel the immense ethereal rhythms within the Rui stick, ensuring it fully digested the energy in an effort to reach the epic quality tier. In the next moment, the brilliant golden light suddenly receded, and the formerly scorching Rui stick returned to its original cool temperature. However, in Xiao Jing's eyes, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the Rui stick had undergone a significant qualitative leap, subsequently stabilizing. Item: Rui stick. Quality: Epic, 503. Attributes: Combat type, Supernatural type. Effects: the companion resonance item of the little monkey, when utilized, can freely alter its length and size, reducing the consumption of all skills, enhancing both defenses by 15%, and increasing damage dealt by 15%, with 30% of the inflicted damage employed for self-healing. Supreme Treasure, we have succeeded, Xiao Jing exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and rushing to embrace Supreme Treasure in a jubilant shout. This marked Xiao Jing's inaugural endeavor in forging a spiritual item for his companion, a significant resonance item for Supreme Treasure. Nonetheless, Supreme Treasure unhesitatingly placed his trust in Xiao Jing, caring little for anything other than his partner's happiness. Despite this, Xiao Jing felt considerable pressure. He was determined not to jeopardize his companion's resonance item and thwart Supreme Treasure's path to evolution. Throughout the forging process, Xiao Jing appeared calm. Yet internally, he continually encouraged himself toward success. Fortunately, the endeavor culminated in triumph. Prior to parting ways with the giant spirit fruit tree, the information provided indicated that if Supreme Treasure wished to transcend to greater heights in the future, the Rui stick must attain epic quality while Supreme Treasure was still at the novice level in the hands of his partner. Otherwise, Xiao Jing would not have accelerated the enhancement of the Rui stick at such an early stage. Supreme Treasure felt the warmth and joy emanating from Xiao Jing's embrace and shared in the delight, appreciating his partner's regard and the successful enhancement of the Rui stick. He extended his hands to wrap around Xiao Jing's back, unconcerned about the dirt smudging Xiao Jing's clothes from the forging process, affectionately rubbing his cheek against Xiao Jing's face. Current year, June 12, 2317. The following day, Xiao Jing hailed a taxi and arrived at a distinctive building. At first glance, it exuded an aura of 8 parts reality and 2 parts illusion. If the Spirit Tower in Linjiang City is deemed the most magnificent and awe-inspiring structure, then this one stands as the most enigmatic edifice within the city. The architectural style bore resemblance to the characteristics of the Republic of China era from Xiao Jing's past life, reminiscent of a villa belonging to a wealthy family, yet interwoven with an air of mystery and technological sophistication, creating a harmonious blend. At the entrance, a constellation of drones manufactured by Dreaming Cloud Group formed the 7 characters, Spirit Item Processing Master Association. After admiring the building for a moment, Xiao Jing stepped inside. The entrance to the large garden of the Spirit Item Processing Master Association was devoid of guards, or rather, it required none at all. In terms of combat prowess, no one in Linjiang City surpassed the Spirit Tower, and the same held true for technology, as it was a strategic stronghold of the nation. However, when it came to novel technological inventions and peculiar methods, the unified consensus would undoubtedly point to each city's Spirit Item Processing Master Association as the runner-up to the national treasures such as the Spirit Tower. The techniques of Spirit Item Processors might not manifest in ordinary battles, but in unrestricted confrontations, few would wish to oppose them. For when unrestrained, no one could predict the peculiar functionalities of the spirit items they might carry, should they be cornered. A simple throw could result in a catastrophic explosion or a spiritual energy black hole, with the potential to directly slay spirit masters with their items. There was once a mid-tier spirit master of a renowned title who, in facing a member of an illegal organization that had just ascended to the rank of Lord. Through an interchangeable magic cube, causing an exchange of souls between the opposing Spirit Master and their spirit, ultimately leading to the demise of the Spirit Master's body, which was the Spirit Soul, allowing for a successful escape. This act sent shockwaves throughout the Spirit Master community in the realm of Spirit Academia. Chapter 55. Examination for Novice-Level Spirit Item Processor. Xiao Jing stepped into the garden of the Spirit Item Processing Master Association, a place designated for processors to exchange ideas, unwind, and engage in discussions with investors, often accompanied by a plethora of complimentary snacks available at all times. The status of Spirit Item Processors within the Spirit League was notably high, engaging with societal elites, and for those merely ordinary workers, the daily routine involved an 865 schedule, with insurance and meals fully covered, along with a respectable salary. Apart from being unable to take a midday nap, the conditions were entirely acceptable, with the only stipulation being a clear background to avoid any missteps in significant matters. In truth, working at the Spirit Item Processing Master Association was a highly enviable position, one that would surely rank among the most sought-after professions in Xiao Jing's past life. Xiao Jing's father, Xiao Hong, a master Spirit Item Processor, served as the honorary vice president of the Linjiang City Spirit Item Processing Master Association, primarily overseeing the examination of master-level assessments. During his childhood, Xiao Jing would occasionally accompany his father, who at the time held no official position, to the association, soaking in the atmosphere. Thus, he was quite familiar with the garden, effortlessly navigating through it before ascending the pure white staircase of the main building, imbued with an air of mystery. Inside the association, the number of individuals present significantly surpassed those outside. Most of the Spirit Item Processors were engaged in business transactions or preparing to qualify for the next level, with some even rehearsing mock transactions to ensure their success, akin to Xiao Jing's experience of obtaining a driver's license through prior simulations. After all, only seasoned elite and master Spirit Item Processors were qualified to discuss projects with investors. It was rare to find processors who would squander their time during work hours indulging in snacks in the garden, which served merely as a leisure spot. At the entrance of the association, several staff members were on duty, all typical workers, and primarily novice or regular-level Spirit Item Processors. One female staff member, upon seeing Xiao Jing enter, approached him with a smile, inquiring, "Hello, young sir, how may I assist you today?" Xiao Jing nodded and replied, "I wish to register for the novice-level Spirit Item Processor examination. Could you please assist me with the arrangements?" The registration for the novice and regular-level Spirit Item Processor examinations only required assistance from ordinary staff members. However, for elite or master-level examinations, a recommendation letter from a corresponding higher-level processor was necessary. As for the Grandmaster-level processors, no recommendation letter was needed, yet whenever one emerged, all 5 major nations would be notified, and the examination process would necessitate observation by numerous Master and Grandmaster-level processors to validate the significance of their innovations. Therefore, the classification of Spirit Item Processors by level and the corresponding age requirements for examinations were strictly enforced. As for apprentice-level processors, these were individuals who had yet to obtain certification but were recognized by elite-level processors for their budding abilities, possessing minimal credibility and lacking official acknowledgement. Now, Luo Pei gazed in astonishment at the youthful visage of Xiao Jing, estimating his age to be around 17, still a minor. Yet here he was seeking to qualify as a novice-level Spirit Item Processor? She herself was 27 and had recently attained the rank of regular-level processor. However, as a staff member of the rigorously selective association, she maintained a high level of professionalism and did not believe Xiao Jing was merely seeking amusement at the association. Anyone with a sound mind would not engage in such frivolity. After calming her thoughts, Luo Pei offered a professional smile, stating, "Very well, sir. Please take a seat over there while I arrange your registration." Xiao Jing nodded and moved to the side to await his turn. It must be said that the efficiency of the staff at the Association of Spiritual Artifact Artisans is remarkably high. Just a minute after Xiao Jing seated himself, Luo Pei approached him, presenting a piece of paper. "Sir, this is your examination venue and sequence number. The novice-level testing will take place on the 2nd floor of the association. Upon entry, you will be required to report your name, age, and other pertinent information." Xiao Jing nodded, accepting the paper, which indicated that his testing venue was room 16, with sequence number 24, along with several important notes regarding the pre-examination and examination procedures. After expressing his thanks, Xiao Jing proceeded to the 2nd floor. The number of individuals on the 2nd floor was significantly less than that on the 1st, yet still substantial. The count of novice-level spiritual artifact artisans attempting the examination was roughly half that of the bustling hall below. As one ascended through the levels, the numbers dwindled further, but the total still surpassed that of the first floor. This clearly illustrates the emphasis placed on spiritual artifact crafting in contemporary society, as many spirit masters, even if not formally recognized as artisans, strive to obtain novice or intermediate level certifications, acquiring knowledge and skills in this domain. After all, it is not always feasible to locate a seasoned spiritual artifact artisan when needed, and certain artifacts are best handled personally to avoid the risks of disclosure and other potential dangers associated with entrusting them to others. Xiao Jing settled into a seat before room 3, awaiting his turn. He observed that the artisans from room 3 tended to emerge earlier, their appearances often disheveled. Raising an eyebrow, he deliberately stood and meandered around the waiting area in front of the examination rooms. During his stroll, he gleaned insights from the conversations around him. Quickly discerning the situation, he chuckled softly, realizing it was due to Master Kong. Kong Gong, a 2-star master-level spiritual artifact artisan, was at the initial stage of mastery as a spirit master and was known for his stringent standards. He served as the vice president in charge of qualification assessments at the Lingjiang City Association of Spiritual Artifact Artisans. Whenever he presided over a qualification examination, the difficulty invariably reached the highest level appropriate for the corresponding rank, though never exceeding it. Kong Gong was slightly older than Xiao Jing's father, Xiao Hang, yet held him in high regard. Despite his exceptional talent in spirit mastery, Kong Gong devoted much of his youth to the art of spiritual crafting, resulting in his current status as a 2-star master-level artisan, while only being at the initial stage of mastery as a spirit master. In contrast, Xiao Hang, although younger, had advanced to the mid-level of mastery as a spirit master and achieved 3-star master-level status in spiritual crafting, standing just a step away from the ranks of the master-level artisans, second only to the president of the Lingjiang City Association, a figure of true mastery. Though this advancement came at the cost of depleting substantial resources belonging to both Xiao Hang and Luo Yu, leaving them both at the mid-level of mastery, it was evident that a civilian born like Xiao Hang, even with the platform provided by Huangyan University, could not have attained 3-star status solely through personal resources. Despite his remarkable talent, Xiao Jing had certainly heard of Kong Gong from his father, who described him as prudent and exceptionally capable, albeit occasionally stubborn. However, the individual overseeing the novice-level examination was not Kong Gong himself, but rather his assistant, executing his rigorous standards. Chapter 56, The Shuddering Branch. Upon Xiao Jing's arrival, the 8th candidate was in the midst of their examination. Merely an hour later, candidates from the 8th to the 23rd had been eliminated, averaging only 4 minutes per individual. Unsurprisingly, none had succeeded before him. Now it was Xiao Jing's turn. Candidate from room 16, number 24, please enter, echoed an electronic voice over the intercom. Hearing his name called, Xiao Jing stepped into the examination room. The venue resembled an expansive spiritual artifact workshop, with various peculiar artifacts arranged in designated areas. The walls were pristine white, seemingly untouched by the artifacts, and several ethereal beings known as cruising celestial spirits glided silently around, monitoring and recording the examination process to prevent any form of cheating. Even a novice-level examination venue was equipped with cutting-edge technology from the Alliance, designed to preserve and isolate the artifacts while providing specialized environments for certain unique items. Adjacent to the examination room was a monitoring room, where Kong Gong's assistant sat. Disheveled and appearing somewhat disoriented, he was not truly on alert. Rather, this was a state cultivated through his innate talent, allowing for greater finesse in his control over spiritual energy, representing his most concentrated mental state. As Kong Gong's aide, his rank was naturally not low. He was a bona fide elite-level spiritual artifact artisan, highly experienced in his field. Upon noticing Xiao Jing's entrance, he smirked, muttering to himself, just a kid. Perhaps if he were in a different examination room with a bit more luck, he might pass. Unfortunately for him, he's encountered me, and the difficulty here is substantial. Alas, the allocation of examination rooms was random. And with the rapid pace of testing in this particular room, Xiao Jing had been assigned here. Before Xiao Jing lay a processing table significantly larger than that at home. Positioned at the front of the table were 2 cruising celestial spirits projecting 2 images. One instructed Xiao Jing to fill out his information, while the other presented the examination question. Xiao Jing swiftly completed the basic information and turned his attention to the test prompt. Candidates are to harness the formidable vibrational power of the Shuddering Branch, converting it into high-intensity energy for use as reserve power for a spiritual energy gun. The test strength must not be lower than the destructive capacity of a novice-level 18 spirit, which is quantified at 50. Gazing at the Shuddering Branch, which vibrated intensely at the center of the processing table, he noted its quality designation as excellent, 300. Xiao Jing raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a peak level of intensity. Extensive testing within the field of spiritual artifact crafting had established that the limits for novice-level artisans typically cap at processing artifacts rated excellent, 300 or below. To be presented with the highest intensity right off the bat indicated that if he succeeded, it would demonstrate his capability to challenge the standards of intermediate-level artisans. Next to him lay a spiritual energy gun. All he needed to do was properly process the shuddering branch, insert it into the gun, and conduct a test. The energy gun operated by extracting the stored energy for offensive purposes. As Xiao Jing contemplated the shuddering branch, he fell into deep thought. In his assessment, the examination presented 3 significant challenges centered around one primary contradiction. Firstly, how to stabilize the shuddering branch's high-speed vibrations while converting it into energy. Secondly, how to maintain the branch's intense vibrational characteristics throughout the conversion process, preventing any loss. Thirdly, how to ensure that the energy could be stored securely in the spiritual energy gun and safely discharged without risking an explosion in the barrel. Thus, the crux of the issue remained stability. As for its potency, Xiao Jing felt no concern, provided he could overcome the aforementioned challenges. The destructive capacity of the shuddering branch would undoubtedly meet the standards, at the very least surpassing the passing threshold. After mulling over the task, Xiao Jing surveyed the processing room, which was stocked with many artifacts specifically prepared for novice-level assessments, all available for selection. Of course, if one passed, no fees would be charged. However, failure would result in the full price being imposed. The shuddering branch's vibrations were exceedingly strong, and finding stable artifacts with compatible quality proved challenging, making temporary stabilization difficult. In the monitoring room, as Xiao Jing sank into deep contemplation, his assistant displayed no sign of impatience. When faced with the intricate task of processing spiritual artifacts, the most fundamental quality required is to remain calm and to anticipate potential issues that may arise during the process, thereby attempting to avoid them from the outset. Previously, many testers had rushed into operations, resulting in either an inability to find a successful auxiliary spiritual artifact or the energy conversion being exceedingly unstable, culminating in explosions. Xiao Jing surveyed the surroundings and discovered 1 or 2 auxiliary spiritual artifacts that appeared feasible. However, the stability of the converted energy could not be assured. And with only one opportunity at hand, he decided to forego the notion of utilizing the auxiliary artifacts to temporarily stabilize the oscillating branches for processing. He approached one side of the processing room and retrieved a spirit pearl, then obtained a chili pepper from the other side. The assistant in the monitoring room nearly fell from his seat, instantly sitting up straight, fixated on the screen. What did this little rascal intend to do? The spirit pearl could not contain the energy unleashed by the rampaging pepper. The rampaging pepper, true to its name, plunged its user into a frenzied state. If used on a spiritual artifact, it would render the spiritual energy unstable, making the oscillating branches and their converted energy even more perilous. A single misstep could obliterate the processing room, and the ensuing explosion might trigger a chain reaction of other unstable spiritual artifacts. The assistant shuddered at the thought, perplexed. Did this young man possess no fear of death? Was he deliberately toying with fate? He was now entirely focused on the screen, ready to intervene at the slightest indication of error from Xiao Jing. Unbeknownst to Xiao Jing, who was oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts of his assistant. Even if he had known, it would not have surprised him. Any rational individual witnessing his audacious actions would undoubtedly maintain a safe distance. Xiao Jing first ground the spirit pearl of exquisite quality into powder and loaded it into a spraying device, then heated the rampaging pepper to a liquid state. Once the rampaging pepper was properly contained in the heating apparatus, Xiao Jing began to evenly spray the powdered spirit pearl onto the surface of the oscillating branches, visibly slowing down their oscillation speed and intensity. However, Xiao Jing did not intend to exploit this brief interval to process the oscillating branches into energy. Rather, he sought to douse the oscillating branches with the liquid rampaging pepper during this fleeting moment of calm, to prevent it from being violently thrown away at the previous vibration frequency. Upon seeing Xiao Jing pour the liquid rampaging pepper onto the oscillating branches, the assistant grew alarmed. This was sheer folly. He immediately vanished from the monitoring room. Chapter 57. The Wall. Is it coming for me? With a sharp hiss, as Xiao Jing let the bowl of rampaging pepper liquid fall onto the oscillating branches, which had gradually stabilized due to the catalyzing effect of the spirit pearl powder, suddenly jolted, as though momentarily taken aback. A force akin to that of a volcano began to accumulate within the oscillating branches, the branch itself transitioning from a deep brown to a fiery red, radiating a tendency for uncontrollable eruption. Realizing the moment had arrived, Xiao Jing had already applied the remaining half of the spirit pearl powder onto his palms. And in an instant, he unleashed his super agility, employing his affinity skill with all his might to mold something. Within 3 seconds, a phantom energy sphere, roughly the size of Xiao Jing's head, was conjured. Sensing the increasingly formidable energy within the oscillating branches and the surging heat in the processing room, Xiao Jing hesitated not for a moment, pressing the energy sphere against the heated, oscillating branches. At that very moment, the assistant burst into the processing room. "Fool! How could you?" he began, only to be interrupted. Before he could utter any further reprimands, he witnessed Xiao Jing fitting the energy sphere, crafted unbeknownst to him, over the oscillating branches, which then penetrated the sphere's wall and entered its interior. Inside the energy sphere, the oscillating branches seemed to reach their explosive threshold with a resounding boom. They transformed into a torrent of rapidly vibrating explosive energy. Yet, as this energy spread to the inner wall of the energy sphere, it rebounded, as if the sphere's interior wall constituted an insurmountable barrier against the explosion. Thus, a wave of energy continued to vibrate, explode, and rebound within the sphere, resembling a deep crimson nebula, akin to shifting clouds. Witnessing this spectacle, the assistant felt as though his throat had been grasped, his incredulity rendering him speechless. As the words he had prepared to utter were swallowed back down, Xiao Jing, fully aware of the assistant's arrival, felt a surge of excitement. Anyone observing his extraordinary maneuvering would surely be exhilarated. After nodding to the assistant, he began to compress the energy sphere further. As it shrank, the internal energy's explosions and vibrations intensified, yet it remained unable to breach the sphere's inner wall, not even producing ripples. Once the energy sphere was reduced to the size of a fist, the internal energy appeared almost entirely compressed into a singular sphere, indistinguishable from a continuously exploding energy. However, should it be released at that moment, its power would undoubtedly suffice to challenge both individuals present. Xiao Jing loaded the energy into the spirit energy gun and turned to the assistant, inquiring, "Sir Examiner, may I commence testing?" The assistant, still in a daze, struggled to process the scene of Xiao Jing's explosive containment. Upon hearing Xiao Jing's call once more, he finally shook his head, regaining his composure. Whether or not it met the standards would ultimately depend on the stability of the firing. Otherwise, an explosion would render the endeavor futile, and Xiao Jing would be subject to his ire. The assistant nodded to Xiao Jing, stating, "Of course." As the assistant's words fell, he gestured, and one wall of the processing room instantaneously transformed into a wall constructed of sintered earth spirit dust, exhibiting remarkable resistance to explosions. With a glance, Xiao Jing discerned that the wall's quality had reached exquisite, level 500, capable of withstanding even the initial explosion of an epic, quality spiritual artifact. The assistant was eager to witness the true extent of the power behind Xiao Jing's formidable display. At the assistant's signal, Xiao Jing aimed the spirit energy gun at the center of the earthen wall, though he had never fired a gun before. The act of aiming and firing was universally understood. With a soft click, Xiao Jing gently squeezed the trigger. Inside the spirit energy gun, as the trigger was pulled, a sharp, high-strength steel needle pierced the energy sphere's wall, beginning to siphon energy, coalescing into a surging deep crimson energy at the gun's muzzle, starkly contrasting with the usual deep brown energy entwined with the oscillating branches. This entire sequence appeared drawn out, yet it transpired within mere fractions of a second after Xiao Jing pressed the trigger. Boom! The spirit energy bullet finally reached its culmination and shot forth towards the earthen wall. The assistant, still fixated on the spirit energy gun in Xiao Jing's grasp, remained vigilant for any signs of explosion, entirely oblivious to the faint green membrane enveloping the outer layer of the fired energy bullet, mirroring the energy sphere Xiao Jing had crafted. Just as it was about to make contact with the wall, this membrane suddenly disintegrated. In that instant, the internally heated energy was unleashed, unrestrained. With a thunderous explosion, the entire testing area was enveloped in smoke and dust, the sound reverberating even beyond the confines of the examination grounds. Some disgruntled candidates who had yet to depart the examination venue, upon hearing the commotion, turned their gazes toward the testing area and remarked with a sense of schadenfreude, "Which reckless individual, unable to accept failure, is causing such a ruckus? It seems they have now made a fool of themselves." Such a loud disturbance is bound to attract the attention of the examiners, who will undoubtedly unleash a torrent of scorn, perhaps even impose a 1-year ban on examinations. How could one possibly fail to grasp the fundamentals of explosive knowledge and still dare to participate? Inside the examination hall, Xiao Jing had long since activated his spiritual energy shield to ward off the residual waves and smoke. His assistant, though armed with a psionic gun, was a skilled spirit master of dojo level and exhibited quick reflexes, activating the shield at the very instant of the explosion. Moreover, his mind was wholly captivated by the intensity of the explosion. The energy released was easily 2 to 3 times the force typically generated by a standard tremor branch. Truly remarkable. After savoring the potency of this energy, the assistant could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Before him, the earth and spirit dust wall lay charred, with a small circle of blankness at the center where it had met the psionic projectile, and a noticeable crack formed at its heart. As if the wall silently questioned, "Is this aimed at me?" A large golden numeral glimmered upon it, 100, confirming that Xiao Jing's recent psionic projectile possessed sufficient power to annihilate any novice-level spirit of rank 18 in an instant. The assistant needed no further confirmation from the displayed number. The energy intensity alone indicated that Xiao Jing had far surpassed expectations. However, he found himself perplexed, unable to fathom how Xiao Jing had managed to contain such a tempestuous surge of energy within a mere energy sphere. Unbeknownst to the assistant, Xiao Jing's extraordinary feat was attributable to his luck value of 59, which, when exceeding 50 points, augmented the resilience of the energy sphere tenfold. Coupled with the enhancement from his affinity skill, the stabilizing effect of the spirit anchoring orb allowed him to maintain complete control over the explosion's magnitude. Chapter 58, The Cross-Level Examination. Observing the assistant, who appeared lost in thought, Xiao Jing patiently approached him after a brief pause and inquired, "Examiner, may I consider my assessment a success?" Upon hearing Xiao Jing's words, the assistant lifted his gaze, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, and replied, "Indeed, you have flawlessly passed this examination." Moreover, he glanced at the earthen spirit dust wall, which bore the marks of a fierce impact. The clarity of the crack was striking. To have rendered a specially treated wall of the highest quality into such a state demonstrated that the energy Xiao Jing had generated was of a quality that far surpassed the original grading of excellent at 300. From the evidence of these markings and the energy fluctuations, the assistant could surmise that the quality was at least excellent, 490 or higher. With an additional score increase of over 20, an inquiry typically reserved for the conventional level spirit craftsman examination. Even Vice President Kong, under maximum difficulty, would only require the design's quality to exceed a score of 50, yet Xiao Jing had elevated the energy score to an impressive 63. Contemplating this, the assistant addressed Xiao Jing, "Let us proceed this way. I shall pose a few questions to you, and there is no need for you to feel anxious." Though Xiao Jing was somewhat bewildered, having never heard of post-examination queries, he nodded in agreement. What are the drawbacks of designing the Thunder Banana for large-scale civilian electrical appliances? As a large-scale electrical appliance, it necessitates solid-state energy storage to achieve optimal capacity and efficiency. However, the inherent property of the Thunder Banana is its propensity to liquefy, which consequently diminishes the maintenance and replacement frequency of such appliances, thereby escalating costs. Can the Battle Spirit Fruit enhance its quality? If so, elucidate the mechanism and necessary materials. If not, provide the rationale. Indeed, it can, for the combat attributes of the spirit energy within the Battle Spirit Fruit are solid state. To enhance its quality, one must alter the composition of this solid state energy to accommodate a greater influx of energy, necessitating the selection of heterogeneous durian combat spirit crystals to respectively trigger energy reorganization and furnish a rich supply of combat-oriented spirit energy. After the assistant posed 4 or 5 questions and received accurate responses from Xiao Jing, he nodded in satisfaction and uttered a statement that took Xiao Jing by surprise. "By my assessment, you fully meet the criteria set forth by our Spirit Craftsman Association for cross-level examinations. You have completed the conventional level Spirit Craftsman examination at the novice level. Therefore, shortly, I shall apply for your certification as a conventional level Spirit Craftsman." Overwhelmed with joy at this unexpected development, Xiao Jing recognized that he was soon to depart from his parents and journey to Huangyan City, where he would need to rely on himself for nearly everything. Eschewing dependence on his parents, this was a personal ambition he had set for his own growth. After all, unlike his previous life, where familial connections could pave the way for an easy existence, in this world where strength reigns supreme, personal power is the ultimate truth. The ability to independently acquire resources for growth marks the first step toward becoming a formidable force, seeking parental assistance only when faced with insurmountable challenges. Having completed a leap to level 2, Xiao Jing would soon rise to the status of a conventional level spirit craftsman. With this certification, he could readily undertake spirit crafting tasks in Linjiang City and subsequently Huangyan City, thereby earning spirit coins. With this realization, Xiao Jing turned to the assistant and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it." The assistant regarded Xiao Jing with a blend of admiration and complexity in his eyes, shaking his head as he replied, "No, this is rightfully yours." With that, the assistant led Xiao Jing out of the examination hall and toward the first-floor lobby to apply for his certificate. While outsiders perceived Vice President Kong as an austere and exacting individual, they remained unaware of his profound appreciation for talent, which often eclipsed his rigid demeanor. When faced with exceptional ability, he was known to bend his own rules. The assistant, having learned this from Vice President Kong, fortuitously encountered Xiao Jing. As Xiao Jing followed the assistant outside, the lingering failures regarded him with disdain, mistakenly believing he was being escorted to face punishment for some misdeed. To their surprise, the assistant, while surveying the surroundings, remarked, "What are you still doing here? Hurry back and consolidate your skills. You're nearing 30 and have failed multiple times." Yet a mere child has managed to pass flawlessly on his first attempt. Xiao Jing silently trailed behind the assistant, refraining from comment. There was nothing to boast about, as this achievement was merely the culmination of his diligent training thus far. After completing the necessary formalities for Xiao Jing's cross-level examination certification in the lobby, the assistant presented him with his certificate. "Congratulations. You have become a conventional level spirit craftsman in one fell swoop. Welcome to our ranks as a spirit craftsman." Xiao Jing, observing the assistant's outstretched hand, lifted his own to clasp it firmly. Zhu Zuanbao materialized from the spirit monkey orb, perching on Xiao Jing's shoulder and emitting a joyful sound, seemingly celebrating Xiao Jing's accomplishment. "Thank you. Being a spirit craftsman is indeed a noble profession." The assistant paused momentarily, unaware that Xiao Jing might be alluding to his father. Upon returning home, Xiao Jing shared his triumph with Xiao Hang and Luo Yu. Xiao Hang, unfazed, patted Xiao Jing on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Just as I expected from my dear son." However, he was soon met with a disapproving glare from Luo Yu, prompting Xiao Hang to hastily concoct an excuse and flee to wash the dishes. In his room, Xiao Jing opened his computer and navigated to the Spirit Craftsman Association's website, registering for an account. At this moment, the illustrious Zhizun Bao, having been playfully nudged and prodded, suddenly materialized before Xiao Jing, donning an expression of comprehension as he gazed at the screen before him. Observing the increasingly exasperated Zhizun Bao, Xiao Jing swiftly reached out, capturing him in his embrace and affectionately ruffling his fur several times. "You dare to bully Tian Xiao now? He won't even venture out of his mecha ball unless it's to fight," Xiao Jing admonished Zhizun Bao, while inwardly reflecting that his fur remained as silky as ever, a reward for his nightly grooming and care. Finally, after Zhizun Bao pleaded earnestly, vowing never to misbehave again, Xiao Jing relented and released him. As soon as Xiao Jing loosened his grip, Zhizun Bao executed a swift teleportation, vanishing from Xiao Jing's arms. A bulge suddenly appeared under the covers, revealing Zhizun Bao lying there, seemingly feigning slumber. Tian Xiao then approached Xiao Jing, settling beside him, as if simply being near him brought immense satisfaction and tranquility. After gently patting the resplendent exterior of Tian Xiao's mecha, Xiao Jing turned his attention back to the website, selecting the option for "I am a spirit object craftsman" and clicking to register an account. Chapter 59, Daddy Xiao Jing. Upon entering the registration page, he was prompted to provide his name, age, current level as a spirit object craftsman, age at which he attained the highest certification, and a brief introduction. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Jing began to fill in the required information. Name, Xiao Jing. Age, 17. Current level, regular. Age for highest certification, 17. Introduction. A 17-year-old prodigy in spirit object crafting, possessing rich experience from a young age, capable of fulfilling any crafting requirements up to fine 500 level. From the website, one could discern the association's emphasis on the age and talent of spirit object craftsmen. The age at which one acquires their highest certification serves as a testament to their innate ability. The younger one is when obtaining a commendable level of certification. The more clientele they are likely to attract. The disparity between current age and the age of the last certification indicates whether the craftsman has been neglectful. A significant age difference could deter potential clients, as no one wishes to entrust their precious spirit objects to a craftsman who has fallen into disrepair. Conversely, for master-level craftsmen, the implications are quite the opposite. Achieving master level is a universally acknowledged milestone, with all within the alliance aware that advancing further is fraught with difficulty. Talent and opportunity are both essential. Thus, even a craftsman lingering at one-star master level can command respect and business, akin to how an aging doctor becomes increasingly sought after. Symbolizing deep experience and wisdom, clients trust them implicitly. Upon completing his registration, Xiao Jing clicked Submit. The Spirit Object Craftsman Association was unlikely to worry about reckless submissions, as all entries undergo verification to ascertain their authenticity. Should any inaccuracies be found, not only would the registration be revoked, but the computer used during registration would also be traced back to the individual, leading to their inclusion on the association's blacklist and accountability for their actions. Hence, Few would dare to engage in such folly. While awaiting verification, Xiao Jing's gaze settled upon a certain diminutive creature on the bed. Jizun Bao, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly sensed an unsettling feeling, as if being scrutinized. Cautiously, he opened one eye, only to be met with the overwhelming shadow of Xiao Jing looming over him. Before he could react, Jizun Bao was swiftly captured in Xiao Jing's grasp. His large eyes brimming with tears, gazing at Xiao Jing with a woeful expression that nearly compelled Xiao Jing to ruffle him once more, though he restrained himself. All right. No more pretending to sleep. It's time for your bath and grooming, Xiao Jing said to Jizun Bao, who looked as if he might burst into tears if Xiao Jing delayed. To his surprise, upon hearing the mention of a bath, Jizun Bao excitedly teleported to the bathroom door, swinging it open and eagerly gesturing for Xiao Jing to come in and run the water. Xiao Jing chuckled at Jizun Bao's sudden disappearance and rapid change of mood, shaking his head with amusement. He stepped out of bed and into the bathroom, bemused by the dramatic flair of his companion, whose talent for theatrics seemed genuine enough to fool even him. Xiao Jing was well aware that Jizun Bao could have easily teleported away at any moment. His restraint was solely to accommodate his partner's feelings and share in the playfulness. After filling the tub, Jizun Bao gleefully splashed around, requiring Xiao Jing's gentle prodding to stick out his pink tongue and hastily finish his wash. Xiao Jing, using a gentle hairdryer in the bathroom, carefully dried Jizun Bao's fur, after which Jizun Bao emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a small towel adorned with intricate spirit fruit designs. Regrettably, Tian Xiao, being a mecha, could not partake in such water-based bathing, so it quietly waited outside. It must be said that caring for Jizun Bao's fur is an art in itself. Jizun Bao is quite particular about the comb used. Any brush with too dense or sparse teeth, or one that does not glide smoothly through his fur, is met with discomfort. Hence, Xiao Jing had wisely allocated 50,000 spirit coins from his school's agreement to commission a specially designed comb for Jizun Bao from Dreamweaver technology, tailored for monkey-like spirits and combat in mind. He affectionately named it the gentle caress of Zixia. Jizun Bao readily acquiesced, carrying the comb with him at all times. Now, as Jizun Bao presented the gentle caress of Zixia to Xiao Jing, the latter applied a touch of nourishing oil to the comb before gently grooming Jizun Bao. Most areas were swiftly attended to, with Xiao Jing smoothing out the fur in the direction of growth, and meticulously untangling any knots by first separating them with his fingers before cautiously using the comb. The grooming process for monkey-like spirits is akin to that of other primates, with ears, eyes, and mouth being particularly sensitive areas, which Xiao Jing deliberately avoided. As he tenderly groomed Jizun Bao, the latter closed his eyes in bliss, his little tail wagging incessantly, signaling his contentment, even emitting a delighted chirp. Finally, when it came to those sensitive regions, Xiao Jing proceeded with utmost caution, reducing his speed to a mere fraction of what it had been earlier, completing the task with great care. After finishing, Jizun Bao nestled deeper into Xiao Jing's embrace, seemingly wishing for more attention, but Xiao Jing merely smiled and placed him on the other pillow on the bed. All done, my little friend. Now I must tend to Tian Xiao, Xiao Jing said, turning to the patiently waiting Tian Xiao, who had been observing with envious anticipation. Given that Tian Xiao was a mecha, the grooming process would be entirely different. Xiao Jing retrieved an inhaler, activated it, and then took out a canister of machine oil. Indeed, machine oil. As long as they are elves, they will inevitably age, corresponding to the wear and tear of the mechanical components, which also deteriorate over time. This barrel of oil was purchased by Xiao Jing from Dream Building Technology. It is a specially formulated odorless lubricant designed specifically for mech-type elves. It serves to lubricate the various parts and joints of the mechs, and it has been infused with the nutrients of long grass through a unique process, thereby delaying the aging of both the elves and the mechs. Consequently, its price is exceedingly steep. Xiao Jing spent 200,000 on this 5-liter barrel of oil, excluding shipping costs, which left him utterly bewildered. In Chapter 60, titled Wang Nan and His Son, when Xiao Jing saw the lack of free shipping during his purchase, he was filled with a myriad of complaints. However, he felt compelled to buy it, as the technology that incorporated the nutrients of long grass was truly astonishing. It was hard to fathom how the nutrients from grass could remain active within the oil, which explained why Dream Building Technology had become a technological giant monopolizing the breeding and care of elves across the 5 major principalities. Thus, Xiao Jing had no choice but to place his order, lamenting how challenging it was to be a caretaker, managing daily care, preparing 3 meals a day, along with nurturing through battles and evolution. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on it. He still had to attend to his little ancestor. He quietly activated the inhalation machine, retrieved the accompanying oil sprayer, and began to apply the lubricant to the components and joints of Tian Xiao. It was evident that the oil vanished almost instantaneously upon contact with Tian Zhao's parts, absorbed completely within 3 seconds. Therefore, as long as the oil wasn't spilled on the ground, there was little concern about it dripping and affecting the environment. Xiao Jing's decision to use the inhalation machine stemmed purely from his instinct as a former inhabitant of Earth. He worried that even though the oil was odorless, inhaling it from the air could lead to adverse effects. In truth, after the special treatment by dream-building technology, there was no toxicity present, and even if there were, Xiao Jing, as a spirit master in this life, possessed extraordinary powers. Once he reached the novice level, he would rarely fall ill. In fact, he could lie in a river of oil for 3 days and nights without any issue. With great patience, Xiao Jing meticulously applied the lubricant to every part of Tian Zhao's body, inquiring about its sensations and whether more was needed. Each time, Tian Zhao responded to every one of Xiao Jing's questions without fail. Perhaps this was a characteristic of being a mech, with its embedded algorithmic program ensuring thoroughness in responding to inquiries. However, despite Tian Zhao's imposing presence, if one were to gauge its intellect, it resembled a child of 11 or 12 years old, while Tian Zhao, having been inactive for many years and with minimal human interaction, was akin to a 7 or 8-year-old. This was still considering that its highly advanced AI algorithms had been learning continuously through its connection to Xiao Jing's computer during this time. When Tian Zhao was initially designed in the Black Soil as a combat mech, it possessed only formidable wartime calculation and learning algorithms, lacking the capability to autonomously connect to the Spirit Master Alliance's global network. This was similar to military personnel, whose mobile phones are strictly regulated during service. Xiao Jing pondered the prospect of obtaining a 10G mobile communication network for Tian Zhao in the future, enabling it to access the internet independently, as merely connecting to his computer was inefficient. After Xiao Jing finished spraying oil on Tian Zhao, the mech stepped forward and embraced him with both arms, a gesture it performed after every maintenance session. Xiao Jing chuckled and reciprocated the embrace, feeling the coolness of Tian Zhao's metallic body. He believed that all his efforts were worthwhile, for with these two companions by his side, he was not walking his path alone. Everything he did was witnessed by his partners, who would provide him with care and emotional support, even if they were still learning how to express it. A soft chime echoed. Xiao Jing turned to his computer, where a notification indicated that his qualification as a spirit material processing master had been successfully approved. He then sat down at the computer to open the task acceptance panel, publishing his information and selecting suitable missions from the novice and standard categories. An hour later, Xiao Jing stretched, finally having filtered through the tasks. Since this was his first venture, he did not choose too many tasks, ultimately selecting 5 and sending his information to the respective clients, awaiting their responses. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 1 in the morning. At that moment, Zhizunbao had already fallen asleep on the pillow, while Tian Zhao leaned against the wall, its lights dimmed, indicating it had also entered a suitable state of slumber. Observing the 2 little ones asleep, he smiled, quietly took a couple of photos with his phone, gently turned off the lights, tucked Zhizunbao in, and then retired to bed himself. Current date, June 13th, 2317. Jingle, jingle. Zhizunbao shook Xiao Jing awake at the bedside, occasionally tugging at his ear. In response to Zhizunbao's friendly calls, Xiao Jing drowsily opened his eyes. Upon noticing Xiao Jing's eyelashes flutter, Zhizunbao quickly withdrew its hands, pretending to bounce on the pillow. Upon checking the time, Xiao Jing instantly became alert, hastily washing up and having a quick breakfast. He then opened the Spirit Material Processing Master Association app on his phone to check for client messages. Among the tasks he had accepted yesterday, 2 needed to be completed today, necessitating early confirmation. Upon accessing the background, he saw 3 notifications, indicating client responses. One was a rejection for a different time slot, while the remaining 2 were for today. Although the messages conveyed some hesitation, they ultimately agreed, understanding the time constraints and the lack of other spirit material processing masters to take the tasks, compelling them to trust Xiao Jing. After reviewing the messages, Xiao Jing gathered his belongings and took some spirit material processing tools before heading to the agreed-upon meeting location with the clients, the Slime CAF. 2 men were seated at an outdoor table in the CAF, engaged in animated conversation. "Dad, is this spirit material processing master you found reliable?" Wang Ke looked at his father, Wang Nan, with a look of skepticism. The Wang family hailed from a modest background in Linjiang City. Having made a modest fortune through foreign trade in recent years, they had allocated funds to purchase a spirit for Wang Ke, who was about to enter his senior year. Hoping to maximize the spirit's performance through processing and enhance Wang Ke's chances of successfully contracting his first elf. Upon hearing Wang Ke's doubts, Wang Nan shot him a glare. "What do you know, you little brat? I've done my homework. The spirit material processing master I found for you is absolutely top-notch. Just wait until he arrives, and you'll see." All right. Wang Nan's words were meant to reassure Wang Ku, though he himself was uncertain about Xiao Jing's capabilities. Nevertheless, based on Xiao Jing's webpage description and detailed information, he could keenly assess that this young spirit material processing master was likely quite skilled. After all, a 17-year-old standard-level spirit material processing master was exceedingly rare. Really? Dad, you're the best. I'll take care of you in your old age. Wang Ku exclaimed excitedly, hugging Wang Nan. Wang Nan's lips twitched slightly. While it was indeed good that his son intended to care for him in the future, the remark felt rather peculiar. Did that mean he would not be taken care of if he didn't find a processing master? At that moment, Xiao Jing had just alighted from a taxi and, upon spotting the embracing Wang father and son at the Slime CAF, recognized them as his first clients based on the information Wang Nan had shared during their conversation. Chapter 61. The Gale Blossom, Xiao Jing's first assignment. Greetings, I am Xiao Jing. Might I inquire if you are Mr. Wang Nan and Mr. Wang Ku? Xiao Jing approached the scattered seating area and inquired of Wang Nan and Wang Ku. Indeed, Master Xiao, it is a pleasure to meet you. Wang Nan immediately rose, his excitement palpable as he grasped Xiao Jing's hands fervently. Being a businessman, Wang Nan possessed a keen sense of observation. He quickly discerned that this young man before him was a late-stage novice spirit master. Furthermore, his youth suggested that he had already attained the status of a conventional-grade spirit artisan, surpassing many novice spirit artisans in their 20s. This indicated either that he had an adept mentor guiding him or that he was gifted beyond measure. Whichever the case, it was enough to compel Wang Nan, a seasoned figure in the business realm, to lower his own stature to foster a connection, even as a Taoist master-level spirit master. Moreover, Wang Nan felt an uncanny familiarity with the name Xiao Jing. In contrast, Wang Ku was decidedly skeptical. He suddenly suspected that his father was reluctant to spend on someone who seemed only slightly more experienced than himself. Wang Ku discreetly nudged Wang Nan and whispered, Dad, are you certain he is capable? Or should I be concerned that our family is facing bankruptcy? Rest assured, I want to disclose this to Mom. Wang Nan shot Wang Ku an exasperated glance and replied in a hushed tone, enough of your nonsense, you brat. Just observe closely, and if it doesn't work out, I will compensate you with another Gale Blossom. Upon hearing the latter part of his father's statement, Wang Ku immediately ceased his objections. As long as the Gale Blossom was guaranteed, any potential failure this time could be overlooked. After speaking to Wang Ku, Wang Nan cast a somewhat guilty glance at Xiao Jing, aware that their close conversation was likely overheard. He could only hope that Xiao Jing would not take offense. Xiao Jing, having listened intently to the exchange between the father and son, remained unfazed. After all, it was only natural for them to harbor doubts about his abilities given his youth. What he needed was to fulfill the task at hand and establish his reputation. He believed that in due course, such doubts would dissipate. With this in mind, Xiao Jing smiled at Wang Nan and asked, Mr. Wang, where shall we conduct the spirit artisan work? Seeing Xiao Jing maintain his composure and not display any anger, Wang Nan felt a sense of relief and quickly responded with a smile, Master Xiao, our home is just nearby. Please follow me. Upon arriving at Wang Nan's residence, they entered a rather spacious one-story villa, which housed a dedicated spirit artisan workshop in the basement. Mr. Xiao, this is the workshop we have prepared for your spirit crafting, Wang Nan announced as he led Xiao Jing into the facility. Although Wang Nan himself was not a spirit artisan, the workshop, albeit modest, was well equipped with all the necessary tools that a novice spirit artisan would require. To be candid, my son will be selecting a spirit for his 3rd year of high school, and to enhance his success rate during this selection, we require the Gale Blossom. This was detailed in the task order, but I will reiterate it, Wang Nan said. Our request is to expedite the maturation and control the flowering period of the Gale Blossom, ensuring it blooms in 2 months while retaining its efficacy for 5 uses. Frankly, Wang Nan's request was exceedingly challenging for a novice spirit artisan. Typically, such a task would be daunting for most novices, and conventional grade spirit artisans would not undertake a novice-level assignment, as even the best completion would yield only novice-level rewards. Furthermore, since the Gale Blossom was classified as a fine 297 spirit item, it was insufficient to establish a conventional grade task, which explained its prolonged neglect. Xiao Jing, seeking to bolster his experience through representative tasks, had proactively chosen this assignment, with accolades being of secondary importance. His primary motivation was to enhance his reputation. He was also aware of Wang Nan's intentions. 5 uses of the Gale Blossom would provide Wang Ku with 4 opportunities to attract spirits, with the final use aimed at enhancing the attributes of the contracted spirit. That's no problem. It's quite manageable, Xiao Jing nodded, finding the task relatively straightforward. Then I shall trouble you, Master Xiao, Wang Nan said excitedly, ushering Wang Ku out of the workshop. In the realm of spirit crafting, artisans were typically required to work in solitude unless expressly permitted to observe. After all, everyone has their unique techniques. Wang Nin had initially considered simply replacing Wang Ke's spirit to attract a new one, as the financial burden was negligible for him. Yet, he decided to wait. For Wang Ke's future as a spirit master would undoubtedly require substantial investment. He was not like Xiao Jing, who possessed the ability to craft spirits independently. Thus, it was prudent to economize where possible. Moreover, as a newly affluent individual due to international trade ventures, they had money but needed to manage it wisely. Gazing at the delicate blue flower already placed upon the crafting table, Xiao Jing observed tendrils of pale green wind swirling around the unbloomed bud, reminiscent of several guardians encircling a bashful, noble princess. The gale blossom was indeed effective in attracting wind, water, and wood-type spirits, with the highest allure directed towards wind-type spirits. Should a wind spirit absorb it, the medicinal effects would be maximized. Xiao Jing was thoroughly familiar with the fundamental properties of the gale blossom, a relatively mid to high-grade spirit item available for selection by third-year students during their spirit contracts, which he had practiced crafting several times while preparing for his examinations as a spirit artisan. He retrieved a spirit needle from his storage pouch, gently tapping the base of the gale blossom's root and continuously infusing it with his spirit energy. Initially, as external forces intervened, attempting to guide the flow of spirit energy, the internal energies of the gale blossom began to become chaotic. However, due to Xiao Jing's innate passive skills, instantaneous agility, and elevated luck, this upheaval was swiftly quelled. In an instant, the internal energies of the gale blossom began to flow orderly under Xiao Jing's guidance, obediently like a well-behaved child. This was the most challenging aspect of processing the gale blossom. The external winds, while seemingly protective, could serve as catalysts for explosion should the internal energies become disordered. Given the gale blossom's high quality, most novice spirit artisans would shy away from it. Unfortunately for the gale blossom, it encountered Xiao Jing, who was exceptionally gifted. Under Xiao Jing's direction, approximately 60% of the spirit energy converged into the bud at the top, leaving around 40% dispersed along the flower stalk and the two leaves sprouting from it. Then, Xiao Jing carefully measured the distribution of spirit energy, using the spirit needle to puncture 4 points at the base of the bud, the center of the stalk, and at the junction of the leaves and stalk, forming 4 faint red light points. He ensured that the allocated spirit energy was retained in the respective locations for an extended duration. This was a characteristic of the spirit needle. It could temporarily capture and halt spirit energy, and with Xiao Jing's high affinity for spirit energy, sustaining this retention for at least 5 months posed no challenge. Of course, this was merely the first step. The second step was to prolong the flowering time of the gale blossom. Considering the current state of the bud, it was estimated that it would fully bloom in about 20 days, necessitating an extension of that time frame to 3 times its original duration. Chapter 62, Dreamweaver Arena. The second step, extending the flowering period. Though the Lanfeng flower is a spiritual entity, the principle behind its blooming is akin to that of ordinary blossoms. When nutrients enter the flower bud in a systematic manner and accumulate sufficiently, it will naturally flower and bear fruit. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the nutrients for the Lanfeng flower are derived from spiritual energy. At present, under Xiao Jing's meticulous manipulation, the spiritual energy within the flower bud has amassed to 60% of the entire Lanfeng flower's essence. However, by strictly regulating the quantity and efficiency of the flower bud's absorption of spiritual energy, this issue can be deftly resolved. With this thought in mind, Xiao Jing began to use the spirit-severing needle to pierce the flower bud from 4 cardinal directions, simultaneously guiding his own spiritual energy into it. This time, the purpose of the spirit-severing needle was not to entirely obstruct the flow of spiritual energy, but rather, under Xiao Jing's deliberate control, to intertwine with the energy he introduced, forming a vast net that enveloped every petal of the flower bud. Its function was to restrict the transmission of spiritual energy. As long as the efficiency of transmission was diminished, the flower bud would only be able to absorb enough energy to sustain its life and maintain minimal growth. 2 months later, the net would completely dissipate, coinciding perfectly with the 2-month flowering period of the Lanfeng flower, marking the moment of its blossoming. In total, Xiao Jing spent merely 6 or 7 minutes on the entire processing of the Lanfeng flower. After all, the primary challenge of the Lanfeng flower was its aversion to external spiritual energy, which could lead to explosive reactions. Under Xiao Jing's almost uncanny affinity for and mastery over spiritual energy, these issues ceased to pose any difficulty. High difficulty? Alas, it encountered a prodigy. One recognized by the system with no risk of disqualification. Who could contest that? Upon completing the task, Xiao Jing exited the spiritual entity processing room, akin to a surgeon who has just concluded an operation, preparing to meet the family. Outside, Wang Nin gazed at the tightly shut door of the processing room, pondering. I hope my conjecture is not mistaken. Master Xiao, do not let me down. As he departed the processing room, he suddenly recalled where he had heard Xiao Jing's name before. Was he not the champion of this year's college entrance examination in Linjiang City? The top scorer from Linjiang No. 1 High School? Being engaged in foreign trade, he was quite attentive to current events, and with the recent media frenzy, Xiao Jing's name resonated profoundly in his mind. He had just been quite agitated by his son, and thus had momentarily failed to connect the dots between this young spiritual entity processor and the examination champion. After all, who could fathom that such remarkable achievements would manifest in a single individual? Wang Nen looked at his son, who was presently engrossed in his phone, chuckling at something amusing. Witnessing this scene, Wang Nen shook his head and playfully rapped Wang Ku on the head, thinking that if his son could secure admission to a slightly better spiritual university next year, that would suffice. Just then, as Wang Ku was about to retort, the processing room door swung open. Hearing the commotion, both turned to see Xiao Jing emerging from within. Noticing Wang Nan's mixture of anticipation and concern, Xiao Jing smiled gently. Mr. Wang, I have not disgraced my duty. The processing was successful. Upon hearing this, Wang Nan and Wang Ku followed Xiao Jing to the processing table. At the moment they beheld the lawn foam flower, Wang Nan, utilizing his dojo-level perception, recognized that Xiao Jing had indeed succeeded, and that the work was executed with remarkable perfection, without any leakage of spiritual energy, akin to a master who had honed his craft over many years. Wang Nan was instantly exhilarated and grasped Xiao Jing's hands, exclaiming, Master Xiao, I cannot thank you enough. Please, do not call me Mr. Wang. It feels too formal. If you do not mind, simply call me Brother Nan. Wang Ku, taken aback, thought, what? In just a few minutes, Dad has found himself a brother? Xiao Jing felt somewhat awkward. Perhaps not. After all, this is a transaction, and I also expect some returns. Xiao Jing had not anticipated Wang Nan's exuberance, but certainly did not wish to take advantage of him. Wang Nan, aware that Xiao Jing would decline, felt no disappointment. He merely sought to leave a favorable impression on Xiao Jing. As for Wang Ku, he sighed in relief, grateful that Xiao Jing did not acquiesce. He had genuinely feared the sudden emergence of an older uncle by 2 years, which he could not accept. After giving Wang Ku a look of exasperation, Wang Nan produced a business card and handed it to Xiao Jing. No worries. Should you require anything regarding foundational medicinal substances in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. I have operations in other cities as well, and I can offer you a discount. Wang Nan enthusiastically pressed the card into Xiao Jing's hand. Xiao Jing, unable to return the card outright, decided to accept it, considering it might indeed prove useful later on. Seeing Xiao Jing accept the card, Wang Nan's face finally broke into a smile. He completed the transaction with Xiao Jing on the Spiritual Entity Processor Association app and awarded him a 5-star rating. After bidding farewell to the Wang family, Xiao Jing proceeded to his next task location. Dad, I admit Master Xiao is quite impressive, but is it really necessary for you to be so cordial? Wang Ke remarked. Believing that no matter how accomplished Xiao Jing was, he was merely a conventional level spiritual entity processor, it seemed excessive for his father to curry favor. You still have much to learn, Wang Nan replied, shaking his head. Did you ever consider before today that the college entrance examination champion of Linjiang City and a 17-year-old conventional level spiritual entity processor could be the same person? Wang Nan patted Wang Ku on the shoulder before turning to return home. The next task was even easier. Both time-sensitive tasks were of novice level, making them mere trifles for Xiao Jing. It involved the refinement of spiritual leaf essence, enabling the flower leaf spirit to absorb nutrients. The only challenge was separating the dissolved substances within, which were harmful to the flower leaf spirit. This was a task that could easily be accomplished by a processor skilled in energy control, especially someone like Xiao Jing, who resolved it in merely 2 minutes, most of which was spent on the descent of the leaf essence. Upon completing these tasks, it was still just noon. Xiao Jing first hailed a cab back to the Panda Dojo, as he had just received a notification from the Alliance Mall indicating that the skill stone he had purchased had arrived. After retrieving the skill stone, he brought it along with him to a grand structure resembling a bird's nest. Truly, Dream Tech had constructed the Dream Arena with extravagant flair. Standing before the Dream Arena, Xiao Jing reflected on how, in previous visits, he had marveled at Dream Tech's opulence. With 2.5 months until school commenced, this period could not be wasted. Especially now that the skill stone had arrived, he could allow his companion, Jizun Bao, to learn it and engage in practical combat, which was the most effective method to solidify skill mastery. With this thought, Xiao Jing stepped into the bird's nest. Chapter 63, Instinctive Pursuit and Super Energy Beam. Inside the Dream Arena, vivid projections displayed thrilling battles between spiritual masters from previous events, including public demonstration matches featuring king-tier spiritual masters, enticing many to purchase viewing tickets. Xiao Jing approached the registration desk. Hello, I would like to register for a combat account. Within the 5 great duchies governed by the Spiritual Master Alliance, combat between spiritual masters, between spirits, or between spiritual masters and spirits is strictly prohibited, except in officially sanctioned venues such as arenas and school battle platforms. The federal laws are stringent to prevent incidents of spirits causing harm, which were not uncommon in the past. Registering for a combat account is essential to obtain legal combat qualifications within the arena. Do you have an account with DreamTech? The staff cast a glance at Xiao Jing and inquired. Xiao Jing nodded and subsequently relayed the Dream Technology account he had registered in the Alliance Mall while purchasing daily care products for Jizun Bao and Tian Xiao. This initiative of consolidating various accounts under the same group into one account proved to be quite convenient. Following further inquiries from the staff, he entered his level and information regarding his possession of elves, thus completing the registration and signing up for a level 1 random battle event, which represented the minimum matching standard of the Dream Arena. One may participate in projects of a lower level, but the project level must at least be equivalent to 1's own, with the minimum not falling below level 1 of the regular tier. Afterward, Xiao Jing escorted Jizun Bao to a single resting room specifically prepared for participants at the Dream Arena. From his storage backpack, he retrieved a delicately packaged blue and gold box, gently opening it to reveal a shimmering gemstone crystal nestled within. The crystal, triangular in shape, featured a vertical pupil at its center, radiating a deep purple glow that symbolized the psychic type insignia, with an even richer purple light swirling inside. Representing the skill stone for the psychic beam move, Jizun Bao, perched on Xiao Jing's shoulder, gazed with curious, sparkling eyes at the skill stone within the box. Jizun Bao, this is the psychic beam skill stone selected for you. You may begin to absorb it now, Xiao Jing said with a smile, affectionately ruffling Jizun Bao's fur while softly whispering to him. Jizun Bao nuzzled against Xiao Jing's hand in delight, then took flight from Xiao Jing's shoulder, hovering in front of the skill stone, pointing at it, then at himself. Ling Ling, is this all for me? Indeed. Xiao Jing affirmed with a nod. His intention was to enhance Jizun Bao's ability to deliver finishing blows in battle. After all, the outrageous dual attack stats granted Jizun Bao considerable explosive power, but should a single decisive strike fail to secure victory, the instinctive pursuit skill previously taught to Jizun Bao would become crucial. Additionally, it was essential to compensate for Jizun Bao's shortcomings in ranged combat. Although Jizun Bao boasted high dual attack stats, the abilities inherent to the Monkey King lineage and the general skills acquired were predominantly physical in nature, leaving special attack options scarce. In the event of encountering a type immune to physical attacks, like the Soul type, it would indeed be a grave predicament. While the Psychic type also bore a slight weakness to the Soul type, it nonetheless provided a countermeasure. Furthermore, Xiao Jing was acutely aware of Jizun Bao's most critical vulnerability, a lack of immunity to control, or rather, a feeble capacity to counter control skills. This was evident from the climactic battle against Lin Xin's illusory deer during the final exams. Although Jizun Bao had high defensive stats, his low stamina base value prevented him from assuming a tank role. Once restrained, he would be at the mercy of his opponent. The Monkey King trait's immunity effect against non-monkey elves was only marginally effective, rendering it of little consequence against foes like the illusory deer, which had type advantages, high special attack, and control capabilities. Had it not been for Jizun Bao's indomitable will and the acquisition of the powerful skill, Battle Tornado, the outcome would have certainly been a loss, and even then, it resulted only in a draw. Fortunately, Xiao Jing had conducted research on the Stone Spirit Monkey's racial skills and knew that once Jizun Bao evolved into the Universal Spirit Monkey, he could learn a move that would reduce the effects and duration of control, potentially yielding surprising results if utilized effectively. At this moment, upon receiving Xiao Jing's affirmative response, Jizun Bao joyfully embraced the Psychic Beam Skill Stone, with energy coursing through his diminutive fingertips as he fully absorbed the energy and information contained within the stone. Once the absorption concluded, the skill stone lost its luster entirely, eventually disintegrating into fine dust carried away by the wind. Upon opening his eyes, Jizun Bao began inspecting himself from left to right, eager to discern any differences. Observing Jizun Bao's adorably perplexed expression, Xiao Jing could not suppress a chuckle. Silly little one, the skill stone has been absorbed into your body. It won't manifest externally. Close your eyes and see if you suddenly learn something new. In response to Xiao Jing's words, Jizun Bao puffed up his cheeks slightly in a mock pout, but complied, shutting his large eyes to attune to the sensations within. Sure enough, Jizun Bao detected a foreign piece of information circulating within him and commenced the process of digesting it. Before long, he excitedly opened his eyes, gazing at Xiao Jing with enthusiasm. Ling Ling, Xiao Jing, when are we going to battle? I feel incredibly powerful now. Xiao Jing lifted the buoyant Jizun bow into the air, his soft fur prompting Xiao Jing to indulge in a few more affectionate strokes. Just as he prepared to respond, his phone vibrated with a notification indicating it was time for his entrance. It's our turn now. Battle Arena 62. This arena was a snow-covered terrain punctuated with ice spikes. On one side of the battlefield, Luda had defeated his opponent and was now idly waiting for his next challenger after a brief 10-minute respite. He was a local spirit master from Lingjiang City, and due to a lack of talent awakening last year, coupled with a modest family background, his initial spirit had performed admirably in battles. However, when faced with the first round of the college entrance exam points competition, the scores he garnered were dismally low. Ultimately, he failed to gain admission to university and now relied on battles at the Dream Arena to earn points for rewards. Struggling to reach the initial stage of a regular level spirit master, with his strongest spirit only at level 1. At this moment, as Xiao Jing ascended the battle platform, Luda immediately locked his gaze onto him. Upon sensing Xiao Jing's level of strength, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. Huh? A rookie-level spirit master dares to enter the arena this year? He shrugged. Well, free points are free points. Chapter 64. Luda and the Durian Lion. Luda regarded Xiao Jing with a hint of pity. From his perspective, Xiao Jing's presence in the arena indicated a high probability that he, like Luda from the previous year, had awakened a subpar talent, rendering him unable to stand out in the entrance examinations, thus resorting to combat in the arena for additional income post-exams. Although Luda felt a twinge of sympathy for Xiao Jing, he too faced hardships in life and had no intention of going easy on him. Once on the battle platform, Xiao Jing naturally noticed Luda opposite him. A small mechanical sparrow flew forth, confirming whether Xiao Jing was ready. Xiao Jing instructed Jizun Bao to take to the battle platform and nodded to the mechanical sparrow, signaling his preparedness. Luda also unleashed his spirit. Come forth, Durian Lion. In a flash of white light, a colossal durian materialized on the battlefield. While it was referred to as a durian, it was essentially the head of the durian lion, with the spiky protrusions resembling a lioness mane, and a slender body extending from the back, appearing almost as if it could be crushed by the durian at any moment. The durian lion proudly raised its head, scrutinizing Jizun Bao with a discerning gaze. Jizun Bao, not to be outdone, reverted to his original form, soaring in the air with his hands on his hips, adopting an expression that seemed to say, if you wish to observe, then you shall look up at me. Xiao Jing activated base insight on the durian lion. Species, durian lion. Type, normal type. Level, regular level 1. Ability, fragrant durian. When subjected to physical attacks, there is a 50 chance the attacker receives 50 of the damage, a 45 chance of receiving equal damage, and a 5 chance of receiving double damage. When the durians produced by itself shatter, the emitted scent may cause the opponent to become dazed. Base stats, 487. Introduction. The durian lion, adorned with a head and neck bristling with sharp spikes, might initially appear fierce. However, it is a remarkably gentle sprite. Often, it will curl its slender body within the durian shell, masquerading as a gigantic durian, and even roll amidst a pile of durians, leaving its foes utterly befuddled. The durian lion, indeed, is an intriguing creature. Xiao Jing stroked his chin, gazing curiously at the durian lion in the arena. To be honest, he had never encountered a durian of this size, measuring 2 to 3 meters. If it were in his past life, it would surely fetch a handsome price. Suddenly, the durian lion sensed an intense gaze upon it, causing a shiver down its spine. It looked around, bewildered, unsure of the source. The mechanical sparrow observed that both sides were prepared and promptly announced the commencement of the match. Durian lion. Unleash the might of the behemoth. The durian lion's slender paw struck the icy surface with force, and its golden body was instantly enveloped in a radiant white light. Empowered by this luminescence, the durian lion's physique began to visibly swell. While its massive head remained unchanged, its slender body transformed into a robust form, akin to a heavy-duty truck, with explosive muscle definition that harmonized its proportions, enhancing its fearsome presence as if this were its true form. The might of the behemoth is a skill of the ordinary type, capable of temporarily augmenting one's abilities, compensating for physical shortcomings while amplifying physical attack damage. Observing this, Supreme Treasure began to distance itself, opting to enhance both its attack power and speed with the transformation. In every battle, aside from the critical matches, Xiao Jing encouraged Supreme Treasure to engage independently for a while, fostering its self-awareness. The arena served as an ideal setting for Supreme Treasure to familiarize itself with its skills, necessitating its exploration of tactics. In truth, Supreme Treasure yearned to soar into the skies and await the durian lion's might to dissipate, preparing for a powerful strike when the momentum waned. However, the arena prioritized not only combat but also spectacle. retreating to the heights would result in an immediate loss. Moreover, with the need to hone Supreme Treasure's newly acquired skills, retreat was not an option. The venue was randomly selected, meaning this snowy terrain was neither chosen by Luda nor his previous opponent. Thus, both parties would not receive any advantages in this icy setting. Supreme Treasure sought distance to observe how the Durian Lion would navigate the low-friction surface in pursuit, given that it possessed the ability to fly, making the ground's smoothness of little consequence. The Durian Lion, witnessing Supreme Treasure's retreat, remained unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence. Durian Lion, deploy Durian bombs. Luda, noticing Supreme Treasure's distance, smirked faintly and issued commands to the Durian Lion. With a thunderous roar, the Durian Lion unleashed a fierce bellow, causing its hardened Durian mane to erupt, launching spiky Durian bombs like a barrage of aerial bombardment. The sole distinction lay in the lack of precision, unlike guided missiles. These Durian bombs indiscriminately rained down in the general direction of Supreme Treasure. Facing the deluge of Durians, Supreme Treasure effortlessly dodged by twisting left and right, evading even the need for teleportation. After evading, it patted its chest, exhaling, having anticipated a greater threat. Upon impact, the Durians merely splattered on the ground, leaving no crater, only a mess of yellow residue. A pungent yet alluring aroma unique to Durians began to waft through the air, gradually enveloping Supreme Treasure's vicinity. Witnessing this, Lu Da's smile broadened, contemplating, my young friend, you still have much to learn. Upon observing Lu Da's grin, Xiao Jing quickly discerned the underlying strategy. Realizing Lu Da intended to exploit the secondary aspect of the fragrant Durian trait to create a toxic gas field. This unexpected tactic was indeed clever against an opponent who had never studied the Durian Lion. Supreme Treasure, you must not distance yourself further from the Durian Lion, or you may succumb to disorientation, Xiao Jing instructed, clarifying the rationale. Use psychic waves to disrupt it, then exit this field of Durians. Supreme Treasure had recently caught a whiff of the captivating yet offensive odor, which instilled a sense of discomfort. Fortunately, the frigid environment allowed the scent to disperse slowly. Heeding Xiao Jing's explanation, it hastened to comply, its large, expressive eyes shimmering with a purple hue as it unleashed an invisible wave towards the Durian Lion. Meanwhile, the Durian Lion, observing Supreme Treasure's furrowed brow, anticipated its impending fainting spell, preparing to conserve energy. However, an abrupt, intense pain struck its head. Roar. The searing agony prompted the Durian Lion to bellow, violently smashing into an adjacent ice spike. Following the effectiveness of the psychic wave, Supreme Treasure promptly utilized teleportation to vacate the Durian-laden area, soaring above the Durian Lion, readying a heavy blow. Thud. Roar. Lingling. To its surprise, the Durian Lion's hard skull merely cracked the surface of the ice beneath due to inertia, while Supreme Treasure felt a forceful rebound, sending it hurtling backward. Chapter 65, Supreme Treasure vs. Durian Lion. Supreme Treasure, feeling the sting, was propelled away. Thanks to the enhancement from the might of the behemoth, the Durian Lion withstood Supreme Treasure's strike, shaking its head and effortlessly lifting its massive durian-shaped head. However, the bulge forming atop its durian shell revealed that it had not emerged unscathed from the encounter. Xiao Jing, observing Supreme Treasure's retreat, sensed through their bond that it was relatively unharmed. The recent blow had only triggered a 50 damage rebound, an optimal outcome. In the realm of fragrant durian, the combined probabilities of the three scenarios equated to 100%. Any physical attack would inevitably activate one of these effects. Currently, Supreme Treasure's dual offensive stats, due to the battle spirit mechanism, surpassed its defensive capabilities, indicating that a higher damage rebound could prove perilous for the fragile Supreme Treasure. This highlighted the Durian Lion's exceptional trait mechanism in battles among Spirit Tamers. Regrettably, its base stats were not sufficiently high, otherwise, it would be a highly sought-after sprite. Nevertheless, it remained one of the more popular choices among novice Spirit Tamers. Xiao Jing had considered it previously, but ultimately dismissed it due to the rigorous qualification tests, recognizing that the Durian Lion's traits would struggle to shine in competitive scenarios, rendering it a less-than-ideal choice as a starting sprite. The Durian Lion's defenses were modest, a consequence of its common classification, having achieved a singular enhancement across all attributes. Otherwise, had they been of the same level, Supreme Treasure's strike would have gravely wounded it. Supreme Treasure, utilize the Spirit Fruit package to recover, Xiao Jing advised. Be cautious, its trait counters physical attack skills. Unless you can ensure a decisive blow, avoid physical assaults. Lingling. Understood. Supreme Treasure shook its tingling hands and turned its gaze back to the Durian Lion, which, under Lu Da's command, was once again preparing to unleash Durian bombs. Its intention was unmistakably clear, to transform the arena into an environment suffused with the pungent aroma of durian. In such circumstances, the Supreme Treasure would either succumb to dizziness under the stench while enduring blows, or, unable to bear the torment, turn against himself. However, bolstered by his superiority in rank and the might of a colossal beast, even if the Supreme Treasure struck out, he would ultimately be striking himself. Observing his opponent's repeated stratagem, the Supreme Treasure pouted and dashed about the arena, a frown adorning his face as he gazed up at the ice spikes looming ominously from all directions. Suddenly, a glimmer of cunning flashed in his bright, expressive eyes. He began to circle around the Durian Lion, making it the center of his maneuvering. The Durian Lion, heedless of the cost, unleashed a barrage of durians in pursuit of the Supreme Treasure. Yet, with each area traversed, the ice spikes in that vicinity would explode, whether due to the durians or the Supreme Treasure's strikes remained uncertain. As the Supreme Treasure executed this ploy, Luda found himself momentarily perplexed, his vigilance somewhat relaxed, believing the durian would soon saturate the entire area. Xiao Jing, however, immediately grasped the intent behind the Supreme Treasure's actions and silently commended him as a splendid child, a source of great relief. In just a brief span of 10 minutes, the Durian Lion had bombarded all areas beyond its immediate vicinity with durian projectiles and was now panting heavily in repose. Yet, Luda furrowed his brow as he surveyed the scene before him. It seemed that the durian scent was not as overpowering as anticipated. Given the relentless spraying from the Durian Lion, the arena should have been enveloped in a golden haze. Instead, the air was merely a shade more yellow than before. Upon inspecting the surroundings, Luda soon realized that the ice spikes on the rink had vanished entirely, and the intent behind the Supreme Treasure's earlier maneuver became clear. The Supreme Treasure had shattered the ice spikes during his passage, resulting in a shower of ice shards that buried the durians aimed at him. Coupled with the frigid nature of the environment, this made it exceedingly difficult for the durians concealed beneath the ice debris to release their odor. Observing the Durian Lion's exhaustion, Xiao Jing was not about to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Supreme Treasure, unleash your psychic waves. Then immediately follow with your psychic beam. With his eyes shimmering with a violet aura, the Supreme Treasure raised a finger, directing a beam of purple light, thick as a grown man's arm, toward the Durian Lion. The Durian Lion, witnessing the incoming beam, initially prepared to muster its spiritual energy for defense, but was struck by a sudden, excruciating pain in its mind, accompanied by a faint violet glow enveloping its body. This was the effect of the psychic wave disrupting its abilities. With no time to defend, the Durian Lion had no choice but to brace itself against the Supreme Treasure's psychic beam using its own durian skin. Boom! The blast resounded, propelling the Durian Lion 3 meters back. Thanks to the enhancement from the Rui transformation and the weakening of the Durian Lion due to the disruption, even its tough durian shell began to fissure, with pale yellow blood seeping through. Nevertheless, the Durian Lion had not yet lost its combat capability. It endured the pain and staggered to its feet, swaying as though it might collapse at any moment. Luda cast a worried glance at the Durian Lion, but upon sensing its resolve to continue the fight, issued one final command. Durian Lion, deploy the Durian landmine. The Durian Lion nodded, unfurling the spikes atop its head, which began to radiate a peculiar glow. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in one corner of the icy arena, soon followed by an increasing number of detonations. Xiao Jing observed the sights of these explosions, realizing they were the durian projectiles previously concealed under the ice shards, now detonating under the Durian Lion's guidance. If they detonated completely, a toxic gas would envelop the area, not to mention the explosive damage. Noting the current state of the Durian Lion, Xiao Jing commanded, Supreme Treasure, unleash your combat whirlwind with all your might. The psychic beam inflicted significant damage, but the Durian Lion was evidently still capable of enduring a few more hits. Time was of the essence, and a decisive blow was required. The Supreme Treasure nodded, teleporting behind the Durian Lion and raising the Rui stick to commence a rapid spin. Buzzing. In an instant, a sharp, high-velocity whirlwind formed, surging toward the Durian Lion. Seeing this, the Durian Lion decided against further detonations and fully curled into its massive durian shell, bracing for the Supreme Treasure's assault. Thud, thud, thud. A series of resounding strikes echoed, each causing greater damage than the last, as the Supreme Treasure endured increasingly intense recoil with each blow. The outcome hinged on whether the Supreme Treasure could knock out the Durian Lion first, or if the Durian Lion would incapacitate the Supreme Treasure in return. With the final strike, the Supreme Treasure wobbled away from the spot, while the massive durian was riddled with cracks, stained with yellow blood. Perhaps due to Xiao Jing's fortuitous luck, the Supreme Treasure had consistently triggered a 50-point recoil, thus remaining upright. At that moment, the enormous durian trembled, and the Durian Lion emerged from its shell, expending its last vestige of strength to lunge at the supreme treasure. Its teeth enveloped in a white light as it unleashed a powerful biting attack. It understood that victory in the battle was essential for securing resources for itself and its partner, hence every fight demanded its utmost effort. The supreme treasure, albeit dazed, instinctively raised the Rui stick, its tip gleaming with a white radiance, and struck out. Bang! The durian lion's gaping maw was promptly closed by the Rui stick's impact, causing it to slump helplessly toward the ground. Instinctual pursuit. True to its name, it translated into an innate response, delivering another strike following the completion of the initial assault. As this was an attribute attack, the supreme treasure was not affected by recoil this time, with the durian lion reluctantly succumbing to unconsciousness. This match concluded with Xiao Jing's triumph. Chapter 66, a new chapter. Though the supreme treasure remained somewhat dazed, attributed to both the lingering smell of durian and the disorienting whirlwind of combat, having triumphed over a conventional level 1 opponent despite the rank disparity invigorated him. He hastily approached Xiao Jing, eager for recognition. Xiao Jing, with a fond smile, produced a spirit fruit, supreme treasure's favorite, and praised him. "You were magnificent. That ice spike burial tactic was something even I hadn't anticipated. You truly embody the essence of the Monkey King. Upon our return today, I shall reward you with a slice of spirit fruit cake." The supreme treasure, having received the coveted affirmation, waved his small hand dismissively. "Just a trivial matter. Though my opponent was formidable, I am quite strong myself." Upon hearing Xiao Jing's promise of a fruit cake, his eyes sparkled, as if he had not just emerged from a fierce battle. Xiao Jing, unable to resist the supreme treasure's adorable demeanor, affectionately ruffled his hair. At that moment, Lu Dai approached the unconscious durian lion, applying a potion to the cracks in its durian shell before storing it in the spirit ball. Its injuries were not severe. As this was merely a friendly competition, the cracks were superficial and would heal in a couple of days. The application of the potions would expedite the durian lion's recovery. Observing Xiao Jing playfully engaging with the supreme treasure, a flicker of envy crossed Lu Da's eyes. He recognized that the instinctual pursuit just utilized was a skill stone redeemable only through 4,000 academy points at the academy's marketplace. Such a sum indicated that Xiao Jing had achieved a commendable ranking in the college entrance point competition, allowing him to be smoothly admitted into the Spirit Master University, an aspect Lu Da found enviable. Initially, he assumed that Xiao Jing had also suffered a setback in the college entrance examination and had come to the arena as a participant to acquire resources. A so-called participant is a spirit master who has signed a contract with the Dream Arena, required to showcase several high-level battles each day to attract an audience. Naturally, they are not considered part of the Dream Arena. The arena does not arrange easy opponents for them, leaving everything to their own prowess, allowing this to be a side endeavor for acquiring additional resources. After nodding in acknowledgement to Lu Da, Xiao Jing, accompanied by his esteemed companion, prepared for Tian Xiao to engage in the next battle. The fleeting passage of over 2 months brought them to the present date, August 24th, 2317 AD. During this time, Xiao Jing occasionally accepted tasks related to spirit object processing, achieving numerous challenging standard-level tasks, thus gaining a modest reputation among the standard-level spirit processors in Lingjiang City. Receiving continuous praise, some clients even approached him directly, eager for him to process their spirit objects. It could almost be said that Xiao Jing had attained independence and a means of livelihood, a fact that genuinely delighted Xiao Hong and Luo Yu. Furthermore, in order to prevent being outpaced by spirit masters from prominent families during this 2-month vacation, while simultaneously honing the skills of his esteemed companion and Tian Xiao, Xiao Jing diligently brought them to the Dream Arena for battles nearly every day, leading many to mistakenly believe he was also a participant. Xiao Jing systematically fed his esteemed companion 5 enlightenment fruits and 8 spirit fruits, which Tian Xiao absorbed. He also redeemed numerous, epic, quality growth experience and skill proficiency spirit objects from the Academy's marketplace, ultimately retaining 247 points. Such substantial effort yielded equally significant rewards. After 2 months of accumulation, both his esteemed companion and Tian Xiao finally broke through the novice level and ascended to the standard level. As a result of their spirit energy feedback, Xiao Jing himself advanced to the early stages of a standard level spirit master. And due to the full spirit energy feedback at each level, his spirit energy was more robust compared to others of the same level. Name: Xiao Jing. Level: Early Standard Level Spirit Master, Standard Level Spirit Object Processor. Talent: Divine Favor, Homeward Journey, Optimism, Super Agility, Child of the Elements. Luck: 62. Skills: Fundamental Insight, Affinity, Staff Technique. Spirit Object Processing. Child of the Elements. For every different elemental partner among contracted spirits, all attributes of the spirit partners are increased by 1. while the Spirit Master's attributes are enhanced by 3, and any damage incurred is reduced by 2. Score, 98. Evaluation. Trust me, you are the future's humanoid spirit. Name, esteemed companion. Race, stone spirit monkey. Attribute, combat, psychic. Level, standard level 2, 290. Racial value, 501. Skills, heavy strike, peak mastery 1, 100. Spirit fruit set, peak mastery 2, 100. Instant teleportation, peak mastery 2, 100. Wishful staff technique, peak mastery 5, 100. Wishful transformation, peak mastery 3, 100. Mental wave, mastery 20, 100. Combat tornado, 3 skill combination mastery 42, 100. Instinctive pursuit, expert 80, 100. Psychic beam, expert 76, 100. Item, wishful staff. Quality, epic, 557. Name, Tian Xiao. Race, Mecha Rift. Attribute, gold wind. Level, standard level 1, 4590. Racial value, 523, first stage form. Skills, overload bombing, peak mastery 1, 100. Steel charge, mastery 30, 100. Armament, mastery 74, 100. Targeting, mastery 84, 100. High-speed shooting, mastery 82, 100. Rift light blade, mastery 87, 100. Cruise missile, mastery 68, 100. Indeed, after reaching the standard level, the divine favor, talent was further enhanced. Not only did Xiao Jing's luck improve, but the experience required for his esteemed companion and Tian Xiao to level up decreased from 95 to just 90. With both his esteemed companion and Tian Xiao successfully advancing to the standard level, Xiao Jing felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Moreover, just a couple of days prior, he received a call from Huangyin University, instructing him to arrive before August 29th. Lin Xian was similarly admitted to Huangyin University, while Li Shangqing had opted for Holy Light University due to the anticipated evolution of the Thunder Leopard into a light attribute. At this moment, Xiao Jing had packed his belongings and was bidding farewell to Xiao Heng and Luo Yu at the airport. "Mom and Dad, I am leaving," Xiao Jing said, gazing at Xiao Heng and Luo Yu. "I have already reminded you of everything. Prioritize your safety above all. I look forward to the day you surpass me," Xiao Heng advised one last time. Of course, it's not as if I'm unprepared," Luo Yu chuckled softly, placing a ring on Xiao Jing's finger. "This is the panda ring crafted by your father and me. It can be used for storage and contains 3 strands of Tai Chi hair from your father's spirit. The violent panda, which can deflect 3 attacks below the title level. Be extra cautious once you leave Huangyin University," Luo Yu explained slowly. "Also, look out for each other with Lin Xian once you arrive at Huangyin University." After exchanging a final embrace with Xiao Heng and Luo Yu and waving goodbye, Xiao Jing proceeded to board the plane. As he sat on the aircraft, gazing at the swiftly passing scenery below, he pondered, "Huangyin University, here I come. My journey as a Spirit Master King has only just begun." Chapter 67. The Accommodation Conditions at Huangyin University. Current date, August 24th, 2317 AD. The Huangyin Duchy spans a vast area, and Huangyin University, located in Huangyin City, is quite distant from Lingjiang City. Situated at the easternmost edge of the Huangyin Duchy, Xiao Jing departed by plane in the morning, and by the time he arrived at Huangyin University, it was already around 5 in the afternoon. The entrance to Huangyin University was constructed with great solemnity and grandeur, exuding an ancient charm without appearing ostentatious. At the top of the main gate, a massive ancient plaque bore the 2 golden characters, Huangyin, elegantly carved, reflecting the legacy of the strongest university established thousands of years ago in the Huangyin Duchy, long before the Spirit Alliance, permeated with an air of mysterious antiquity. At this moment, the gates of Huangyin University stood wide open, illuminated brightly, embodying the spirit of the most prestigious institution, welcoming incoming students at all hours without concern for any ill-intentioned individuals attempting to infiltrate. Upon entering Huangyin University, Xiao Jing arrived at the new student registration area. Currently, 2 students, 1 male and 1 female, were attending to the incoming freshmen. Upon noticing Xiao Jing approaching, the male student greeted him with a smile. "Welcome, Junior, to Huangyin University. May I have your name? We need to input it into the system for verification." "Hello, seniors. I am Xiao Jing," he replied. You're Xiao Jing?" The female student, astonished, looked at him while inputting his name into the system, as if she possessed a third eye to ensure accuracy. Xiao Jing, somewhat puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing his confusion, the female student smiled and explained, "It is of no great concern. We always pay attention to the college entrance examination each year. You are the only student from a humble background to have achieved the title of city champion in this year's examination, which is why we have long been familiar with your name. So that is the case. Xiao Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Within approximately a minute, Xiao Jing's identity information was completely recorded and verified. The female student handed him an identification card with a smile, saying, "This is your exclusive student card for Huangyan University. It contains your information, and many training facilities on campus require it for offline exchanges and entry into the secret realms. You can link it to your mobile phone to prevent loss. We hope you have a wonderful time at Huangyan University." "All right, thank you, senior." After expressing his gratitude with a nod to the two seniors, Xiao Jing followed the holographic projection that guided the students through the air to his dormitory. The accommodations prepared for new students at Huangyan University were quite luxurious, resembling a standalone villa. Following the information displayed on his phone, which was linked to the student card, Xiao Jing arrived at Villa 105. As he scanned his card to enter, a shadow suddenly appeared before him, startling Xiao Jing, who instinctively performed a backflip and retreated 5 meters, his gaze alert and fixed ahead. "Who's there?" "Ah," a crisp voice rang out, and a pale yellow figure materialized before Xiao Jing. "I sincerely apologize for startling you. I was too excited. I am the housekeeping automaton responsible for Villa 105. You may call me Xiao Lingwu. Race, housekeeping automaton, attribute, ordinary level, elite level 1 ability, cleaning charm, when performing household chores. The housekeeping automaton can elevate one's mood, increasing efficiency to 200, while reducing fatigue gain and perception by 50. Experience points for leveling up can be acquired simply by completing household tasks. Base stats, 420 description. The housekeeping automaton delights in cleaning and household chores, exhibiting high efficiency and meticulousness. It is a common household spirit within the Spirit Alliance, but should anyone obstruct its tasks, it may provoke the rare anger of this otherwise gentle spirit. Xiao Jing gazed at the housekeeping automaton, Xiao Lingwu, momentarily taken aback. The automaton's face was filled with an expression of apology and an earnest attempt at a smile, which is quite challenging for a figure such as itself. He had not anticipated that Huangyan University would provide a housekeeping automaton for his dormitory. Although such automata, a recent innovation, are common, they are indeed highly sought after, with each fetching a considerable price. Considering the numerous students enrolling, Xiao Jing once again marveled at Huangyan University's affluence. After greeting Xiao Lingwu and assuring her that all was well, she breathed a sigh of relief and ushered him into the villa. Xiao Lingwu exhibited her optimistic demeanor, animatedly introducing the various facilities within the villa. The accommodation boasted a spirit training room, a battle chamber, a spirit item processing room, and even a simulated combat room. On the living side, there were high-standard amenities such as a garden and swimming pool. The attention to humanistic care was indeed commendable. Moreover, Xiao Lingwu informed Xiao Jing that the villa was actually shared accommodation, with another student having checked in the previous day, although they had since gone out, and she was unaware of their return. The entire second floor comprises your shared bedrooms. The room on the right has already been selected by the earlier resident, leaving only the one on the left. As Xiao Lingwu explained the situation, she infused information into Xiao Jing's student card, enabling him to unlock the door with it. "You've been a great help." Xiao Jing expressed his gratitude to Xiao Lingwu, who joyfully bounced on the spot in response. "It's my duty. By the way, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Please rest for a moment. I'll go prepare your meal." With that, Xiao Lingwu hummed a little tune and dashed down the stairs to the kitchen to prepare Xiao Jing's dinner. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Jing chuckled and shook his head before using the student card to unlock his room. Upon entering, the supreme treasure within the spirit ball and the mech spirit, Tian Xiao, could no longer contain themselves and materialized in a flash of white light. Each student's private room was quite spacious, measuring over 100 square meters. The supreme treasure curiously explored and played within the room, while Tian Xiao found a spot with the most connections to plug in a data cable. Uncertain whether it was to charge itself or to access the internet for some legitimate data from Huangyan University, Xiao Jing approached the window and gently pushed it open. The sunlight, gentle breeze, and the fragrant aroma of flowers flowed in like a gentle stream, brightening the room and infusing it with a sense of life. Standing by the window, Xiao Jing could gaze out upon the beautiful environment of the Huangyan University accommodation area, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the scent of blossoms. Studying in such a place truly brings joy to the heart and allows one to wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to the path of becoming a spirit master, free from the burdens of other concerns. Turning his head, he looked at the supreme treasure holding a large flower pot, and Tian Xiao engrossed in its connection, pondering for a moment before smiling and walking over. It's time to set up the internet for Tian Xiao. Chapter 68, Huangyan Pro 10G Mobile Communication Network. After inquiring with Xiao Lingwu, Xiao Jing left the dormitory with the supreme treasure and Tian Xiao. Huangyan University, or indeed all universities within the Spirit Alliance, emulate the management system of Huangyan University. The university categorizes its departments into the Elemental Academy, the Extraordinary Academy, and the Origin Academy, based on the 9 elemental types, the 4 extraordinary types, and the 3 origin types. Resources required for students' daily training and studies are managed collectively by these 3 academies, each overseeing different resource segments. Students are not confined to any specific academy. They are free to attend classes in any academy as needed. Above these 3 academies lies the Student Education Office, which oversees all student affairs, as well as the Unified Command Office responsible for wartime directives. At the top is the University Council of Huangyan University, the highest authority within the institution. The most powerful figure among them is naturally the president, Long Huangying, who also serves as the head of the highest governing body of the Human Spirit Alliance, the Council of Glory, composed of 16 council members. The location Xiao Jing was heading to was the Cybersecurity Department, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Elemental Academy. Upon arriving at the Cybersecurity Department, he noticed that it was bustling with gold-type spirits, both natural and artificial, operating autonomously, with only 4 or 5 spirit masters overseeing to prevent any mishaps. Of course, there were no mech-type spirits like Tian Xiao present, as those were designated for combat. Typically, everyday student affairs did not require their overt presence. Hello, student. What services do you require? As Xiao Jing contemplated, a serene electronic voice resonated from his right. He turned to see a robot standing by, approximately 1.7 meters tall. This robot was not a spirit, but a fully designed AI algorithm-based automaton. I need to set up the Huangyan Pro 10G mobile communication network, 2 of them. Xiao Jing replied after a moment of thought. His demands might exceed those of an ordinary student, primarily due to 2 requirements. First, he needs to upgrade his mobile phone to a communication network provided by the university. Second, he must establish an enhanced communication network for Tian Xiao. The former is easily understood. Aside from improving communication efficiency, safety is of paramount importance for students of Huangyan University. The upgraded communication network also boasts a nearly infallible positioning feature, capable of accurate location tracking even in remote areas. The latter, however, is somewhat more complicated, as it involves setting up an account for Tian Xiao, including security authentication to ensure no harm comes to the Alliance. 2. The robot expressed some bewilderment, as it had never encountered a student requiring 2 upgraded communication networks before. Nevertheless, it led Xiao Jing to the service area. Xiao Jing's process was straightforward. Upon a simple scan of his student card, the upgrade to Huangyan Pro 10G communication network was swiftly completed. When it was time for Tian Xiao, Xiao Jing released him from the mech ball. As the bright light flashed, many golden element sprites and artificial sprites, along with the attending spirit masters, turned their curious gazes toward Tian Xiao's appearance. A mech sprite. They were quite surprised. Was this type of sprite not under the Alliance's official control? How could a student possess one? Upon witnessing Tian Xiao, the robot's algorithm assessed the situation and realized it was beyond its management scope, promptly escorting Xiao Jing to the spirit master on duty. Are you intending to activate our Huangyan communication network for your mech partner? A middle-aged man stood up in astonishment, circling Tian Xiao with keen interest. He showed no signs of obstruction. As long as Tian Xiao met the requirements, it was entirely permissible. However, it was rare for anyone to apply for their mech partner, akin to a maiden boarding a sedan chair for the first time. This rarity stemmed from 2 factors: the limited number of spirit masters possessing artificial sprites, and the fact that many such sprites did not typically require internet access, as practicing with their master's data line or hotspot sufficed. Additionally, activating this service required a substantial amount of academic credits, which represented a considerable expenditure for both new students and long-enrolled ones, often better invested in enhancing their sprite's proficiency. Yes, sir. My sprite partner is quite special. I needed to connect to the internet for comprehensive learning and analysis, Xiao Jing replied candidly. From his observations over the past few months, he noted that aside from his own desire for Tian Xiao to learn and analyze independently, Tian Xiao seemed to have a profound enthusiasm for browsing the internet, perhaps due to its prolonged standby time, as it eagerly yearned to understand the outside world. Furthermore, Tian Xiao exhibited an extraordinary dedication to its evolutionary path. Being able to access the vast data available within the Alliance could significantly aid in analyzing its next evolutionary direction. While Xiao Jing was already aware of Tian Zhao's approximate evolutionary trajectory through fundamental insight, Tian Zhao's independent research would greatly enhance the precision in managing the details of its next evolution. After all, this was a process of creation and evolution, unprecedented and highly subjective. The differences in outcomes between imposed evolution and self-directed evolution would be substantial. Thus, for various reasons, Xiao Jing had resolved to establish an internet connection for Tian Xiao early on, and the Pro version from Huanyan University was undoubtedly the optimal choice. After all, one must cherish their chosen sprite partner. After hearing Xiao Jing's explanation, the middle-aged man nodded and stated, for individual activation, only 10 credits are required, which is a nominal fee, but activating a sprite's connection necessitates a hefty 2,000 credits. Then I shall trouble you, sir, Xiao Jing acknowledged, understanding the implications. The middle-aged man, seeing his response, began analyzing Tian Zhao's data status and assessing the potential risks associated with its internet connectivity alongside the robot and various sprites. Xiao Jing comforted Tian Zhao, assuring it that these individuals meant no harm and advised it to relax. Initially somewhat tense, Tian Zhao calmed down entirely thanks to Xiao Jing's reassurance. After approximately an hour and a half of testing and design, they successfully activated the Huanyan Pro 10G communication for Tian Zhao. Upon exiting the network security department, Tian Zhao was overjoyed, akin to a child weighing 200 pounds, and even embraced Xiao Jing in front of numerous sprites present. Chapter 69, Secrets of Fire Spark. After a long day of travel, Xiao Jing returned to his dormitory to find a delightful dinner prepared by Xiao Lingwu, a delightful spread that, while not extensive, was clearly crafted with great care. As Xiao Jing and Ji Zunbao dined, they offered continuous praise for each dish, imagining the daily indulgence in such culinary delights, causing both to salivate with anticipation. Xiao Lingwu, receiving such compliments, transitioned from initial excitement to a touch of bashfulness. The simple joy of a domestic automaton lies in the appreciation of its efforts. Receiving praise for its chores brings it immense happiness akin to that of a child. Upon learning that another roommate had yet to return, Xiao Jing, accompanied by Ji Zunbao and Tian Zhao, briefly explored the villa's training room before concluding their training early, proceeding to wash up and retire for the night. Current date, August 25th, 2317. Ding dong. Ding dong. Early in the morning, the doorbell of Villa 105 at Huanyan rang, prompting the domestic automaton Xiao Lingwu to hurry to answer. Ah, Director Chen, what brings you here? Xiao Lingwu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Chun Zhili at the door. I'm here to find Xiao Jing. Could you please summon him? Chun Zhili asked. Of course, Director Chun. Please make yourself comfortable inside, Xiao Lingwu invited, darting upstairs. Within 2 minutes, Xiao Jing appeared, still bleary-eyed, following Xiao Lingwu downstairs. So early, who is looking for me? Xiao Jing rubbed his eyes and gazed downstairs, where he saw Chun Zhili smiling at him. The sleepiness on Xiao Jing's face instantly faded, replaced by surprise. Uncle Chen, what brings you here? Chun Zhili chuckled. I saw you registered at the school through the new student system yesterday. I'm here to take you to contract your third sprite. Surely, you don't wish to delay any further? Can we enter the Fire Spark secret realm now? Xiao Jing instinctively blurted out. Indeed. As the one to whom I offered the contract, I will lead you there. Contracting a sprite now allows for enhancements before the semester begins. Chun Zhili confirmed with a nod. Uncle Chun, give me 5 minutes, Xiao Jing replied, rushing back to his room. After a quick wash, he promptly followed Chun Zhili to the Fire Spark secret realm. At the entrance to the dormitory, Chun Zhili summoned an ancient dragon-type meteor winged dragon. Instantly, a winged dragon materialized before them, its entire body of vibrant crimson, as if ignited by flames, crowned with a mysterious yet powerful deep blue flame. Its wings were entirely composed of blazing red fire, dancing in the air as if alive. The pterosaur boasts a colossal stature, reminiscent of a small fighter jet. When its wings unfurl, the brilliance of flames illuminates the surrounding sky. Species, Meteor Pterosaur. Attributes, Fire Wind. Level, Lord Tier, Level 36. Ability, Meteor Flame. Flames of a lower level cannot inflict harm upon it, bestowing upon its flames an enduring essence that makes them harder to extinguish, resulting in prolonged and intensified damage. Furthermore, the damage inflicted by the flames significantly escalates over time, and it can even reverse the flame's properties to confer a healing effect. The longer the burn lasts, the more potent the healing becomes, though it cannot heal fatal wounds. Base stats, 572. Description, a rare ancient dragon species residing atop meteors. It does not manifest in the world without them, bearing the meteor flame, a symbol of the fire of life. It is referred to by those in the present as the dragon of life. When it appears, it typically brings a rich aura of vitality to the land. A quasi-sacred beast. Xiao Jing marveled internally, realizing this was only the second quasi-sacred beast he had encountered in reality after his stepfather's ferocious panda, Baoma. Chun Zhili leapt onto the back of the meteor pterosaur, seemingly unperturbed by the flames, and reached up to gently stroke the blue fire atop its head, speaking to it. Old friend, this is the son of my late comrade. We need to take him to contract the third spirit partner at Suihua. You must carry him without any mischief. A mighty roar erupted from the meteor pterosaur as it gazed at Xiao Jing, nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, at Qinjili's beckoning, Xiao Jing climbed onto the broad, warm back of the meteor pterosaur. Along the way, Qinjili inquired, Xiao Jing, how familiar are you with the Suihua secret realm? To which Xiao Jing shook his head and replied, I only know that Suihua is the first secret realm discovered by humanity, rumored to have brought fire and warmth to the world. Indeed, that is the external perception of Suihua, albeit merely a fragment of the truth, Qinjili concurred. Now that you are a student at Huangyan University, you must acquire a more comprehensive understanding of Suihua. It is indeed the first secret realm discovered by humanity. In those early days, when our race had not yet established the Spirit Master system, we struggled amidst the turmoil of the world, striving for survival. Until one of our sages, through fortuitous circumstances, discovered the spatial passage to Suihua, bravely entering it, and successfully gaining the acknowledgement of a fire sparrow. This sage was the one who established the Spirit Master system, earning the title of the first honorary heavenly king in human history, later revered as the Fire Ancestor. Whose partner, the Fire Sparrow, is the renowned and irreplicable sacred flame-winged sparrow of today. Xiao Jing silently marveled at the realization that the illustrious Fire Ancestor had contracted his first spirit partner within Suihua. It was only after the Fire Ancestor achieved the title of honorary heavenly king that the general circumstances of Suihua gradually came to light. If the Fire Ancestor, through Suihua, had bestowed upon our race the spark of survival and spirit mastery, then Suihua itself is the origin of the first spark of fire in this world. It is the foundation upon which the myriad phenomena of the present world rest. Its vast expanse gathers the most precious fire attribute resources known, teeming with various mystical flames and spiritual entities, with temperatures far exceeding those of the present world. Even today, we have yet to fully uncover the entirety of Suihua, and the Fire Sparrow clan within it is merely an ordinary faction. Furthermore, it seems that Suihua, which was born concurrently with the present world, bears some unique mission that prevents it from fully manifesting in the world, allowing it only to traverse via spatial passages. Much like other superlative secret realms. However, it is certain that this mission is intrinsically linked to the present world. Xiao Jing listened in astonishment as Qinjili completed his explanation. He had never anticipated such secrets behind the great superlative secret realms until today. Chapter 70. Entering Suihua. I share this with you because you are now a part of Huangyan University and as the champion of the college entrance examination. Provided you do not stray from the path, your future achievements will undoubtedly be significant. There are still many undiscovered territories within the Spirit Master Alliance awaiting exploration by the future of your generation. Xiao Jing nodded, understanding this well. It was akin to the development of a family in a past life. Without extraordinary opportunities, each generation strives to uplift the next, exploring the unknown world and establishing their place within it. This principle applies equally to the development of the alliance. Moreover, Qinjili had already informed him of the potential dangers within Suihua, including the extreme heat and various peculiar fire attribute resources. Once inside the secret realm, Huangyan University does not impede students from acquiring resources, but one must act within their limits to avoid the perils of greed. As there have been historical precedents within Huangyan University of individuals meeting dire fates due to such folly. Beneath the meteor pterosaur's swift flight, the scenery of Huangyan University sped by like a fleeting panorama, and the distant landscape began to transform. Initially, the sky was a gentle orange hue, reminiscent of ripe wheat fields, warm and tranquil. As time progressed, the colors deepened, transitioning from orange-yellow to tangerine, then to a deep crimson, akin to a fierce fire burning within the clouds, vibrant and fervent as if imbued with the essence of flame. Amidst this sea of fire, one could occasionally glimpse streaks of purple and blue clouds, resembling gemstones embedded within the red cloudscape, adding a touch of mystery and tranquility to the tableau. These purple and blue clouds appeared as if bubbles rising from the depths of the ocean or ethereal veils drifting from the horizon, forming a stark contrast to the surrounding red clouds, while harmoniously blending into the whole. Xiao Jing, captivated by the magnificent scene before him, was entirely unaware that they had already reached their destination. Qinjili shook Xiao Jing from his reverie. Isn't it spectacular? When I first arrived here, I reacted just as you are now. Come, we have arrived. With that, Qinjili leapt down from the back of the meteor pterosaur. But Xiao Jing was halted by him. Confused, Xiao Jing looked at Qinjili, uncertain why he was being prevented from dismounting. Qinjili smiled and said, You need not descend, for soon the meteor pterosaur will take you into Suihua. He then pointed towards the largest, roaring fire cloud ahead. You have entered the Donghua, secret realm before. Its passage is protected within the Spirit Tower, allowing entry from within. However, The passage to the Suihua secret realm lies within that vast expanse of clouds ahead, which cannot be shielded. Therefore, entry must always be facilitated by a flying spirit. Xiao Jing immediately comprehended, refraining from voicing any concerns about potential intrusions. Huangyan University is renowned as the strongest institution within the Spirit Master Alliance. Rumored to be overseen by a manifestation of the Dragon Emperor himself, if they lacked absolute confidence, what credence could there be in establishing a foothold in the world? Those with nefarious intentions either fail to locate the secret realm or are suppressed by overwhelming power before they can approach it. There has never been an instance of anyone stealthily infiltrating the secret realm and emerging unscathed. This is a spark of my flame, which will shield you from the ordinary flames of Suihua. As long as you do not provoke the spirits, you will remain safe. Chen Jili flicked a spark of flame that adhered to Xiao Jing's clothing. Thank you, Uncle Chen, Xiao Jing expressed gratefully. Go forth. You have but one day. When the time elapses, the guardian within will transport you back to this very spot. I shall return to escort you then. Following Chen Jili's command, the meteor dragon unfurled its vast wings and soared into the sky, ascending rapidly until it reached the magnificent expanse of clouds before it. Hailing from the realm of fallen stars, the meteor dragon was not born of the ember fire. The aura emanating from the ember fire was both mysterious and serene, and Xiao Jing could keenly sense the creature's simultaneous wariness and yearning towards it. Overwhelmed by the pressure, the meteor dragon forcefully shook its body, and before Xiao Jing could react, he found himself thrown into the cloud cluster, while the dragon swiftly returned to Chen Jili's side. Plummeting into the clouds, Xiao Jing felt as though he had fallen into a vortex of time, and in a fleeting moment, he glimpsed the ancestors of humanity courageously entering the ember fire, subsequently paving the way for the establishment of the Spirit Master system and the flourishing of their race. Fragments of this hazy vision flickered through his mind like a slideshow, vanishing completely after 5 seconds. Once the vision dissipated, Xiao Jing gradually regained consciousness. Observing the surroundings, he felt as though he had traversed time once more, returning to the mythical era of his previous life. The distant sky was painted in a gentle orange hue, blurring the lines between dawn and dusk, with numerous brown and dark hills standing tall, surrounded by dense forests, vast grasslands, and crystal-clear rivers. As if a tribe of mortals was the only element missing from this landscape. The earth beneath his feet was a sticky brown, occasionally blanketed with patches of vegetation. A flicker of flame in his chest conveyed a message that jolted Xiao Jing from his astonishment. This was, in fact, the designated resting place agreed upon by the flame ancestor after ascending to the rank of the glorious king, a sanctuary for the descendants of humanity seeking to find contract spirits. In this region, the true heat of the ember fire was yet to be felt, as if the temperature had been deliberately siphoned away. Thus, no spirits could reside here. Xiao Jing, determined not to squander time, lifted his feet and walked towards the direction indicated by the flame. Since it was merely a resting place, the area was not extensive, and Xiao Jing exited the protective zone within 5 minutes. The scenery beyond was no different, save for the sudden spike in temperature. Xiao Jing felt as if, in the current era, this heat could ignite an entire city. The moment he stepped beyond the protective barrier, several pairs of curious eyes opened nearby. Responding instinctively, Xiao Jing turned his gaze in that direction. There, several robust bears, their fur composed of purple flames, poked their heads out from surrounding caves. Species: Extreme Flame Bear, Attribute: Fire, Level, Elite Level 32, Ability: Berserk, doubles damage dealt to opponents with attributes that counter its own, quadruples critical damage, and reduces damage taken from countering attributes by 20. Base Stats: 540. Description: The first evolutionary form of the clumsy fire bear. The Extreme Flame Bear is a gregarious spirit that resides in caves. Its appearance may seem endearing, yet it harbors a fierce combativeness, earning the title of martial maniac in the spirit world. Influenced by its ability, it particularly relishes battles against opposing attributes, causing many spirits that counter it to choose a route away from it. Chapter 71. The Three-Tailed Spirit Fox. Extreme Flame Bear. Xiao Jing gazed in astonishment at the fiery heads before him. The ability of the Extreme Flame Bear allowed it to counter water-type spirits, making it a formidable opponent in attribute battles. The current Fire Glory King once entered the Ember Fire and contracted an Extreme Flame Bear in its initial form, ultimately nurturing it into the Raging Flame Bear. Even the Water Glory King found it a daunting adversary. Gazing at the Extreme Flame Bear before him, Xiao Jing's heart inexplicably stirred. After all, it was not every day one encountered a spirit with such potential, one that had even been contracted by a Glory King. However, the sole deterrent was the fact that these Extreme Flame Bears were of a level too high, having already reached the elite tier, far beyond what Xiao Jing could contract. The initial form of the Extreme Flame Bear, the clumsy fire bear could serve as a viable alternative, with so many extreme flame bears around. It was likely some would be accompanied by their younger clumsy fire bear offspring. After all, there was still a day left. There was no need to be hasty in selecting a spirit, especially when better options might arise later. Xiao Jing resolved to broaden his contracting criteria this time. Any spirit of apprentice level, regardless of rank, or even a novice-level spirit up to level 5, would be acceptable. Having reached a conventional level, the experience feedback from apprentice-level spirits was relatively less significant than from the previous 2 tiers. If he encountered a suitable spirit, he could easily forgo some experience. Shaking his head, he continued walking forward under the curious gazes of the extreme flame bears. It appeared that this was indeed their territory, and after cautiously traversing for an hour, he found himself surrounded solely by extreme flame bears, with no other spirits in sight. Considering this, Xiao Jing decided not to waste any more time. He began to run, empowered by his spiritual energy, hoping to break free from this area. It was not that Xiao Jing was unwilling to summon his supreme treasure, Tian Xiao, for assistance. Rather, given that this was the domain of the extreme flame bears, and with no other spirits present, it was evident that the bears had a strong sense of territoriality. His ability to move freely within their territory was solely due to the prior communication between the guardian of the secret realm and the leader of the extreme flame bears. Should he recklessly summon a spirit now, the extreme flame bears would perceive it as a provocation on their territory. At that point, while the leader of the extreme flame bears might intervene to ensure his safety, any hopes of contracting a clumsy fire bear would be dashed. Therefore, to preserve that avenue, Xiao Jing resolved to refrain from provoking the extreme flame bears. Leave a path for future encounters, he mused, and the same principle applies everywhere. Thus, he chose to endure the additional exertion of running further. His sprinting only piqued the curiosity of the extreme flame bears, some of whom even mimicked his actions, running alongside him, yet ultimately, they did not impede his progress. In this manner, Xiao Jing spent another half-hour escaping the territory of the extreme flame bears. He emerged from the previously brown and dark hills into the vast expanse of grassland. Before him lay a sprawling prairie, where the occasional sight of fire god steeds galloping by filled him with a sense of grandeur and aspiration. The fleeting passage of the steeds evoked a sense of nostalgia, perhaps reminiscent of the sentiments expressed by the ancients upon encountering the fire god steeds. However, shaking his head, Xiao Jing dismissed any thoughts of contracting one. The fire god steed was the final evolutionary form of the little fire steed. Though he had not had the chance to assess their levels, they were undoubtedly at least at the title level, far surpassing even his father in prowess. The idea of contracting one was utterly unrealistic. He could barely keep pace. Contemplating the vast prairie before him, Xiao Jing retrieved the double happiness fruit gifted to him by Lin Yao from his storage backpack. The quality of spirits encountered in the Ember Fire was evidently superior to those he had met during his initial foray into Donghua, excluding the small monkey clan. In a remarkably brief span of time, Xiao Jing encountered 2 exceptionally promising spirits, the extreme flame bear and the fire god white steed. Thus, he resolved not to conceal anything further. Since fortune had smiled upon him, he might as well test the effects of the double happiness fruit in this locale, to see if it might yield any unexpected benefits. The application of the double happiness fruit resembled the act of igniting a flame. Only when kindled could its latent joyous essence be fully unleashed. Hence, Xiao Jing summoned Tian Xiao from the mechasphere. Upon emerging, Tian Xiao hurriedly conjured a barrier of spiritual energy to withstand the high temperatures, indicating that it had nearly been overwhelmed. Tian Xiao, ignite the boosters. I wish to kindle the double happiness fruit. After Tian Xiao completed its preparations, Xiao Jing issued his command. Obeying instantly, Tian Xiao turned, powering up the boosters on its back, igniting them to unleash a jet of fire. With a whoosh, deep blue flames erupted from the boosters. Observing this, Xiao Jing quickly held the double happiness fruit near the flames, gently coaxing it with a flicker of the fire. Sizzle! The double happiness fruit began to emit smoke under the intense heat, successfully igniting. Rather than combusting outright, the ignited fruit burned slowly, exuding wisps of fragrant smoke imbued with an atmosphere of celebration and joy. Enveloped in this ambience of double happiness, Xiao Jing felt his spirits lift, his mind relaxing, the weariness he had carried dissipating. Clutching the double happiness fruit, he settled upon Tian Zhao's shoulder and began to venture deeper into the secret realm. Before long, within mere yards of Tian Xiao, a multitude of rare fire-type spirits congregated. Species: three-tailed spirit fox. Attribute: fire, psychic. Base value: 554. Species: angry volcanic rock. Attribute: fire, ground. Base value: 536. Species: rice ball assassin. Attribute: fire, fighting. Base value: 545. Xiao Jing gazed with gleaming eyes at the spirits ahead, aware they were not drawn to him, but rather to the double happiness fruit in his grasp. Nonetheless, he found himself unable to resist the allure, swallowing hard in anticipation. Although these were all first-stage forms of spirits that had already undergone evolution, they were still coveted by external spirit tamers who would expend vast resources, even a lifetime's effort, for a single one. Their ultimate forms, even if not possessed by the current glory monarch, had once been tamed and nurtured by such figures, and many served as the prized partners of the formidable diamond and golden monarchs. For instance, the final evolution of the three-tailed spirit fox is none other than the illustrious nine-tailed fox emperor, a being of dual fire and psychic attributes, exalted, elegant, and shrouded in mystery. It had once thwarted a catastrophic meteor crisis that threatened to obliterate a city, thanks to a diamond monarch centuries ago when technology was not as advanced. Since that time, the nine-tailed fox emperor had been revered as the guardian spirit of that city, which even changed its name to Fox Emperor City in honor of the contributions made by this legendary creature. How could spirits with such illustrious tales not captivate a spirit tamer's heart? Chapter 72, Lion Dance. Xiao Jing was now inclined to halt Tian Xiao, even contemplating forming a bond with the three-tailed spirit fox. A newly evolved novice-level spirit at stage 3 was indeed acceptable. However, just as he prepared to ask Tian Xiao to pause and seek communication with the three-tailed spirit fox, a series of rhythmic drumbeats and jingling bells resonated. It was as if they had stepped into another realm. Their forms began to distort before gradually vanishing from sight. The surrounding spirits, witnessing the sudden disappearance of Xiao Jing, more accurately, the vanishing of the double happiness fruit, paused in confusion, scratching their heads before scattering in disarray. When Xiao Jing regained his bearings, he found himself in a place that felt extraordinary. The air was thick with an exuberant atmosphere of celebration, so potent that even the ignited double happiness fruit in his hand seemed insignificant in comparison. Where am I? Xiao Jing wondered, glancing around uncertainly, instructing Tian Xiao to exercise caution. Though the unfamiliar environment did not evoke a sense of danger, he knew better than to let his guard down. Everywhere he looked, vibrant decorations adorned the surroundings, suffused with celebratory red hues, and the distant drumbeats suggested that someone was performing a lion dance. The presence of such sounds indicated habitation in this place. With this thought, Xiao Jing addressed Tian Xiao, "Let us approach and investigate." Despite being in an unfamiliar territory, Tian Xiao nodded in agreement, cautiously making its way toward the source of the sound. At that moment, even the supreme treasure emerged from the spirit monkey sphere, alert and vigilant, intent on safeguarding his partner's safety. As Tian Xiao drew nearer, Xiao Jing noticed the decorations included red lanterns and even upside-down fortune signs, further affirming his suspicions. Upon reaching a rocky outcrop, the trio, Xiao Jing, Supreme Treasure, and Tian Xiao, peered out quietly toward the source of the sound. Their eyes widened in astonishment, for before them unfolded a spectacle of around a dozen golden-red lion dancers, gracefully moving and leaping in a choreographed display, while a few others played drums and gongs nearby, creating a vibrant atmosphere reminiscent of a grand Lunar New Year celebration. The massive lion heads, with lively eyes that seemed to flicker like flames, opened and closed their jaws as if in prayer, adorned with intricate embroidery of dragons, phoenixes, clouds, and flames, symbols of beauty and auspiciousness. The fur, coupled with artfully placed folds, provided a striking visual impact. Is it New Year's? Why are they performing the lion dance now? Xiao Jing pondered, perplexed by the scene before him. At that moment, it appeared that the lion dance troupe had sensed Xiao Jing's presence. They ceased their movements, regarding him with a mix of curiosity and caution. Aware that he had been noticed, Xiao Jing decided to reveal himself, stepping forth from behind the rocks. "Greetings. I am Xiao Jing from Huangyan University. I never anticipated encountering fellow compatriots here." He approached with a smile, recognizing that the individuals present were likely affiliated with Huangyan University or closely related to it, alleviating any concerns regarding potential danger. If anyone dared to act against students of Suihua, it would be akin to tempting fate. However, as Xiao Jing spoke, the lion dancers remained silent, and he couldn't shake the feeling that their eyes were unusually animated, almost as if they were sentient beings rather than mere crafted lion heads. Could it be? Feeling a twinge of apprehension under their gaze, he decided to employ basic insight to uncover the truth. Species, lion dance beast. Attribute, fire. Level, gym leader level 45. Ability, surpassing the years, the embodiment of years. With each year of existence since its birth, all attributes increase by 5%, capping at a maximum of 60%. Any years beyond this are converted into enhanced defenses, with each extra year providing a 2% boost, up to an additional 50%. Base stats, 571. Description, the evolved form of the lion dance beast, often lively during the joyous occasion of the Lunar New Year. It thrives in celebratory atmospheres, bringing joy and festivity to those around. Occasionally, it playfully joins the lion dance, making it difficult for onlookers to distinguish it from the actual lion dance troupe due to its similar size and appearance. However, the festive aura inherent to the lion dance beast creates a rejection of its subsequent form, rendering evolution nearly impossible. WOC? Xiao Jing could hardly contain himself, instinctively letting out an expletive. Is this truly a Pokemon? This singular thought dominated Xiao Jing's mind. He was well aware of the lion dance beast. They existed solely within the realm of Firelight, renowned for its final evolution, the illustrious year, which was famed worldwide. This creature, existing only in legends of both his past and present worlds, was rarely seen, and no spirit master had ever successfully evolved a contracted lion dance beast into the year. Despite displaying base stats akin to the ultimate form of year, the lion dance beast, due to its exceptional base stats and remarkable tankiness, remained a highly sought-after tank Pokemon. Its ability, surpassing the years, renders its overall attributes, particularly its defensive capabilities, astonishingly high, if allowed to exist for several more years. Even the most formidable opponents would struggle to harm it. While in terms of defensive base stats, the Supreme Treasure surpasses the lion dance beast. Once the ability is factored in, a lion dance beast that has lived a few more years would outclass the Supreme Treasure by several leagues. However, what Xiao Jing did not anticipate was that the lion dancers before him were not mere humans, but genuine lion dance beasts. Although his initial guess was incorrect, it seemed that being mistaken was a fortunate turn of events. Before Xiao Jing could fully recover from his bewilderment, the lion dance beasts surrounded him, observing him as if he were a new species, their attention particularly fixated on the double happiness fruit in his hand. The Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao promptly shielded Xiao Jing from view. Ling Ling, what are you planning to do? The Supreme Treasure inquired cautiously. While the lion dance beasts encircled them, they exhibited no malice, merely gazing at him with curiosity, which prevented the Supreme Treasure from being rude or taking aggressive action. Moreover, engaging in combat would be futile. Woof, woof, woof. One particularly large lion dance beast blinked its large, expressive eyes and turned its head towards the Supreme Treasure, while still fixating on the double happiness fruit, responding to the Supreme Treasure's query. Through the shared bond with the Supreme Treasure, Xiao Jing grasped the essence of the lion dance beast's communication. The lion dance beast conveyed that this was their territory, the Year Realm, where they were conducting a special ritual for their species. Regardless of the intruder's intentions, anyone approaching the sacrificial site must offer tributes and participate in the lion dance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing's lips twitched slightly. You desire the double happiness fruit in my hand, don't you? If you want it, just say so. I'm not unwilling to share. There are so many of you, I wouldn't dare refuse. Though these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao Jing refrained from voicing them, instead offering the double happiness fruit to the lion dance beast as it had requested. The largest lion dance beast's eyes sparkled with delight as it eagerly accepted the fruit from Xiao Jing's hand, then turned with the other lion dance beasts, symbolically avoiding his gaze, yet clearly enjoying the fruit right in front of him. After indulging, the lion dance beasts turned back, showing no sign of embarrassment, as if Xiao Jing were entirely oblivious to their previous actions. However, their eager eyes seemed to silently implore him for more. Seeing this, Xiao Jing smiled gently and retrieved 5 superior spirit items, 5 excellent spirit items, and 10 common spirit items from his storage pouch, offering them to the lion dance beasts. Although these items lack the comprehensive celebratory essence of the double happiness fruit, they still contain traces of festivity. Upon perceiving the spirit items Xiao Jing produced, the lion dance beasts felt somewhat disappointed, as the festive aura within them was far less potent than that of the earlier fruit. Nonetheless, they each took turns selecting one, happily consuming them. Before long, after finishing their meal, the lion dance beasts gazed at Xiao Jing with significantly diminished wariness, curiosity, and goodwill surfacing in their expressions. Woof! At that moment, the distant sound of drums resonated once more, and one lion dance beast, using its large head, nudged Xiao Jing forward. Thus, he was gently propelled to the center of the lion dance area by the group of lion dance beasts. Observing the joyful movements of the lion dance beasts, Xiao Jing felt compelled not to dampen their spirits. He began to recall the lion dance performances from his past life, conjuring a translucent, light green lion head and imitating the dance movements. Seeing their partner relax and join in the lion dance, the Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao also began to dance alongside Xiao Jing. The lion dance beast's movements mirrored those of the lion dance troops from his past, with escalating complexity. Initially, they spun in place, bobbing their heads and swaying their bodies, their eyes blinking playfully. As the dance progressed, They introduced more challenging maneuvers, executing ground-level stunts, leaps, turns, and intricate footwork. With Xiao Jing's heightened physical prowess, he was well equipped to perform these actions. After all the lion dance beasts had completed their routines, Xiao Jing led the Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao in a series of leaps and movements that closely mirrored the earlier display. Subsequently, they tackled even more advanced rotational, acrobatic, and stylized movements. These challenges were easily surmountable, but the scale and duration of the lion dance beasts ritual proved daunting. Even with Xiao Jing's superior physical condition, he found it taxing. Yet, seeing the Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao remain unfazed, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After all, if he faltered, how could he expect to guide the Supreme Treasure and others in their training? That would be utterly disgraceful. As Xiao Jing endured alongside his partners and the lion dance beasts, an atmosphere of tranquility and celebration gradually descended from the heavens, enveloping them and the grand lion dance platform. As the luminous points of light expanded, the lion dance beasts began to cease their movements, closing their eyes in sheer delight as they absorbed the blessings of these radiant orbs. Xiao Jing, panting heavily alongside the Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao, eventually halted. Yet he did not dispel the spirit energy that had coalesced into the lion. Together, they basked in the serene shower of light. Upon contact, Xiao Jing felt his weary body, tense nerves, and certain burdens within his heart being gradually cleansed. This shower of light seemed like the most sincere wishes from the depths of human hearts, or perhaps a selfless gift of life from the primordial deity. As the harmonious light rain cascaded down, time seemed to freeze, evoking a myriad of memories from Xiao Jing's past lives. The scene before him transcended the ancient poet's lament of flowers that bloom year after year, while people remain ever-changing. It transformed into a beautiful wish for the new year, resonating with the crackling sounds of firecrackers and the warmth of spring breezes that herald the arrival of festivities. At this moment, far atop a distant mountain peak, a colossal beast, measuring several dozen feet in length, slowly opened its piercing eyes. Draped in a thick coat of fur, it bore a resemblance to a lion, yet was distinctly unlike one. Its limbs were powerful, its claws razor-sharp, and atop its head sprouted a long, pointed horn. Its body, a deep black or brown adorned with white spots, seemed to embody the very essence of calamity and disease, manifesting as swirling patterns upon its form. The beast gazed at the serene light rain falling in the distance, its eyes shimmering with an otherworldly gleam. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, even the distant lion dancers could hear its call. Upon hearing this bellow, the lion dancers trembled, unsure whether from excitement or fear. Xiao Jing, due to his low rank, could glean no information from the roar, but he observed that the light rain above was gathering in abundance toward the center of the lion dance platform. While the lion dancers remained curiously unmoved, the convergence of light gradually coalesced into a luminous egg adorned with dragon, phoenix, and cloud motifs, which then began to dissipate. Before Xiao Jing stood a smaller lion dancer, roughly half a meter in height. Was this a little lion dancer? He had inadvertently participated in and witnessed the birth ceremony of a little lion dancer. Chapter 73. I have tamed the little lion dancer. The little lion dancer was born from the auspicious and festive atmosphere of the ritual. This was indeed a secret of the lion dancer clan, as they had always resided within the enigmatic time realm, a place that was both elusive and sought after. And the origins of the little lion dancer's birth were shrouded in mystery. The recent ceremony was indeed the birth ritual of the little lion dancer, but more importantly, it was a prayer and sacrificial rite for the lion dancer clan, aimed at harnessing the power of wishes to foster growth and bring peace and joy to the present world. Thanks to the gigantic beast, which signaled to the lion dancers and altered the distribution of power, more of the benevolent and joyous energy was directed towards the birth of this little lion dancer. Among the lion dancer clan, a tradition prevailed. If a human participated in the birth process of the little lion dancer during the ritual, they would be granted the opportunity to form a contract with the little lion dancer. Xiao Jing had unhesitatingly provided food to the lion dancers and bore an aura that they found immensely endearing, compelling them to draw him into the ritual, thus offering him a chance to contract the little lion dancer. Of course, should a human exhibit insincerity or a lack of effort during the sacrificial ceremony, they would be promptly dismissed, losing their eligibility for a contract. Fortunately, Xiao Jing's earnestness and diligence garnered the approval of the lion dancers. Although he remained oblivious to the significance of that colossal beast's roar, it seemed to have lent him some assistance, as the little lion dancer born from the gathering of light points possessed inherently superior qualities. Currently, the largest lion dancer was gently nudging Xiao Jing forward beneath the dance platform, in front of the little lion dancer. The little lion dancer, smaller in stature, had a disproportionately large head, and its bright, lively eyes sparkled like flames, evoking an irresistible urge to cradle it in one's arms. Even a boy like Xiao Jing was not immune to this impulse. Upon being ushered before the little lion dancer, it gazed curiously at him. The young man radiated a delightful and friendly aura, prompting the little lion dancer to instinctively gravitate toward him. Yet, being a naturally auspicious creature, it maintained a modicum of restraint, standing still while observing Xiao Jing. The little lion dancer's inherited memories informed it that this individual had participated in its birth ceremony. Should he desire, they might become lifelong companions. The largest lion dancer, dancing animatedly beside them, seemed to communicate with Xiao Jing, akin to a father-in-law imparting wisdom to his son-in-law on how to win over his daughter. This lion dancer was evidently the leader of the group. Upon investigation, Xiao Jing realized that it was a formidable entity of the Lord rank, even surpassing the level of Chun Zhilai's meteor-winged dragon. After some explanation, Xiao Jing finally understood that the lion dancers wished to offer him the opportunity to contract the little lion dancer. It was no wonder he was unaware. Throughout history, no more than 20 spirit masters had ever contracted a lion dancer, a secret likely known only to those involved. Xiao Jing felt a rush of happiness at this unexpected turn of events. Initially, he had only aimed to tend to the emotions of the lion dancers, or perhaps he was merely compelled by their imposing presence. And now he had the chance to form a contract. Clearing his throat and rubbing his hands together, he realized that in such a formal setting, he ought to present himself appropriately, ensuring a sense of ceremony for both himself and the little lion dancer. After all, the act of forming a contract was a singular occurrence for both parties involved, particularly for the little lion dancer as a spirit. It was not something to be taken lightly. Encouraged by the lion dancer's nudges, Xiao Jing stepped forward confidently. "Hello, little lion dancer, my name is Xiao Jing. I have recently become a standard-level spirit master. These two are my current companions, Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao. Hello, I am Tian Xiao." The sweet voice of Supreme Treasure and the electronic tone of Tian Xiao echoed in unison, introducing themselves to the little lion dancer. "While I cannot guarantee how powerful you will become in the future, I promise to care for you with all my heart, treating you as family. So, will you be my third companion?" With a gentle smile, Xiao Jing extended his hand toward the little lion dancer, inviting it to join him. The little lion dancer regarded Xiao Jing, who beamed warmth and kindness, then glanced around at the encouraging lion dancers. It blinked its large, luminous eyes, slowly closed them, and leaned its head toward Xiao Jing's outstretched palm. A soft sound marked their contact as their foreheads touched, signifying the little lion dancer's response and the intertwining of their destinies. The wheels of fate began to turn. In an instant, crimson light patterns surged from Xiao Jing's palm, while sparks of light gathered around the little lion dancer. Before long, the sparks dissipated, and the crimson glow on Xiao Jing's palm gradually faded, revealing a third spirit mark alongside the mini monkey and mini mech, a vibrant, dancing little lion dancer. At this moment, the contract between Xiao Jing and the little lion dancer had been established, and the creature, no longer restrained, affectionately nuzzled Xiao Jing's palm with its head. Observing the adorably spirited little lion dancer, Xiao Jing could not resist lifting it high, exclaiming, "I have tamed the little lion dancer. Woof woof." The little lion dancer responded in delightful harmony, raising its tiny paws in agreement. After forming the contract, Xiao Jing communicated with the lion dancers, allowing the little lion dancer to bid farewell before, with the aid of the lion dancer leader, departing the realm of time. Even before their departure, the lion dance beast seemed to have presented Xiao Jing with a red double happiness embroidered ball, a seemingly simple artifact that is, in fact, one of the essential spiritual items required for the evolution of the little lion dance into the lion dance beast. This celebratory spiritual object is a genuine, fortune-grade item, rated at a remarkable 1982 points. Additionally, the peaceful spiritual items and the firework flame stone, both of which are also high-tier minor fortune items, are, at this stage, beyond Xiao Jing's reach. Such treasures can only be sought after by elite-level practitioners. As Xiao Jing glanced at his mobile phone, he noticed with intrigue that the time displayed had not changed a single minute since he entered the Age Realm. It seemed that the Age Realm truly was as the legends foretold, a realm detached from the flow of time, where moments are rendered stagnant. Shaking his head, Xiao Jing pondered that since he had fulfilled the contract, the spark, guardian, must have sensed it. Sure enough, the very next moment after this thought crossed his mind, a gentle force enveloped him and the three spirits beside him. With a swish, the four vanished from their original location. Chapter 74, The Panel of the Little Lion Dance. When Xiao Jing and his companions reappeared, they found themselves beneath a resplendent canopy of clouds, at the landing site of the meteor-winged dragon. Once Xiao Jing regained his composure, Chun Zhilai arrived, riding the meteor-winged dragon with a leisurely grace. In his haste, Chen Jilai did not even have time to notice the little lion dance beside Xiao Jing and curiously inquired, "You're out so soon? Surely you didn't encounter any danger and were sent out by the guardian?" As he spoke, Chen Jilai reached out to check on Xiao Jing. However, before Xiao Jing could respond, Chen Jilai seemed to notice something amiss with the number of companions present. Xiao Jing, Stone Spirit Monkey, Mecha Rift, Little Lion Dance. Wait. Little Lion Dance. His astonished gaze shifted from the Little Lion Dance to Xiao Jing, pointing first at the creature and then at Xiao Jing. The Little Lion Dance. Observing Chen Jilai's startled expression, tilted its head in bemusement, thinking, what s with this person as surprise? Has he never seen a quasi-holy beast before? With a smile, Xiao Jing nodded and said, Uncle Chen, you guessed correctly. This is my third spirit partner contracted in the Spark, Secret Realm, the Little Lion Dance. I haven't named it yet, so I'll refer to it by its species name for now. As Xiao Jing introduced the Little Lion Dance to Chen Jilai, he activated Basic Insight to examine the creature's panel. Name, none. Species, Little Lion Dance. Attribute, Fire. Level, Apprentice Level 1, 8990. Characteristic, over yearly cycle, an embodiment of years and ages. Since its birth, for every year it exists, all attributes increase by 2%, capping at a maximum of 60%. Excess years convert into dual defenses, with each additional year raising defenses by 1%, maxing out at an additional 50%. Rating, 95. Evaluation. The difference between having this characteristic and not having it is akin to two entirely different spirits. Base stats. Physical attack, 80, special attack, 69. Physical defense, 88, special defense, 87, speed, 75, stamina, 90, spirit power, 82. Total, 571. Skills. Big Firecracker, Initial Insight 50, 100. Flashing Flame Charge, Initial Insight 50, 100. Fireball, Initial Insight 50, 100. Light Shield, Initial Insight 50, 100. Scratch, Initial Insight 50, 100. Description. Born in an atmosphere of peace and joy, the Little Lion Dance possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to cheerful and warm environments, often found lost in thought amidst bustling crowds. Occasionally, it masquerades as a lion dancer played by children during the New Year and Spring Festival, reveling in a carefree and liberated existence. Big Firecracker. Fire, physical attack. Its tail transforms into a lit firecracker that lashes out at the target, causing a secondary explosion. If the target is in a burning state, it triggers an explosion that inflicts triple damage. Rating, 84. Evaluation. A species-specific skill of the Lion Dance Beast, although it serves as a tank. It might be possible to design a combo skill set around it. Flashing Flame Charge. Fire, physical attack. Engulfed in flames, it charges at the target, with a chance to inflict the burning status. Fireball. Fire, special attack. A fundamental fire skill that conjures a small fireball to hurl at the target. Light Shield. Light attribute skill. Absorbs sunlight to create a shield worth 10 stamina points and slightly increases dual defenses. Scratch. Normal type, physical attack. A basic skill that enhances sharp claws to strike the target. Upon examining the panel of the Little Lion Dance, Xiao Jing was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost leaping up to give it a kiss. Truly, as a quasi-holy beast, its attributes, unique characteristics, and skills were all remarkable, just as that lively father figure commented. Before the Little Lion Dance learns its new species-specific skills, it may be possible to temporarily assemble a multi-hit damage skill set around Big Firecracker for transitional use. After all, a spirit partner for a spirit master is not solely about one-on-one duels. There are also group battles to consider. In one-on-one scenarios, a fluid combo of skills is essential, and even in group fights, as long as the Little Lion Dance can withstand damage while delivering a whip strike to the opponent. The 3-hit damage combined with the explosive area damage would be quite formidable. Now, with a powerhouse dual attacker, a long-range support, and a close combat functional tank in his spirit team, Xiao Jing felt a surge of hope for his future. Chen Jilai had come to his senses and, upon hearing Xiao Jing's introduction, looked at him with a blend of appreciation and pride. You truly are remarkable. The Lion Dance Beast can, to some extent, discern the purity of one's spirit, and to gain its recognition, I'm envious of Xiao Hong to have you as a child. Chen Jilai generously praised. He was not exaggerating. This Spark Age realm is indeed a rare opportunity. Even if one does find it, a person with an impure heart would never earn the Lion Dance Beast's approval. Why have so few contracted the Lion Dance Beast throughout human history? Besides its rarity, this is another reason. Feeling somewhat bashful, Xiao Jing scratched his head. The Little Lion Dance, hearing Chen Jilai's praise of its species and partner, proudly lifted its head, seemingly conveying, at least you have discerning eyes. After concluding the Spark contract journey, Chen Jilai escorted Xiao Jing back to the dormitory before bidding farewell. Due to the time dilation in the age realm, this contract journey had only consumed a morning. Upon opening the dormitory door, Xiao Jing found Xiao Lingwu engaged in conversation with an exceptionally robust man. Upon seeing Xiao Jing return, Xiao Lingwu excitedly rushed over and introduced the burly figure, saying, "Yinshin, this is the roommate I told you about. His name is Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing, this is Yinshin from the Wansan Duchy." After the introductions, Xiao Lingwu remarked with a smile, "It seems you two are quite similar, both champions of your respective cities' college entrance exams." Once Xiao Lingwu finished introducing them, Xiao Jing glanced at Yinshin in surprise. Every year, numerous students from other duchies come to Huanyan University, but he expected his roommate to be one of them. He greeted him, saying, "Hello, classmate. I am Xiao Jing from Linjiang City." "Greetings, classmate Xiao. I am aware of your esteemed reputation. You are one of the few commoner champions from this year's college entrance examination in the Huanyan Principality." However, the gaze with which Yinshin regards Xiao Jing is ablaze with intense combat spirit. "Am I truly that renowned?" Xiao Jing expresses his surprise. "Indeed. Many are aware of the admission agreement you signed with Lord Chunjili of the Flame Dragon. It is quite well known," Yinshin elucidates, before adding, "For someone to be held in such high regard by the Lord of the Flame Dragon, there must be something particularly exceptional about you. Would you be interested in engaging in a duel with me?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing finally comprehends the fervent combat intent in Yinshin's eyes. It is evident that Yinshin possesses a fiercely competitive nature. Should he be left unsatisfied, he would likely cling to Xiao Jing thereafter. Contemplating this, Xiao Jing resolves not to refuse. "Very well, I too am eager to witness the prowess of the spirit masters from the Wansan Principality." Chapter 75, Yinshin and the Centaur Archer. At the Huanyan Villa 105, in the spirit battle room. "Shall we engage in a spirit duel or a partnered cooperative battle?" Xiao Jing inquires of Yinshin. The term partnered cooperative battle refers to a confrontation where both the spirits and the spirit masters actively participate, utilizing all available means. However, if it is merely a spar, certain limitations on methods apply. Then let us proceed with a partnered cooperative battle. We shall each summon one spirit. Agreed. Xiao Jing nods, placing his right hand on the spirit ring of his left hand, sensing the message emanating from the spirit ball. His brow furrows, and he murmurs softly, "Tian Xiao, I entrust this battle to you." In a flash, a brilliant white light envelopes the area, revealing a strikingly handsome dark silver mech that stands tall beside Xiao Jing. As Tian Xiao volunteers himself for the challenge, simultaneously, Yinshin calls forth his own partner. "Centaur Archer, I rely on you." A majestic centaur, nearly twice Yinshin's height, materializes at his side. The Centaur Archer possesses a robust human upper body, broad chest, strong arms, and agile hands, with skin that radiates a healthy bronze hue. Its lower half features powerful horse legs, adorned with glossy mane in a sleek, lustrous chestnut hue. It wields a massive black and white bow and longsword, with a purple quiver filled with arrows strapped to its back. Race, Centaur Archer. Attribute, normal. Level, regular level 2. Ability, multi-shot, when using arrow-based skills. There is a 50 chance to trigger a double attack, a 25 chance for a triple attack, and a 10 chance for a quintuple attack. Additional attacks triggered do not consume spirit power. Racial value, 550. Description, the first evolutionary stage of the Little Centaur. Active in the 3 sacred forests of the Wansan Principality, endowed with formidable physique, employing a black and white bow for hunting and a pristine longsword for combat. Its black quiver offers concealment, making it difficult to detect amidst the woods, while the combination of bow and sword renders it highly proficient in both ranged and close-quarters combat. Xiao Lingwu, observing from the sidelines, calls out as both spirit masters and spirits take their positions. Spirit Battle Room, activate battle mode. A hum resonates as a wave of energy envelopes Xiao Jing, Yinshin, and the others, a protective measure specifically designed by Huanyan University to prevent unforeseen incidents during duels. Safety first. After all, you may be unaware, but I cannot neglect your protection. As for Xiao Lingwu, being an official staff member of Huanyan University, it is imperative to shield him from any unintended repercussions during the battle. Xiao Jing and Yinshin exchange surprised glances at Xiao Lingwu and the overhead protection. Astonished at the thorough considerations of Huanyan University, they quickly refocus, preparing to immerse themselves in the duel. What an interesting mech, an evolution of the first-generation mech, the Rift Breaker. Quite a rarity, Yinshin observes, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazes upon the summoned Tian Xiao. Wait a moment. Xiao Jing pauses while observing the Centaur Archer, suddenly struck by a thought. I recall the quiver of the Centaur Archer should be black. Why does Yinshin's appear different? Curiosity piquing. Xiao Jing decides to test it with an elementary insight. Indeed, a stream of information materializes before his eyes. Item, magic quiver. Quality, Epic, 594. Attribute, normal. Effect, a wondrous quiver that enhances arrow-based skills by 5, with a 33 chance not to consume spirit power. Rating, 90. Evaluation, guess who covers the spirit power that goes unspent? This is undoubtedly a resonant item. At present, the quality of this magic quiver surpasses that of the Supreme Treasure's Rui staff, nearing the quality of creation. Moreover, it appears that this magic quiver complements the Centaur Archer's abilities perfectly. Calculating probabilities reveals a potential for 50 double attacks, 12, 5 triple attacks, and 25 quintuple attacks, all while possibly incurring no spirit power expenditure during triggered attacks. In essence, if a skill set were designed specifically around these two, a player could unleash a barrage akin to a seamless machine gun. Who can I appeal to for reason in this matter? Indeed, upon arriving at Huangyan University, one finds that these top contenders, champions and runners-up alike, are formidable in their own right. Regardless of Yinshin's background, the ability to equip one's spirit partner with a resonant item speaks volumes of their strength. While Xiao Jing too possesses a supreme treasure, it is inherently linked to the supreme treasure itself, akin to a factory setting. Notably, Xiao Jing has not managed to procure any other resonant items since then, and during the college entrance exam in Linjiang City, none were displayed. Of course, it is plausible that some are merely awaiting the opportunity to acquire higher quality resonant items. 4. Epic is merely the baseline quality. Fortunately, as this is a sparring session, the primary goal is mutual familiarization, devoid of the necessity for victory, thus providing Tian Xiao with valuable combat experience against strong adversaries. Xiao Jing resolves to make the first move. Tian Xiao, ascend and engage arm targeting. Tian Xiao, now analyzing the opponent, promptly follows Xiao Jing's command. The boosters on its back emit a blazing flame, propelling it skyward while activating its skills, transforming and enhancing its attributes. The Spirit Battle Room offers ample space, allowing flying spirits to maintain a reasonable altitude without soaring excessively high. Both parties specialize in ranged attacks. Yet the opposing side wields a formidable melee weapon, making a distant standoff a prudent choice. Yinshin narrows his eyes at the ascending Tian Xiao. Centaur, utilize ancient praise, and activate the cloning technique. With a resounding cry, the Centaur Archer emits a melodious call, seemingly imbuing the arrows within its magic quiver with heightened brightness and sharpness. Simultaneously, the Centaur's form becomes enveloped in a radiant light, splitting into two, both figures now fixed upon Tian Xiao. So, enhancing special attacks prior to cloning? Xiao Jing was well aware of the functions of the Ancient Hymn and the clone technique, two ordinary skills. The Ancient Hymn first enhances attributes, while the clone technique creates a body that, although possessing only a quarter of the main body's overall attributes, can still benefit from the previous enhancements. However, this complicates matters further, as the clone also enjoys the enhancements provided by traits and the magical quiver. Thus, while the attack power cannot be said to double, the probability of triggering combos and consuming no resources is indeed substantially increased. A splendid series of attacks ensued. The centaurs, under Yinshin's command, deftly drew arrows from their quivers and knocked them to their bows, simultaneously aiming at Tian Xiao and releasing their shots. Remarkably, the main body managed to trigger a double strike, resulting in 3 arrows soaring towards Tian Xiao. Chapter 76, Tian Xiao vs. Centaur Archers. After directing the Centaur Archers' assault, Yinshin did not remain idle. He silently chanted a spell that summoned a longsword, charging towards Xiao Jing with the blade raised. Faced with the 3 arrows flying in unison, Xiao Jing remained calm and commanded, Tian Xiao, first use the shredding light blade, then follow up with rapid fire to deal damage. The Judgment Arrow, known for its commendable damage among mid-level skills, could not be easily thwarted by a single attack from Tian Xiao. After issuing his command, Xiao Jing turned to face Yinshin, who had just summoned his longsword. With a synchronized motion, he interlaced his hands before him, invoking affinity and super agility. He swiftly conjured a spirit energy sphere the size of a basketball, then abruptly compressed it and pulled it in a vertical motion. Instantly, a long staff radiating a faint green glow appeared in Xiao Jing's grasp. Twirling the energy staff, Xiao Jing looked at Yinshin with a sense of anticipation. Since awakening his talents, Xiao Jing had yet to engage in combat with another spirit master, and today presented an opportunity for testing. Yinshin, observing the impressive staff, thought it must be formidable. Xiao Jing boldly met Yinshin's downward strike with a direct counter. The clash of metal rang out with a resounding clang. Both combatants, fully committed to their strikes, generated a powerful gust of wind and recoil, causing Xiao Jing and Yinshin to be propelled backward. Yinshin, feeling a slight tingling sensation in his hand, looked at Xiao Jing in astonishment. Could he really be this resilient? It was worth noting that during Yinshin's City's college entrance examination, while Spirit Masters were prohibited from participating in battles, he had privately challenged other Spirit Masters from prominent families in his city, often leaving them unable to last even 2 rounds. Most were severely injured in the first. Some of weaker constitution could hardly withstand a single blow, forcing Yinshin to temper his strength to avoid sending them back to the fountain. However, Yinshin was unaware that Xiao Jing, as a transmigrator, had a physique that was relatively weak compared to the inhabitants of the spirit beast world. Over the years, he had focused on enhancing his physical capabilities. In addition to both possessing the college entrance examination champion's badge, Xiao Jing also benefited from the enhancement of the elemental child. With 3 sprites embodying 5 attributes, his all-attribute enhancement of 15 and damage reduction of 6 naturally rendered him unfazed by Yinshin's strike. Yinshin's fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited by Xiao Jing's resilience. How delightful! If he faced a weakling who fell with a single blow, it would tarnish the reputation of the Flame Dragon Lord. Come again! Yinshin shouted eagerly as he charged at Xiao Jing once more. On the other side, the initial clash between Tian Xiao and the Centaur archers reached its conclusion. The shredding light blade shattered first upon colliding with the 3 judgment arrows, significantly weakening them and applying a special defense debuff. The effect against defense-breaking skills also took place. Following closely, the rapid-fire attack struck, causing the judgment arrows to explode just 10 meters away from Tian Xiao, with a level difference of 1 and the disparity of resonance artifacts. Trading 2 moves for 1 was hardly a loss. Yinshin furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene. It was evident from this battle that Xiao Jing's proficiency with Tian Xiao's skills was remarkably high, thereby augmenting their potency. Otherwise, even 2 moves would not have sufficed to block. This brings us to mention the Supreme Treasure, who, though not on the battlefield, lay atop a small mound of spirit fruits within the spirit monkey ball, munching on the fruits while thoroughly enjoying the spectacle of the battle outside. Thanks to Supreme Treasure's endearing appearance, Xiao Jing had obtained numerous spirit fruits that enhanced skill proficiency, aiding both Supreme Treasure and Tian Xiao in rapidly improving their skills. Tian Xiao, use Overload Bombardment. Dodging Yinshin's attack, Xiao Jing chose to take the initiative this time. After issuing his command, he gestured to Tian Xiao. Understanding Xiao Jing's plan, Tian Xiao prepared to execute a signal they had devised during training, intended to prevent opponents from overhearing their commands. After all, in the early stages of the Spirit Master system, it was impossible to utilize contracts to convey information to spirit partners from the realm of thought. Such an ability could only awaken after reaching the level of a gym leader, and when the bond between partners was sufficiently strong. With Xiao Jing's command, Tian Xiao's body began to erect or extend various cannon tubes of differing sizes. As the flames within the tubes shifted from pale yellow to deep crimson, a barrage of powerful projectiles readied for launch. Observing this, Yinshin, who was poised to continue his pursuit of Xiao Jing, hesitated slightly. His gaze on Tian Xiao turning serious. The pressure emanating from this move far surpassed that of Tian Xiao's previous skills. Yinshin had certainly heard of Overload Bombardment. It was a signature skill of the first-generation mecha, a large-scale destructive skill. Now, it seemed Tian Xiao had attained a high level of proficiency with it. Originally, Yinshin had thought the Centaur Archer, being of a lower level and lacking resonance artifacts, would be easy to deal with. Centaurs employ Rain of Arrows. If that fails, use it twice, and wait for the right moment to unleash the piercing arrow. Yinshin promptly ordered the Centaur Archers with solemnity. The 2 Centaur Archers nodded, lifting their massive bows towards the sky. This time, they did not retrieve arrows from the magical quiver. Instead, they directly placed their hands on the strings to draw back the bows, with a bow drawn like a full moon. As the bowstring was gradually pulled back, streams of light converged from all directions towards the arrows, forming a pure white arrow that was entirely different from the previous ones. Tian Xiao's charge reached its peak, just as Xiao Jing could unleash the spirit energy sphere to blast Yinshin and retreat. Black projectiles, exuding a sense of danger, were released in rapid succession, with half directed at the centaurs and the other half aimed at Yinshin. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Tian Xiao, utilizing the highest proficiency and strongest skill, allocated half of its power to target Yinshin, demonstrating considerable regard. After all, it was essential to restrain the Centaur Archers. With the protection of Huanyan University, if Yinshin could not withstand the assault, there would be no unexpected consequences. Simultaneously, the Centaur Archers completed their charge. With a slight release of their fingers, the pure white arrows shot forth instantaneously, not aimed at Tian Xiao, but soaring skyward. Upon reaching a certain height, the 2 pure white arrows detonated, instantly creating a shower of radiant points that cascaded down like a torrential rain. The only regret for Yinshin was that this instance of the rain of arrows did not trigger a combo effect, nor did it benefit from energy reduction. It merely received the buff of damage amplification. Chapter 77, The Notion of Moderation. The two pure white arrows detonated successively, resulting in a downpour of arrows. The combination of two pure white arrows mirrors the high-speed shooting technique previously employed by Xiao with his rending skyblade, wherein the main body of the arrow rain delivers the primary damage while the copy serves to supplement it. The two barges of arrows overlapped like a celestial canopy, descending from the heavens in such overwhelming numbers that they surpassed even the missiles launched in an overloaded bombardment. Each falling arrow seemed to possess a self-guiding targeting system, with several grouping together to seek out a single missile, colliding with it in the next moment. A resounding boom echoed. The descending arrows raced to pierce the missiles, only to be utterly obliterated by the explosions that ensued before the missiles shattered. Given that Tianxiao's level was inferior to that of the Centaur archer, and with half of the overloaded bombardment diverted, this portion was swiftly consumed under the deluge of arrows. The remaining arrows, following Tianxiao's offensive, were all aimed directly at Xiao Jing. Meanwhile, upon seeing half of the missiles directed at him, Yinshin furrowed his brow, evidently caught off guard by this maneuver. He immediately crossed his long sword over his chest, activating his spiritual shield while silently reciting a series of incantations. His innate ability, Transience of the Ethereal World, manifested as a peculiar luminescent pattern appeared on his forehead, rendering his physical form significantly more ethereal at that moment. Transience of the Ethereal World, when activated. This ability reduces damage taken by the Spirit Master by 20, with the remaining damage shared with the Spirit Partner. Faced with the incoming arrows, Xiao Jing immediately called out to Tianxiao. Tianxiao, activate combat mode. Responding to the command, Tianxiao swiftly approached Xiao Jing, opening the cockpit to receive him as he leaped inside. With the characteristic of Heart of the Mecha, Tianxiao's attributes would increase by 5 in combat mode. Xiao Jing also activated his spiritual shield to bolster Tianxiao, prompting him to spin rapidly while employing high-speed shooting to intercept the arrow rain from all directions. Simultaneously, to prevent Tianxiao from sustaining severe injuries, Xiao Jing unleashed super agility, summoning a mini-mecha that radiated brilliant golden light in his palm. His spiritual energy flowed into the spirit seal, transferring into Tianxiao's being alongside the shimmering brilliance. At this moment, Tianxiao, empowered by super agility, was enveloped in a resplendent golden aura, resembling a deity dwelling amidst thunder. However, neither Yinshin nor the Centaur archer noticed that the remaining half of the overloaded bombardment had simultaneously collided with Yinshin. Boom! Two loud explosions reverberated. As the dense smoke dissipated, Xiao Jing, Tianxiao, Yinshin, and the Centaur archer all suffered varying degrees of damage. The spiritual pressure emanating from the Centaur archer was significantly diminished compared to when it first appeared, indicating substantial injuries, yet regardless of its condition. It kicked off the ground with all 4 hooves, charging toward Yinshin, clearly valuing him as a partner. In contrast, Tianxiao faced greater difficulty in defense due to the disparity in levels and resonance, but fortunately, Xiao Jing's timely activation of super agility significantly enhanced Tianxiao's attributes. Although Tianxiao was still struck by several penetrating arrows, he ultimately emerged from the collision relatively unscathed. Yinshin, at this point, was experiencing disordered and even somewhat depleted spiritual energy, lying on the ground and gasping for breath, yet the excitement gleaming in his eyes remained undiminished. After reassuring the concerned Centaur archer, he shouted to the skies, "What a thrill! Haha, it has been ages since I encountered such exhilarating combat." Due to piloting Tianxiao, Xiao Jing was in a far better state within the cockpit, with at least half of his spiritual energy intact. "Tianxiao, are you alright?" Xiao Jing inquired with concern, acknowledging that this battle was the most arduous Tianxiao had faced since joining him. Although the skirmish was brief, with both sides merely exchanging blows, the opponent's configuration was overwhelmingly superior to Tianxiao's. Originally, Xiao Jing intended to deploy Zhizun Bao, as it was their first battle with a classmate, and he wished to demonstrate formidable strength to command respect. He had no desire to take unnecessary risks without assurance. However, after several months of battles, Zhizun Bao had participated in significantly more confrontations than Tianxiao, causing the latter to grow somewhat restless. Additionally, with the arrival of the new teammate, Wu Xiaoshi, he felt the need to maintain an impressive demeanor in front of his new ally. All these factors led to Tianxiao proactively volunteering for battle, even against a formidable foe, seeking to showcase the spirit of a first-generation mecha. This made Xiao Jing reflect on the fact that even mechas are not immune to maintaining face. Fortunately, this was merely a sparring match, kept within limits, serving as an opportunity for Tianxiao to accumulate experience. Thus, Xiao Jing did not hesitate to agree. Xiao Jing, I'm fine. These wounds will heal in a day. Upon hearing Tianxiao's words, Xiao Jing felt somewhat reassured and began to utilize the affinity skill to gather spiritual energy for Tianxiao, realizing that even a small recovery was better than none. Classmate, shall we continue? Xiao Jing asked Yinshin. At this moment, Yinshin was drained of spiritual energy. Should Xiao Jing act recklessly, causing Tianxiao to hold off the centaur, even if Tianxiao were to lose, Yinshin would undoubtedly not be a match for him. However, since this was a friendly competition, it was only natural to inquire given Yinshin's evident fatigue. Of course, let's continue. Hearing this, Yinshin, who had been lying on the ground gazing at the sky, slightly lifted his head to glance at Tianxiao, as if he could perceive Xiao Jing within. Initially inclined to continue, he suddenly thought better of it, resting his head back on the ground and waving his hand. Let's call it a day. After school starts, we have the Huangyan Tower to conquer, and if we continue fighting, we might sustain injuries that could affect our performance. We can settle the score next time. Yinshin had a passion for combat, but he was not foolish. He understood the priorities. Every year, new students at Huangyan University participate in the opening ceremony, followed by a challenge in the Huangyan Tower. Rewards are granted for every 5 levels cleared, providing benefits to freshmen while also preliminarily assessing their strength. A fact not shrouded in secrecy, as it is detailed in the freshman enrollment guide. Yinshin proposed the duel merely to gauge Xiao Jing's prowess. Naturally unwilling to allow his spirit to sustain injuries and forego the resources he could maximize. Upon hearing Yinshin's words, Xiao Jing exited the cockpit and retrieved some machine oil to apply to Tianxiao, accelerating its recovery. Yinshin sprang up, glancing at the machine oil Xiao Jing had produced, and produced a jelly-like sweet to offer to the centaur archer. I didn't expect you to buy such high-quality oil for your Tianxiao. Through their recent battle, he had learned Tianxiao's name. Of course, as a partner, one must provide the best resources for their companion. Yinshin nodded in agreement. However, Xiao Jing did not anticipate that, after tasting the rewards of training with his resilient roommate, Yinshin would, despite claiming he was done, continue to drag Xiao Jing into the training room for limited sparring sessions. Chapter 78, Opening Ceremony and Freshman Ranking Matches. On the evening of the 25th, Xiao Jing consulted with Wu Xiaoshi about what name to choose. He recalled the ancient term for lion dancing from his previous life, Taiping Lu, and decided to incorporate Lu for joy, alongside a homophone she, reflecting both Wu Xiaoshi's femininity and her fondness for celebratory atmospheres. Thus, he combined them to name her Lu Shi. Fearing that Wu Xiaoshi might not agree, he took care to recount the development, significance, and competitions related to lion dancing from his past life before suggesting the name. The people of the present world were captivated by the peace and festive spirit emanating from the lion dance beast, which led to the inception of this captivating activity. In stark contrast, Xiao Jing's past life was entirely different. He listened to these novel tales, particularly intrigued by their distinctions from the present world. The unique stories made Lu Shi's lovely eyes sparkle with delight, and she readily agreed to Xiao Jing's choice of name. Moreover, Xiao Jing formally expressed to Lu Shi, it is a great honor to be your partner. Even Jizun Bao and Tianxiao joined in to enliven the atmosphere, ensuring that the young girl felt a sense of ceremony and emotional value, leading Lu Shi to fall asleep that night in Xiao Jing's embrace. The current date is September 1st, 2317. Over the course of 6 days, Yinshin engaged in daily battles with Xiao Jing, with Jizun Bao, Tianxiao, and even Lu Shi participating in the sparring sessions. Naturally, Lu Shi faced off against Yinshin's newly contracted third spirit. Through these encounters, Yinshin came to fully appreciate Xiao Jing's formidable strength. Initially, he believed that Xiao Jing's Tianxiao was the strongest spirit, and that the combat prowess of a common candidate was hardly a disgrace to the reputation of the Flame Dragon Lord. However, he was soon confronted by a true rival, Jizun Bao, on the very next day. After several days of being bested by Jizun Bao, Yinshin finally recognized the disparity between their strengths, developing a deep admiration for Xiao Jing, to the point of nearly acknowledging him as an elder brother. At 8 in the morning, after enjoying a meticulously prepared breakfast by Xiao Jing, Yinshin arrived at the Huangyan Auditorium for the opening ceremony. At this moment, Yinshin and Xiao Jing were seen sharing laughter and camaraderie, almost as if they were siblings united by fate. Seated early, while engaging in light conversation, Xiao Jing spotted Lin Xian from afar and greeted her with a broad wave. Naturally, Lin Xian noticed his enthusiastic gesture, and upon seeing Xiao Jing, a smile broke through her previously aloof demeanor, prompting her to reciprocate with a wave of her own. Observing the silent exchange between Xiao Jing and Lin Xian, along with her striking beauty, Yinshin leaned closer to Xiao Jing and mischievously inquired, "Is she your girlfriend?" Xiao Jing glanced at Yinshin. shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. It seemed that regardless of whether in past or present lives, commoners or scions of noble families, at this age, discussions of gossip and the desire to pry into others' affairs were inevitable. No, we are from the same junior high and high school, acquainted as good friends. Oh, Yinshin elongated his tone. I see. No need for further explanation. I understand, buddy. Xiao Jing felt an urge to retort. What exactly do you understand? My friend. Before long, at 8:30, a distinguished middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor ascended the podium, and the surrounding clamor fell into a hushed silence, signifying the commencement of the opening ceremony. This gentleman, named Tang Cheng, served as the vice president of Huangyan University, primarily overseeing student education and being a bona fide celestial tier spirit master. Tang Cheng addressed the audience regarding this year's admissions, the school's commitment to student development, its history, and the aspirations placed upon the students. Undoubtedly, as one of the most prestigious institutions, the students exhibited a profound sense of identity and belonging, and the leadership's motivational rhetoric was exceptionally astute. Under Tang Cheng's impassioned speech, many students were visibly illuminated with fervor, their faces aglow with excitement. Even Xiao Jing, who had heard countless speeches in his previous life, felt his spirit stirred. Following this, the counselor for their cohort took the stage. The counselor, a youthful individual named Kai, was guiding his second group of students this year. With a refined appearance exuding an intellectual charm, he scanned the audience filled with youthful faces, and with measured grace, he initiated, "Hello, everyone. I am your counselor, Kai. This year, we have a total of 500 admissions. To foster competition and awareness among students, the school's higher-ups have decided to abandon the previous system in favor of a novel competitive framework. The so-called competitive system was straightforward. The academic points earned by students each month would not be fixed, but would depend entirely on their own efforts to secure corresponding rankings, distributed based on the sum of their base scores from the admission contracts and their monthly ranking points. For instance, Xiao Jing's base score from the contract was 500 points, while the most ordinary students had a base score of 300 points, a significant increase from the 200 points of Xiao Jing's parents' educational era. Moreover, ranking points, which were absent in the era of Xiao Hang and Luo Yu, meant that as long as one was sufficiently excellent and diligent, they could acquire more substantial resources. In his concluding remarks, Kai outlined the upcoming arrangements for the students. On the first day, all would participate in the challenge of Huangyan Tower, with rankings determined by the heights achieved and the time taken. The first month's ranking points would be assigned based on the tower's standings, and the rankings could only be altered by the results of the tower challenge. The first place would earn 500 points, the second place 490 points, the third 480 points, and so forth. This meant that there were no guarantees for ranking points. Insufficient ranking would naturally result in a lack of points. In the second month, around the beginning of October, a freshman ranking competition would take place, serving as an entry assessment and completely reshuffling the previous month's rankings. Starting from that month, students would be allowed to challenge each other. If one felt dissatisfied with a peer's ranking, they could choose to challenge, but could only contest against students ranked within 10 places above them. Those in the top 10 would have to challenge one at a time. Additionally, Xiao Jing gleaned numerous valuable insights, such as that the top 5 students who successfully ascended to the 20th level of Huangyan Tower on the first day would receive generous rewards. Furthermore, every semester, students would need to undertake alliance missions, including freshmen, albeit with varying degrees of difficulty. The school's course selection emphasized freedom of choice. Students could opt for any course regardless of enrollment numbers, and as long as they passed the exams and accrued sufficient credits, they would succeed. Thus, I shall conclude my lengthy discourse here. Now, the stage is set for you, Kai announced. After the speech, he led all the freshmen to a site imbued with an ancient and wild aura, the Huangyan Tower. The Huangyan Tower, with its red and yellow hues, appeared as though it might crumble at any moment, its cracks seemingly narrating forgotten legends of yore. Standing before this seemingly 3-story structure, all students felt a profound insignificance, a sensation not merely of gazing up at a towering edifice, but rather one of existential diminishment at a soul-deep level. It resembled the mystical artifacts from Xiao Jing's past life as fantasy novels, possessing an inner universe, far from being as simple as it appeared. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Jing discreetly employed bottom-level insight to observe the attribute panel of Huangyan Tower. Name, Huangyan Tower attributes, Dragon, Fire quality level 2 high. Temporarily unable to investigate. Description, inherited from ancient times, shaped over the years by the heart of the earth's veins and the essence of dragon blood. It has been held and refined by numerous powerful spirit races, eventually passed into the hands of the fire ancestor, who transformed it into the Huangyan Tower. Having been honed by generations of human powerhouses, its might is incalculable, serving as one of the treasures of Huangyan University and the Spirit Master Alliance. One of the contemporary purposes is to provide a trial ground for the students of Huangyan University, due to its exceptionally high quality. Even Xiao Jing's basic insight could not be sustained for long, dissipating in nearly 3 seconds. Nevertheless, this brevity yielded a wealth of valuable information. It turned out that what lay before him was one of the highest-grade spiritual artifacts in the Alliance, astonishingly utilized as a trial venue. Truly, one could only describe it as lavish. Surely, everyone has deduced that this unassuming tower is the legendary Huangyan Tower. Okai explained to the students, subsequently recounting tales of Huangyan Tower's history, largely mirroring what Xiao Jing had gleaned from the introduction. He noted that the first ascent was complimentary, but subsequent attempts would require the payment of academic credits, 100 points per attempt. Aside from this initial opportunity, the average student could only afford 2 attempts each month. And even Xiao Jing currently had but 5 chances. This was without considering the academic credits convertible from the entrance exams. Students were keen to conserve their credits for better rewards in the university shop. Thus, they needed to maintain their focus to avoid squandering their points. Alright, I shall not ramble further. Now, please enter in an orderly manner. After the tower challenge concludes, you may organize your time as you wish. Xiao Jing and Yin Yinshan walked steadily at the rear of the crowd, entering Huangyan Tower. Upon the students' departure, numerous figures emerged around Huangyan Tower, comprising high-ranking officials and teachers from Huangyan University. The trials at Huangyan Tower served not only as a boon for the students, but also as a means for the institution to assess the caliber of this cohort, warranting their attention. As Xiao Jing and Yin Yinshan stepped into Huangyan Tower simultaneously, they felt as though they had entered an ethereal realm and soon found themselves entirely separated. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, accompanied by wisps of smoke, suffused with the essence of everyday life. Had he not known this was Huangyan Tower, Xiao Jing might have mistaken it for a secluded abode nestled deep within a bamboo grove. Just as Xiao Jing pondered this, an ethereal voice resonated. Student Xiao Jing, welcome to your inaugural trial at Huangyan Tower. I am the Tower Spirit, Huahua. Huahua. Xiao Jing had been attentively listening to the spirit's introduction when it suddenly revealed its name, an ancient and enigmatic entity called Huahua. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. It appeared that the esteemed Hua, who named Huangyan Tower, possessed quite the sense of humor. Following this, the Tower Spirit, Huahua, elaborated on the rules of the Huangyan Tower trial. All opponents and spirits within the tower are energy entities, thus one need not hold back. Defeating them grants an experience reward far exceeding the usual amount. After conquering each level, one may choose whether to rest, with a rest duration of 1 minute, which does not count towards the completion time. After every 5 levels, a reward may be selected. The challenge difficulty includes regular, elite, and gym levels, each comprising 50 stages. Students must face the corresponding difficulty level upon advancing to a new rank. Once Huahua concluded the explanation of the rules, Xiao Jing raised his arm, and the spirit bracelet shimmered, summoning 3 figures of varying sizes to appear beside him. The supreme treasure materialized on Xiao Jing's shoulder, Tian Xiao appeared behind him, and Lushi nestled in his arms. The first level of regular difficulty begins now. As Huahua's voice fell, a soft object descended from above, bouncing on the ground 2 or 3 times before stabilizing. Upon discerning the nature of the energy entity, Xiao Jing's lips twitched. This initial challenge was indeed simple. The summoned spirit was a glutinous rice dumpling. The glutinous rice dumpling is an exceedingly feeble fire-type spirit, almost weaker than a slime. However, its evolved form, the Rice Ball Assassin, is renowned for its formidable assassination capabilities and a physical attack value of 93. Lushi, it's your turn. The initial levels should be fairly easy, so he decided to let Lushi level up to keep pace. These glutinous rice dumplings were all apprentice level 1, essentially serving as a gift for the students, and Lushi swiftly overcame them. The subsequent 4 levels also featured glutinous rice dumplings, varying only in quantity, and Lushi successfully leveled up to apprentice level 5. As he observed, Xiao Jing noted the remarkable aspect of Huangyan Tower. Originally, Lushi, being a level 4 apprentice spirit, should have received a reduction of 1 experience point per defeated spirit level, yielding only 2 experience points. Instead, the first level granted Lushi a full 4 experience points, and the subsequent experiences were calculated at double the rate. This indicated that Huangyan Tower could directly provide spirits with double experience rewards. Aside from the rewards granted every 5 levels, this was a substantial gain. Thus, the 100 points charged for each subsequent ascent was indeed a small price to pay. Moreover, every time a spirit master reached a new rank, a new difficulty level in Huangyan Tower awaited them. Was this not a staircase for spirit masters to rapidly elevate their newly contracted spirits to match the team's pace? After swiftly conquering 5 levels, a light curtain was projected before Xiao Jing. Please select from the following rewards: Valiant Fruit, Fine, 210 points, which can enhance skill proficiency for apprentice and novice spirits, or Bonjon Fruit, Fine, 210 points, which can increase experience for apprentice and novice spirits. Defeating 5 levels of spirits granted the opportunity to choose from artifacts of fine quality. This was undeniably an extraordinary benefit. Xiao Jing decisively opted for the Valiant Fruit to enhance skill proficiency. While he possessed the talent to expedite spirit leveling, skill proficiency required diligent personal improvement. Having made his choice, Xiao Jing promptly stepped into the next level.